Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were zombies wandering all around. He was so frightened that he couldn't help but scream, hiss hiss hiss. What's going on? Why is my voice so hoarse? He realized in horror that even shouting loudly had become unusually difficult. Looking at his mottled, bluish arms, Ji Chuan suddenly remembered that he was already dead. The zombie virus outbreak plunged the world into chaos, but fortunately, he inherited his parents' villa, allowing him to survive for the time being. His girlfriend, Su Wanwan, once called to tell him that the densely populated residential area where his parents' home was located had many zombies, and food and water were extremely scarce. She cried on the phone, making his heart ache. After briefly comforting her, Ji Chuan decided to drive over to bring her and her family back. He usually stayed in the villa, where he had stockpiled a lot of food. The villa area had few zombies, high walls, and was relatively safe. When he rushed desperately to Su Wanjuan's house, he found that besides her parents, there was also a stranger named Lu Hao. Su Wanjuan said he was her cousin, who happened to be visiting her home when the virus outbreak occurred. Although feeling uneasy, Ji Chuan still respected her family and brought Lu Hao back to the villa along with them. A few peaceful days passed, and Ji Chuan noticed that Su Wanjuan and her cousin were overly close. He tried to bring up a topic but was warned not to overthink it. My cousin and I grew up together, so naturally, we're close. That night, the moon turned blood red and everyone's bodies began to undergo mutations, except for Ji Chuan. The network has not been interrupted, and major platforms are broadcasting news claiming that all of humanity has awakened different levels of supernatural abilities, offering hope to fight against zombies. Everyone must hold on. Su Wanwan awakened water-based abilities, Lu Hao gained the ability to double his strength. Even her parents possessed ordinary abilities, but Ji Chuan was the only one left with nothing. The next day, after Su Wanwan's family confirmed that Ji Chuan indeed had no abilities, Lu Hao unhesitatingly grabbed him, intending to drive him out of the villa. Ji Chuan pleaded bitterly with Su Wanwan's family, but fate did not favor him, and he was destined to be abandoned. You are not worthy of our Wanwan. Water-based abilities carry significant responsibilities. Yes, a useless waste without any abilities. Don't waste food. Wanwan, try to persuade your parents. I was the one who saved your family. Helplessly looking at Su Wanwan, Ji Chuan felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Under the suppression of Lu Hao's power-based abilities, he was completely unable to resist. Ji Chuan, at this point, even without you saving me, I can survive with my abilities. If it weren't for the fact that you're rich and have no parents, why would I even look at you? To be honest, Lu Hao and I have been together for a long time. He's much better than you. Listening to Su Wanwan's words, Lu Hao curled his lips into a contemptuous smile and, without hesitation, forcefully threw Ji Chuan over the villa's high wall. Ji Chuan hit the ground with a muffled groan, pain spreading throughout his body, but he knew he absolutely couldn't collapse now. He struggled to stand up, and in the distance, zombies, attracted by his movements, were closing in on him. The leg injury seemed to have affected the bone, with every step triggering excruciating pain, yet the strong will to survive drove him to keep running. His ankle was swollen like a black plum. Damn it! Ji Chuan dashed toward the nearest gym in the villa area. The zombies were in relentless pursuit. As he used all his strength to shut the gym door, the sound of constant banging and growling came from behind. He leaned against the door, gasping for air, his forehead covered in sweat. The intense pain in his ankle made his brows furrow tightly. He tried to hook the mop leaning against the corner of the wall with his leg, intending to use it as a beam to brace the door, but it was too far away to reach. If he moved in that direction, the door would inevitably be broken through by the zombies. In despair, he slowly turned sideways, using his body to brace one door while his other hand struggled with all its might to hold the other. Finally, he hooked the mop with his left foot and quickly placed it horizontally against the door for support. Unexpectedly, as he bent down, the gap in the door suddenly widened, and a zombie's claw reached in and scratched his arm. Feeling the intense pain from the wound, Ji Chuan smiled bitterly in despair, as if he could see the shadow of death. Burning heat, pain, and chaos gradually consumed his consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Chuan woke up to find himself transformed into a zombie, yet he still retained his consciousness, while the surrounding zombies showed no interest in him. Just as he tried to get up and move, he fell to the ground again with a forceful effort. Damn it, who the hell bit my left leg? He cursed under his breath and saw that only half of his left leg remained. Ji Chuan didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. As long as he was still conscious, there was still hope for revenge. But the zombie's body was missing half a leg, so how could it catch up to Su Wanjuan's mom? What is this? He saw a zombie in the distance with its head emitting a green glow, standing out among all the other zombies. Out of curiosity, Ji Chuan struggled to leap toward that zombie. Discovering that the other party showed no hostility toward him, he felt relieved and even thought this state might be acceptable. As he approached, he discovered that the green light did not originate from the head itself, but from a crystal-like object embedded in the brain, emitting a faint green glow. It seemed as though this crystal naturally held an inexplicable attraction for Ji Chuan, stirring a surge of excitement within him and igniting a desire to pry open the zombie's head to seize the crystal core. He searched the ground for tools, the missing missing leg had greatly reduced his combat ability, and bare-handed confrontation seemed impossible. Finally, he found a barbell rod from the gym. He jumped onto the zombie's back and struck its head with all his might. The zombie showed no reaction and collapsed to the ground. Ji-chuan kept swinging the barbell rod until the zombie's head shattered like a rotten melon. Perhaps because he had become a zombie, he surprisingly felt no psychological burden in killing his own kind. He crouched down and retrieved the green crystal core from the shattered head. Holding back his nausea, as if driven by instinct, he swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. He immediately felt the crystal core merge into his body, injecting immense power. Ji-chuan finally understood. Everyone awakened their abilities, but he hadn't felt anything because his power would only manifest when he turned into a zombie. King of zombies capable of detecting crystal cores within the body, devouring them, and transforming them into personal power. The moment Ji-chuan gained his ability, it felt like he was reborn, and a spark of hope for revenge ignited within him. Finally, he held the trump card that could turn the tide. As long as he kept finding zombies with crystal cores, he could continue to grow stronger. He carefully felt the power brought by the crystal core he had just devoured. This is a primary healing type crystal core, Regeneration, which can significantly enhance one's regenerative abilities. Ji-chuan felt the changes in his body. His skin became as smooth as bamboo shoots after the rain, and the severed section of his broken leg was slowly growing back. Slow is fine, at least I can grow a leg again, he muttered to himself as he walked toward the area densely packed with zombies. Currently, he was no match for Su Wanjuan and Lu Hao. After all, he was just a zombie with slow regenerative abilities, lacking any advantage in combat power. He walked for a long time but never encountered a zombie carrying a crystal core. The crystal core turned out to be so rare and precious. Realizing the disadvantage of his slow movement, Ji-chuan decided to look for a usable car and planned to drive to areas with a higher concentration of zombies. Ordinary people driving would easily attract zombies, but since zombies showed no interest in him, he was resolute in his decision to travel by car. In the early days of the apocalypse, people still had food supplies at home, and no one ventured out easily, leaving the streets with few pedestrians and vehicles. Thus, Ji-chuan began searching the villas one by one. If a villa is occupied, there will definitely be a car, but the occupancy rate in this suburban villa area is extremely low. He observed the appearance of each villa. It was actually quite easy to distinguish between vacant and occupied villas, such as whether the windows had curtains drawn. The windows of one villa had curtains hanging but not drawn. Ji-chuan judged that it was likely unoccupied and decided to go in and search. He opened the door to the backyard, usually leading to the garage, and found that the door was not locked. As soon as he entered the door, he caught sight of a girl about to get into a car, her face full of terror, her legs trembling violently. Ji-chuan was shocked to discover that a faint golden crystal nucleus was emitting weak light from the girl's brain. However, Ji-chuan's humanity remained intact. He felt no hunger and had no intention of harming the innocent. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," he wanted to say, but when he opened his mouth, only a hissing sound came out, which was undoubtedly terrifying in the girl's eyes. This was her first time being so close to a zombie. With food running low at home, she was planning to go out today to search for supplies, but unexpectedly, a zombie had opened the newly unlocked back door. "Why you, don't come any closer." The girl's legs trembled, and her voice quivered. Ji-chuan seemed to realize that the other party couldn't understand his words, so he used gestures to communicate. He pointed at the girl, then at his own mouth, and subsequently waved his hand to indicate he didn't want to eat her. The girl gradually began to understand what the zombie was trying to convey. "Are you saying I should go into your mouth and not struggle?" "Wah!" She burst into tears. Ji-chuan was speechless, thinking to himself that this beautiful girl must have allocated all her attribute points to her looks. He angrily adjusted his gestures, first pointing to his mouth, then shaking his hand, and finally pointing at the girl, meaning, "I won't eat you. Can't you understand that?" The girl watched him interpret each of his movements. "You don't like me. I know you don't like me. Don't eat me. Boo-hoo." Ji-chuan had a headache, and he even had thoughts of killing her to solve the problem and take the crystal core. But facing the girl's terrified gaze, he simply hopped and skipped toward her. When the girl reached out to push him away, she was so frightened that she fainted. Ji-chuan only took her car keys and the remote control for the courtyard gate, then casually dragged her back into the room and closed the door. Subsequently, he got into the girl's pink car and drove toward the city center. Gu Yunqi slowly woke up and suddenly let out a scream. Only to find herself still at home. "I'm not dead?" She cautiously observed outside the door and found that the car was gone, and so were the car keys. It seemed she finally understood what had happened. "That zombie didn't eat me, it just stole my car? Zombies can drive? That zombie seems to be a neighbor from the community." She recalled the earlier scene. Ji-chuan was filthy, his face covered in blood. Thinking carefully, it seemed she had seen him in the community before. The car is gone, and so is the food. What should I do? How am I supposed to get out? Gu Yunqi sat on the ground, hugging her knees and burying her head, as if she just wanted to be an ostrich, and started crying. Ji-chuan drove all the way into the city center and finally discovered a densely densely packed area of zombies, among which one zombie's brain was emitting a faint glow. He picked up a stone and, relying on his previous experience, cleanly and decisively ended the zombie's life. He took out the crystal core and swallowed it in one gulp. This time it's a primary speed crystal core, which can increase his speed, but he has to wait until his leg heals to experience it. Ji Chuan plans to check out the mall. In such enclosed spaces with many people, the chances of generating crystal core zombies are higher. The dazzling array of goods before him is within easy reach, but now they are of no use, as there are too many zombies and no one dares to venture inside. Suddenly thinking of something, he walked into the supermarket, casually grabbed a suitcase, and filled it with food and water as compensation for using the neighbor's car and scaring her unconscious. He continued searching the streets but found no more zombies with crystal cores. Ji Chuan was puzzled and couldn't figure out the conditions for the formation of crystal cores. Since zombies with crystal cores are so rare, why did that girl have one? Could living humans also possess crystal cores? Thinking of this, he decided to search for living humans. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people had food reserves and were unwilling to risk going out, so the streets were almost deserted. If he rashly entered an apartment building where survivors gathered, he worried about encountering powerful ability users and being killed. The risk was too high. Right, I need to check if Su Wanwan and the others have crystal cores. Ji Chuan was familiar with the villa's structure and knew which angle could provide a view of the interior situation. Just by looking at those four people, you can obtain the most valuable data. Thinking of this, he drove back. Gu Yunxi seemed to hear the sound of a door opening, secretly walked to the window, revealing half of her head, and peeked at the activity in the yard. She saw her own pink car driving in, and the zombie from earlier in the day got out of the car, walked to the trunk, and took out a suitcase. This zombie is carrying luggage? It only had one leg during the day, so why does it have two legs now? Seeing Gu Yunxi poke her head out, Ji Chuan pointed at the door. Is it asking me to open the door? She covered her mouth in surprise, her legs starting to tremble again, but as if compelled by some unseen force, she walked toward the door. After all, that zombie didn't eat her, and she wasn't eaten when she fainted during the day. After hesitating for a while, she still opened the door, thinking that she'd die without food anyway, so she might as well see what the neighbor wanted. Ji Chuan didn't enter the room. Instead, he slid the suitcase inside and pointed to it. You want me to open the suitcase? He nodded. This silly girl finally understood. Gu Yunxi nervously opened the suitcase, and it was full of food. Ji Chuan pointed at the food, then at her, and finally at his mouth, indicating that the food was for her and she should eat it quickly. Food? Give me food. Are you going to eat me too? Boo-hoo. She misunderstood. It turned out he didn't eat her because she was too skinny and wanted to fatten her up first before eating. Ji Chuan was so angry he almost wanted to curse. Fuming, Ji Chuan turned around and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The surrounding zombies were attracted by the noise and began to gather here, but unfortunately, after being taught a lesson by Ji Chuan's fierce punches, they all slunk back the way they came. Gu Yunxi sat in the room, staring at Ji Chuan's back in a daze. This zombie actually got angry? Could it be that he really came to get food for me? He even drove away the other zombies. It seems he has no ill intentions toward me. Perhaps he really is a good zombie? Her stomach suddenly growled, and Gu Yunxi picked up the food and stuffed it into her mouth in big bites. This was her only full meal in days, and her sour eyes couldn't help but grow moist again. Ji Chuan slowly walked toward the direction of the villa, calculating in his mind, if he drove back directly, he would be discovered immediately, which would be too dangerous. After all, he was still no match for Su Wanjuan and Lu Hao's group of four. He only knew that Su Wanjuan's water-based ability could produce water jets, but he wasn't clear on its other uses. Lu Hao's strength-doubling ability made him a combat expert. As for Su Wanjuan's parents' abilities, they were practically useless, a fire-starting still akin to striking a match, and a wind-based ability that produced a gentle breeze to cool people down, posing no real threat. Ji Chuan climbed to the rooftop of an empty house nearby. In the darkness of the night, with no lights on, it became his best cover. He kept his eyes fixed on the situation inside the room. A blue crystal core, a green crystal core. Ji Chuan's heart trembled. This was the first time he had seen a blue crystal core, guessing it might belong to Su Wanjuan, indicating that her water-based ability might not be at the beginner level. But strangely, Su Wanjuan's parents did not have crystal cores. He speculated that perhaps only powerful ability users could produce crystal cores, meaning that zombies with crystal cores were all strong ability users before their death. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan suddenly realized the virus outbreak happened so abruptly that many people turned into zombies before the arrival of the Red Moon and awakening their abilities. And now, as it is still the early stage of the disaster, most people are unwilling to go outside, and even those with abilities rarely fall and turn into zombies. But it won't be long before the situation is bound to change. Food supplies are limited, and if no one goes out to find resources, they will eventually starve to death. Ji Chuan suppressed his impulse. Although he wanted to gather the zombies together, his own front door was sturdy, and even if he set a fire, Su Wanwan's water-based abilities could easily extinguish it. More importantly, he wanted to take revenge personally, to make them die in unbearable pain. Dying at the hands of ordinary zombies would be too merciful for them. Recalling their cold and ruthless expressions, Ji Chuan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles trembling. At this moment, Gu Yunqi was enjoying the happiness brought by the dessert when she suddenly heard the sound of the courtyard gate again. Ji Chuan walked straight into the courtyard, opened the car door, then started the car and drove away, not forgetting to help her lock the gate. What a strange zombie, actually treating my place like a garage. Gu Yunqi thought to herself, since he was borrowing the car to go out and find food, and the neighbor had helped her get something to eat, letting him drive the car didn't seem to matter. She also seemed to be less afraid of him now. Ji Chuan has been driving Gu Yunqi's car all along because he simply couldn't find another car to drive. There are plenty of vehicles on the street, but who knows where the keys are hidden. Nowadays, aside from zombies, almost no one dares to go outside. If anyone else drives, the zombies will pounce on them. Helping her find food is considered paying the car rental fee. Ji Chuan thinks of himself as quite a gentleman. The city night was unusually quiet, and Ji Chuan wandered aimlessly. Why doesn't this person driving show any reaction to the zombies? Someone recorded a video with their phone, showing a pink car calmly driving through the streets, completely ignoring the zombies. The comments below the video exploded. Could it be that zombies don't like pink? Isn't your gut made of powder? Zombies haven't spared it. Do zombies stop moving at night? Don't joke, zombies are faster at night than during the day. Want to give it a try? A pink car must have a female driver. Zombies don't eat brainless female drivers. Female drivers are only 1/7 of male drivers, but traffic accidents where female drivers are primarily responsible account for only 1/16. You male drivers are the ones who lack brains. Why are you still stirring up gender opposition at this point? Ji Chuan was completely unaware that he had become a hot topic on the internet. He was focused on searching for the glow of crystal cores across the city. Finally, he spotted two glimmers of crystal cores moving slowly in the distance. He parked the car, preparing to walk over and take a look. Only upon closer inspection did he realize that the two crystal cores actually came from living people, not zombies. After turning into a zombie, Ji Chuan's hearing and sense of smell became exceptionally sharp, allowing him to even hear the conversation between the two. Nanji, I'm so scared. It seems like there are zombies over there. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. You have fire-based powers, so there's no need to fear zombies, just burn them. Nanji, what is your power? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Well, my power is creating air walls, which can serve as protection. It's not as powerful as yours, so I didn't bring it up. I see, Nanji. How much farther is it? Are you sure there's a store downstairs in the opposite apartment complex? Sure, I bought cigarettes there. Go check it out early, or there might be nothing left. Ji Chuan originally intended to turn around and leave. After all, he didn't want to kill the innocent, and the two seemed to have strong abilities. Acting rashly might lead to his own death. Just as he turned to walk away, a sudden scream from a girl rang out. Ah, Nanji is a zombie. Don't shout. The zombie at the corner was only a few meters away from the girl. This was her first time being so close to one, and the terrifying face made her involuntarily cry out. Although the girl covered her mouth, a large number of zombies were already rushing toward them. Without time to think, the boy quickly ran back the way they came. They chose to take a detour through the green belt, successfully avoiding quite a few zombies, making the original route back actually safer. Nange, wait for me. The girl's legs were weak, yet she desperately tried to keep up. Although she possessed fire-type abilities, she had never used any attack skills. Moreover, if she stopped to aim, the zombies would have already caught up to her. Zombies run faster at night than during the day. The shouting of the two attracted more zombies. There were none on the way earlier, but now quite a few were lurking in the woods. Damn it! Seeing the escape route blocked, the man cursed while searching for another way. Burn them! He shouted fiercely at the girl. He had brought her along only because she had fire-based abilities, otherwise, who would want to share extra supplies? Unexpectedly, she turned out to be so useless, becoming a burden. Nanji, help me! I can't do it. If I stop to aim at them, I'll get caught. The girl said in despair. She watched helplessly as Nan, who was supposed to protect her, ran away quickly, leaving her certain to die if caught. Seeing the zombies surrounding them, the man suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at the girl. Sorry about this, Nangu? Before the words were finished, the man waved his hand, a flash of light appeared, and the girl instantly lost her sight. His air wall ability was nothing more than a useless strong light. Zombies mainly rely on smell and hearing to track, making this strong light almost ineffective. Taking the girl along was partly because she had attack capabilities, and partly to blind her in case of danger, buying himself time to escape. The girl stood in place, crying out in pain, fully aware that her life was nearing its end. The man ran off without looking back. After all, with food right in front of them, which zombie would bother chasing him? A group of zombies heard the girl's anguished cries and, like hungry wolves spotting a bone, swarmed toward her. Before long, the screams abruptly ceased. Ji Chuan's face was grim as he coldly observed everything, yet he did not rush to deal with the zombies that had consumed the crystal cores. He picked up a stone, his gaze sharpened, and activated his speed-based ability, swiftly chasing after the man. You can only blame yourself for being useless. Having such a powerful ability yet acting like trash, you deserve to die. The man desperately ran toward an area with fewer zombies, but he faintly felt something relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The heavy footsteps were mixed with a buzzing sound similar to an electric motor, and the noise grew closer and closer. He turned his head curiously and met Ji Chuan's pale and stern face. Ji Chuan did not hesitate and swung the stone down fiercely. The man, with his head broken and bleeding, died without ever understanding why Ji Chuan spared the girl but relentlessly pursued him and even attacked him with a stone. Although this was Ji Chuan's first time killing someone, his heart remained calm as he bitterly accepted the fact that he had already become a monster. He killed the man because the latter betrayed his companions, which reminded him of Su Wanjuan. Such a person deserves an ugly death. Ji Chuan expressionlessly cracked open the man's skull manually, retrieved the green crystal, and swallowed it. Although the strong light seemed to be of little use, it was still a green crystal core, which was better than nothing. Feeling the power of the crystal core merging into his body, Ji Chuan retraced his steps, preparing to search for the fire element crystal core. The corpse lay on the ground, but he had no interest in it. After turning into a zombie, he no longer felt hunger or fatigue. He only had a devouring desire for crystal cores, but this desire was under his control. Is this the power of the zombie king? Returning to the zombie that had been feasting earlier, he grabbed it from the group and dragged it to a tree nearby. Like cracking open a walnut shell, smashing the zombie's head to find the recently devoured blue crystal core. Ji Chuan swallowed the crystal core, and his body instantly emitted a golden glow. A wave of comforting power swept through him, and he even noticed changes in his body. He seemed to have grown taller, and his physique became more robust. As a homebody, Ji Chuan's build had originally been merely average, but now clear muscle definition appeared on his arms. He clearly felt a significant improvement in his various abilities. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his voice was no longer so hoarse. Maybe if he swallowed a few more crystal cores, he could speak again. Ji Chuan still longed to communicate like a human, as his current kind was completely incapable of interaction. Feeling the newly acquired ability, a ball of light appeared in his hand, briefly flashing dazzlingly bright. For an ordinary person, it might be used to attract attention for help or to unexpectedly blind an opponent. Next, he unleashed the fire ability granted by the first blue crystal core. With a thought, the flame at his fingertips flexibly changed in size. With a gentle wave, a fireball soared into the air. Sure enough, it was a blue crystal core, highly practical. Ji Chuan finally possessed an offensive ability. However, it seemed that his fire-based ability was still restrained by Su Wanjuan, causing him to frown and forcing him to endure for the time being. He returned to the car, drove around a few times without any results, and then stopped by the mall where he had done $0 shopping earlier in the day. Casually, he packed 2 suitcases full of food, preparing to feed that fool back home. After all, she was the only living person who had seen the golden crystal core, and Ji Chuan wanted to understand her abilities. Gu Yunxi was suddenly awakened by the sound of knocking in her sleep, jolting awake with cold sweat streaming down. She tiptoed to the window and saw the little pink car parked in the backyard. She then saw Ji Chuan standing at the door, looking up at her, as if he were staring at a fool. He seems different, more like a person, and even stronger. More importantly, she saw Ji Chuan dragging 2 suitcases in his hands. Gu Yunxi's sense of fear instantly lessened significantly. She quickly went downstairs to open the door for Ji Chuan, sensing that he bore no malice toward her. This time, Ji Chuan entered the house without hesitation. What are you doing? Gu Yunxi was startled by his sudden action and stepped back. She was wearing pajamas, her curvaceous figure illuminated by the moonlight. Ji Chuan looked down, his face showing no trace of embarrassment. Ji Chuan pointed at the 2 suitcases. Gu Yunxi understood that he wanted her to open it, and sure enough, it was 2 more boxes of food. She was pleasantly surprised to find that Ji Chuan's voice seemed more human-like. What exactly are you? Are you a zombie? Ji Chuan nodded, then shook his head, trying to convey that although he was a zombie, he still retained human consciousness. You are a zombie, but your neck hurts, Gu Yunxi said with a serious expression, and Ji Chuan almost wanted to curse at her. Then, he gestured with his right hand as if holding a pen, shaking it left and right, trying to ask her if she had a pen. You want to drink red wine? My house only has tap water left. Where would I get red wine? Gu Yunxi thought it was the gesture of holding a goblet. No, can the golden crystal core be eaten? Eating it won't make you stupid, right? Ji Chuan roared furiously in his heart. He ignored Gu Yunxi's question and searched around the room, finally found an eyebrow pencil on the entryway cabinet. You want to write? Gu Yunxi understood and hurried upstairs to grab a pen and notebook. She handed over the paper and pen, surprised to see that this zombie could actually write. She wrote Gu Yunxi. Ji Chuan helplessly wrote forcefully, you can just say it, I can understand. Oh, right, I forgot. I'm a zombie now, but I have human consciousness. Oh my, then you don't eat humans? I haven't eaten any so far. Indeed, he only cracks open heads to eat crystal cores, and he's not hungry at the moment. Whether he'll want to eat in the future is uncertain. certain. That's great. I was scared to death during the day. I mean, how could a zombie drive a car? By the way, thank you so much for the food. I survived on a bag of cookies for 3 days and was about to starve. What is your superpower? I don't have any superpowers. Gu Yunqi looked disappointed. She had also watched the news, but indeed hadn't felt any superpowers. Ji Chuan was somewhat puzzled. Was she guarding against him? But her expression didn't seem like a disguise. Everyone has it. Maybe your ability hasn't awakened yet. He thought of himself. His ability only manifested when he turned into a zombie. He had already ended up with such a strange power, so perhaps other peculiar abilities existed too. Suddenly remembering something, Ji Chuan walked to the mirror on the first floor. In addition to observing his current appearance, he also wanted to examine the crystal core within his body. The man in the mirror had a pale complexion, with dark red pupils. He was much stronger than before his death, but it was still evident that he was a zombie. A black aura emanated from his body, resembling a ring of black energy surrounding him, and his crystal core turned out to be black. Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan finished writing his name and pointed to himself. Ah, your name is Ji Chuan. Actually, I've seen you in the neighborhood before. Ji Chuan nodded and pointed upstairs. Go to sleep. I don't need to sleep. I can help you keep watch. Gu Yunqi hesitated, feeling uneasy about having a zombie in the house. Even though Ji Chuan used to be an ordinary man, having a stranger around still made her feel anxious. Ji Chuan walked to the center of the living room, raised his hand, and summoned a massive fireball that almost scorched the crystal chandelier on the second floor. He was somewhat surprised himself, then let the fireball dissipate. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it long ago. Hearing this, Gu Yunqi nodded, feeling somewhat moved. Without the food Ji Chuan had given her, she might have died while searching for food today, so she headed upstairs. There was still some time before dawn, and waking up midway, she still felt drowsy. Ji Chuan stayed downstairs, recalling the fireball from earlier. He hadn't intentionally exerted force, so why was it so large? Could it be that he had grown stronger again? Or was his control still not proficient? He had another purpose for this trip. This area was elevated, allowing him to see his villa. Gu Yunqi's home happened to be at the highest point, giving her a view of his household's activities. This might be why Gu Yunqi had seen him before, but he had only a vague impression of her. Every time she looked out the window when going out, she would see him. Ji Chuan's gaze was fixed on the villa, faintly catching the glimmer of Su Wanwan's crystal core. He clenched his molars tightly, wishing he could rush over at that moment and tear them to pieces, but he knew the time was not yet right. As long as he persisted, revenge would eventually be achieved. There is enough food at home for one person to eat for 2 months, but for 4 people, it would only last half a month. Even if no effective way to counter their abilities is found, starving to death is only a matter of time. Ji Chuan sighed and decided to go out every day starting tomorrow to search during the daytime. As time goes on, the number of people running out of food will increase, and the number of sacrifices among those venturing out will also rise. By then, crystal cores will naturally be available. He understood that indiscriminate killing carried great risks, such as attracting official attention and being captured, or being counterattacked by powerful ability users. But only killing zombies shouldn't lead to attacks from humans. Moreover, he still feels he retains his humanity and doesn't want to harm the innocent. Most importantly, he knows he's too weak now to openly stand before others. At dawn, Gu Yunqi rubbed her eyes and went downstairs, seeing Ji Chuan just standing by the window, which warmed her heart. Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. Let me make breakfast for you. Ji Chuan was speechless, not even glancing at her, and slammed the door as he left. Alright, he doesn't need to eat, so I guess it's just for me, hee. Gu Yunqi happily touched the food in the suitcase, as if she were handling treasures. She hadn't expected Ji Chuan to have such a good understanding of a girl's taste. Everything he picked was exactly what she liked. Ji Chuan would of course choose, as it was all taught by Su Wanjuan. If he chose wrong, Su Wanjuan would get angry and it would take a long time to appease her. The most effective way to appease her was to give her a handbag. Although Ji Chuan knew Su Wanjuan was somewhat materialistic, with her parents having passed away early and no relatives to rely on, Su Wanjuan entered his life at his most vulnerable moment, and he needed emotional support. Su Wanjuan always said how much she loved him and valued him, but looking back now, Ji Chuan really felt like he must have been out of his mind. Su Wanjuan merely treated him as a blood bag for spending money. Every sweet word, anger, and holiday was followed by material rewards. She even suggested managing the money. Ji Chuan said it could be done after marriage, but he had already given so much to her. Why was she treating him like this? Recalling Su Wanwan's intimacy with Lu Hao, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Those two definitely didn't just start hooking up recently. Su Wanwan, I will make you regret this. Ji Chuan gripped the steering wheel, casually turning it, and noticed people on the street cautiously exploring in groups, but none of them had the glow of crystal cores. It seems most people have useless abilities like Su Wanwan's parents. plants, which don't produce crystal cores. He ignored the group and continued forward. A video of the pink car driving through the streets, completely disregarding the zombies, was uploaded again. People were curious about the owner, and the most liked speculation was that he had an ability that prevented zombies from noticing him. Isn't this invincible? You can find supplies anywhere? Car owner sis, let's team up. I have strong abilities to protect you. Car owner sis, look at me, 184 centimeters, 8-pack abs, puppy type, can be gentle or fierce. My ability is super strength. How about considering me upstairs? My family owns a supermarket, plenty of supplies. However, Kai-kun opened the insurance company system and found the owner's information through the license plate. Gu Yunshi, living at number 16 Lanshan Villa, Hushi District. He squinted and discovered it was less than 3 kilometers away from him. If he could intercept her supplies, the profit would be considerable. Control her, make her continuously activate her abilities, ensuring a steady stream of supplies, if she turns out to be a beauty herself. Thinking of this, Kai-kun licked his lips and planned to act tonight. During the day, she would likely be gathering supplies, and if the villa had surveillance, the plan would be ruined. It would be safest to act while she was asleep at night. The villa's supernatural protection also made it convenient for imprisonment, control, and domination, guaranteed gains with no losses. Kai-kun was unusually excited, feeling that the apocalypse might not be a bad thing. Unrestrained, human nature would ultimately be unleashed. He hoped to establish a new dynasty with his powerful abilities. A lewd smile appeared on his face as he picked out a black long-sleeve shirt from the wardrobe, convenient for nighttime activities. He flicked his suspenders and confidently admired his flawless reflection in the mirror. Ji Chuan arrived at the gas station, studying how to refuel. Press this? I never paid attention to how to refuel every time I came. He fiddled with the machine and managed to purchase a tank of 98-octane gasoline for free. Hey, how come zombies don't bite you when you're driving? A faint sound came from behind, but they didn't dare speak loudly for fear of alerting the zombies. Lin Lulu came to the gas station convenience store to look for supplies and unexpectedly encountered the owner of the popular pink car, surprised to find it was a man. Ji Chuan didn't want to turn around and scare anyone, pretending not to hear and walking straight to the car door. Lin Lulu felt a bit displeased. How could this person be so rude? There's plenty of supplies in this convenience store, aren't you taking any? She noticed the other party had already started the vehicle, unwilling to take the supplies. No wonder, the other party had been wandering around, clearly not lacking supplies, which left her puzzled. A zombie suddenly rushed out from the corner, heading straight for Ji Chuan's car, very close. Lin Lulu thought the zombie was going to attack Ji Chuan, and a light arrow shot out from behind her. The light arrow pierced through the zombie's body, severely injuring it and knocking it to the ground, yet the zombie still struggled to crawl toward her. She fired a second arrow, piercing the zombie's head and puncturing the tire beside it. Damn it! That crazy woman! It was clearly after her. I just filled it up with 98-octane gas. Ji Chuan angrily got out of the car and started yelling at Lin Lulu. What he shouted were merely a few sounds, mixed with helplessness. Ji Chuan's furious cries echoed through the night sky, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot, sending a shiver through Lin Lulu's heart. Fear quickly spread. This was no ordinary human before her. Instinctively, she raised her hand to prepare for an attack, but Ji Chuan's figure flickered, his speed astonishing, and in an instant, he appeared right in front of her. At such close range, the light arrows were completely useless. Ji Chuan suddenly raised his hand, and Lin Lulu was shocked to see a massive fireball forming in his palm, exploding thunderously near her ear. A zombie capable of controlling fire-based powers. Her heart tightened, almost certain that she was doomed to die today. However, the expected burning sensation did not come. Ji Chuan's sharp gaze was fixed behind her, and Lin Lulu turned around to see a zombie collapsing to the ground. She stared at Ji Chuan in shock, her voice trembling. Why did you save me? All right. Ji Chuan saved her because she had previously shown kindness, was willing to share supplies, and even helped him fend off a zombie, despite the fact that the zombie hadn't been attacking her. Looking back at that moment, Ji Chuan saw the girl in front of him also carrying a golden crystal core. The ability she had just used was indeed practical. He was speechless and simply walked straight to the pink car to check the condition of the tires. Sorry. Lin Lulu looked at his actions, understanding that with his strength, dealing with the zombie earlier would have been more than enough, and her good intentions had instead caused harm. By the way, I know there's a car shop nearby. They should have repair tools there. Hearing her speak, Ji Chuan stood up, slightly tilted his head, and signaled her to lead the way. What exactly are you? On the way, Lin Lulu was full of curiosity. Although Ji Chuan's appearance was slightly different from ordinary zombies, the characteristics of a zombie were still evident, except his behavior was more like a human. Ji Chuan pointed to his throat. You can't speak. Lin Lulu cautiously looked around, while Ji Chuan seemed to be strolling leisurely. In the distance, a car dealership sign finally appeared, but the pedestrian street was crowded with zombies. Just as Lin Lulu was feeling troubled, a voice came from the corner. Hey, there are too many zombies over there. If you go straight, you'll be spotted. Come this way. Lin Lulu turned her head and saw a red-haired woman woman signaling from around the corner. She showed a grateful smile and led Ji Chuan toward the red-haired woman. Ji Chuan followed behind. Although the red-haired woman noticed his pale skin, the distance, and his company with Lin Lulu made her less suspicious. The red-haired woman led them into an underground passage. It's safer here. The passage's floor tiles had yet to be laid, the ceiling exposed pipes, and it remained dim and gloomy even during the day. Thank you, sister. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to get past all those zombies over there. You're welcome. At times like this, we need to help each other. In the shadows, the red-haired woman's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Sister, is this the right direction for the passage? I keep feeling like we're going the wrong way after entering it. It's almost there. I'm familiar with this place. The direction is definitely correct. However, when they reached the end, there was no staircase leading to the ground. Zhang Yan, you've done well. A strange male voice suddenly sounded, startling Lin Lulu into a scream. In the dim light, she hadn't noticed someone was hiding. This chick is quite pretty, and she has a backpack full of supplies. I saw it. You'll naturally get your share of the benefits. Ji Chuan had already noticed that there was more than one person at the end of the tunnel. Although the light was dim, the glow of the crystal cores was particularly bright. One blue, two green. Brother Wang, I'll leave this matter to you. There's also a boy following her. You guys take care of it. Lin Lulu suddenly realized the danger and hurriedly raised her hand to gather energy for a light arrow, but felt as if her hands were filled with lead, too heavy to lift. Hey, beauty, what kind of superpower is that? Can you still use it? In the dim light, she couldn't see the other person clearly, and even raising her hand was a struggle. Who are you? What do you want to do? Don't resist, buddy. Let us have some fun, and we'll make sure you won't lose out when you work for us in the future. Little girl, no one here can beat us. One has night vision, one controls gravity, and one can heal. Just accept the torment. Even if you hurt us, we'll recover. With that, the burly man in the lead pulled out a dagger, a vicious smile on his face, and approached Ji Chuan. Let's deal with this kid first, then we'll talk. Ji Chuan originally intended to study the blue superpower, but unexpectedly, the other party kindly introduced the three-person superpower, so he didn't need to hold back. Suddenly, a burst of intense light exploded, like a nuclear blast in the darkness, causing everyone to painfully cover their eyes. Ah, what happened? The sudden burst of intense light brightened the dim environment, and Ji Chuan used his blinding skill to suppress the enemy. The burly man was engulfed in flames, writhing in pain. Help me! Help me! Boss, where are you? Another person groped around and shouted, but blood spurted from his mouth as a dagger pierced his throat. He tried to activate his healing ability to no avail, and his consciousness immediately faded. The last person crawled in panic, releasing gravity to block the footsteps, but was unable to lock onto the target. He wailed in despair, ultimately having his head pierced by a dagger. Lin Lulu and Zhang Yan opened their eyes. Although the sounds had already given them a general idea of the situation, the bloody scene before them overwhelmed their senses. The smell of burning fat and blood filled the air, as Brother Wang's flames illuminated the scattered limbs and remains. The man before them did not stop. He used the dagger to cut open the corpse's head and brought the brain matter to his mouth. Lin Lulu immediately felt nauseous and started vomiting. Zhang Yan's mind was overtaken by fear, and she no longer cared whether Ji Chuan's actions were disgusting or not. Upon getting closer, she realized the man's face didn't resemble a normal human at all. After consuming 3 crystal cores, Ji Chuan felt his internal strength increase and his healing abilities enhanced. Not only could he regenerate faster, but he could also actively use his healing powers. He walked up to Zhang Yan, ignoring her trembling, and used a dagger to cut a wound on her arm. Don't kill me. I was forced into this. Zhang Yan trembled all over like a leaf but watched helplessly as Ji Chuan used his healing ability to mend the wound. This ability was surprisingly similar to that of one of the thugs earlier, leaving her feeling deeply unsettled. As the wound gradually healed, Ji Chuan continued experimenting, making the cuts larger and larger, while the healing speed slowed down more and more, until Zhang Yan begged for mercy. Ji Chuan finally figured out the limits of healing. All wounds can be healed, but severe injuries recover slowly, severed limbs cannot regenerate, and fatal injuries remain unsolvable. Lin Lulu felt a chill watching Ji Chuan's actions, but thinking that without him, she would have already suffered inhuman torment, she steeled herself to ignore Zhang Yan's pleas. Ji Chuan once again felt his body being strengthened, clearly showing that the effects of high-level crystal cores were more pronounced. Each time he absorbed a green crystal core, the changes were minimal, but the absorption of 2 blue crystal cores caused intense energy fluctuations within his body. If Lin Lulu dared to make a move against him, Ji Chuan would not hesitate to deal with her decisively. After all, his first impression of Lin Lulu was not good, and saving her only to be attacked in return reminded him of Su Wanjuan. It suited him just fine. Killing her would let him taste the power of a golden crystal core. However, Lin Lulu did not resist. She simply watched him quietly as he stopped the experiment and softly said as she stood up, "Thank you for saving me, twice." Ji Chuan caught a glimpse of her slightly shy expression, and his heart warmed slightly. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the surrounding environment, and this ability could even be shared with others. hours. Ah, why has everything around become so clear? Did you make this happen? Lin Lulu asked in surprise. Let's go. Ji Chuan instinctively spoke, his voice hoarse and slow, yet it was genuine speech. You can talk. Lin Lulu couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Seeing Ji Chuan looking more and more like a human, could this zombie be evolving? It's a bit slow. Ji Chuan responded with difficulty. What exactly are you? Are you human or a zombie? Lin Lulu asked curiously. Before death, I was human. After death, I still have consciousness, Ji Chuan replied. Lin Lulu suddenly realized why Ji Chuan, despite his zombie appearance, behaved more like a human. My name is Lin Lulu, and you? Ji Chuan. The two walked to the surface, and Ji Chuan gestured for Lin Lulu to stay behind while he entered the car dealership. He smashed the glass door without hesitation and entered as if no one was around, while the surrounding zombies remained completely unresponsive. Lin Lulu stared at Ji Chuan's back. If she could follow him, she might survive. Who else could ignore zombies and effortlessly search for supplies? Not to mention, this zombie had a hint of charm and had saved her twice. Before long, a car drove out of the dealership. Ji Chuan took out some repair tools and found many car keys, selecting the best off-road vehicle and finally bidding farewell to the little pink one. Get in. Lin Lulu sat in the passenger seat, with a zombie apocalypse driving for her an extremely bizarre scene. The enhanced Ji Chuan not only had a strong physique but also sensed a connection with other zombies. As the car drove, many zombies sensed Lin Lulu's presence and approached the vehicle. Ji Chuan's thoughts shifted, and those zombies unexpectedly retreated back to their original paths. It seems his Zombie King ability already has a slight power to control zombies. Can you drive? Lin Lulu asked. Yes, I got my license when I had free time in freshman year, but my skills are terrible, Ji Chuan replied. Just follow me, and you'll be fine. In the post-apocalyptic streets, cars are scarce, zombies can be driven away, and bad driving skills rarely lead to accidents, especially with no traffic rules to worry about. Arriving at the gas station, Ji Chuan changed the tire for Little Pink. Lin Lulu was busy raiding the convenience store, filling her backpack to the brim. With 2 cars available, they transported supplies back and forth. She looked as happy as a hamster finding food, knowing they wouldn't have to worry about supplies for the next few days. After loading the supplies, Ji Chuan led the way, with Lin Lulu following closely behind. The road conditions were simple, requiring almost no complex maneuvers, just control of the accelerator and speed, with no traffic regulations to worry about. In the evening, 2 cars pulled into Gu Yunqi's yard. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yunqi saw the small pink car come to a stop and let out a sigh of relief. However, the appearance of an additional SUV left her puzzled. She stood on the second floor, silently observing, and noticed that besides Ji Chuan, a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, also got out of the car. Could she be Ji Chuan's girlfriend? Was he going out every day because of her? Gu Yunqi felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Ji Chuan knocked on the door, and Gu Yunqi quickly went downstairs to open it. Lin Lulu saw Gu Yunqi's beautiful face and curvaceous figure and couldn't help but swallow. This was the charm of a mature older sister. It was evident that Ji Chuan had been close to her during his lifetime, as the two had already been living together. Sister-in-law, hello? Lin Lulu tried to build rapport, knowing she had to rely on others for shelter. This villa was far better than her rented apartment, where even going downstairs was dangerous. Are you sick? Ji Chuan tilted his head to look at her, unexpectedly seeing Gu Yunqi's face already flushed red. You can talk? Gu Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this sister-in-law? I thought you two were a couple. No, we're not. Gu Yunqi's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. I am Lin Lulu, and today I was saved twice by brother Ji Chuan. Sister, what's your name? Lin Lulu blinked and smiled as she held Gu Yunqi's arm. The stunning beauty made her feel an irresistible urge to get close. I am Gu Yunqi, Ji Chuan's neighbor. Thanks to him, I didn't starve to death. Neighbor? Then why doesn't brother Ji Chuan go back home to live and stay with you? Gu Yunqi, with her simple mind, hadn't thought about this matter. His home was located in a deeper part of the neighborhood, with better conditions, so why wouldn't he go back? Could it be that he truly had feelings for her? Her face turned so red it could fry an egg. Yunqi Jia, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? No, maybe it's just a bit hot. Ji Chuan sighed and began to recount the story of himself and Su Wan in a slow tone. That's too much. Lin Lulu clenched her fists. How can someone be so ungrateful? Gu Yunqi's face darkened, her gaze directed toward Ji Chuan's villa, feeling heartache for the despair he had endured. Brother Ji Chuan, I'll help you get revenge. I'm really strong. Upon learning that Lin Lulu excelled in light arrow abilities, Gu Yunqi felt somewhat inferior. Ji Chuan had helped her a lot, yet she herself had no abilities and feared she might hold him back. Ji Chuan shook his head. This is my business. He wanted to take revenge personally, making Su Wanjuan's family wish they were dead. Now that he had the strength, he planned to meet that person tonight and crush his teeth fiercely. To better utilize his abilities, he waited until late at night and activated night vision. Zombies are stronger at night and can mobilize underlings for assistance. Just as the plan plan was about to begin. The sound of the courtyard gate being opened suddenly came. Approaching dusk, Kaikuin quietly moved closer to Gu Yunshi's villa, calculating in his mind, after her exhausting day, it would be the perfect time to strike. He had awakened a powerful mental manipulation ability, a skill far from the useless gimmicks hyped online. It was versatile, capable of both offense and defense, and he was confident that no one could defeat him. The journey was smooth, and even when encountering zombies, he could remotely control a fruit knife to easily pierce their heads, which made him even more assured. Imagining pressing the knife against Gu Yunshi's neck, forcing her to submit, the thought of her humiliated expression excited him immensely, and his steps grew lighter. Number 16. This is the place. Kaikuin stepped onto the slope leading to the residential area and saw a pink car parked in the yard, confirming in his heart that Gu Yunshi had returned home. He deftly used his ability to unlock the gate, making almost no sound, likely not alerting her. Then, using the same method, he opened the villa door. Gu Yunshi's fate was about to fall into his hands. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan, being a zombie with exceptionally sharp hearing, immediately signaled his companions to stay quiet and remain vigilant when the gate was opened, suspecting an intruder. Lin Lulu assumed a defensive stance, while Gu Yunshi nervously hid behind her, thinking that even if she could only be a hindrance, it would still be worth it to help. The door lock emitted a faint sound, and the door slowly opened. Kaikuin's face twisted into a lecherous grin, appearing sinister and terrifying in the darkness, surrounded by several bloodstained, foul-smelling steel forks and knives floating around him. What he didn't expect was that there were 3 people standing inside the door, staring directly at him. He was about to use his supernatural power to deal with Ji Chuan when a dazzling beam of light suddenly struck, causing intense pain in his eyes, making it almost impossible to open them. It was Lin Lulu's light arrow, and this time its power was immense, blasting toward Kaikuin's chest like a rocket launcher. In shock, Kaikuin's chest was blown open into a massive cavity, and his body collapsed straight to the ground like a deflated sack, with black smoke rising from the hole. Lin Lulu was incredulous at the scene before her. The power of the light arrow had far exceeded anything from before. I killed someone? She stared blankly at her hands. Ji Chuan calmly pointed to the blood-stained, foul-smelling knife on the ground. If you didn't kill him, he would have killed us. Lin Lulu froze, then nodded in agreement. What was with that light arrow just now? I've never emitted such a glow before. Ji Chuan's mind conjured up the scene of Gu Yunshi demonstrating the fireball that day, sparking a guess. He dragged Kaikuin's corpse, controlled his fire-type ability to unleash a small-scale flame, instantly consuming the body to ashes, leaving only a purple crystal core. Ji Chuan preliminarily verified his hypothesis, but before informing the other 2, he first swallowed Kaikuin's purple crystal core, the only purple crystal core to have appeared so far. As the crystal core entered his body, Ji Chuan slowly ascended into the air, black energy enveloping his entire body, with his shattered form continuously repairing and strengthening. In a daze, he felt as if he had fallen into a deep slumber, the dream stretching endlessly. In the dream, he stood atop a mountain of piled corpses, gazing coldly into the distance. Below him was an army of tens of thousands of zombies, while a few figures stood beside him. In the distance, the elite human team radiated flashes of supernatural energy, dazzling like the aurora, yet brimming with murderous intent. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunshi looked at Ji Chuan in astonishment, only to see him wrapped in a thick black cocoon, with ripples of black energy undulating like silk, soft yet resilient. Sister, what's going on here? Have you seen this before? Gu Yunshi shook her head blankly. Should we just leave him lying in the yard? Or should we drag him inside? I can't move him alone, sis, let's try together. Lin Lulu approached Ji Chuan, lightly touching the black energy that resembled silk. It wrapped around her hands like gas, reaching Ji Chuan's arm, cold yet solid. Gu Yunshi saw this and grabbed the other arm. Together, the 2 managed to drag Ji Chuan into the first-floor living room. Gu Yunshi panted slightly. Lulu, you and Ji Chuan have been gathering supplies all day, right? There's a bed upstairs, you rest, I'll keep watch. I've had enough sleep these past few days, I'm not tired. Yunshi, what is your special ability? Gu Yunshi lowered her head and shook it. I don't have any special ability. How could that be? Everyone has one. Everyone I've met has one. Maybe you just haven't discovered yours yet. Gu Yunshi gave a bitter smile. Lin Lulu, mindful of her pride, didn't mention her own powerful ability that required her to keep watch at night. Sis, I'm not sleepy, I can keep watch. Brother Ji Chuan saved me twice during the day, this time I should protect him, I owe him. She recounted her daytime experiences to Gu Yunshi. The long-lost atmosphere of girl talk made Gu Yunshi feel warm. It turned out that such stories could arise from a chance encounter. I wish I had superpowers, then I could join you in searching for supplies. You definitely have it, just wait until you discover it. Ji Chuan's ability is special. Who would have thought he could retain consciousness and even evolve after turning into a zombie? Ji Chuan did not elaborate on the Zombie King ability, only mentioning that he retained human consciousness. They gathered like old friends, chatting and laughing amidst the bloody apocalypse, an unusually beautiful scene. Ji Chuan woke up to see Lin Lulu and Gu Yunshi huddled together under a blanket, keeping watch all night. He did not disturb, gently moved to the mirror, feeling the immense changes in himself. The person in the mirror was no longer different from ordinary people, with a more robust and tall figure, eyes shining crimson like red rubies as if they could pierce through one's heart, and skin pale and bloodless. "Are you Ji Chuan?" Gu Yunxi opened his eyes in shock, seeing the man in front of him exclaiming. Lin Lulu wiped away her drool. "I must still be dreaming. How did Ji Chuan suddenly become so handsome? I'm so hopeless." She walked closer and touched Ji Chuan's arm. "What are you doing?" Ji Chuan realized he could speak fluently now, no longer stuttering. Lin Lulu was startled. "Ah, isn't this a dream?" Blushing, she returned to Gu Yunxi's side. I thought I dreamed you became handsome." Ji Chuan had indeed become handsome, and it was now hard to associate him with a zombie. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu looked at Ji Chuan, their faces showing complex expressions, as if the boy next door had suddenly transformed overnight into a heartthrob celebrity. "Why is it that now I've become handsome? You all suddenly stopped talking." "Actually, the way I talk now is pretty much the same as before, just that I'm much more muscular than I used to be." Guys always carry an inexplicable confidence. Ji Chuan not only has a stronger physique, but his facial features have also shed the rounded look of a homebody, becoming clean-cut and sharp with defined angles. "You speak much more smoothly now too." Gu Yunxi was about to compliment his pleasant voice, but unexpectedly, despite Ji Chuan's slightly hoarse tone, it turned out to be surprisingly magnetic, a deep male voice hidden beneath his youthful puppy-like face. Ji Chuan nodded, recalling his previous speculation, and decided to conduct an experiment. "Gu Yunxi, I have an idea about your ability. Lin Lulu, go to the yard and shoot a light arrow with the smallest amount of power towards the distance." Although Lin Lulu was a bit puzzled, she followed the instructions. Normally, using such minimal energy for an ability would make it hard to concentrate, resulting in a very weak arrow that couldn't fly far. But to her surprise, the arrow shot straight into the distance like a laser. She recalled the powerful light arrow, like a rocket launcher, when she killed Kaikuan. "What is your name? Could this be because of Sister Yunxi's ability?" "Ha, I have an ability? My ability is to make arrows thicker?" Gu Yunxi's response made Ji Chuan unable to hold back his laughter. He walked into the yard and gestured to her. "I will now activate my fire ability with minimal energy." Ji Chuan lightly raised his finger, and the flames surged instantly, making both of them feel an overwhelming heat. "I guess your ability is enhancement, capable of greatly amplifying others' abilities." Gu Yunxi covered her mouth in surprise. "So she wasn't useless after all? Try actively severing the connection between us, meaning stop enhancing the abilities." Ji Chuan spoke as the flame at his fingertips slowly extinguished, resembling the flicker of a lighter. Lin Lulu saw this and mimicked the previous force to shoot a light arrow, but it turned out as thin as an embroidery needle. Gu Yunxi sensed the flow of energy, the flame changing size according to her thoughts, realizing her ability could only be applied to others' abilities. Ji Chuan frowned slightly, a new idea forming in his mind. He increased the flame's energy. "Gu Yunxi, now try to make the flame smaller." Fine sweat slid down her forehead as Gu Yunxi worked hard to control the energy flow. The flame in Ji Chuan's hand indeed began to slowly shrink. He approached in surprise, placing his hands on her shoulders. "Your ability isn't just about enhancement, it's regulation. You can control the output power of others' abilities." "Yunxi's sister, you're so amazing." Lin Lulu cried with excitement. "I'm not useless, I can help everyone." Ji Chuan deeply understood the terrifying power of the golden crystal core. If it could be properly controlled, it would be enough to turn the tide of battle. "Your ability level is comparable to hers. I can see ability levels." Upon hearing this, Lin Lulu widened her bright, watery eyes. "Really? I'm actually on the same level as Sister Yunxi?" She felt that although her light arrows were convenient for long-range attacks, they were far less powerful than Sister Yunxi's abilities. Yunxi's abilities were like a universal tool, extremely practical when paired with any other ability, and the most formidable when used to instantly block an opponent's abilities in dangerous situations. "You can continuously sense things, so you are indeed on the same level. Perhaps your ability has other effects, but you just haven't mastered them yet." Lin Lulu nodded happily, growing even more eager to develop her potential. "It's time for revenge." Ji Chuan's face was cold. Today, he was strong enough and determined to torment Su Wanwan's family. He had waited too long for this moment. "Ji Chuan, I'll go support you." Gu Yunxi volunteered. "I want to help too." "Brother Ji Chuan, let me try the other effects of the light arrows," Lin Lulu said excitedly. Ji Chuan shook his head. "I'll do it myself." He only wanted to deal with them personally and didn't want the two young ladies to witness such a cruel scene. Gu Yunxi nodded. "Be careful." Ji Chuan pushed the door open and stepped onto the path leading to the villa. Every step was filled with hatred, and thinking of Su Wanjuan's family's cold faces made his heart surge. He summoned the surrounding zombies and heavily surrounded the villa. "Brother Hao, I feel the growling of zombies around us is getting louder." "Did you hear it?" Su Wanjuan was nervous. During the day, the surroundings were quiet and the zombies moved slowly and wandered aimlessly, but today low murmurs came from all directions. Lu Hao also felt something unusual, impossible. There aren't many zombies around here, and during the day they are too lazy to move. Wan, don't be afraid. If there are zombies, I'll drive them away for you." "Hao Ji, you're so good." Compared to Ji Chuan, that useless guy. Being with you is the best decision I've ever made. Lu Hao affectionately pinched Su Wanwan's nose, then turned around and lifted the curtain to look toward the gate. What shocked him was that, although the villa had high walls, through the gap in the gate, the outside was densely surrounded by zombies. Their sheer number was astonishing. What's going on? Wanwan, we're surrounded, Lu Hao exclaimed in shock. Su Wanwan rushed over to check and felt her scalp tingle at the sight. Su Wanwan's parents got up upon hearing the commotion. They had kept watch last night and had just fallen asleep in the morning. During the apocalypse, it was impossible to sleep soundly, so they quickly came to investigate upon hearing the noise. How could this happen? Why are the zombies only surrounding our family? They looked around and found that there wasn't a single zombie in front of the other villas, only their own door was surrounded. The door is open. Who opened it? Already tense, Lu Hao's hair stood on end. At a time like this, opening the door? Are you trying to get us killed? Mom, Dad, is it you? Hurry up, did you accidentally step on the remote control? Su Wanwan anxiously searched everywhere for the remote control. It's not us, we didn't step on it. Her parents kept watch last night and the remote control was clearly placed on the coffee table, making accidental contact impossible. Little did they know, the door was opened due to the metal control crystal core devoured by Ji Chuan. Su Wanwan repeatedly pressed the remote control, but the door remained open and unresponsive. Zombies swarmed in like bargain hunting shoppers on sale day, slapping the windows and trying to break in. Lu Hao, think of something. Su Wanwan, like an ant on a hot pan, rushed anxiously to the second floor. Lu Hao and Su Wanwan's parents were terrified, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. Just as they were frozen in shock, the villa's front door suddenly began to open slowly on its own. Lu Hao was the first to react, quickly grabbing a kitchen knife and swinging it fiercely at the zombie in front of him. With his immense strength, the zombie struck. The blade was split in two like a stalk of celery being snapped. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, and the zombies surged in like a relentless tide. Su Wanwan's parents also hurriedly grabbed a mop and a spatula, warily eyeing the zombies breaking through the shattered window. However, their abilities were utterly useless and couldn't be of any help. The sound of shattering glass echoed continuously as zombies swarmed in through the windows, surrounding the three people on the first floor. Son-in-law, protect us. Wanwan can't live without the two of us. The two elderly people were still in their pajamas, barefoot on the cold floor. The zombies were so close that it almost triggered their heart conditions. Lu Hao's eyes revealed a crazed gleam as he suddenly came up with an idea that might give him a slim chance of survival. What are you saying? The elderly couple cried out in despair, watching helplessly as Lu Hao forcibly grabbed them. His immense strength made it impossible for them to break free. Lu Hao pushed them toward the door. He actually used Su Wanwan's parents' bodies as shields, blocking the zombies surging from both sides, just so he could rush out of the villa's door. Lu Hao, you heartless man, I will never let Wanwan marry you, Su Wanwan's mother shouted, her tone filled with resentment and helplessness. Lu Hao, however, found it amusing. In such a life or death crisis, who would care about marrying her daughter? Wanwan herself was already somewhat tired of him. Surviving depended on his own strength. Finding any woman he wanted would be a piece of cake. Strangely, the surrounding zombies seemed genuinely intimidated by Lu Hao's aura, and instead of attacking immediately, they slowly made way for him, forming a path leading out of the villa. Lu Hao was overjoyed, as if heaven itself was unwilling to let him die just yet and had deliberately left him a way out. The elderly couple frantically waved their hands, letting out piercing screams, but because they were too close to the zombies, they hadn't suffered any actual attacks. When Lu Hao grabbed them and rushed out the door, he was shocked to find Ji Chuan standing right in front of him. Ji Chuan's face was pale, his eyes blood-red, and he stared at the three people with a look of interest. The surrounding zombies slowly encircled them, even stacking corpses to form a chair, upon which Ji Chuan sat, resembling a grim reaper descending from hell. You're Ji Chuan? Su Wanjuan's mother recognized him. Although his physique had changed significantly, his facial features remained almost the same. Faced with the zombies' reverence for Ji Chuan, the three immediately understood the perilous situation they were in. Chuan, you have to help Uncle and Auntie. Lu Hao, that heartless scoundrel, actually wants to use us as shields, forcing us to block the zombies and die. They pleaded desperately. Yes, Chuan, Uncle and Aunt have always liked you. It was Lu Hao who forced us to say those things. They continued to flatter. Auntie thinks Wanwan is the most suitable match for you. I didn't give you permission to speak to me while standing, Ji Chuan said coldly, as the gravity ability suddenly pressed down on the three of them, causing them to kneel instantly. The gravity bore down like iron, making their aged knees feel as if struck by a heavy hammer, the pain causing their brows to furrow deeply. A strong sense of oppression enveloped them. Even Lu Hao, who possessed a power ability, couldn't stand up at this moment, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Brother Ji Chuan, it's all that vile woman Su Wanwan. She seduced me. It was her idea to have you bring us here, and it was her who told me to throw you out. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Hao hurriedly defended himself. Lu Hao, are you crazy? Our Wanwan is so kind. How could she do such a thing? It's all because you like her that she cooperated sided with you, Su Wanwan's parents angrily rebuked. Lu Hao, you bastard. Back then, we even hid the truth from you and took you in during the early stages of the virus outbreak, and this is how you repay us. They gritted their teeth in fury. At this moment, Su Wanwan, hiding under the bed on the second floor, was trembling uncontrollably. She faintly heard the argument downstairs but couldn't understand why Lu Hao and her parents were quarreling, nor did she know what was happening below. She even heard Ji Chuan's name. Wasn't Ji Chuan dead? That useless man who was thrown outside the wall, could he still be alive? Her mind was in chaos, and fear almost suffocated her. All she could see were mangled feet, corpse-like feet, and feet with exposed bones pacing around her. The zombies were searching for her, their rotting stench and heavy breathing filling her nostrils. She could only tightly cover her mouth, praying this would keep them from discovering her. But despair struck as a zombie with half its body missing appeared at the stairway corner, desperately clawing its way up to the second floor. One of its eyeballs had fallen out, while the other kept scanning relentlessly. When it reached the second floor, its gaze locked onto Su Wanjuan. Its decayed face twisted into a grotesque smile, accompanied by a low growl that was both mocking and furious, as it quickly crawled toward her. Ah, don't kill me! Su Wanjuan's tears streamed down as her fingers clung desperately to the floor. However, several zombies had already grabbed her legs, violently tearing at her clothes and dragging her out from under the bed. The zombies dragged her in front of Ji Chuan, then retreated back into the zombie crowd. Su Wanwan froze for a moment, then forced the gentlest smile, knelt in front of Ji Chuan, tightly hugging his legs with both hands, pressing her chest against his knees. Brother Chuan, Wanwan is so scared. You came to save me, didn't you? I've been thinking about you every day. Before she could finish speaking, Ji Chuan kicked her away. Su Wanwan fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. Don't touch me, filthy thing, Ji Chuan coldly spat out. Hearing these cruel words, Su Wanwan couldn't help but burst into tears. In the past, whenever she cried, Ji Chuan would always be at a loss and agree to anything she wanted. Brother Chuan, don't treat me like this. It's all Wanwan's fault. I shouldn't have listened to Lu Hao's sweet talk. It was all his seduction, trying to harm you. I know I was wrong. Let's go back to how things were, okay? She pleaded, slowly crawling toward Ji Chuan, her delicate figure trembling, curves fully revealed. Su Wanwan, you wretched woman. If you hadn't thrown yourself at me, I wouldn't have even looked at you. Brother Chuan, from now on, I'm your dog and will never betray you. Lu Hao prostrated himself on the ground, respectfully holding Ji Chuan's foot with both hands. As the top host at the nightclub, he had mastered countless tricks, even going so far as to entertain male clients to please wealthy women. At this moment, he was using every skill he had, desperate to win Ji Chuan's favor and secure a chance at survival. Ji Chuan coldly stared at Lu Hao, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, yet he dared not stop his fawning actions. I know you won't betray me. From now on, you belong to me, Ji Chuan said indifferently. Lu Hao was overjoyed, thinking that his professional skills had finally ensured his survival. Just as he was about to pledge his loyalty, he suddenly realized he couldn't speak. Ji Chuan's hand had already pierced through his neck. Ji Chuan's swift action left everyone present dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen what had happened clearly. Ah! Su Wanwan saw Lu Hao collapse in a pool of blood, fell to the ground, and kept retreating, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Hao stood up again with empty eyes, knelt before Ji Chuan, and then, like the other zombies, stood behind Ji Chuan. Lu Hao's eyes were vacant. He had completely turned into a zombie. Su Wanwan was utterly shocked, while her parents had already knelt down, kowtowing. With trembling and earnest voices, Chuan, our family of 3 has had a hard time. When you were with Wanwan, we treated you like our own son. Chuan, please spare our lives. We've known each other for so long, and our bond is deep. Looking at her parents' desperate yet sincere expressions, Su Wanjuan finally came to her senses. She was fully aware that she was facing death, and without any means of salvation, she was doomed. Brother Chuan, I swear, from now on, I will have no second thoughts. I will listen to whatever you say and do whatever you ask me to do. She even took off the jacket dirted by the zombie's grasp, fearing that her disheveled clothing might ruin her image. Revealing her graceful curves, she hoped Ji Chuan would remember their past feelings. Hello? Ji Chuan let out a cold snort. You'll do whatever I ask? Su Wanwan stepped forward excitedly, nodding vigorously. Her eyes brightened significantly, and she shyly said in a flattering tone, Brother Chuan, anything is fine, I really missed you. However, Ji Chuan threw down a dagger and said coldly, kill those 2. These words shattered Su Wanwan's parents' hearts like ice, and the 2 knelt even lower, their foreheads bleeding from kowtowing. Watch out. Chuan, you can't be so heartless. I know you don't have parents, but I've been like half a mother to you. Yes, Chuan, Wanwan cannot live without her parents. From now on, we will only recognize you as our son-in-law. Listening to Su Wanwan's parents' desperate pleas, Ji Chuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He recalled how, when he was with Wanwan, these 2 old fools constantly criticized him. When they visited his home, they would show displeasure if the gifts they received were less than last time, treating all his efforts as if they were only natural. And now they wanted him to show compassion? What are you 2 worth, daring to call yourselves half my parents? Su Wanwan, if you don't act now, you'll all die together, Ji Chuan ordered coldly. Su Wanwan swallowed hard, trembling as she picked up the dagger from the ground and turned to walk toward her parents. Ah, Wanwan, what are you doing? Are you going to lose all your humanity? Wanwan, if you do this, will you ever find peace in this life? Aren't you a powerful water element ability user? Can't you fight back? Fear filled the faces of the parents, yet their knees seemed glued to the ground, unable to move. Mom, Dad, don't blame me. Resources are limited, your abilities aren't of much use, and you've lived long enough. Your daughter is still young, so let me have this chance. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Wanjuan summoned all her strength and suddenly plunged the dagger into her father's chest. Su's father struggled desperately, but after several stabs, he finally collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. Su's mother's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked at her daughter's resoluteness. She used all her strength to prop herself up, trying to break free from the gravitational restraint, but it was to no avail. Wanwan, are you crazy? You're actually going to kill Mom with your own hands, she screamed sharply. These piercing screams were something Su Wanwan had heard countless times since childhood, her appearance now completely inherited. Her mother's sternness and ruthlessness, having always been treated as a commodity to be exploited solely to create value for her. Mom, rest in peace. Your daughter will burn paper offerings for you every year. Under Su mother's hateful and despairing gaze, Su Wanwan's face twisted like a demon. The dagger swung down again and again, the shrill screams echoed. Su mother's eyes widened, and finally, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Clang, the dagger fell to the ground. Su Wanwan immediately forced a morbid smile. Chuanji, let's be like we used to be. No one will stop us anymore. Ji Chuan watched everything before him with great interest. Ever since the day he was thrown out of the villa's high walls, this scene had played out repeatedly in his mind, and now it had finally come true. Ji Chuan wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? It's been so many days, and there's not a single piece of news. Song Hui stared intently at his phone, his expression anxious. Ji Chuan usually lives in a villa and loves to stock up on food, so Song Hui wasn't too worried. But a few days ago, Ji Chuan actually told him he wanted to bring Su Wanwan's family over. Truly a lovesick fool. Song Hui advised him not to do it at the time, but Ji Chuan unconditionally doted on Su Wanwan, to the point where Song Hui even suspected he had been bewitched. He had long seen that Su Wanwan was no good. After Ji Chuan's parents passed away, she clung to him tightly, often speaking in a coy manner, living a chaotic, private life, and even using a secondary account to add Song Hui, sending him revealing photos without showing her face in an attempt to seduce him. Song Hui didn't dare say these things, fearing Ji Chuan would stop recognizing him as a close friend and ruin their relationship. What ability did Ji Chuan awaken? Song Hui felt a vague sense of unease. He had awakened a powerful ability and wanted to share it with Ji Chuan, only to find that Ji Chuan had been completely out of contact for several days after the blood moon. The power hasn't been cut yet. Could it be that Su Wanwan's family has done something to him? Song Hui dared not think too much, only feeling that Ji Chuan urgently needed rescue, so he cautiously headed to the Jianghua City Ability User Base. This was an organization established by the authorities after the blood moon, gathering many capable ability users. Song Hui hoped to rely on collective strength to rescue Ji Chuan. However, entering the base requires an ability assessment. Those with useless abilities are unlikely to be accepted. Resources are limited, and in the early stages, no one is willing to take risks and venture out. Everyone is waiting and observing. Is it worth risking so many people for one person? The base leader stared at Song Hui, his tone displeased. If you don't help me save them, I won't join the base. Is that a threat? No, this was my condition for joining. No one can force me to do anything. Looking at Song Hui's resolute gaze, Li Jingru sighed. If the target is found dead upon arrival, return immediately. Song Hui nodded. Wu Qian, the mission is assigned to your second team. Protect Song Hui and rescue his friend. If the target is not found, confirm there is no danger and then return. Leader, who is so important? What is the new ability? Carry out the mission, no more questions. Wu Qian set out with the second squad and Song Hui toward Lan Mountain Villa, his face grim. Cui Zishuan looked at Song Hui with interest. What's your background, little brother? The boss actually helped you save someone? Is your ability impressive? Song Hui's ability is indeed considered strong in the apocalypse, but it is non-combat in nature, which is also the reason he took the risk to seek help. With his own strength, he would likely be powerless if Ji Chuan were in danger. Zixian, don't ask. The leader doesn't allow us to talk about it. Wu Qian said blankly. Oh, so mysterious? Then let's not talk about business. Little brother, you look pretty good. Do you have a girlfriend? Cui Zishuan pulled out a lollipop and teasingly pointed it toward Song Hui's lips. It's very sweet. Want to try? Zixian, don't be like this. I risked my life to get you that candy. Sun Tao, who was driving the armored vehicle, said discontentedly. You're too forward. I prefer Brother Song's indifferent attitude. Cui Zixian said as she reached out to touch Song Hui's face, but he frowned and dodged. Oh, playing hard to get, huh, brother? I like you even more now. Cui Zixian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Song Hui cursed inwardly. In this squad, only the old man in the back seemed somewhat normal. On the vehicle, apart from him resting with his eyes closed, no one else spoke. Why aren't there any zombies around here? Is the feng shui of Lanchan Villa really that good? Sun Tao had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. The view before him was wide open, yet he, accustomed to dealing with zombies, didn't see a single living one. Wait, what's going on over there? Following Sun Tao's words, everyone looked in the same direction. In the distance, countless zombies had formed a large circle within the neighborhood. Although Su Wanwan had killed her own parents under Ji Chuan's orders, Ji Chuan had no intention of letting her go. A simple death was far too merciful for him. He wanted her to survive in agony, torturing her repeatedly, then healing her with his powers, over and over again, so she could personally experience the despair he had once endured. Just as Ji Chuan was about to make his move, an unusual sound came from afar. It wasn't the typical roar of a vehicle. Ji Chuan frowned and looked in the direction of the noise. Ah, Sister Yunqi, what is that? Is that actually an armored vehicle? Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi had been keeping watch by the window, observing the battle on Ji Chuan's side from afar. The large number of zombies made the view blurry, and they hadn't expected an armored vehicle to drive up to the entrance of the residential area. Gu Yunqi stared at the armored vehicle, a trace of unease rising in her heart. She had a bad feeling, worried that Ji Chuan might be in danger. The ability to deploy an armored vehicle undoubtedly meant official personnel, and to the authorities, someone like Ji Chuan was destined to be eliminated. Lulu, I feel uneasy. I'm afraid something might happen to Ji Chuan. Gu Yunqi hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Yunqi, Chuan told us to wait for him here. It's dangerous outside. Although Lin Lulu tried to dissuade her, Gu Yunqi still resolutely walked out. Lin Lulu sighed. Her abilities were not advantageous here, so she could only follow quietly, keeping her distance and hiding her presence. The armored vehicle gradually approached, and Su Wanjuan also heard the sound, curiously looking outside. There's a water element ability user. The elderly man in the car suddenly opened his eyes, and everyone revealed excited expressions upon hearing this. This rescue mission seemed to hold a surprise since old Wang could sense it. It meant the water element ability user was still alive. To survive amidst a heavy encirclement of zombies, they must possess extraordinary skills. Water element abilities not only have strong combat power but can also provide a stable source of fresh water, which is extremely scarce in the apocalypse. The team members quickly assumed battle stances, and the frivolity on Cui Zishuan's face faded, replaced by a sense of composure and confidence. They had already reached the outskirts of the zombie encirclement. Wu Qian instructed Song Hui to stay in the car while he climbed onto the roof first. He saw Su Wanjuan trapped in the center of the zombie circle and immediately realized she was the water element ability user. But what was the figure opposite her? It appeared humanoid, yet its skin was deathly pale. Sitting on a chair formed by zombies, its eyes were shockingly blood red. Facing Ji Chuan's gaze, Wu Qian felt a chill rise in his heart, an oppressive feeling he had never experienced before. In an instant, he realized that the figure before him was extraordinarily dangerous. Water-type ability user, we will get you out. Hold on, Wu Qian shouted while raising his hands to his chest. From his previously empty hands, a submachine gun materialized out of thin air, and he began firing into the horde of zombies, taking down countless undead. Noticing the commotion, more zombies started rushing toward them. Su Wanyan secretly rejoiced. The powerful abilities displayed on the battlefield made her think she might truly have a chance to escape. She carefully observed Ji Chuan's movements and the situation of the battle, her strategy clear in her mind. If the armored vehicle's forces proved stronger, she would flee from Ji Chuan. If Ji Chuan had the upper hand, she would stay. Choosing wrong would mean certain death. Song Hui was extremely anxious inside the vehicle, unable to see what was happening outside. He could only pray that this water-type survivor was indeed Ji Chuan. Sun Tao observed that the current situation was still advantageous, so he remained calm in the car without showing any signs of nervousness. 1 o'clock direction, water-type ability survivor. 11 o'clock direction, zombie of unknown level. No action from the other side yet, Wu Qian reported. Cui Zishuan frowned. A mutant? It's so rare to encounter one? Different from the mutants we've encountered before, we must be cautious. Cui Zishuan nodded, and her figure suddenly disappeared. Old Wang opened his eyes again. A new superhuman is approaching, with extremely strong abilities, suspected to be control. The distance is quite far, so the perception isn't very precise. What? Sun Tao exclaimed in shock. Could such a powerful superhuman be hidden in this place, even at a legendary level? A superhuman with control abilities has arrived. The captain is secure now. No matter how these zombies mutate, they'll all perish. The endgame is about to begin. Ji Chuan stood up, raised his hand, and with a wave, the charging zombies immediately retreated and ceased their attack. What? Wu Qian was incredulous, and Sun Tao also found it strange. The zombies had actually been forced back, but he couldn't see Ji Chuan's figure. What's going on, Captain? Did you scare all the zombies away? Someone asked, puzzled. This is my personal personal vendetta. Do not interfere. Ji Chuan's deep voice echoed, and an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the scene. Wu Qian almost dropped his gun to the ground. He had never seen a zombie that could talk. Wang Lao, are there any signs of life at the 11 o'clock direction? Wu Qian asked suspiciously. No signs of life, it's a zombie, Wang Lao replied. Hearing this, Wu Qian swallowed nervously, feeling that this mission was more perilous than ever before. Su Wanwan looked at Wu Qian with anticipation, silently praying that this man could save her from danger. If she fell into Ji Chuan's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. She suddenly felt someone touching her, yet there was no one around. I said, this is my personal vendetta, do not interfere. A powerful pressure surged, forcing Cui Zixuan to kneel on the ground, her figure appearing beside Su Wanwan. Zixuan. Wu Qian was extremely anxious, the situation far beyond his comprehension. How should he respond? Abandon the rescue or negotiate with the zombie? What exactly was the entity before him, and how had it discovered Zixuan? Ji Chuan did not directly see Cui Zixuan, but his sense of smell was exceptionally sharp, and at close range, he had already detected the scent of an unfamiliar human, carrying a strong candy-like aroma. Sun Tao's palms were sweating, and seeing the situation, he couldn't help but climb onto the roof of the car. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Someone shouted to stop him. Ah, we disturbed you. We apologize for our earlier actions. We hope you can forgive us and let our people go. We will leave immediately. Su Wanwan felt utterly dejected upon hearing this but dared not say more. She hadn't expected Ji Chuan to possess such power. Fortunately, she hadn't listened to her foolish mother and fought him head-on, otherwise, she would have been the first to die. Ji Chuan generously waved his hand, and Cui Zixuan immediately felt the pressure on her legs dissipate. Gasping for breath as she stood up, she solemnly scrutinized Ji Chuan and cast a glance at Sun Tao. Thank you, sir. We'll leave right away. However, the moment Sun Tao was still smiling, the next instant his aura erupted, his arm crackling with electric light as several thunderous bolts of lightning swiftly struck toward Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan, watch out. Gu Yunxi had just approached when she witnessed the scene, quickly reversing her power. Sun Tao felt the lightning's force rapidly weaken, eventually dissipating slowly. However, his intention was not to kill the monster before him, but merely to buy a moment of time. While Ji Chuan distracted Sun Tao, Cui Zixuan swiftly grabbed Su Wanwan's hand and, in an instant, leaped onto the armored vehicle's roof. Elder Wan was already waiting at the entrance, holding onto Song Huai. Cui Zixuan hurriedly touched the other team members, preparing for a quick transfer. Just as they were about to act, a flash of white light suddenly streaked by. Ah! Su Wanwan spat out a mouthful of blood, her abdomen pierced by a light arrow. Before anyone could react, they were already transported back to the base. During the standoff, Song Huai repeatedly wanted to rush forward to check, but was sternly stopped by Wang Lao. He vaguely heard a woman's voice calling Ji Chuan's name. When Song Huai opened his eyes full of anticipation, expecting to see the rescued Ji Chuan, he instead found Su Wanwan, pale-faced, in his view. Mo Li, come quickly and save her! Wu Qian shouted loudly. A woman dressed in white swiftly ran over, placing her hands on Su Wanwan's abdomen. Energy continuously flowed from her palms, and the wound visibly healed. Seeing Su Wanwan's expression gradually calm, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although an armored vehicle was lost this time, the value of rescuing a water element ability user far outweighs the loss. Are there any other people outside? Did you see a guy? About 175 centimeters tall, with delicate features. Song Huai anxiously asked Wu Qian. Wu Qian shook his head. That monster can't be described as delicate. It does look good, but cold and stern would be a more fitting description. Its height seems to be around 182 centimeters. Song Huai suddenly felt weak all over and abruptly walked towards Su Wanwan, shaking her shoulders. Where is Ji Chuan? Where did Ji Chuan go? What did you do to him? The person next to him quickly pulled Song Huai away. Are you crazy? She just suffered a serious injury. Don't disturb her rest. Although the injured Su Wanwan was in unbearable pain, many men in the base developed a liking for her because she was left wearing only her underwear after removing her jacket. Ji Chuan must still be there. I heard someone calling his name. Cui Zixuan, take me back. Cui Zixuan's face was pale, having just led 5 people on a long-distance transfer, almost exhausting all her energy. Bro, are you trying to kill me? Is Ji Chuan your wife or something? If you're gay, just tell me, and we'll be besties. Sun Tao pulled Song Huai away forcefully. Zixian almost lost her life. Stay away from her. Our team won't handle this matter. Inside the base, everyone looked at each other in confusion, completely unable to grasp the situation. All they knew was that Team 2 had taken on a mission, lost an armored vehicle, rescued a water element ability user, and several members had exhausted their abilities. Team 2's combat strength was top-notch, with 2 attack-type ability users, 1 exploration-type, and 1 escape-type, yet they were still in a sorry state. Zombies are still weak at this stage. What on earth did they encounter? Li Jingru called Wu Qian into the office. You said a zombie capable of communication appeared, and the other zombies follow its orders? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes, feeling a strong sense of oppression just from the description. Chui Zixuan's concealment shift was broken, Sun Tao's lightning strike inexplicably weakened, and there were unidentified light arrow attacks. Is that zombie highly aggressive? Wu Qian recalled that Ji Chuan seemed to have never initiated an attack, only claiming it was his personal vendetta. But were the subsequent light arrows his doing? Uncertain, the situation is complex. Perhaps only the water element ability user who has been confronting him for a long time knows the inside story. Li Jingru nodded. This was no longer an ordinary mutant. Mutants generally lack intelligence and cannot communicate, at most possessing special abilities akin to supernatural powers. But the zombies Wu Qian and his team encountered had a variety of methods. If they were aggressive, they would pose a significant threat and must be dealt with as a priority. Let me in. Don't block me. Song Hui rushed to Li Jingru's door, attempting to break in, but was stopped. Let him in. Li Jingru lit a cigarette, while Song Hui stood anxiously. I heard someone shouting my friend's name on the battlefield just now. He must still be alive. I have to go back and find him. Li Jingru looked at Wu Qian with a puzzled expression. Wu Qian's attention was entirely on Ji Chuan and Su Wanwan, and he hadn't noticed anyone else. However, when Sun Tao released the lightning strike, there was indeed a woman's voice shouting, "Watch out." After understanding the situation, Li Jingru asked Old Wang again, were there any other people at the scene? Old Wang nodded. I sensed the presence of the control ability approaching. It was a bit far, so I couldn't be 100% certain. The reason for the weakening of Sun Tao's lightning strike power was found. If control was indeed present, it could cause this effect. But why would the holder of control help a zombie? Li Jingru couldn't understand. It's too dangerous to go now. We can't risk the lives of base members. Many things are still unclear. Li Jingru exhaled smoke, and Song Hui felt despair. Since there's such a powerful monster, if I don't save my friend now, there won't be another chance. If my friend turns out to be the Yi controller, wouldn't it be an even greater loss not to save them? If your friend really is the Yi controller, the situation is even more troublesome. The controller aiding that monster indicates your friend is allied with the zombies. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian gasped in shock. The controller weakening Sun Tao's lightning strike, doesn't that mean they're helping the zombies? Song Hui fell into confusion, denying it in his heart. Impossible. Ji Chuan couldn't possibly side with zombies. He's so foolish and afraid of ghosts. How could he ally with zombies? If he got close to zombies, he would definitely scream and run away. He didn't believe it and swore to find out for himself. If that didn't work, he would drive full speed ahead. Ji Chuan's situation could no longer afford to wait. As Li Jingru finished speaking, Song Hui was restrained by two people, unable to move. Let me go. Let me go. Song Hui struggled desperately. Our deal was that the base would help you find your friend, and upon arrival, whether alive or dead, you must join the organization. The deal is done, no more reneging. Nonsense. My friend is right there. Even if controlled, they wouldn't use their abilities. Why break your word? I could have forced you, but I respected you. The base is a united family, Lorna. A cold and aloof woman walked over, her lips painted a deep purple, exuding an unsettling aura. This young friend wishes to join the family but is emotionally agitated. Lorna walked up to Song Hui and raised her hand to her forehead. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go. Respected leader, I am willing to dedicate my strength to the base. Thank you for allowing me to join. Song Hui's gaze was dazed. Lorna nodded to Li Jingru and left with Song Hui. Gu Yunqi ran anxiously toward Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan, are you okay? Ji Chuan shook his head. Thank you. Your ability has improved again just now. Gu Yunqi blushed and lowered her head. Catching sight of the two corpses on the ground, she instinctively shifted her gaze. Do you think I'm ruthless? Gu Yunqi shook her head. They were cruel to you. That's between you and them. I have no right to judge. Brother Ji Chuan. Sister Yunqi. You're whispering without including me. Lin Lulu hopped down the slope step by step. Earlier, from a distance, she tried to activate her skill to shoot. Though it wasn't fatal, it weakened that vile woman. Ji Chuan's lips curved into a smile. Thank you too. Otherwise Su Wanwan would have been rescued without suffering even a scratch. Unfortunately, a team of people appeared halfway through. Although Ji Chuan was polite, he noticed the armored vehicle belonged to the authorities and was unwilling to quickly antagonize them. Secondly, he saw 4 purple crystal cores and 1 red crystal core on the vehicle. Since the level of the red crystal core's owner was unclear, he might not necessarily win. Currently, he is still weak. The color of the crystal cores indicates that the authorities definitely have experts, so he must accelerate his strength improvement. Ji Chuan repelled the surrounding zombies, leaving Lu Hao kneeling on the ground. Lu Hao pressed his head against Ji Chuan's hand. Bloody, do you want to watch? Gu Yunqi turned away to avoid it, but Lin Lulu tilted her head. She had experienced similar scenes before and even wanted to take a closer look this time. Ji Chuan's hand pierced into Lu Hao's head and extracted a green crystal core. What is this? You rely on this to evolve? Lin Lulu was curious, having seen him eat this kind of stone several times. Yes, my talent suggests that I can absorb crystal cores to enhance myself. I'm also curious about what would happen if humans ate them. them. Who wants to try? Gu Yunxi looked at the blood-dripping crystal core and shook her head vigorously. Ji Chuan saw this and, taking advantage of Lin Lulu's distraction, stuffed the crystal core into her mouth. The green crystal core was very small, slightly larger than an almond, and extremely hard. Lin Lulu's throat was pricked painfully. Brother Ji Chuan, you're so mean. Lin Lulu's small fists pounded his arm, but Ji Chuan remained indifferent. How does it feel? Lin Lulu shook her head, afraid of the pain when expelling due to indigestion. Sure enough, only I can eat it. I'm not afraid of the pain when expelling, I have healing abilities to help you recover. Lin Lulu was full of confusion and emitted sharp explosions in the bathroom that night. The survivors in the neighborhood trembled, thinking someone was being subjected to inhuman torture. Ji Chuan held the crystal core, feeling conflicted. He was extremely resistant to swallowing it, but since he had yet to master his power abilities, not eating it would be a waste. Lin Lulu lay weakly on the sofa, refusing Ji Chuan's healing ability, her lips pale. Brother Ji Chuan, hurry up and eat it. Why aren't you eating? Gu Yunxi wiped his sweat with concern as Ji Chuan washed his hands for the 13th time at the sink. Although he could eat the mixed brain marrow blood crystal core, the mixed feces flavored crystal core was still unbearably disgusting. One's own misdeeds cannot be undone. Should have known better than to experiment. Ji Chuan gritted his teeth and swallowed the power crystal core in one gulp. Lin Lulu finally got her way, turning her head angrily. Let Lulu rest tonight, I'll keep watch. Gu Yunxi wiped the towel, and while Lin Lulu turned her head, Ji Chuan approached and released his healing ability. A warm current seeped into Lin Lulu's pelvic cavity. Though shy, she still felt comfortable and could only bury her head in the pillow like a turtle retreating into its shell. You didn't sleep well last night. Rest well today, I'll keep watch tonight. Ji Chuan currently cannot control zombies from a distance. If he had this ability, he could let his underlings keep watch while he went out to search for crystal cores himself. Gu Yunxi nodded and helped Lin Lulu upstairs to the second floor, while everyone else was exhausted. Ji Chuan recalled the events of the day and felt uneasy. Would his politeness toward them lead to understanding? After all, humans often choose destruction when faced with the unknown. This place had already been exposed and could not be stayed in for long. Gu Yunxi also appeared, uncertain whether they had noticed her. If they stayed here, danger would be inevitable. They should leave tomorrow, and she spent the night pondering their next destination. Ji Chuan sent his men to guard the entrance and headed toward the villa left by his parents. The villa was in a terrible state, ravaged by the invasion of the zombie horde. Ji Chuan searched for the phone, unsure where Su Wanwan and the others had hidden it. The item was useless to them, so they wouldn't have discarded it. Finally, he found the phone in a drawer and took it back to Gu Yunxi's house to charge. Ji Chuan, what kind of ability did you awaken? Where are you? Ji Chuan, don't scare me. Did Su Wanwan's family do something to you? Make sure to reply to me when you see the message. Ji Chuan, you must be in trouble. Su Wanwan's family is not good people. Wait for me to rescue you. The authorities have established a base for ability users. I'm going to find help. My ability should pass the test. Ji Chuan, wait for me. Seeing Song Huai's message, Ji Chuan felt a slight pang in his heart. Too much had happened during this time. The ability user base. Suddenly, he thought about why the armored vehicle appeared today. Song Huai went to the base to find someone and told him to wait. Could it be that he was on the vehicle? There were still holders of red and purple crystal nuclei who hadn't shown themselves. Could Song Huai be among them? Huai, I'm back. He wanted to ask if Song Huai was in the car today, but the call never connected. He dialed repeatedly, but no one answered. This left Ji Chuan deeply worried. If Song Huai had gone to the base, it should be safe. The base was the most secure place, and over time, most of the top ability users would gather there. Could something have happened on the way? Ji Chuan urgently needed to find out Song Huai's whereabouts and ensure his safety. Morning, brother Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu yawned as she came downstairs and saw Ji Chuan engrossed in watching videos on his phone. Even zombies are playing with phones now. Don't ruin your eyes. So, did you come across yourself? You're quite the viral car owner. Most of the videos Ji Chuan was watching were about post-apocalyptic information exchange. Other drivers were often surrounded by hordes of zombies, while the little pink car moved freely, becoming a social sensation. Unless it was like the armored vehicle from yesterday, which could plow through directly, even the slightest mistake could mean waiting for death. We have to move today. It's not safe to stay here. Those officials are likely targeting me. If you have a better plan, you can part ways with me. Staying with me is too dangerous. Lin Lulu kept her hands busy, took a glass of water, sipped it, and looked at Ji Chuan. Where could be safer than by your side? In the apocalypse, you can even drive away zombies. With you here, I'm not afraid. I'm not leaving. I'll go with you too. Gu Yunxi also came downstairs with her hair loose, her bare face exuding a gentle beauty unique to women. The scariest thing in the apocalypse isn't the zombies, it's the people. She thought of Nan Gu, who betrayed his companions in the woods, the three thugs in the underground passage, Su Wanwan's family, and that man with suspenders, a middle part, and a knack for controlling flying knives. Compared to them, zombies were nothing. Zombies are nothing to fear. so what is there to be afraid of from people? Brother Chuan, if you're scared, I can use my bow and arrow to protect you. Lin Lulu finished speaking and playfully made a gesture of firing a gun with both hands. Since you've decided, pack up the important things today and prepare to find a new place to live. Don't drive the pink car anymore, it's too conspicuous. Switch to the SUV instead. Gu Yunqi nodded. In the apocalypse, survival is the most important thing. Houses and cars don't matter. After breakfast, the two began packing their luggage. Fortunately, Ji Chuan had previously brought back 3 suitcases, which could hold quite a lot. Take the important things, I'll get the daily necessities from the mall, Ji Chuan reminded. Gu Yunqi thought for a moment and packed more personal clothing, as the ones in the mall might not necessarily fit or be comfortable. Lin Lulu packed most of the food, as she had been starving in the rental apartment for nearly a week and was still shaken by the experience. Where to? Any ideas? Starlight Villa or Ziyu Bay, perhaps. Good location, excellent living environment. In the apocalypse, it's better to live somewhere nice. With you around, unlocking things is easy. Ji Chuan nodded, surprised that Gu Yunqi was quite familiar with upscale neighborhoods. By the way, what did you do before the apocalypse? Ji Chuan asked curiously. Private equity fund manager. This surprised Ji Chuan slightly. Gu Yunqi seemed more like a model or an internet celebrity. So professional? Studied finance? No, not at all. I was originally in company administration. When my uncle and aunt saw me, they attributed the performance to me. The boss had me take the certification exam and directly transferred me. The clients buying private equity are much more professional than I am. Maybe they just enjoy chatting with me. Who says beauty can't put food on the table? Gu Yunqi's beauty earned her an entire villa. Brother Ji Chuan, why don't you ask me? Do I even need to ask? So loud and reckless, it's obvious you're a college student. Ji Chuan teased, blowing out the tire right away. No one else could pull that off. Lin Lulu angrily glared at the car window. The 3 of them seemed like good friends on an outing, the atmosphere light and cheerful. You're awake. Su Wanwan opened her eyes and found herself lying in a hospital room, with a woman in white gazing at her. Where am I? The ability user base. You were rescued. Su Wanwan thought of the ordeal, clenched her fists, and vowed to make Ji Chuan pay the price. Wu Qian walked into the hospital room and saw a familiar face. Su Wanwan was weakly shedding tears, as if she had experienced profound sorrow. Thank you all, otherwise I would have died there. No need to thank us, the base is here to rescue survivors. What happened with the zombies you faced that day? Su Wanwan recalled the terrifying scene. My parents, my boyfriend, and I all lived there. The house was well stocked, and life was peaceful. That day, we heard the low growls of zombies, and all the surrounding zombies suddenly gathered. That monster dragged us out of the villa, killed my boyfriend first, then my parents, and was about to kill me when you appeared. Thank you. Tears slid down her face again as she finished speaking. Wu Qian felt a chill after hearing this. According to her description, it was a murderous monster that posed a great threat to human survival. Why did he say it was a personal grudge? Do you know him? Su Wanwan shook her head. Who would know a lunatic like that? He's just a maniac who kills indiscriminately. I want revenge for my parents and boyfriend. Seeing her agitation, Wu Qian comforted her and then changed the subject before leaving. He was puzzled. According to Su Wanyan, zombies killed her parents and boyfriend, so there shouldn't have been 2 corpses at the scene. People killed by zombies quickly turn into zombies, and what he saw on the car roof were Su Wanyan's parents. What about the boyfriend? Why didn't he appear? Why didn't the parents turn into zombies? If what Su Wanyan said was true, then why would the murderous lunatic make the zombies retreat and claim it was a personal grudge, unwilling to be disturbed? Su Wanyan was in an unstable state, and Wu Qian didn't want her to feel suspected, so he didn't rush to report it. Ji Chuan is undoubtedly a terrifying existence, and confronting him will inevitably lead to casualties. If the fight can be avoided, communicating with him is the best option. Wu Qian arrived at the data center and retrieved Su Wanwan's file. Su Wanwan, 25 years old, unemployed. Her parents are ordinary workers, living in Huanghe Street, Nanling District. Wu Qian frowned tightly. Coming from a working-class family but living in Lanshan Villa? Could it be her boyfriend's house? He pulled up her bank transactions and found numerous transfers. The largest account belonging to someone named Ji Chuan, suspected to be her boyfriend. Even stranger, she had transactions with multiple men. Wu Qian began to have suspicions about her. He conveniently checked Ji Chuan's file. Ji Chuan, 24 years old, unemployed. Parents were well-known domestic investors, died in a traffic accident, resides at number 8 Lanshan Villa. Number 8 Lanshan Villa was precisely the villa surrounded by zombies that day. Wu Qian clicked on the ID photo, and although the picture looked youthful, the facial features matched the monster he was facing. Wu Qian already had a rough guess in his mind. Ji Chuan was a monster, yet pretended not to know Su Wanwan, and his family was living in his house. Ji Chuan and Su Wanwan do have personal grievances, but perhaps he does not attack others. However, Su Wanwan is still unstable, and further details are planned to be asked tomorrow. Rushing to attack Ji Chuan based solely on her description may risk harming the innocent. Brother Ji Chuan, this flat is great. light, and you can even see the sea. Lin Lulu happily ran toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Thanks to Ji Chuan, they were able to choose an unoccupied house. She couldn't afford to rent such a flat even for a day. If you like it, rest here. After tidying up, I need to go find the crystal core. Gu Yunqi nodded. Ji Chuan is not considered dangerous in the apocalypse. Although the house is dusty, a simple cleaning will suffice. Ji Chuan, put this on. Gu Yunqi took out a pair of sunglasses from the suitcase, a unisex style. Wearing these makes you look more human and safer. Ji Chuan responded and put it on, setting off. Even in dim light, his night vision remained clear. Through the squad, he discovered that many humans possessed strong abilities and couldn't be underestimated. Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu cleaned the room, moving to a spacious flat by the sea. The open view lifted their spirits. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking startled Gu Yunqi. Lin Lulu cautiously peeked out. Outside the door stood a panicked woman, glancing around nervously as if afraid zombies might appear in the hallway. Please, give us some food. My child can't hold on any longer. My husband went out to look for supplies 2 days ago and hasn't returned. I live at the end of this floor on the east side. When I heard the door close, I knew you were here. I'm begging you. The woman's voice was choked with sobs. Lin Lulu looked back at Gu Yunqi, who sighed and nodded in agreement. Lin Lulu opened the door, quickly pulled the woman inside, and shut it tightly, fearing it might attract the attention of zombies. I'll get you some. Supplies are limited. There won't be a next time. Thank you, ladies. Gu Yunqi pretended to organize her suitcase, which only had canned food, biscuits, and a few bottles of water left. She took out 2 cans, a bottle of water, and a bag of biscuits and handed them to the woman. The woman glanced at the remaining supplies in the suitcase, said nothing more, took the items, and quickly returned to her room. Sister Yunqi said not to help them. How could we possibly help them? She said there were still children, and I softened. I thought of how much hardship my mom endured for me when I was little. Lin Lulu patted Gu Yunqi's shoulder. It's okay, Sister Yunqi, you're just too kind. The woman anxiously fed water to the girl on the bed, and the girl's lips were no longer chapped. Mom, I'm not thirsty anymore, you can drink. Mom's not thirsty either. Let's save this for Xiaoxian to drink tonight. The woman opened the cookies, caught the falling crumbs, and fed them to the girl. Mom, will Dad come back? The woman nodded but turned around and wept. The phone rang, and the woman quickly checked, hoping it was a reply from her husband. Zhang Jia, be careful. The group in 705 is breaking into houses and stealing supplies. The neighbor's message chilled the woman to the core. The burden of protecting Xiaoxian could only be shouldered by herself. More people are venturing out for food, and Ji Chuan noticed many moving crystal cores on the road while driving, most of them human. At this stage, zombies are still relatively easy to deal with. When encountering zombies with crystal cores, the cores can be easily extracted. But why doesn't this zombie obey his commands? Ji Chuan stopped the car to investigate. Not far away, a zombie with a backpack was slowly moving forward, its head glowing with a golden crystal core. Ji Chuan tried to establish a connection with it, but the zombie showed no response to his commands. Strange, this is the first time I've encountered a golden crystal core zombie that can't be controlled. I haven't come across a golden crystal core zombie before. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his research, a shadow appeared behind him. Are you crazy? You're so close to the zombie. A man with a tattooed arm raised his homemade weapon, a wooden stick with a knife tied to it, and warned him to be careful. Seeing the zombie in front of Ji Chuan, the man suddenly understood the zombie's backpack might contain a large amount of supplies, and food packaging bags could be faintly seen inside. The man perked up, quickly stepped forward, and thrust his weapon into the zombie's head. As he approached, the zombie noticed the attacker, and a stone wall suddenly rose in front of the man. The unprepared man collided with the wall and got injured. What's going on? The zombie actually has powers? The man touched the wound on his forehead, quickly changed direction, and continued attacking. The zombie seemed enraged, and several rock spikes shot up from the ground. The man used his powers, and as the rock spikes approached, they inexplicably bounced away, as if hitting a solid barrier. The man brandished his weapon and hurled the dagger with all his might. The anticipated killing move failed, and several rock walls instantly enveloped the man and his weapon, blooming like a flower of stone, then pressing inward. The man screamed in agony within the rock walls, desperately using his powers to resist, but was ultimately crushed into pulp by the intense pressure. The man perished, and the zombies continued forward, seemingly heading toward a predetermined destination. Ji Chuan frowned. Is this the power of the golden crystal core? The attack is extremely violent. Though ignored, it is uncontrollable, and whether there will be a counterattack after the attack is unknown. Ji Chuan picked up the deceased's crystal core, which was a blue crystal core, swallowed it, and felt his strength increase. It was a defensive ability, body hardening. Ready, Ji Chuan decided to attempt an attack. With a hardened body, at least he wouldn't fear the rock spike attacks and only needed to rely on speed to dodge the crushing rock walls. Thinking of this, he launched a massive fireball at the zombie's head. The fireball flew toward the zombie's head, dissipating after the explosion. The rock walls crumbled, and the zombie glared angrily at Ji Chuan. Feeling the rock spike spikes condensing beneath his feet. Ji-chuan quickly sidestepped to evade the zombie's attack. He took control of the weapon left behind by the man earlier, shooting the sharp blade toward the zombie's head. However, just as it approached, a rock wall suddenly rose, blocking the blade. The speed of this move far exceeded expectations, further fueling Ji-chuan's desire to seize this crystal core. Unfortunately, the limited metal resources in the street made it difficult for him to leverage his metal manipulation advantage. The ground beneath trembled slightly. Ji-chuan quickly shifted his position, and several rock walls burst out of the earth behind him. This zombie's moves are ruthless, Ji-chuan muttered as he moved, pondering a countermeasure. He swiftly closed in on the zombie. If the opponent mainly relied on rock walls to trap enemies, then getting close would limit its ability to act, otherwise he himself would be ensnared. But the zombie seemed to have anticipated Ji-chuan's intentions, raising multiple rock walls in front of it. Ji-chuan dodged the first few, but the last wall lifted him into the air. Immediately after, rock spikes shot toward him. Bang, bang, several sounds echoed, all deflected by the hardened body, with fragments scattering across the ground. The zombie roared furiously, clearly enraged by Ji-chuan's cunning tactics, attempting to create distance to unleash a deadly move. However, Ji-chuan, possessing speed abilities, stuck close without letting go, entangling like adhesive, maneuvering the dagger to attack from behind. The zombie was besieged on both sides, in a state of utter disarray. Fireballs exploded consecutively in front of the zombie's eyes, and the dagger pierced its neck, but with no sense of pain. As long as its head remained intact, it continued to move swiftly. It changed its strategy. The rock wall no longer simply collided but swung quickly like a fly swatter, snapping streetlights and trees in half. The impact was immense, and objects struck by the rock wall were instantly pulverized. The flying rocks became increasingly dense. Although Ji-chuan was agile, he was still injured by the onslaught. What's going on over there? In the distance, Du Ling stared at the battle, incredulous that the zombie could wield such extraordinary powers, far surpassing the mutated types encountered before, with versatile moves and devastating force. But the young man wearing sunglasses was equally extraordinary, with excellent speed, reaction, and resistance to blows, and he could even unleash fire-based abilities, which was hard to comprehend. Du Ling determined that this person was extremely strong and planned to recommend him to join the ability user base. He then took out his phone to record a video, intending to appeal to the captain. He noticed that despite the intense confrontation between the two sides, the surrounding zombies were not drawn to Ji-chuan. Could it be that he's the owner of the pink car, possessing an ability to avoid zombies? Du Ling was overjoyed. The base had been searching for this person for a long time. With him around, they could obtain a large amount of supplies without harm. He put away his phone, determined to lend Ji-chuan a helping hand and ensure he wouldn't die here. Dense rock fragments kept striking Ji-chuan's right arm. Although his body was hardened for protection, it was no match for the power of the golden crystal core. His right arm revealed ghastly white bones, but fortunately, Ji-chuan felt no pain. He turned to his left, launching a fireball attack and thrust a dagger straight at the zombie's head, but it was completely blocked by an earthen wall. Suddenly sensing the presence of an unfamiliar human, Ji-chuan alertly looked in the direction of the source. He saw the other person fix their gaze on the zombie, gesturing skyward with two fingers. Vines sprouted from the ground beneath the zombie's feet, quickly entangling its legs, spreading across its body, and eventually covering its face. Seizing the moment, Ji-chuan unleashed a fireball, with the vine serving as fuel, creating a raging inferno. The zombie screamed miserably and fell to the ground. "Thank you." Ji-chuan brushed off the dust on his body, and the wound on his arm slowly healed, with the exposed bone gradually covered by flesh and blood. Du Ling stared in shock. "Hey, come to the ability user base. You're incredibly strong and will definitely pass the evaluation. For someone as powerful as you, the base has abundant resources." The person before him possessed astonishing strength, with speed and power far surpassing that of ordinary people, combined with fire manipulation, metal control, and self-healing abilities, leaving Du Ling incredulous. He firmly believed that the other's abilities could continue to grow, and it was highly likely they were a yet-to-emerge myth-level ability user. Ji-chuan did not respond, picking up the crystal core. The zombie's backpack seemed to have been intentionally protected and remained undamaged. He handed the uncharred backpack to Du Ling as a token of gratitude. Du Ling declined, and she hoped Ji-chuan would join the base and the team. His plant-based ability complemented the fire element extremely well, significantly enhancing combat power. Since Du Ling did not accept it, Ji-chuan turned around and returned to the car, preparing to take the backpack away. He was eager to absorb the golden crystal core, but having experienced one period of dormancy, he dared not absorb it on the spot. Seeing Ji-chuan start the car and leave, Du Ling was overjoyed, confirming that he was indeed the legendary car owner. On the way, no other zombies approached, and Du Ling hoped his sincerity could move Ji-chuan. "Ah, I forgot to tell him my name. I didn't even mention which squad I'm in. If he really joins, can he find me?" Du Ling blamed himself for being careless but firmly believed they would meet again. Next time, he would definitely inform him in advance. Ji-chuan headed straight to Ziyubei, eager to absorb the crystal core. door. Whether in offense or defense, rock-based abilities are highly intimidating, far surpassing his current methods. With it, encountering a purple crystal core ability user again would provide enough leverage for a fight. Thanks to Gu Yunqi's gift of sunglasses, disguising as a human unexpectedly secured assistance from the base. Upon arriving at the Ziyu Bay building, intense arguing could be heard, originating from the first floor of the new base. A burly bald man wielding a large iron hammer struck repeatedly at the door of a resident on the east side, shouting, "You wretched woman, open the door. Let us in, no negotiations." The woman inside the house panicked and hid everywhere, eventually hiding the child in the guest bedroom wardrobe, stuffing water and canned food inside. The hammer had already smashed through the door, and the woman steadied her emotions, preparing to open it. "Sorry, I wasn't feeling well and opened the door late." She indeed hadn't eaten for days, drank little water, and looked haggard. "Unlucky thing, hand over all the food." The woman trembled and handed over half a bag of biscuits. "This is the only food I have left. Dare to fool Sixth Master? Search!" A bald man slapped a woman, causing her to see stars and collapse to the ground. Ji Chuan frowned and followed, as Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu were likely still tidying up. He didn't want the freshly cleaned house to be ruined. Sixth Master and his group cleared the zombies in the stairwell, locked the main door, and prepared to seize supplies from each floor's residents. The occupancy rate of the new development in Ziyu Bay was low, with few amenities. The risk of searching for supplies in distant areas was high, making seizing residents' supplies the most efficient option. They are 705 renovation workers, equipped with construction tools, the top combat force in the building, and compared to high-quality residents, they are like fiends. Killing requires psychological preparation for ordinary people, but Lu Yi bears no such burden. "My home really has no food. The door is broken. Please have mercy." "Shut up!" The bald man kicked the woman in the chest. Her vision went dark, but she gritted her teeth and held on to protect her daughter. "Sixth Master, the fridge and kitchen are empty. There's nothing to eat in the bedroom. Nothing in the study. The guest room. Oh, there's a little girl. Xiao Xian." The girl's cries rang out, and the woman was anxious. "Sir, I'll cooperate with everything. Just let Xiao Xian go." The bald man stared at the child with a lecherous look. "Such a tender little girl. Take her away." He licked his lips. "No, Xiao Xian." Just as the bald man was about to strike with the hammer, it suddenly stopped in midair. Casual tools like the steel saw, wrench, and electric drill were also frozen, unable to be wielded. "What is going on?" While the bald man was stunned, the tools swiftly counterattacked. The hammer smashed the bald head, and before a scream could be uttered, the body collapsed to the ground. The others tried to escape but were pierced and cut by tools, and the room was instantly filled with blood. The woman was in shock as Ji Chuan walked in, providing simple treatment to stabilize her condition. "Thank you." The woman's pupils contracted sharply. The cartoon charm on the backpack was Xiao Xuan's beloved toy, hung there by her husband before he left. "Where did this backpack come from? Have you seen the owner of the backpack?" The woman looked anxious, and Ji Chuan understood clearly that the zombie's final obsession was to see his wife and daughter. "He's dead. I'm delivering this backpack of supplies to you on his behalf." Ji Chuan wove a lie, using the act of killing the zombie husband to present the crystal core as a token of gratitude. The woman wept like rain, her hopes shattered. Ji Chuan only wished she could suffer less. They lacked no supplies. "This house is dirty. I'll help you find a new one, but the rest is up to you." With that, he turned and left. The woman dared not hesitate, pulling her frightened daughter to follow hurriedly. Ji Chuan casually opened a room door for her, set down his backpack, ignored the gratitude behind him, and went straight back inside. Seeing Ji Chuan open the door, Lin Lulu breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her hand, which was ready to shoot a light arrow at any moment. "Ji Chuan, are you okay? Your clothes." Gu Yunqi noticed his dirty and torn attire, with one sleeve full of holes and signs of healing on his arm wounds. "I'm fine. Next, I'm going to absorb a golden crystal core. I'm not sure if I'll fall asleep, so I'll need you to keep an eye on me." Gu Yunqi nodded, but Lin Lulu reminded him, "Absorb it directly on the master bedroom bed. You're quite heavy, and it'll be a hassle for us to move you." Ji Chuan had a lean figure but was muscular and weighed quite a bit. Last time, dragging him into the living room took quite some effort for the two of them. Ji Chuan walked into the bedroom and swallowed the golden crystal core. Black energy instantly enveloped his entire body, and crystal core-shaped patterns appeared on his skin, emitting a blue glow, resembling a koi fish covered in blue luminous scales. The energy from the crystal core continuously merged into his body. If the previous crystal core was like a cup of water, this time it poured down like a waterfall, filling every corner of his body. The body began to convulse. Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu watched anxiously. The absorption process was usually smooth, so why was it so painful this time? Gu Yunqi wanted to step forward to check, but felt her own energy being devoured by the black energy surrounding Ji Chuan. At this moment, he was akin to an energy black hole. "Yunqi, are you okay?" Lin Lulu saw this and quickly grabbed her. Gu Yunqi gasped heavily and shook her head. "I'm fine, but Ji Chuan this." Ji Chuan lay on the bed with a pained expression, while Gu Yunqi was burning with anxiety. Ji Chuan had a nightmare, dreaming of a full-scale war breaking out between humans and zombies. Su Wanwan Jichuan looked at him with disdain. Countless superhumans surrounded him, including Song Hui. "Ah, Hui," he shouted, but Song Hui's gaze was vacant, as if he hadn't heard. The zombies were defeated under the powerful attacks of the superhumans. Jichuan did not want to harm humans, let alone kill Song Hui, but no matter how he tried to communicate, the other party seemed unable to hear him. Hatred filled the eyes of humans, and Su Wanyan was smug. Jichuan witnessed the ability user about to strike. Gu Yunqi rushed forward to shield him from the blade, only to be pierced through by the sharp weapon. Lin Lulu, exhausted, shot an arrow, but her arms were severed by a flying weapon. The two fell like kites with broken strings. Song Hui stood coldly in front, unhesitatingly plunged the knife into his chest, and was then beheaded by the ability user behind him. "No, don't!" Jichuan screamed as he woke up, his chest heaving violently. The bedroom was still in front of him. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi were full of joy, and the rescued woman and her daughter were also nearby. "Jichuan, you're awake." Gu Yunqi hurriedly checked him. Everything was normal, and he looked even more handsome. She had already grown accustomed to his changes every time. Jichuan felt a surge of power about to erupt, sensing that the next absorption of the golden crystal core would unlock a new ability. "Yes, Brother Chuan, thanks to Sister Zhang Yun, you were in such a terrible state earlier that you scared us to death." Zhang Yun gave a shy smile. "I never thought my ability could come in handy." She had originally planned to thank Jichuan and return half of the supplies, but upon opening the door and seeing his pained expression, she decided against it. Her ability is soothing, which can calm people's hearts, especially when Xiao Xian is frightened. She hadn't expected that using it this time would greatly improve Jichuan's condition. "Big brother, thank you for saving me and my mom." Little Xian timidly handed over a cartoon pendant. "Brother, this is my good friend Bouncy, it will protect you." Jichuan patted little Xian's head, nodded in acknowledgement, and without taking Zhang Yun's supplies, escorted them away. Jichuan recalled the dream, his heart feeling hollow, an overwhelming sadness surging like a tide. He had once thought he was already a monster, incapable of feeling sorrow, yet the dream still made him deeply experience the taste of despair. Through inquiries with Gu Yunqi, he learned that a day and a night had passed, and this time, his changes were even more pronounced. He could even sense the presence of all living beings and zombies within the entire neighborhood through sheer thought. Even more astonishing, he could directly control the zombies in the entire area. This made searching for crystal cores within the region exceptionally convenient and swift. He decided to absorb a few more crystal cores before heading to the ability user's base to investigate, firmly believing that Song Hui was in grave danger. In his dream, Song Hui's condition was extremely abnormal, and Jichuan urgently needed to uncover the truth. However, his phone still showed no reply, leaving him deeply worried. Jichuan went to the first floor, controlling the zombies with crystal cores to approach him. The number of crystal core zombies had clearly increased, as more and more ability users had tragically fallen victim to the zombies. He devoured all the crystal cores in the area, fully aware that the dormant state he entered each time he absorbed a high-level crystal core was when he was at his weakest. He needed teammates by his side and a secure stronghold to maximize resource utilization and ensure the team's survival. While waiting for the crystal cores to be absorbed, Jichuan considered several potential strongholds, high-end hotels, boarding schools, hospitals, and prisons. These locations not only offered superior living conditions but also had comprehensive facilities, making them ideal for quickly building a fortified base. He gathered everyone to discuss and invited Zhang Yun and her daughter to join. "I want to establish an ideal base. Are you willing to go with me? Residential areas are too dangerous, and resources are hard to collect," Jichuan said seriously. Zhang Yun agreed without hesitation. She had witnessed Jichuan's strength firsthand. With his protection, she and her daughter felt much safer. Their abilities were not suited for combat, and running out of supplies would mean a dead end. "I'm willing. If we stay here, my daughter and I will eventually die. Our abilities cannot integrate into a base. If we can go with you, that would be the best choice." Jichuan took off his glasses, revealing his scarlet pupils that exposed his non-human identity. In fact, Zhang Yun had long noticed that Jichuan's eyes and skin tone were unlike those of a human. "Xiao Xian isn't afraid of the big brother. He's a good person." Zhang Yun patted her daughter's head and nodded firmly. "You saved my life, and I'm willing." Jichuan shared his options for a base with everyone. Gu Yunqi suggested choosing a high-end hotel, as it had the most complete facilities and superior living conditions. Lin Lulu naturally leaned toward the hotel as well, since staying in a hospital or prison would be pure torture. Zhang Yun suddenly thought of her neighbor Su Qi's brother, who worked in management at the Alajar Hotel. Perhaps he could provide some information about the hotel. "Sister Zhang, is your brother at the Orijar Hotel? How is the situation there?" she asked Su Qi. "Sister Zhang, it's great that you're okay. There are many zombies over there. My brother is trapped, and the situation is terrible," Su Qi replied. "Are the facilities complete? Is it suitable as a stronghold?" "The facilities are complete, the walls are high, and it has an independent water purification and power generation system. But zombies are wandering everywhere, and no one has cleared them out. Would you like to come with us? We've met someone amazing who can help. Really? I would. Please save my brother. See you downstairs. There are no zombies left in the building. Suchi stared at the message sent by Zhang Yun in shock. How could there be no zombies? Xiao Qi, look downstairs. Suchi pulled open the curtains and saw Zhang Yun waving downstairs with Xiao Xian and 3 strangers. Although there were zombies nearby, they showed no intention of attacking. Suchi covered her mouth, unable to believe the scene before her. The zombies seemed to have received orders and remained motionless. The group was loading luggage onto the off-road vehicle. Alright, Sister Zhang, I'll head down right away. Suchi recalled the rumors online about the pink car owner who could drive without attracting zombies. Perhaps one of those 3 people possessed the ability to repel zombies. Filled with hope, she believed this time she could successfully rescue her brother. She quickly organized the remaining supplies and hurried downstairs. Just as Zhang Yun had said, the entire building was empty, not even a shadow of a zombie in sight. Zhang Jie. Suchi hugged Zhang Yun excitedly, the long-lost sense of familiarity bringing tears to her eyes. Zhang Yun briefly introduced Ji Chuan and his group, and everyone set off toward the Alajar Hotel. Brother, we're coming to save you. Which room are you in? Kiki, don't come, it's too dangerous. The hotel is full of zombies. Hang in there, brother. I met a powerful superhuman, he can save you. Suchi sent the message, and a glimmer of hope surged in Su Shen's heart. Leaning against the guest room door, he had survived for several days with a few bottles of water and instant coffee, hardly believing rescue was possible. Thinking of his sister's face, he bit his lip and replied, alright, I'll wait for you. I'm in 1702. Suchi took a deep breath, hoping for luck to continue. The journey went smoothly without any zombies blocking the way, and Suchi firmly believed in Ji Chuan's strength. Suchi, what kind of abilities do you have? Lin Lulu broke the silence. Cleaning, can clean objects without water. Suchi answered hesitantly, feeling her ability was useless. Lin Lulu grabbed her hand, her eyes shining, that's amazing. I hate doing laundry. Cleaning is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Water resources are scarce, you're so practical. Suchi felt happy hearing this, thinking it wasn't in vain to enjoy protection. Does the cleaning include people? Lin Lulu asked curiously. Never tried it, let's give it a shot. Suchi attempted to use her special ability on Lin Lulu. A wave of coolness swept over Lin Lulu's entire body, and her unwashed hair instantly became smooth and silky. Yinchi, you should try it too. No need to wash your hair anymore. Little Chi Chi is amazing. Everyone took turns experiencing instant bathing, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Ji Chuan also felt that with such a member, the team was more complete. Su Wanwan's condition improved, and she laughed and chatted with everyone. Wu Qian decided to ask her the question he wanted to know again. Su Wanwan, let's talk again. Captain Wu, that's not fair. Wanwan just agreed to have lunch with me, and we've already made plans for tonight. The man beside them was displeased, accusing Wu Qian of ruining the hard-earned good time. Shui Zhan, official business. Wu Qian sternly stopped him. Shui Zhan restrained his smile. Then Wanwan, have dinner with me tonight. Su Wanwan smiled and nodded, then turned to Wu Qian. Captain Wu, what's the matter? Do you know Ji Chuan? Su Wanwan's heart raced as she tried to calm her emotions. She had carefully crafted a pitiful persona of family tragically killed by monsters without ever revealing to the organization that the monster was Ji Chuan. If the organization knew Ji Chuan only hated her, would they still help her seek revenge? I don't know him. Oh, if you don't know him, why have you been accepting Ji Chuan's transfers for 2 years? The amounts cover all your daily expenses. Wu Qian became even more suspicious that Su Wanwan had not told the truth. She was in tears, shaking her head as if deeply wronged. Wu Qian frowned tightly. The monster you faced was Ji Chuan? Were your parents really killed by him? Su Wanwan's heart raced violently, but she didn't know how to explain. In her panic, she tried to hide behind her tears. Captain Wu, things aren't as you think. Let's talk tonight. I need to calm down. The loss of my parents has hit me too hard. Wu Qian looked at her tearful eyes, feeling a trace of guilt. Perhaps his interrogation had been too harsh. She was just a girl who had lost her parents, not a criminal. Though hesitant, he still nodded in agreement. As Wu Qian's figure disappeared into the distance, Su Wanjuan's expression shifted from frail to venomous. How does he know about Ji Chuan and even see the transfers? Could it be that records and transactions can be accessed here? She sighed deeply. It was effortless for the official base to retrieve information, so she had to come up with a countermeasure within the limited time. There was no way she would allow the officials and Ji Chuan to coexist peacefully. Ji Chuan had to be portrayed as an evil figure to expedite his elimination. Her image of being weak and pitiable had to be maintained. Otherwise, there would be no place for her in the post-apocalyptic world. She came up with a plan to resolve the current predicament. You all praise Sister Qi but not Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's abilities are impressive too. The atmosphere inside the car was relaxed, and the cleaning ability brought a refreshing feeling. Xiao Xian closed her eyes seriously, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and a figure slowly appeared within the glowing sphere in her palms. With a flash of light, a cartoon doll appeared. Yunqi's sister, this is for you. Wow, so cute. Xiao Xian, you're amazing to to be able to create dolls. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were extremely surprised. Zhang Yun appeared slightly embarrassed. The mother and daughter's abilities lacked combat power, so they could only be protected at the base. She knew she needed to contribute more to make up for their shortcomings. Ji Chuan, however, was astonished. Xiao Xuan's ability was far from simple. The crystal core was purple, possibly because she was young and her full potential had not yet been developed. The group arrived at the Orijar Hotel, where zombies were wandering around the courtyard in entrance. Ji Chuan left the crystal core zombies behind to guard, controlling them to withdraw from the entrance and form a defense force. Su Qi could hardly believe her eyes. She had thought Ji Chuan merely avoided attracting zombies, but now the zombies before her were like a well-trained army, neatly lining up to exit the building and station themselves around the hotel. This ability made it seem as though Ji Chuan was the master of the zombies. Seeing the empty courtyard, Su Qi was overjoyed, thinking her brother could be saved. My brother is in 1702. He controls the facilities and security system. Let's go find him. Ji Chuan nodded, signaling to go upstairs first while he stayed downstairs to ensure safety. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi knew Ji Chuan would absorb the crystal core, and the bloody scene was not suitable for others to witness, so they took Xiao Xian and the others upstairs first. Brother, it's me. Open the door, it's safe now. Su Shin heard the sound, felt a surge of joy at surviving the ordeal, and hurriedly opened the door to find his sister standing right in front of him. He hugged Su Qi tightly, tears streaming down his face. Sis, it's over. There are no zombies left in the building. Lin Lulu handed over food and water, and Su Shin devoured it ravenously. If Su Qi hadn't informed him about the rescue, he might not have been able to hold on. There should still be survivors in the hotel. Let's go save them, Su Shin said, regaining his composure. Ji Chuan stepped onto the escalator and said calmly, I know the location of the survivors. After the zombies were cleared, Ji Chuan sensed the remaining lives in the area and led the group to gather the survivors in the lobby. In the lobby, the survivors looked at each other, fear spreading among them. Only after confirming that everyone was human did they dare to speak. There were about 35 people, most of whom had been searching for supplies in the guest rooms, but many had already perished. It was not the tourist season, and the occupancy rate of the expensive hotel was low. There's no need to fear, the hotel is now free of zombies. I used my abilities to temporarily drive them away. Ji Chuan's deep voice was commanding. I plan to turn this hotel into a survival base. The facilities are complete, and I will regularly go out for supplies to ensure everyone's safety. But I hope everyone will be honest about their abilities and not betray the base. Those who accept can stay, and those who don't can leave safely. The crowd fell silent until someone finally asked, can you really guarantee a safe departure? Can guarantee a safe exit, but not a safe entry. Ji Chuan clapped his hands to signal and pointed to the hotel entrance. Earlier, zombies had crowded outside the door, but now they astonishingly retreated, opening up a wide passage on both sides. Seeing that the zombies did not attack, the man rushed out without looking back. After enduring the torment of this nightmare-like hotel for days, he was unwilling to stay even a moment longer. When the first person safely exited, others quickly followed. Some were skeptical, some refused to remain trapped, and others worried about their friends and family outside. Faced with Ji Chuan, a stranger with peculiar behavior and wearing sunglasses, everyone was cautious, but ultimately they left with the majority. Out of 35 people, only 11 remained. Have you all thought it through? It won't be easy to leave again. As Ji Chuan finished speaking, those few nodded one after another. Some had a slight understanding of the situation outside, their abilities were weak, and survival outside was uncertain. A few hotel employees, seeing Su Shin stay, also decided to remain, as Su Shin had always treated the staff well. Ji Chuan took off his sunglasses, revealing crimson eyes, and only then did the group realize he was not an ordinary human. I won't harm you and will do my best to protect you. I hope we can trust each other, but if there's betrayal, I won't show mercy. The group, startled by his unusual appearance, hurriedly asked, can we still leave now? You can, but I will temporarily erase your memories to prevent the base from facing danger. Ji Chuan extended his hand and used his memory erasing ability, making them forget the sight of him taking off his sunglasses. Afterward, one of them instinctively ran out the door, and Ji Chuan did not stop them. Gradually, only 6 people remained, and no one else chose to leave. Ji Chuan nodded in approval. He checked his current abilities: green, crystal core, speed enhancement, intermediate, strength doubling, intermediate, strong light, gravity, intermediate, healing, intermediate, wind blade, poison mist, fragrance, memory erasure, blue crystal core, regeneration, advanced, range night vision, body hardening, intermediate, metal generation, malice perception, purple crystal core, metal manipulation, firepower, gold crystal core, essence of rock. He was puzzled. The fireball ability originally belonged to the blue crystal core, yet there were no fire-related skills in the blue category, and firepower was instead attached to the purple crystal core. Perhaps it was due to repeatedly absorbing fire-type crystal cores. Without dwelling on it further, he planned to research it in depth later. Yunxi, register the newcomer's abilities. Susan, you're familiar familiar with this place, arrange accommodations and tasks. I'm going out to gather supplies, Ji Chuan said. Brother Chuan, I'll go with you, Lin Lulu followed. You're an offensive ability user, stay here to protect everyone. As Ji Chuan finished speaking, Lin Lulu pouted in dissatisfaction. Let me go too. My ability is a pouch, I can store items in my mouth, and it's clean without any odor, a chubby girl timidly spoke. After the blood moon, she survived by using this ability to find a sealed room in a restaurant. Ji Chuan nodded in approval, considering it a basic spatial ability. He hoped to encounter a more advanced spatial crystal core, but regrettably had not found one yet. What's your name? Why did you stay? Ji Chuan asked casually. My name is Zhu Zhu. I'm timid and don't dare to be alone outside. My ability isn't very useful, and I wouldn't know who to look for if I went out. I eat a lot, and the food at home wouldn't last more than a few days, Zhu Zhu said. Ji Chuan understood that although she was timid, she was rational and clear-headed, knowing how to survive and adept at seizing opportunities to demonstrate her value. Zhu Zhu was also attracted to Ji Chuan's handsome appearance, and when he took off his sunglasses, she felt he resembled a charming vampire even more. Previously, Ji Chuan managed supplies for 2 people adequately, but now with 12 people at the base needing food, the demand for supplies has grown significantly. Fortunately, there is someone with spatial abilities who can greatly save time, allowing him to focus on absorbing crystal cores. Passing by supermarkets and convenience stores, Ji Chuan often got out of the car to check. Nowadays, survivors are scavenging everywhere, and many convenience stores show signs of being ransacked. When they came across a convenience store with its door intact, Ji Chuan and Zhu Zhu got out of the car and easily opened it using metal manipulation. Zhu Zhu was not surprised by the automatic avoidance of zombies, having already witnessed it at the hotel. Inside the convenience store, her eyes lit up, and the abundance of supplies filled her with joy. Like a hamster, she stuffed supplies from the shelves into her mouth. Strangely, her cheeks did not puff up, as if the supplies had vanished into thin air. Ji Chuan slowly packed the suitcase, far less efficiently than Zhu Zhu. How much can your ability hold? Ji Chuan asked. Haven't tested the limit, but I feel like the supplies from this convenience store can almost all fit, Zhu Zhu replied. Ji Chuan stopped, lifted the nearby shelf, and used his strength ability to pour the items toward Zhu Zhu's mouth, all of which were absorbed by her ability. I feel the right side is full, so I started using the left side, she said. The number of empty shelves helped Ji Chuan estimate that Zhu Zhu's storage space was about 20 cubic meters. Although the initial space was small, it was extremely practical, marking his fastest record for collecting supplies. Will supplies deteriorate in the space? Ji Chuan asked. They will, just like normal storage. I once stored a lot of food, and after a few days, the bread had already gone bad, Zhu Zhu said. Ji Chuan understood that the initial space was limited, but fortunately, the hotel had plenty of freezers, complete facilities, and resources that could last a long time. Sushin briefly described the hotel's situation and layout, proposed a division of labor, and demonstrated management skills. Shichi, use your cleaning ability to first clean the top-floor presidential suite for the leader to stay in, then clean the executive suite, where we'll stay for now. The cleaning workload for the entire building is huge, so don't overwork yourself. Luckily, Brother Zhao stayed behind. His cooking skills are excellent, so he can take charge of everyone's meals. How about Sister Zhang helping with food preparation? Zhang Yun gladly agreed. Though worried that her abilities might be useless, she hoped to contribute through her cooking skills. The 3 men took turns monitoring security, while the 2 women assisted Sushin in understanding the area's password and fingerprint systems, taking on administrative duties. Sushin, what is your ability? Gu Yunqi asked. Sushin leaned in and whispered softly, causing Gu Yunqi's eyes to widen. Wu Qian checked the time and walked toward the woods outside the base to meet Su Wanwan as agreed. Although he found it strange, he guessed that Su Wanwan might have something difficult to say and didn't want others to know, so he went as planned. Su Wanwan had not yet arrived, so he lit a cigarette. Captain Wu. Su Wanwan's voice came, and Wu Qian dropped the cigarette and stomped it out. Just about to ask her, Captain Wu, did you summon me for something? Wu Qian was puzzled, guessing she wanted to reiterate the question. Why did you say you don't know Ji Chuan? Captain Wu, please show some respect, Su Wanwan said tremblingly, taking out her phone to record. Wu Qian was puzzled. What did you say? Captain Wu, please behave yourself. I have no interest in you, she shrieked, as if greatly wronged. Su Wanwan's eyes flashed with a sinister light as she manipulated the water to flow into Wu Qian's nasal cavity and trachea, causing him to suffocate. You, what are you? Wu Qian was at a loss for words, quickly grabbing her hand to prevent her from continuing the spell, while summoning a knife with his other hand. Captain Wu, what are you doing? Su Wanwan screamed. Wanwan! Chui Zhan saw Wu Qian about to attack and rushed out to stop him. That day, Chui Zhan had reminded her about the dinner appointment. Seeing her hesitation, he secretly followed her. Chui Zhan felt a protective instinct toward her, and since beauties were rare in the base, he thought he mustn't let Wu Qian take her. A distant scream was heard, and Wu Qian was seen grabbing Su Wanwan, holding a knife. Chui Zhan did not hesitate and stabbed Wu Qian's waist directly with the blade. Wu Qian was stunned, unable to to speak as blood and water blocked his airway. His eyes widened, and he slowly lost consciousness. A sly glint flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes as she threw herself into Cui Zhan's arms. "Brother Cui Zhan, thank goodness you came. Captain Wu. I never thought he would do something like this." Tears streamed down her cheeks, making Cui Zhan's heart ache. "It's okay now, Wanwan, don't be afraid." Wu Qian fell to the ground. Su Wanwan withdrew her supernatural power, and blood slowly flowed out, as if he had died under Cui Zhan's blade. A smile appeared behind Su Wanwan. In the afternoon, she probed indirectly, and Wu Qian had not disclosed the investigation details to others. "Sorry, Wu Qian, why must you be my enemy?" In the evening, news of Wu Qian's death spread throughout the base. During the investigation team's review, Su Wanjuan played a recording, showing sincerity. She stated that since Wu Qian saved her, they often had private conversations, showing signs of pursuit. Wu Qian's private conversation with her was noticed, but the content remains unknown. Attempting misconduct and being caught by Cui Zhan, there's a witness, and the evidence seems conclusive. Impossible. The captain wouldn't do such a thing. Sun Tao shouted angrily, his gaze burning as he stared at Su Wanwan. "You despicable couple. You killed the captain." His fingertips turned pale, as if about to unleash a thunderstrike. "Sun Tao, stop messing around. Words require evidence," the investigation team leader shouted to stop him. Sun Tao stopped, his eyes filled with reluctance. He didn't believe Wu Qian like Su Wanwan, as Wu's wife had passed away years ago, yet he still deeply loved her and risked visiting her grave. To resort to violence and coercion for a fleeting encounter? He found it hard to believe. Base personnel have limited knowledge, the organization is newly established, and departments have not deeply understood each other. People only trust evidence, only believe what they see with their own eyes. This matter ends here. I will report it truthfully. Everyone must abide by the base's rules. Tonight's meeting is adjourned. Onlookers whispered. Tonight became the topic of conversation. The captain of the second team tried to assault the newcomer. Fortunately, she was rescued. The captain of the second team? Wu Qian. You can't judge a book by its cover. The newcomer is very beautiful, truly captivating. On her first day, she was unconscious, wearing scant clothing, with a stunning figure. Sun Tao clenched his fist, firmly believing the truth was not as it seemed. Brother Chuan, back so soon? Lin Lulu stepped forward to greet him. Gu Yunxi helped open the trunk, only to find it empty. Ji Chuan, didn't find the supplies? Found it. Sushin, take us to the warehouse and the freezer? Sushin led the way, while Lin Lulu hovered around Ji Chuan. Where are the supplies? Need help? Shu Zhu hesitantly pointed to her mouth and, under everyone's gaze, spat out a bottle of yogurt. This doesn't resist radiation. Everyone gets a can. Wow, you're a hamster. Lin Lulu exclaimed. The group arrived at the warehouse. Zhu Zhu was dumbfounded. The convenience store supplies were piled into a small mountain. Though only about 20 cubic meters, it was still astonishing. Shu Zhu scratched her head. Bullied during her school days, marginalized at work, running errands, and buying coffee. The new group had a kind atmosphere, and her abilities were finally recognized. She was very happy. Jaziran ran forward quickly, repeatedly telling himself not to foolishly stand at that hotel anymore. The walls were so high, and if the zombies rioted, the only gate would be a dead end. He glanced at the young man with sunglasses and pale skin, thinking, what's this guy pretending to be a boss for? I don't have time to play house with him. The zombies outside didn't attack him either. Could the virus really have weakened? How could this possibly be the doing of that sunglasses-wearing, pretentious youth? He's not some savior. Stop him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that leaving was the right decision. However, the past few days had been tense and exhausting, and his physical strength couldn't hold up. After running for a short while, he had to stop by the street, gasping for air and resting. Suddenly, a zombie noticed him and began slowly moving toward him. What on earth is going on? Jaziran was puzzled. The zombie had been motionless just now, but now it was actively chasing him. His ability was to make plants grow rapidly. He had planned to head to the base for ability users, as his power could be used to cultivate crops, making him a major asset for logistics. He wouldn't need to venture out and take risks, and he'd undoubtedly be highly valued. He absolutely doesn't want to stay at the small base. It might be breached any day. The situation is urgent, and Ziran Shah doesn't have time to think too much. He runs forward desperately, attracting more and more zombies behind him. Exhausted, he hurriedly slips into a warehouse ahead, completely unaware of the unusual activity inside. Leaning against the door to catch his breath, he smells a strong scent of blood. The warehouse floor is covered with zombie corpses. A group of people, faces filled with ferocity, holding knives and clubs, were pulling blades out of the heads of fallen zombies. A group of zombies had been lured outside the door. The leading man spat, "Damn it, that idiot. The boss told me to kill him. We just finished cleaning up to set up a base, and now another wave has surrounded us." Everyone stared at Jia Ziran with displeasure. They had gone to great lengths to find an ideal stronghold. This warehouse has a prime location, abundant resources, and hides plenty of supplies. After painstaking cleaning, it turned out to be a cable warehouse. What's the use? Unable to quell their anger, Ziran Shah became everyone's punching bag. Don't don't kill me. He looked at the ferocious figure in front of him, scarier than a zombie. If I don't kill you, what else can I do? You look nicely marbled roasting, you might taste good. I know where a better stronghold is. Spare me. When Shaziran heard that everyone was looking for a stronghold, his mind turned, planning to use a trick to survive. Ji Chuan finished organizing the supplies and went out to collect crystal cores. The supplies in front of him were enough for everyone to use for a while. He must quickly enhance his strength to infiltrate the ability user's base and search for Song Huai's whereabouts. Song Huai's condition made him worried, feeling a sense of imminent danger. After the last negotiation, the base would never easily welcome Ji Chuan and would undoubtedly see him as a threat. To ensure the safety of the stronghold, Ji Chuan arrived in the area near the hotel. His enhanced abilities allowed him to sense the crystal core zombies nearby and command them to converge toward him from all directions. He chose a concealed area to hide, avoiding being discovered. After swallowing 3 speed crystal cores, his speed ability advanced from intermediate to advanced level, and it belonged to the blue crystal core category. Some abilities, such as fragrance, had no room for upgrading, so Ji Chuan released the corresponding zombies and kept the useful subordinates. A group mainly consisting of green crystal cores, a team of zombies lined up neatly, and Ji Chuan extracted the cores one by one as if cracking sunflower seeds. He had mastered some basic skills, and the only new ability brought by the blue crystal core was freezing, which could turn water into ice, quite practical. Suddenly, he noticed a zombie slowly moving in the distance, with a purple crystal core flickering in its head. Big brother, hurry up, we're all waiting for you. After swallowing the purple crystal core, Ji Chuan gained a new ability, diffusion, which could enhance the range of abilities, a truly supportive skill. No wonder the amethyst core also turned into a zombie. Its individual combat ability is no different from that of an ordinary person. But this skill is useful. Ji Chuan can expand the range of dozens of abilities, with an effect comparable to the golden core. What is this? He was surprised to discover that the diffusion ability could merge with other abilities. It merges with poisonous mist to form toxic rain, and combines with firepower to create firewall. Ji Chuan has not decided yet and first uses diffusion to sense its impact on other abilities. The range of attack skills like rock spikes, wind blades, and fireballs expands, and the area of poison mist release becomes larger. The benefits seem higher when not fused. As for the impact on the Zombie King's abilities, he tries to perceive it. Wider perception range, able to command zombies from farther away. Wait, quite a few zombies at the stronghold have died. There's a group of lifeforms gathering at the stronghold's entrance. Ji Chuan didn't dare delay and hurriedly drove to the stronghold. This is the place, boss. There are no zombies inside. The living conditions are good, the facilities are complete, and there are even a few beauties. Shaziran brought the warehouse crew to the Alajar Hotel. They were looking for an ideal stronghold, and nothing around here was better than this. That young man said he wanted to protect everyone. What a joke. It's a good chance to test the abilities of the man in sunglasses. If they can't win, they'll surrender, become heroes, and rely on their protection in the future. It's dangerous outside. Let's temporarily abandon the base for the superhumans. Shaziran had optimistic thoughts. Big brother, this is indeed much better than the warehouse. No zombies in sight, and the hotel has plenty of supplies. You did a great job. How many people are inside? Less than 20, most of them ran away. That young man wants to be the boss? He can't compare to you, you are our true boss. Shaziran flattered with a big smile. They joined forces with their subordinates to clear the zombies at the hotel entrance. This team consisted of as many as 12 people, and Xian who recruited members who were all attack-type ability users. Only powerful abilities can eliminate zombies or deal with enemies. He doesn't consider human abilities. It turned out he made the right choice. While others hesitated about going downstairs, he was already leading the team to scour the streets for bases. The current zombies were no match, and he hadn't encountered the rumored mutated ones online. Team members unleashed their abilities, throwing weapons, releasing electric shocks, air cannons, and walls of fire. A large number of supernatural abilities bombarded the horde of corpses, and the zombies fell one after another. Shaziran was surprised by the team's powerful combat strength, truly a reliable support. Pei Wendong once served as the security captain for Alajar and worked alone in Jianghua City, usually receiving care from Su Shen. When Su Shen stayed behind, he followed without hesitation, taking 2 newcomers to guard the monitoring room and observe security. Movement at the door caught attention, and Pei Wendong hurried to check the camera. A team of more than 10 people was desperately killing zombies, full of momentum. President Su, there's a team of more than 10 people in front of the hotel, seemingly trying to break in. Pei Wendong reported, and the group sorting supplies in the warehouse looked grim. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi led the combat ability members to the hall, observing the situation outside the door from a distance. What do you want? This is a base. No outsiders are allowed inside. Pei Wendong stepped forward to the door, seeing the ground covered with corpses. Xian Hu and his group glared angrily inside. What do you mean your base? This is ours. Open the door obediently, unless you want the door to be broken first. Xian Hu disdainfully stared at Pei Wendong, his gaze fixed fixed on the people inside the door. Wow, so many pretty girls, dressed cleanly too. Not bad conditions. The underlings saw Lin Lulu and Gu Yunshi, revealing lecherous smiles. In the apocalypse, it was rare to see clean and beautiful women. Most women on the streets were bloodstained and disheveled, ruining the mood. In front of them were two women, one exuding a mature and alluring charm with captivating curves, the other youthful and vibrant like the girl next door. The crowd had already begun scheming on how to take advantage. Warning, take another step forward and I'll attack, Lin Lulu shouted sternly. The people outside, however, paid no heed and instead laughed. This little chick is pretty spicy. Brothers, how long has it been since we had Sichuan cuisine? Perfect time to change up the flavor. Before the voice faded, Lin Lulu shot out a light arrow. Xianhu easily dodged, but the arm of a subordinate behind him was grazed. Xianhu roared, and his machete suddenly enlarged, resembling a small fishing boat, slashing down from above and splitting the main gate in two. The subordinates swarmed in, launching an attack on Lin Lulu and the others. Lin Lulu swiftly shot arrows, while Pei Wendong shielded the front, using his abilities to form a protective barrier for everyone. Gu Yunshi enhanced Lin Lulu's attacks. With numerous targets, it was difficult for her to focus on weakening the opponent's abilities, so boosting Lin Lulu became the best choice. Flying weapons came one after another, but fortunately, Pei Wendong's shield blocked them. Lin Lulu's arrows grew thicker, making them easier to dodge. She fired 4 consecutive shots, only grazing a few people. Although aware of the immense power of supernatural abilities, the lack of experience made facing a solid squad still feel challenging. The original squad of over 20 members was reduced to 12 after injuries and executions, leaving them with rich combat experience. A wall of fire rose under Lin Lulu's feet. Spread out, she shouted, and everyone quickly dodged. Pei Wendong's shield was limited. Just as he was about to block the wall of fire, a flying dart streaked past, cutting his left eye. Step back, protect yourself, Lin Lulu said anxiously. I'm fine. Be careful. Pei Wendong insisted on fending off flying arrows and supernatural attacks, knowing that Lin Lulu was the only attacker. Without protecting her, everyone would perish. The other two boys had offensive abilities, but they were at a beginner level, barely enough to scratch, mainly serving to distract. Hey girl, you've got a great figure. Gu Yunshi retreated without sensing danger, and the young boy suddenly hugged her waist from behind, without any aggression. Gu Yunshi was powerless to resist. Even if she blocked the supernatural ability, she lacked the strength to break free. Xiao Xian, hurry and save Sister Yunshi. In a distant room, Zhang Yun held the frightened Xiao Xian tightly, signaling her not to shout. Xiao Xian's hands glowed. Bao Bao, help Sister Yunshi. The doll appeared, larger than ever, carrying a bomb as it stepped onto the battlefield. What are you doing? Zhang Yun asked in confusion. Xiao Xian had never made an action doll before. I want to help Sister Yunshi. They're in danger. Zhang Yun understood the danger but knew that the power of those with special abilities in life was limited. Lin Lulu aimed 2 arrows at Gu Yunshi's back, but fearing she might hurt her, the shots were off target. A male student charged at Gu Yunshi, using a basic leaf blade to attack the thug. The thug released Gu Yunshi but countered with an electric shock, knocking the boy unconscious. The thug laughed arrogantly but was forced to retreat. A transparent air cannon struck. Pei Wendong fell to the ground, the back of his clothes shattered, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, and he struggled to rise. Pei Wendong. Lin Lulu wanted to check his injuries but couldn't afford to be distracted. If she stopped attacking, the entire team would be defeated. Little sister, don't get in the way of my brother flirting. Otherwise, you might as well stop struggling. Pick one of us to handle you first, and the others will wait their turn. The remaining 3 sneered and slowed their attacks. Xianhu did not make a move because the opponent was not a complete corpse, and the 2 beautiful girls were of greater value. Xianhu stared at the teddy bear in front of him, but why did he feel like he smelled gunpowder? The fuse on the bomb attached to the doll was actually lit? A bad premonition arose. Quick, get out of the way. Hearing Xianhu's warning, his underlings were completely confused. Get out of the way from what? Before they could react, the teddy bear's innocent smile turned into a terrifying grimace. Its entire body began to enlarge, and its mouth was filled with fangs. As the teddy bear shouted boom, the bomb behind it exploded directly. The gang members nearby had no idea what had happened. 5 were instantly taken out, and 3 farther away were injured. Zhang Yun couldn't believe her eyes. Her daughter's supernatural ability turned out to be so destructive. She had only thought her daughter liked dolls and had awakened a power to create them, but she never expected those dolls could move, or even explode. Xiao Xian, can you make more? Zhang Yun looked at Xiao Xian expectantly, not noticing the sweat already forming on her daughter's forehead. Xiao Xian nodded. Little Elsa, go help. Another flash of light appeared, and a blonde doll in a blue dress emerged, only the size of a water cup, hopping and skipping toward the battlefield. The reason it skipped was that the doll had actually formed an icy path beneath its feet. Despite its small size, with the support of the icy path, its movement was incredibly swift. The crowd, who had just recovered, saw another puppet approaching. This time, it didn't stare blankly but launched a direct attack. Several darts flew toward the puppet, but it seemed as if it was filled with ordinary cotton rotten inside. The darts only left a few holes on its body. Little Aisha waved her fairy wand, sending several ice spikes flying toward the people around her. Damn it! What is this? Seeing the ice spikes coming at him, the thug stopped attacking Lin Lulu and began to dodge. This large-scale attack must be resolved as a priority. He unleashed a massive firewall, and this time the puppet was engulfed in flames, seemingly in great pain. It wasn't long before it turned to ashes. Little Aisha, jump, you go. Xiao Xian's hands glowed again, but the light quickly dimmed and went out. Xiao Xian also collapsed, her forehead covered in sweat. Xiao Xian. Zhang Yan anxiously held Xiao Xian, only to feel that Xiao Xian was very weak. The others in the room were also extremely worried, as their abilities were of no help. Su Shen turned around and picked up the hotel's fire axe, but was stopped by Su Qi. Brother, you're not their match. Don't go. Are we just going to watch them go to their deaths? Su Shen was deeply anxious, feeling that as a man, he had to do something. Wait, listen, it's Brother Chuan coming back. The sound of the off-road vehicle was quite abrupt on the street. No one dared to drive out during the apocalypse, except Ji Chuan. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Chuan slowly stepped out of the car. Kid, this place is ours. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you go any further. A thug shouted at Ji Chuan. It was just before he could react. A rock spike shot up from his rear and pierced through his mouth, killing the thug instantly. The others had no idea what had just happened. You son of a... An air cannon struck Ji Chuan with a clang, as if it had hit a piece of iron. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and a massive rock wall, like a giant fly swatter, slammed the person straight into a pulp. While the others were still in shock, rock spikes had already pierced through their rear ends, leaving them in a tragic state of death. With a snap of his fingers, the rock spikes vanished. The thugs collapsed on the ground, slowly began to stand up. Xian, who looked at the situation before him with a face full of terror. It's an illusion, right? I knew my team members wouldn't die. You're still alive, aren't you? But the former team members, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths and their eyes lifeless, were walking straight toward him, their movements eerily similar to zombies. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. As if finally understanding the situation before him, Chen, who raised the knife in his hand, which once again became enormous. He intended to use the giant blade to directly sever the corpses of his underlings and stop their advance. The blade was merely fixed in midair. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge an inch. Under Qianhu's gaze, the blade unexpectedly left his hands and flew toward Ji Chuan. In his shocked eyes, the giant blade was once again shrunk by Ji Chuan and gently snapped in half. Throughout the entire process, Ji Chuan never even touched the blade. Qianhu directly plopped down onto the ground. Without his powers and without a weapon, how could an ordinary person possibly deal with a group of zombies? No, no. The former underlings unexpectedly surrounded him and divided him up. In the corner, Cha Ziran's legs trembled. He hadn't expected this man in sunglasses to actually possess such abilities. He forced himself to muster his will and planned to sneak out through the damaged door. But as he reached the doorway, he bumped directly into Ji Chuan's body. When did he get here? Can he teleport? Why is his body so cold? It's just that Cha Ziran didn't know. Ji Chuan was simply very fast, and his advanced speed ability made it seem as if he had teleported. You look familiar. Ji Chuan was smiling as he looked at him, making Cha Ziran feel uneasy. Although his expression was the same as when he invited everyone to stay, at this moment, Cha Ziran only felt that he was extremely dangerous. Leah leader, I've thought it through, and I believe our base is still the best. This time, I'm here to join our base. Cha Ziran indeed thought so. If Qianhu lost, it would mean this base was quite strong, and joining this base wouldn't be a loss. Oh, I remember I said that I could guarantee your safe departure at the time, but I don't guarantee you can safely enter again. Ji Chuan's smile was radiant. He took off his sunglasses, and a pair of crimson eyes on his handsome face exuded a dangerous aura. Cha Ziran realized why he always wore sunglasses, because he wasn't human at all. Under the astonished gaze of Cha Ziran, Ji Chuan grabbed his own neck with one hand, the immense grip forcing his hands to desperately try to pry Ji Chuan's hand away. And Ji Chuan's other hand was reaching toward his own brain? A chill swept through Cha Ziran's entire body. He struggled desperately, slapping and flailing, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound. Crack! It was the sound of a skull shattering. Cha Ziran, like a puppet with its strings cut, went limp in his limbs. Ji Chuan tasted a blue crystal core, plant growth, and discovered that the fresh crystal core was unexpectedly delicious. Ji Chuan decided that he would never show mercy to such humans in the future. The fresh ones are the tastiest. Ji Chuan first checked the injuries of the people on the battlefield and healed the team members. Fortunately, none of the injuries were fatal. Ji Chuan. Gu Yunqi threw herself into Ji Chuan's arms and started crying. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. I'm back. Ji Chuan patted Gu Yunqi's back. Just now, Gu Yunqi was extremely scared. When she thought about the thug holding her, she even considered perishing together with him, but she couldn't do it. Lin Lulu saw the two embracing but said nothing, only lowering her head. Ji Chuan gave Lin Lulu a smile. Lulu, thank you for protecting everyone this time. Lin Lulu turned her head arrogantly. I didn't do much, it was everyone's joint effort. She helped the newly awakened Pei Wendong up and walked toward the hall. As if realizing her loss of composure, Gu Yunqi let go of Ji Chuan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Supporting Gung Mao nearby, who had risked his life using leaf blades to help her out earlier, Gu Yunqi thanked him. Gung Mao, a freshman who had never seen such a beautiful older sister, blushed instantly, shook his head to indicate it was nothing, and was too nervous to speak. Zhang Yun, seeing that the battlefield was no longer dangerous, quickly carried Xiao Xian over to ask Ji Chuan for help. Su Shen, being stronger, helped Zhang Yun carry Xiao Xian and jogged over. Xiao Xian, this is. Ji Chuan was a bit puzzled. These people didn't seem to have fought their way into the hotel yet, and Xiao Xian didn't appear to have any injuries. Why had she fainted? Zhang Yun and Ji Chuan recounted what had just happened, and Ji Chuan understood. He had known all along that Xiao Xian's ability couldn't be as simple as making a doll. Such an ability couldn't possibly be purple. It must be due to overusing her ability. She's still too young. Ji Chuan raised his hand to heal Xiao Xian, and before long, her complexion visibly became rosy. Zhang Yun repeatedly expressed her gratitude. By the way, Su Shen, what is your ability? This is also a purple ability, which made Ji Chuan a bit curious. However, during the earlier scene, Su Shen did not participate in the battle, so it seems unlikely to be a combat-related ability. Su Shen lowered his voice. Leader, my ability is loyalty. I can designate a target and check others' loyalty toward that target. If the person doesn't resist, I can use my ability to change their state, essentially manually making them loyal. Ji Chuan looked at Su Shen in surprise, not expecting such a special ability. Su Shen was undoubtedly the perfect steward, capable of preventing the emergence of traitors. How is the loyalty of everyone at our base? At the beginning, loyalty levels were higher for Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu, around 75, while newcomers were generally around 20. But after the recent battle, everyone's loyalty has risen to around 70, with Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu even higher. Well, it seems that the deterrence of force is much more effective. Seeing his own strength being so formidable has given the base members a sense of reassurance, letting them know that following him poses no danger. Ji Chuan nodded, but Su Shen grabbed one of Ji Chuan's hands. Su Shen closed his eyes, and a purple light began transferring from Su Shen's hand into Ji Chuan's hand. Leader, this is the effect of my loyalty. I can designate my chosen target as the object of my allegiance. My loyalty to you will be 100%, and you will also be able to see the loyalty levels of others in the territory toward you. In fact, Su Shen initially didn't want to do this and hadn't introduced his ability to Gu Yunqi in much detail. He was simply very grateful to Ji Chuan for saving his sister and for saving him. But through Ji Chuan's behavior, Su Shen knew that he was very strong. When he said he would do his best to protect the members of the stronghold, it wasn't just empty words, he truly meant it. One of the reasons for initially not wanting to use his abilities directly was that if he chose a master to serve, he would follow any command from them, akin to gambling. Su Shen let go of Ji Chuan's hand. Surprisingly, he didn't find Ji Chuan's hand cold at all. Instead, he felt a trace of reluctance. Loyalty was truly terrifying. 100% loyalty made him feel that touching the Lord was a kind of blessing. But Su Shen was already powerless, unable to turn back. Ji Chuan looked around and actually saw everyone's loyalty index. Gu Yunqi 87, Lin Lulu 80, that little brat. Zhang Yun 75, Juju 86, why is hers so high? Su Qi 74, Pei Wendong 72, Gung Mao 71. Ji Chuan found this index quite interesting. It directly showed everyone's level of trust in him. Some people, despite knowing him for a short time, trusted him greatly, while others might appear trusting on the surface but weren't in reality. With the help of this index, employing people would become much more straightforward. The higher the loyalty, the harder it is to improve. With 100% loyalty, you can make the other person do anything. Anything? Ji Chuan was a bit surprised. The Su Shen in front of him had 100% loyalty. Stick out your butt. Straight men are most resistant to the 1,000 years of death. He and Song Hui often played around, and when going up the stairs, he would instinctively protect his backside. Yes, Chief. Su Shen's face was flushed as he turned around and raised his shapely hips. Something's wrong. You're acting strange. Alright, I believe you. Ji Chuan felt somewhat embarrassed by Su Shen's actions. Even though he was currently a cold-blooded creature, he could feel his cheeks burning. Alright, Chief. You are also my master. Master can command Su Shen as you please. No, loyalty is too terrifying. Reaching 100% under Su Shen's ability is practically like becoming a human puppet. Su Shen's ability is too powerful, but at the same time, it made Ji Chuan very relieved. This way, he knew his partner wouldn't betray him, and that was enough. Brother? Su Qi looked at Su Shen, whose cheeks were flushed, feeling as if the sky was falling. Could her brother actually like the leader? Were the previous girlfriends just for show? Ha, what's going on? Is this the reason her brother has been single for so long? What should I do? Always being my brother's most loyal wingman, should I step in this time? How should I choose between ethics and family bonds? It's not what you think. Ji Chuan hurriedly helped Su Shen explain. It's okay, Ji Chuan, you're very handsome and exceptionally outstanding. My brother always mentions you to me, saying you're the most outstanding guy he's ever met. met. Please give my brother a chance, okay? Brother, I chose family bonds. I can only help you this far. Suchi, after some hesitation, made her decision. She is a modern young woman of the new era, capable of embracing all things novel. And imagining the two of them together, why does she feel a hint of excitement? Is some kind of a tribute awakening? Sushin was stunned. What was his sister saying? Had he ever said such a thing? But as long as it could bring him closer to Ji Chuan, he was willing to accept anything. Loyalty was at play, and Sushin had no idea that choosing a target for allegiance would have such an effect. Fortunately, everyone took the injured back, and not many people noticed this side. Ji Chuan sighed. Sushin, Suchi, you can go back. I can repair the gate. Yes, master. Don't call me master. Just call me by my name. Brother, aren't you still an M? Suchi's world collapsed. In her impression, the 186 centimeters tall Sushin had many girls confessing to him, and the girlfriends he dated were all increasingly beautiful. Even if he liked boys, he should be the dominant one, right? How could he call Ji Chuan master? Sushin fully understood what he was saying, but being in a state of complete loyalty made him experience a strange illusion. Receiving Ji Chuan's approval felt like the best reward for himself. Ji Chuan's head was throbbing, and he waved his hand to signal the two to leave. Like an old scavenger, mechanically extracting the crystal cores from the thugs one by one, with a look as unpleasant as if swallowing excrement. Do we still need to grind loyalty? That's enough. Grinding it to 100 is terrifying. Let it be. Ji Chuan was eating the crystal cores from the gang, and they all turned out to be attack-type abilities, with the lowest level being blue. Among them, Firewall is a skill that requires Fireball plus Diffusion, but unexpectedly, he obtained it directly now. These two useless skills can actually be combined. The blue crystal core air cannon and the green crystal core aroma surprisingly can transform into a purple crystal core area sleep. The color of the crystal core underwent a qualitative leap, and the combination of two crystal cores unexpectedly resulted in the birth of an advanced crystal core. Ji Chuan was pleasantly surprised and immediately chose to combine them. After the combination, the two crystal cores disappeared, replaced by a new purple crystal core area sleep. This skill is quite useful for infiltrating the base of ability users. Although there were other crystal core combination prompts, they seem to have little practical use, since the original crystal cores would disappear after combining. Ji Chuan decided to only combine combinations that could upgrade the crystal core level, as combinations of the same level were not very meaningful. Using metal creation and metal manipulation, Ji Chuan was repairing the gate, restoring the gate that had been cut by Qianhu to its original state. Qianhu's crystal core is purple metal scaling, allowing the user to ignore the mass of the metal while enlarging or shrinking it, which can be considered a divine skill for ordinary people. However, Ji Chuan himself is already very strong and has metal manipulation abilities, so this skill is more suitable for tasks like construction and repair. The recent raid on the stronghold made Ji Chuan feel uneasy, so he further reinforced the gate and walls, wrapping the entire hotel's walls in metal and increasing their height, turning it into a fortress of steel. Moreover, the combat abilities of the members are still too weak. Although Lin Lulu possesses a golden attack type ability, her combat experience is very limited. The other two green abilities include one defensive ability, which hardly impacts the battlefield. Gu Yunqi possesses powerful abilities but tends to panic on the battlefield, making it difficult to fully utilize her potential. Xiao Xian is highly capable but seems too young to endure prolonged battles. Ji Chuan felt a bit troubled. He needed to find stronger members to protect the place while he was away or train them to enhance their combat power. Otherwise, the base would be at risk whenever he wasn't around. After reinforcing the last wall, the Alajar Hotel now looks like a steel fortress. Without effective means of attack, it would be very difficult to breach the hotel's defenses. Ji Chuan walked into the room to check everyone's condition and planned to hold a brief meeting to share his thoughts and gather suggestions from everyone. Survivors in nearby high-rises noticed the changes at the Alajar Hotel, with its metal high walls making it look like a post-apocalyptic work of art. Has the Alajar Hotel been officially taken over too? It looks like there isn't a single zombie inside. That's great. The ability user base is too far away for me, and getting there is too dangerous. This hotel is much closer. Is there anyone going together? I'm a bit scared to go alone. Are you sure? What are the requirements for joining this base? They won't test abilities too, right? Ordinary abilities would be useless. Yeah, what if we take the risk and they don't accept us? It's too dangerous. Online discussions about the changes in Orijar are very heated. People don't want to give up hope for survival and tend to rely more on the collective. Du Ling himself was tasked with exploration and patrolling abnormal situations, so upon seeing this message, he decided to go and investigate. He was an official personnel, but the Alajar Hotel was not an official initiative. Although many small organizations had already formed, they were merely alliances formed in the post-apocalyptic world. Being able to completely clear out the entire Alajar and successfully reinforce the perimeter already demonstrated remarkable strength. He needed to meet the person in charge of this stronghold, assess the situation, situation and then report back to the authorities. Is everyone doing okay? Ji Chuan examined the injuries of the wounded. Fortunately, under Ji Chuan's healing, they were almost completely recovered. Basically, everyone is fine. I've already reinforced the outer walls of the base, so it's difficult for ordinary ability users to get in. However, I will still go out to search for supplies and crystal cores. During my absence, the base will still be relatively dangerous. So, should we look for more powerful espers or train your combat skills? What are your thoughts? I can't always be at the base. The group fell silent, aware that their weakness would be a burden to Ji Chuan. They enjoyed the supplies and protection Ji Chuan had provided but couldn't offer much help in return. I want to do combat training. Lin Lulu was the first to step forward. Facing those people in battle had made her realize how helpless she felt. She needed to grow. Me too, Gu Yunqi said, resolutely. Actually, we can proceed simultaneously. Take a look. Xu Zhu took out her phone. The online transformation of Olajar had already sparked speculation, and some people were considering joining. The base has already attracted quite a bit of attention. There might be some powerful ability users coming. Ji Chuan nodded. Gathering more ability users would strengthen the base's power, and they could also monitor the members' status through Su Shen's loyalty ability. Survivors who can safely make their way here possess some level of capability, and the manpower at the stronghold is too limited. Many basic tasks, such as monitoring, patrolling, organizing supplies, maintenance, and cleaning, all require people to carry them out. Even if one's abilities are relatively weak, they can still contribute to these basic tasks at the stronghold. Moreover, most people tend to observe and hesitate, with only a few willing to take actual action. Ji Chuan plans to train everyone first, and he has already devised a training method. Several individuals with combat abilities arrived at the courtyard, and Ji Chuan let the zombies in to serve as sparring partners for them. Gung Mao possesses green leaf blade abilities, while Zhang Yi has green stone projectile abilities. These two faced attacks from two zombies simultaneously. Pei Wendong has blue protective abilities, and Ji Chuan sent 4 zombies to attack him simultaneously, requiring him to perform comprehensive defense. Lin Lulu faced 8 zombies at once, with continuous reinforcements. Ji Chuan's requirement for Gu Yunqi was to achieve stable ability enhancement for the 4 of them. He didn't have the time to keep training them. Everything is about real combat. If you get touched by a zombie, you'll die, but even in death, you can still serve as a base for the zombies. Although he said this, he didn't actually give any bloodshed orders against the zombies, aiming only to help them grow quickly. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, everyone felt increased psychological pressure, but these ordinary zombies were insignificant compared to ability users. The zombies have already started moving, roaring as they charged toward their targets. Lin Lulu quickly launched an attack. She had struggled when facing multiple enemies before, and this time she could continue to accumulate experience in dealing with multiple targets. Light arrows rapidly formed in her hands and shot toward the nearest target. The other zombies almost simultaneously lunged at her, forcing Lin Lulu to keep retreating. When she faced several thugs before, she realized that standing still to shoot arrows would only make her a target. Her feet must keep moving. Quickly dodging backward to evade the zombies' attacks repeatedly. Damn Ji Chuan, he's serious about this. Lin Lulu cursed under her breath. It was still too slow. The speed of condensing arrows wasn't enough to support continuous firing, which seriously affected the attack frequency. Can't it be faster? Lin Lulu felt the light arrows condensing, but even though she had greatly improved her willpower, the condensation speed remained the same as before. If the speed can't change, then what about the quantity? Thinking of this, Lin Lulu began to imagine targeting the 2 nearest zombies as her focus, and started gathering light arrows. The second arrow, although its light and shadow seemed somewhat faint, Lin Lulu discovered that it was indeed possible. It turned out that her light arrows could shoot more than one. Ji Chuan's lips curved into a smile. As expected of the golden crystal core, the potential for enhancing abilities was still quite significant. Move. Be serious, or you'll die. Ji Chuan, in order to further stimulate everyone's potential, said this while turning around to rest nearby, creating the illusion that no one was protecting them. Everyone's hearts trembled, forcing them to be even more cautious. Su Wanwan had always been the one in charge of Project Number 1 under Wu Qian's supervision, but Wu Qian never reported on the project's progress. So based on your understanding, how much do you actually know about Number 1? Su Wanwan glanced at Li Jingru somewhat guiltily, always feeling that this middle-aged man's gaze had the power to see through people's hearts. Number 1 is a codename for Ji Chuan, the only discovered zombie capable of communication, an extremely unique case. Leader, that is a murderous demon. He killed my boyfriend, killed my parents. When he was about to kill me, the base saved me, but he still attacked me, leaving me seriously injured. Captain Wu barely understood Number 1's situation. He mostly just looked for opportunities to chat idly with me. Su Wanwan pretended to look aggrieved again, insisting that Wu Qian had always harbored ulterior motives toward her. According to reports from the team on site, this zombie can communicate. Did he say anything to you? He also mentioned personal grievances. Was he referring to matters between you and him? Li Jingru tapped his fingers on the table repeatedly, his emotions unreadable. Su Wanwan had already thought of her explanation during that afternoon. Even if her plan failed, she could still stick to what she had planned to say. That zombie once wandered near my house. At first, it seemed very ordinary, but when my boyfriend discovered it had broken into our home, he directly threw it out. I never expected it to turn out like that. Maybe the personal grudge stems from us throwing it out of the house. But we were just trying to protect ourselves. To think it would slaughter my family over such a trivial matter. It's nothing but a bloodthirsty monster. This is very similar to the actual situation. A useless person without any abilities somehow became so terrifying. Su Wanjuan truly had no idea how Ji Chuan managed to do it. The finger tapping on the desk stopped, and Li Jingru seemed to be pondering something. Are you saying that at first, he was just an ordinary zombie, but then the next time you encountered him, he could control other zombies, break Cui Zixuan's invisibility and make her kneel, and even speak human words? Was it him who caused your injury? Yes, it was him. He suddenly gained many abilities. He's too dangerous. We must deal with him quickly. Li Jingru felt a bit fearful. If what Su Wanju said was true, this zombie was growing at an astonishing rate. If he truly harbored malicious intent toward humans, the consequences of his growth would be unimaginable. Understood. You may leave now. From now on, work in the logistics department and provide water resources for the base. After Su Wanwan left, Li Jingru's expression turned serious. How is it? The person behind him bowed and replied. Killing the boyfriend is true. Killing the parents is false. Wu Qian chatting with her casually is false. Number 1 initially appeared ordinary, but its later growth is true. Li Jingru frowned. He didn't care about the cause of death of Su Wanwan's family, and Wu Qian was already dead. Whether he liked Su Wanwan or not was irrelevant. Moreover, Su Wanwan's water-based ability was something the base needed, so he didn't want to pursue these meaningless matters. The fact that number 1 could grow was what worried him the most. Let Wang Lao be the captain of Team 2 first. Team 2 knows number 1 the best. Let Teams 2, 6, and 7 investigate number 1's whereabouts, and report immediately if anything is discovered. The man nodded and walked out the door. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Wu Qian is being cremated today. Big brother, light a cigarette. Our captain had a last wish before, wanting to be buried with his wife after death. Zi Xian and I want to help him fulfill this wish, so please make an exception. Sun Tao handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the man. Such supplies are extremely scarce nowadays. Every cigarette smoked is one less. The man thought that with Cui Zixuan helping to transfer the body, the base wouldn't notice anything. A corpse could be dealt with as they pleased, and he could save his powers. Using beginner-level fire abilities to burn a person was exhausting. Then hurry up and move it. If you're discovered later, don't say I gave it to you. Got it, we're leaving right away. Cui Zixuan activated her ability, and the two of them, along with a corpse, arrived at Wu Qian's wife's grave. Sun Tao carefully examined Wu Qian's body. He had always felt there was something suspicious about Wu Qian's death. Wu Qian was neither someone who could like Su Wanjun nor someone who could be killed by Cui Zhan. The knife wound on the waist was very deep. It seemed to be the fatal injury. Pulling out the knife must have caused a lot of bleeding. Why is there still a knife wound here on the neck? Sun Tao frowned. Sun Tao, have you ever worked as a forensic doctor? Cui Zixuan found Sun Tao's actions somewhat strange, originally thinking he was just helping Wu Qian fulfill a wish. I always feel that the captain's death isn't that simple. There's a very deep knife wound on his waist. Look at his neck. How could a knife that caused such a large wound on the waist leave such a small mark on the neck? Cui Zixuan also stepped forward to observe. Maybe the neck wound was caused when the captain dodged and got grazed? Cui Zhan and Su Wanjuan, those two scoundrels, they must be the ones who killed the captain. What good does knowing that do? The base won't show any favor to a dead person. Cui Zixuan looked desolate. It had to be said that Wu Qian was a good captain. He often took care of the team's only girl. Hurry up, if we're late and the zombies find us, the captain's whole body will be gone. Hearing Cui Zixuan's reminder, Sun Tao quickly started digging. Captain, this will reunite you with your wife. Thinking of Wu Qian's past memories, Sun Tao felt deeply sorrowful. Gu Yunxi was flustered on the battlefield. Everyone was fighting nervously, but Ji Chuan hadn't arranged for zombies to attack her. Her goal was to enhance everyone's abilities. However, she discovered that she could only select one target. This wouldn't work before she could enhance another person. The previous enhancement effect would disappear. Why was she so useless? Everyone else was visibly improving, so why was she making no progress at all? Gu Yunxi tried hard to sense the activation of her ability. In her mind, there was a green light sphere representing the enhancement of her ability, and she could control where the sphere landed. She really wanted to apply the light sphere to multiple people at the same time, trying hard to control it. Under her anxious consciousness, the green light sphere seemed to be pulled, turning into an oval, hurriedly detaching from the previous target and heading toward the next one. Is this just my illusion? At that moment, Gu Yunxi felt the light sphere had flattened. If the light sphere can only exist as one, but its shape can change? Gu Yunxi stopped focusing on moving the light sphere and instead began compressing it, attempting to change change its shape. The round ball of light at this moment turned into a flat disc touching Lin Lulu and Gung Mao in front of it. The light arrow visibly thickened, and the leaf blade pierced directly through the zombie's brain like a steel knife. Did it work? Gu Yunxi exclaimed in delight. Push harder. She frowned, urging her thoughts to continue compressing the ball of light. The green disc kept expanding until it covered the entire field. Everyone felt the enhancement of their abilities. Ji Chuan, feeling bored, was activating his life perception. With the aid of the expansion, he was sensing whether there were any new targets within the territory that he could retrieve crystal cores from after training. Suddenly, the range of perception in his mind was greatly strengthened. Ji Chuan turned to look at Gu Yunxi, nodded after understanding the situation, and thought her growth was quite fast. Ha! 3 purple crystal cores suddenly appeared? Is this my illusion? 2 of them suddenly disappeared again? Ji Chuan noticed a strange phenomenon in his expanded perception. Crystal cores suddenly appeared and then vanished, just like the person with invisibility he encountered that day. The other party must have a teleportation ability. But why was there a purple crystal core left behind? And it wasn't from a zombie. An official informant? A temporary resting spot? Ji Chuan needed to figure it out. So he walked to the field and called off the training. Everyone was panting heavily. Combat practice was the most exhausting. I'm going out for a while, you guys take a rest. Ji Chuan turned around and got into the off-road vehicle, heading toward the location of the purple crystal core. What's going on? Did they bury someone alive? Ji Chuan arrived at the location of the crystal core, and there was only a grave before him. His life perception could distinguish between humans and zombies, and the life form of this purple crystal core was clearly not a zombie. Ji Chuan casually raised his hand, and the mound of earth instantly scattered as a stone slab lifted a person upward. Is this the person who drew a gun that day? Ji Chuan was somewhat surprised. Wu Chen in front of him looked pale as if he had died, but Ji Chuan knew he was not dead. Seeing the wounds on his body, Ji Chuan understood that he had simply gone into shock due to excessive blood loss. The deathly pallor was also caused by excessive blood loss. Is the ability user base this careless? Ji Chuan no longer hesitated and began to initiate healing. After closing the wound, he secured him in the back seat and transported him back to the base. The situation was mainly caused by the suddenness of the incident and the chaos that night. The person responsible for moving Wu Qian's corpse saw the amount of blood loss in Wu Qian's pale face and assumed he was already dead. Moreover, they did check Wu Qian's heartbeat and breathing. They just didn't know that after massive blood loss, a person's pulse becomes extremely weak, their limbs turn cold, their face becomes pale, and they enter a state of unconsciousness. So naturally, everyone believed Wu Qian was dead. But the purple crystal core seemed to have made him no longer an ordinary person. His physical condition had surpassed that of most people. He was still hanging on by a thread these past 2 days, and was eventually discovered by Ji Chuan. If it weren't for Sun Tao wanting to help him fulfill the wish of being buried alongside his wife, Gu Yunxi's sudden epiphany during training, and Ji Chuan's idle life perception, Wu Qian would surely have died. Seeing Ji Chuan bring back someone who seemed to be seriously injured, no one asked any questions. After taking Wu Qian back to the room, Ji Chuan continued with the treatment. Fearing that prolonged treatment in the wild might cause Wu Qian's body temperature to drop too low, Ji Chuan was unaware that Wu Qian had already spent a night in the morgue at the base of the superhumans. The healing technique slowly repaired Wu Qian's body, and his complexion visibly improved. However, Ji Chuan's healing was still within the green category, with limited effectiveness and relatively slow progress. When Ji Chuan's hand moved toward Wu Qian's chest, cough cough, gasp, Wu Qian suddenly woke up, breathing heavily. Where was this? Wasn't he killed by Cui Zhan? When Su Wanwan blocked his airway with water, Wu Qian used his ability to materialize a knife and cut open his own airway to prevent suffocation. But he hadn't expected Cui Zhan to ambush him. It's him! Seeing Ji Chuan's face, Wu Qian felt like he had entered hell. Yun Jia, you take care of him. Did he just leave like that? Is the woman beside me human? Was it him who saved me? Wu Qian's mind was in chaos. He was now in a luxurious room, seemingly a hotel, but what exactly was going on before his eyes? Are you hungry? Have some water first. Zhang Yin gently supported Wu Qian, carefully bringing a bowl of honey water to his lips. Although Wu Qian had a stomach full of questions, he felt that the woman in front of him truly meant no harm. He was also extremely thirsty, his throat seemed to be burning, and his entire body felt unusually weak. Where is this place? You're awake. This is our base. Our leader brought you back. Leader, is it Ji Chuan? Alright. When Wu Qian was researching earlier, he noticed that number 1 resembled Ji Chuan a lot, and he wanted to confirm this suspicion. Yes, do you know our leader? Wu Qian shook his head, not knowing how to explain. He is a zombie. Why would you make a zombie your leader? Hearing Wu Qian's words, Zhang Yun was stunned, seemingly not expecting Wu Qian to ask such a question. He saved me and my daughter, and he also saved my neighbor and her brother. Zhang Yun pointed outside the window. He saved all the survivors in the hotel and reinforced the hotel's gates and walls, letting the survivors decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Even those with weaker abilities were allowed to stay with us. Zhang Yun recounted how she met Ji Chuan Chuan, elaborating in detail on how he saved her and her daughter. What you said, is it true? Wu Qian couldn't believe what he had heard. Ji Chuan's actions were more humane than those of the base. For the sake of limited resources, the ability user base does not accept the weak, it only accepts ability users who are useful to the base. It's true, uncle. Without brother Ji Chuan's help, Xiaoxian and mom would already be dead. Brother Ji Chuan is a good person. Xiaoxian curiously observed Wu Qian from the side. Eat something, your body is still very weak. Zhang Yun held a bowl of porridge in her hands and started feeding him spoon by spoon. Wu Qian felt a bit embarrassed. I'll do it myself. Seeing Wu Qian feeling a bit uneasy and still able to move, Zhang Yun handed the bowl of porridge to him. I'll go get you some more food, so you can eat when you're hungry. Call me if you need anything. Xiaoxian and I are staying in the room across from yours. Get some rest. Watching Zhang Yun leave, Wu Qian stared blankly out the window. A courtyard without zombies, solid walls, and a few people happily chatting below it felt as if they had returned to the time before the apocalypse. The people at this stronghold seemed to be living quite comfortably. Does Ji Chuan pose no threat to humanity? He really wanted to find Ji Chuan now and ask him, and also wanted to return to the base to report his investigation results to the leader, but he felt completely powerless. Even holding a bowl to eat left him exhausted. He tried to use his abilities to retrieve his phone, but failed. His vision turned white and he almost fainted. Wu Qian sighed and lay down. Knock, 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 I've brought you some food. It was Zhang Yun's voice. She carefully carried a tray of food filled with various dishes and placed it by Wu Qian's bedside. Zhang Yun noticed Wu Qian's pale complexion and even beads of sweat on his forehead, which were caused by excessive weakness and the use of his abilities. However, Zhang Yun thought Wu Qian's condition was worsening and hurriedly reached out to touch his forehead. Fortunately, it wasn't hot, and he didn't have a fever. I thought you had a fever. It's good that you're fine. Is there anywhere else you still feel uncomfortable? Apart from feeling weak, Wu Qian also had an indescribable sense of unease. In an unfamiliar environment, facing unfamiliar people, carrying a mission, uncovering some inside information, there were many things waiting for him to handle, yet he could do nothing. Wu Qian shook his head. His unease was impossible to articulate. Zhang Yun used her soothing ability on Wu Qian. Wu Qian instantly felt much better. His whole body relaxed. Was it the woman in front of him who made this happen? What's wrong with you? How should I address you? My name is Zhang Yun. You can call me if you need anything. What about you? Wu Qian. Zhang Yun nodded. Eat these as well. I had Chef Zhao make them fresh. They won't taste as good once they're cold. Chef Zhao is a professional hotel chef. His skills are excellent. Let me help you up. Looking at Zhang Yun's gentle face, Wu Qian hesitated but eventually sat up. Eat more to regain strength. Du Ling arrived at Ji Chuan's stronghold, and the outer wall before him had exceeded his expectations. It was even taller and more imposing than what he had seen online. This was achieved after Ji Chuan obtained metal scaling, making reinforcement work much easier. Du Ling's abilities were more inclined towards support rather than combat, so he chose a place with fewer zombies and activated his powers. A sturdy vine slowly rose beneath his feet, lifting Du Ling higher and higher. Upon reaching the outer wall, it climbed upward. In this way, Du Ling successfully entered the stronghold. Zhang Yi also noticed this. Since his injuries were relatively minor and had mostly healed through Ji Chuan's treatment, he was responsible for monitoring and observation during this period. Strangers have climbed over the wall from the southeast, a plant-based ability user. Zhang Yi informed everyone through the walkie-talkie. Lin Lulu frowned, and the group quickly went out to investigate. Who are you? If you come any closer, we'll attack. Lin Lulu assumed an attacking stance. Having just sent away Qian Hu and his group, the threat posed by humans in the apocalypse was far greater than that of zombies. Du Ling raised his hands. No ill intentions. I am a member of the ability user base. I came to check out the situation here and see if this newly established stronghold needs our help. That won't be necessary. Since you have another organization, please leave quickly. Next time, if you enter without permission, we won't be so polite. Lin Lulu doesn't completely trust the other party and won't believe them just because they claim to be official personnel. Moreover, the last time the official personnel saved that wicked woman Su Wanzhuang, who knows what they're thinking. Can I meet your person in charge? We can cooperate. Upon entering the stronghold, Du Ling discovered that the base had a high safety index fully capable of resisting most zombies. If it were just a small organization, it could even directly apply for incorporation into a higher level unit. Lin Lulu paused for a moment. She knew Ji Chuan had excellent hearing and could catch the conversation on the spot. If he was willing, he would show up on his own. But Ji Chuan did not. After understanding Ji Chuan's attitude, Lin Lulu became even more assertive. The leader is not here. Please leave. Ji Chuan recognized Du Ling. He had helped him when he obtained the golden crystal core, but he didn't want to get entangled with the authorities too early, so he chose not to show himself. When will he be back? I can wait. A light arrow shot toward Du Ling's feet. Please leave. The next shot will be at you. Alright, I'm going out now. Don't be impulsive. The door unexpectedly opened, and Du Ling walked toward the outside. He was ready to confront the zombies, but the surrounding zombies seemed to have no intention of attacking him. What's going on? Normally, this distance would definitely attract the zombies' attention. The gate was closed, recalling that an off-road vehicle was parked in the courtyard. Is it him? Du Ling thought of that powerful figure. Considering the surrounding zombies did not actively attack, he vaguely had a guess. Captain, the leader of the Alajar Hotel seems to be the strong one I mentioned last time. After waiting for a while, Du Ling still did not receive a reply from the captain. What is this? Stronger than the existing mutated species? The captain of Squad 7, Chi Feng, was hiding behind a building, exploring areas where zombies gathered after receiving the task to locate number 1. Although Team 7 is not very strong, their abilities generally allow them to protect themselves. Therefore, to improve efficiency, Team 7 mostly acts independently while sharing collected information with each other. Chi Feng noticed the anomaly in this area from a high vantage point. The density of zombies was very high, so he suspected it might be caused by number 1 gathering them. He entered the area by walking through walls. Even if discovered, ordinary zombies were slower than him, and he could quickly evade their attacks by passing through walls. The closer he got to the outskirts, the more he noticed the abnormal density of zombies. However, from the outskirts, it was impossible to see the center clearly, so Chi Feng chose to climb high and went to the rooftop nearby to observe. In the center of the zombies, there was a particularly large zombie that Chi Feng had never seen before. Even standing on the rooftop, he could clearly see the zombie's broad back covered with disgusting bone spurs. Captain, just as Chi Feng was about to take a photo to report, the giant zombie seemed to notice him and actually raised its head to look in his direction. In his astonished gaze, the zombie, like an agile gorilla, effortlessly leaped onto the building's wall and quickly sprang toward him. Each jump shattered the building's windows. Chi Feng dared not delay and immediately activated his ability to pass through layers of floors, arriving downstairs. He quickly ran toward the distance, continuously passing through walls and using buildings as cover. The footsteps of the giant zombie were loud, and Chi Feng could hear them constantly following him. However, his frequent use of abilities had already left him panting, and the footsteps stopped. Chi Feng secretly observed the zombie in the distance. It was raising its head, seemingly sniffing something. Bad news, it's tracking by scent. After realizing this, Chi Feng dared not delay and quickly ran in the opposite direction. He attracted the attention of several zombies, but after Chi Feng passed through the wall, they could only helplessly pat the wall. Chi Feng thought of the nearby garbage station. He dared not waste a moment, as he had a premonition. If caught by that giant zombie, he would undoubtedly face death. His heart was racing, but fortunately, his ability allowed him to avoid many detours. Without caring about cleanliness, he quickly darted into the pile of garbage, the intense smell almost making him vomit. However, he was already drenched in sweat and could hardly activate his ability anymore. The ground was trembling. He knew the terrifying zombie had already arrived nearby. The sound of footsteps disappeared, as if the other party was trying hard to discern the direction. As the sound faded into the distance, Chi Feng slowly crawled out of the garbage pile. Almost died. Stay away from the area near the landfill. I encountered a zombie far more dangerous than the mutated ones. Chi Feng quickly relayed this message to his team. He didn't care who Du Ling said the base leader was. The recent escape made him realize just how perilous the current situation for humanity is. Chi Feng hurried back to the base. He had to report today's discovery to the organization in time. Wow, Captain Chi, did you fall into a cesspit? The base guard pinched his nose in disgust. Chi Feng pursed his lips and, without answering, quickly prepared to report his findings. What? Are you saying that a zombie far surpassing the mutated ones was also found near the east suburb landfill? Bigger than a grizzly bear? Li Jingru couldn't believe his ears. Just now, Team 6 reported that a zombie wielding a steel whip was spotted at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, displaying extremely aggressive behavior, several times stronger than ordinary mutated ones. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Zombies seem to be constantly mutating, and those with powerful abilities are rising rapidly. Meanwhile, humanity hasn't even figured out the conditions for zombie evolution. Ji Chuan opened walnuts in a new area, and this time he had a pretty good harvest, obtaining a blue, stasis, crystal core, which can temporarily pause a target. It was his first time acquiring a time-related ability. Moreover, he discovered that stasis could combine with the ice crystal core to form a time freeze, purple crystal core, allowing time to stop in a small area. However, any living beings entering this area would also be affected. This turned out to be very useful for preserving supplies, so Ji Chuan combined them without hesitation, ensuring that some supplies wouldn't spoil. While controlling zombies with crystal cores to line up and come to him, Ji Chuan noticed that one zombie, which he hadn't summoned, was actively walking toward him. Did not sense the presence of a crystal nucleus in that zombie. Ji Chuan was somewhat curious and wanted to see what this zombie, which had actively approached, was. After finishing off the 8th zombie and consuming its crystal nucleus, the target that had actively approached finally entered Ji Chuan's line of sight. This zombie appeared to be female, with a body possessing feminine curves, but its skin was a bluish-gray color. Its limbs and chest were covered with black bone-like like structures that looked hard and resembled a form-fitting armor. Holding a steel whip, her expression looked extremely fierce. Ji Chuan was not afraid of zombies, and the zombie in front of him did not show any aggression. Ji Chuan wanted to see what she was going to do. The steel whip zombie came before Ji Chuan and slowly knelt down. Ji Chuan was a bit puzzled. What was she doing? Greetings, great king of zombies. What is going on? It sounded a bit like the voice he had when he had just turned into a zombie, hoarse and slow. I was born of your will and exist to serve you. Born of will? How was it born? Ji Chuan pondered, unable to recall doing anything particularly special. The zombie in front of him could actually communicate and had intelligence, but it lacked a crystal core, unlike those transformed from humans. Without a crystal core, how strong could it be? Ji Chuan thought as he paused his actions. In front of him was another zombie that hadn't consumed the blue body-enhancing crystal core. You'll be called Xiaomei. Let's see your strength knock down this zombie. Ji Chuan issued a command to the two zombies. The blue crystal core zombie's body emitted a metallic sheen, let out a roar, and charged at Xiaomei. Xiaomei swung her steel whip, directly wrapping it around the zombie's neck. With a forceful flick of her arm, the zombie was pulled to the ground, creating a crater. Without giving the zombie a chance to stand up, Xiaomei's steel whip coiled around its neck like a python. She stood like a queen, one foot on the zombie's shoulder, and with increasing force in her hands, she directly tore off the head of the physically enhanced zombie. Hiss! Ji Chuan drew in a sharp breath. He had thought that physically enhanced zombies were the nemesis of such cold weapons, but he hadn't expected Xiaomei's strength to be so overwhelming. Her power far surpassed that of blue-level ability users. Well done. How did you come to exist here? If she was born because of herself, why is she completely unaware, and why is she here? When I became conscious, I was already here. When you approached, I could sense your presence. You are our king. Who are you? Hearing Xiaomei's words, Ji Chuan felt as if his ability had some sort of passive effect, creating such a subordinate without his knowledge. After all, no one else had ever been seen with a black crystal core like his. It seemed there was still much to explore about this ability. Follow me back to the base. From now on, you will be the base's guard. The stronghold is currently lacking combat power, and Xiaomei can protect the stronghold while going out. But are there others like Xiaomei? Ji Chuan decided that he still needed to go out more to find crystal cores to consume. Who knows, there might be subordinates scattered outside waiting to be brought home. Is anyone there? Let us in. Xiao Xinshi pounded hard on the towering metal gate. They had noticed a newly built stronghold here and, being relatively close, decided to seek refuge. He and his roommate had originally rented a place nearby to prepare for their postgraduate exams, but unexpectedly encountered a zombie outbreak. Staying any longer would mean either being eaten by zombies or starving to death. They can't possibly not hear us, right? How could they get in with such a tall door and wall? Fan Jiahao also started banging on the door forcefully, hoping to attract the attention of the people inside. Although the surrounding zombies hadn't attacked them for some unknown reason, they could already see zombies in the distance moving toward them. Just as they were debating whether to retreat, the door opened, and the two quickly rushed inside. Zhang Yi checked the situation at the door through the surveillance and immediately informed everyone. Lin Lulu quickly arrived at the door. We saw there's a new base here and want to join. We can handle all the dirty and tough work. What abilities do you have? Xiao Xinshi looked troubled because both of their abilities were quite useless. Yes, let us demonstrate it for you. The two looked at Lin Lulu's group, locking their gaze on Zhang Yi. It works better on a guy. Zhang Yi suddenly turned around and then started doing a plank. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Lin Lulu looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression. I don't know, suddenly my body was out of control. My superpower is to make the target turn around. My superpower is to make the target facing away from me do a plank. Who are you? Lin Lulu opened her mouth wide in surprise. There was actually such a superpower. Individually, their abilities were quite useless, but they could surprisingly be combined for use. If the two of us encounter zombies and can't avoid them, we make the zombies do planks on the spot. That's how we've made it this far. The duration is short, but it's enough for us to escape. Xiao Xinshi scratched her head awkwardly. Just as the group was chatting, the gate opened again, and an off-road vehicle drove in. Because he had already returned to the base, Ji Chuan got out of the car without wearing sunglasses, and Xiaomei followed him. Ah, a zombie. Xiao Xinshi saw Xiaomei's ferocious appearance, which was extremely terrifying and looked much more dangerous than ordinary zombies. Instinctively, she used her ability on Xiaomei. Xiaomei turned her head, but her gaze suddenly became fierce, and she directly turned to look at Xiao Xinshi. How could it be? Xiao Xinshi realized that her superpower had failed. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. A steel whip lashed over, but it froze straight in midair. Xiaomei, these are the members of the stronghold, the ones you need to protect. Ha, yes, my king. The people at the stronghold looked at Xiaomei in astonishment, her whole body exuding an intense sense of oppression, yet this zombie seemed to obey Ji Chuan's commands. And it could talk. This was the first time the group had encountered a talking zombie, and Ji Chuan appeared no different from an ordinary person in their eyes. eyes. This is Xiaomei. She will be in the hotel courtyard from now on, helping with security. It will be safer even when I'm not around. Everyone nodded blankly but still didn't dare to approach. Who are these two? Ji Chuan noticed the unfamiliar faces of Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao. These are survivors who have come to join us. Both of them have abilities, quite interesting ones. This is our leader, Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu gestured for the two to give Ji Chuan a demonstration. Jiang Yi started doing planks on the ground again. Ji Chuan looked at the duo's combination technique with some curiosity. He had never encountered a similar type of ability before, so he wanted to give it a try. Try it on me. Ji Chuan's deep voice made Qiu Xinshi somewhat fearful, and seeing his scarlet eyes, she felt that Ji Chuan was not an ordinary human. Since he was the leader, he had to follow the leader's orders, so he tried using the transformation ability on Ji Chuan. You used it? Facing Ji Chuan's inquiry, Qiu Xinshi swallowed nervously and nodded. This doesn't work on me. A control-type ability from a green crystal core, could it be that I'm immune? Ji Chuan didn't feel any abnormality in his body. You try using your ability on me too. Ji Chuan took the initiative to turn around, and Fan Jiahao used his ability. Similarly, Ji Chuan showed no reaction. How could this be? Solid sphere, have our abilities failed? Maybe the leader is just too powerful. Qiu Xinshi only felt an overwhelming sense of oppression from Ji Chuan and Xiaomei in front of her, needing to muster all her courage just to approach them. It seems that the green control type ability can indeed be ignored. After consuming so many crystal cores, it wouldn't make sense for me to still be affected by the green control ability. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan turned back and asked Sushin to apply a loyalty state to the two of them. With the influence of loyalty, the two were no longer afraid of Ji Chuan approaching. Are you sure you saw the steel whip zombie here? To investigate the strength of the steel whip zombie, Li Jingru sent several experts with targeted abilities to act together with Team 6. But upon reaching the destination, there was only a group of ordinary zombies. Although their numbers were relatively large, there was indeed nothing unusual. The captain of Team 6 scanned the area for a few moments and then led the group around several times, confirming there was absolutely nothing. How could this happen? Could that zombie have left on its own? Li Jingru targeted the steel whip zombie first because the base has a powerful magnetic ability user who can directly seize its weapon. The massive zombie reported by Chi Feng has strong destructive power, no obvious weaknesses, and no effective countermeasures were thought of. The captain of the 6th team spotted a bank nearby. Seeing the multi-angle cameras at the entrance, he signaled the team to enter the bank for investigation. Effortlessly clearing the zombies inside the bank, Team 6 Captain Han Yang entered the surveillance room to review the footage from the past few days. This is the zombie, see it? As soon as we approached, it immediately launched an attack. We almost got taken down here. Everyone was a bit surprised by the ferocity of the zombie's behavior on the screen. This zombie was agile and ruthless, with combat abilities far beyond those of ordinary zombies. After the group escaped, the footage showed only the zombie itself, standing motionless as if it were an NPC returning to its previous position, manually fast-forwarding the surveillance. Wait, where is it going? The steel whip zombie suddenly moved into the distance, where an off-road vehicle seemed to be parked, but the group couldn't see clearly. There wasn't any intense fighting. The steel whip zombie appeared very calm upon reaching the distance and didn't swing its steel whip. Moreover, shortly after, the off-road vehicle started and drove out of the frame. The steel whip zombie was suspected to have been taken away by an off-road vehicle. Han Yan copied the footage and sent it to the base. Was it subdued by a powerful ability user, or directly dealt with by someone? The group arrived at the place where the off-road vehicle had appeared, and the ground was unexpectedly covered with zombie corpses, their heads hollowed out and arranged in a row. However, the steel whip zombie's corpse was not among them. What kind of person did this? The base members looked at the piles of corpses at the scene inside. Although they also had the ability to kill zombies on a large scale, the corpses before them had only their heads severely damaged, while their bodies seemed to be unscathed. It was as if these zombies had their heads smashed open in an instant by their opponent. This ability user's strength was unfathomable. Relevant information was sent to the frontline teams and reconnaissance teams' phones. The steel whip zombie might be taken away by the off-road vehicle, and the off-road vehicle wasn't intercepted by the zombies. A powerful ability user has the strength to take down a large number of zombies. Du Ling looked at the information on his phone and thought, isn't this the sunglasses guy? Captain, I know where the person the base is looking for is. What did you say? The one who drove away the off-road vehicle is the strong individual I mentioned to you. The Alajar base was established by him. Absolutely, I even saw that off-road vehicle in the Alajar courtyard. Ji Chuan chose a warehouse to store the supplies with shorter shelf lives and then applied a time-freezing state to the warehouse. This way, there would be no need to worry worry about the shelf life of these supplies. However, these supplies can only be accessed by him. Anyone else entering this space would also be frozen. After explaining this to everyone, Ji Chuan prepared to continue collecting supplies and crystal cores. The current Ji Chuan has accumulated a significant number of crystal cores. Through the fusion of these cores, he has acquired many abilities, and several low-level abilities have been upgraded after absorbing multiple similar cores. Green Crystal Core, Strong Light, Healing, Intermediate, Windblade, Intermediate, Poison Mist, Intermediate, Water Gun, Combat Techniques, Cooling, Material Decomposition, Walking on Water, Bloodsucking, Defense Enhancement, Intermediate, Blue Crystal Core, Regeneration, Advanced, Speed Boost, Advanced, Strength Boost, Advanced, Gravity, Advanced, Range Night Vision, Metal Generation, Memory Erasure, Advanced, Boomerang, Malice Perception, Rapid Growth, Plant Barrier, Killing Intent Release, Lightning Strike, Mental Power Enhancement, Advanced Vision Interference, Sonic Attack, Purple Crystal Core, Metal Manipulation, Firepower, Firewall, Metal Scaling, Body Hardening, Advanced Diffusion, Range Sleep, Time Freeze, Golden Crystal Core, The Essence of Rock. Today, Ji Chuan possesses numerous attack and interference methods, but still lacks advanced abilities. Although he is eager to investigate news about Song Huai, he dares not rashly enter the ability user's base, as he already knows they have a red crystal core ability user. Ji Chuan has no confidence in retreating unscathed, especially not knowing how many ability users of that level there might be. Ji Chuan sensed a large number of life forms approaching the stronghold, many of which possessed advanced crystal cores. What's going on? Ji Chuan frowned. Could so many experts be seeking refuge at the base? Ji Chuan felt that things might not be so simple. Du Ling led the combat team from the ability user base to the vicinity of Alajar. Since the video suggested that the steel whip zombie might have been taken away by the off-road vehicle, they needed to prepare for a potential battle. Are you sure? Of course, if the steel whip zombie had already been dealt with by the strong individual Du Ling mentioned, the base naturally intended to recruit Ji Chuan, along with turning the Alajar Hotel into a new base. So, in addition to combat personnel, senior members of the base were sent for negotiations because Du Ling mentioned that Ji Chuan is not easily persuaded. Seeing the steel walls surrounding Alajar, everyone expressed their amazement. The metal ability user at this stronghold is incredibly powerful to complete reinforcements on such a scale. Indeed, being able to build such a steel fortress in the apocalypse is truly the work of some talented individuals. They might even turn out to be allies. The group easily eliminated the zombies in front of the gate. Xiaomei stared in the direction of the door and had already started moving toward it. I'll go up and check the situation inside. One of them slowly rose into the air. This gate and wall are so high. As his height surpassed the wall, the courtyard of Alajar came into full view. His expression shifted from delight to terror. Steel whip zombie. He saw Xiaomei holding a steel whip behind the door, staring at him with a grim expression. His entire body swayed in the air, almost falling. The steel whip zombie is right behind the door. Only then did everyone react and hurriedly prepare for battle. Du Ling looked surprised. How could this be? Clearly, when he came here some time ago, there were only humans inside. Still, he stepped back, as his abilities weren't very combat effective. This is it. Xiaomei suddenly exerted herself. Despite the tall gate, she easily reached the flyer by jumping and performing simple climbing movements. Ah, what the hell? The flyer hadn't expected this zombie to move so quickly. Facing it at such close range was nothing short of a nightmare. The steel whip swung toward him. Although he tried his best to fly backward, his ankle was still caught by the steel whip. As Xiaomei fell, despite his full effort, he still fell down together with Xiaomei. Seeing a member in danger, the leader Yengu no longer waited and directly used his ability to attack the door. With his hands drawing a circle in front of him, the metal door seemed to be cut by a laser, creating a passageway. The crowd saw the steel whip zombie staring at the person on the ground, the only one with flying ability trembling all over, unable to move due to the steel whip's entanglement. Without hesitation, Yan Guang launched an attack on Xiaomei, several beams of laser shooting out, but Xiaomei easily dodged them with a backward somersault. Due to the rapid whipping of the steel whip, the person on the ground spun around a few times and felt dizzy, but his rationality allowed him to quickly activate his ability and fly toward the crowd. The ability users seized this opportunity to enter the courtyard, and Xiaomei's steel whip unexpectedly lifted itself, pointing straight at one of them. This is precisely the base's strong magnet user, who joined this operation to target the steel whip zombie, using powerful magnetic force to strip Xiaomei of her weapon. However, Xiaomei acted unexpectedly, directly using the pull from the whip to propel herself toward the strong magnet user, preparing to attack him. To cover for the strong magnet user, Brother Yan seized the opportunity created by Xiaomei's fixed forward direction under the influence of magnetic force, predicted her movement trajectory, and launched a swift attack. A powerful laser directly pierced through Xiaomei's right arm, and her right hand, along with the steel whip, was taken by the strong magnet user. Wait a moment. A deep voice sounded, and Ji Chuan had somehow already appeared in front of everyone. Xiaomei retreated behind Ji Chuan and stopped her attack, leaving everyone astonished as they they watched the scene unfold. Only Cui Zixuan trembled at the back, shivering despite the person in front of her now wearing sunglasses and appearing taller and stronger than before. But she wouldn't admit she was wrong. This is number one. The overwhelming sense of oppression left a deep impression on her. For the safety of the mission, she was specially included this time, so that in case of danger, she could divert everyone's attention. What are you doing here? Seeing that Xiao Mei had retreated to the back and stopped moving, Yan Guang was somewhat confused about the current situation. The person in front of him was undoubtedly the leader of the stronghold, but why would such a powerful zombie obey his commands? Should he eliminate the steel whip zombie first or recruit the strong man in front of him? Seeing that the steel whip zombie truly wasn't taking any action, Yan Guang decided to first inquire about the situation of the man in front of him. I am Yan Guang from the ability user base, the person in charge of this operation. May I ask? Everyone, fall back. He's number one. He's a zombie. Cui Zixuan had already suppressed her immense fear and shouted out, ready to flee at any moment. However, the team in front of her consisted of a full 10 people. The previous encounter with 6 people had already pushed her to her limit, and it had taken her a long time to recover afterward. Upon hearing Cui Zixuan's warning, everyone immediately became alert as if facing a great enemy. They had long heard of number one's exploits, and Cui Zixuan, being the person closest to number one that day, would not mistake it. What? Yan Guang couldn't believe that zombies could have such a form. Now, there was only one option left in front of him, to eliminate the zombie. Cui Zixuan, are you kidding me? He actually took down a tough mutant creature? We fought together, and he even offered me supplies as thanks. Du Ling looked utterly incredulous, thinking that Cui Zixuan must have been scared senseless by the steel whip zombie. Yan Guang hesitated upon hearing Du Ling's words, his peripheral vision fixed on Ji Chuan, fearing he might make a move. It's said that number one possesses numerous attack methods and can command zombies. Commanding zombies. Then the steel whip zombie obeys his orders. He is indeed number one, but why hasn't he launched a direct attack and is still communicating? Yan Guang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His decision could directly affect the life and death of several people present. I almost died in front of him. I can't be mistaken. Everyone, fall back. Ah! Before Cui Zixuan could finish speaking, she realized she was already kneeling on the ground, just like that day. Miss, that day you were merely kneeling on the ground like this for a brief moment. I had no intention of killing you. Ji Chuan's deep voice filled Cui Zixuan with immense fear. At this moment, she couldn't even lift her head to look at that ghastly pale face. Moreover, you took away my enemy. Considering this, I indeed have a reason to trouble you. Cui Zixuan's eyes trembled violently. Right now, she just wanted to use her teleportation ability, but she couldn't. She was terrified that a long-range attack could take her out at any moment, or worse, turn her into a corpse that obeys commands. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We'll leave right away, just let her go. Yan Guang saw that Ji Chuan could communicate, so he tentatively asked if they could retreat. The steel whip zombie and number one in front of them were far beyond the level of mutated creatures, and this elite team of 10 couldn't afford to suffer losses here. Take away my enemy, destroy the gate of my base, injure my subordinates, and now you think you can just leave? Ji Chuan took off his sunglasses, and his pair of crimson eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. After listening to Ji Chuan's words, Yan Guang was about to activate his ability to attack, but he suddenly felt his hands become heavy, and his entire body collapsed onto the ground, unable to move. Still too slow. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. I can let you go, but such arrogance. Let go of Brother Yan. Before Ji Chuan could finish his sentence, a hot-blooded young man launched an attack. In the base, he was a very powerful offensive ability user and the main combat force of the team. Brother Yan is a very good superior. Seeing Brother Yan being controlled, he became extremely anxious. After all, it's just a zombie, how could it possibly be a match for someone with such powerful abilities? Xiao Guang, don't. Brother Yan sensed his subordinate's intention and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Several shadow spikes had already flown toward Ji Chuan. This large-scale attack method had allowed him to kill countless zombies, and now he could precisely control the angle of each shadow spike and quickly strike the opponent's vital points. Moreover, the move is launched very covertly, and even if encountering a superhuman, it is likely that the opponent would die directly before reacting. Just as the shadow spike had just gathered, the roaring Xiao Guang turned into a pool of blood among several rock walls. Xiao Guang. Everyone couldn't believe the scene before them. Such a powerful superhuman had died right in front of them like this. Du Ling was so shocked that he couldn't make a sound. Wasn't this move used by the mutant species with the backpack that day? Why can Ji Chuan use it now? I just said I could let you go, but it seems you don't want to leave. No, nobody move. Yan Guang, lying on the ground, had already sensed everything happening to Xiao Guang. He didn't want anyone else to sacrifice themselves. Cui Zixuan was already trembling like a sieve. She felt that death was getting closer and closer to her. It was our rashness. We will retreat. State your terms. Yan Guang was doing his best to stop everyone from attacking again. If the other side was willing to negotiate and let them go, there was still room for redemption. distinction. I won't actively harm humans, nor do I like being disturbed. As for those who actively attack me like just now, I won't let them go either. Do you understand? Got it, got it. I'll go back and inform the leader. I won't bother you again. A woman wearing black lipstick had a hint of excitement in her eyes. She was the base's powerful psychic ability user and had always believed her powers were far stronger than her sister Lorna's. Yet, she had lived in her sister's shadow since childhood, even after the apocalypse when their abilities emerged. But Ji Chuan standing before her was an opportunity. Controlling him could not only resolve the current crisis and earn her merit but also establish her new status through the powerful Ji Chuan. Her sister is nothing more than a tool for controlling some bases, while a monster like Ji Chuan is the true top-tier combat power with a voice in decision-making. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Lorna's control requires close contact, but she is different. Loi looked at Ji Chuan's wickedly charming face and strong physique with great excitement. Since childhood, she had been fond of dark elements, and her hobbies and style were completely different from other girls her age. Ji Chuan, such a powerful and dark creature, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. She could hardly wait to control Ji Chuan and become his queen. Lorna needed to place her hand on the target's forehead to perform mental control, whereas Loi only needed to make eye contact. She slowly raised her neck, using subtle movements to attract Ji Chuan's attention, and her eyes unexpectedly emitted a blue glow. Sister, my superpower is the most powerful. Just as Loi thought Ji Chuan was already in her grasp, the rock spike had pierced through her eyes. With a scream of agony, Loi fell to the ground and, after little struggle, fell silent. Those who know about Roy's abilities can deduce that Roy used his powers on Ji Chuan based on the position of Ji Chuan's attack. However, this elite team was temporarily assembled, and many members were unfamiliar with each other's ability activation movements, simply assuming Ji Chuan was engaging in pure slaughter. I said I wouldn't let anyone who actively attacks me go, but those who hadn't been controlled yet couldn't stay calm after seeing Roy's miserable state and launched attacks on Ji Chuan one after another. Yen Guang was already extremely anxious on the ground. He tried hard to stand up and stop these impulsive young people, but he was powerless, as the immense gravitational force made even breathing difficult. Few people can remain absolutely rational in the face of a death threat. The members responsible for the attack saw the opponent's intention to strike and decided to cooperate. Zombies are inherently enemies of humanity, and no matter what it says, eliminating it is the best choice. Moreover, 2 members had already died here, and avenging their companions was the most praiseworthy act in the apocalypse. It seemed that they had achieved a rare tacit understanding, as various attack methods erupted simultaneously. Yen Guan lay on the ground in utter despair, regretting that he had ever agreed to take responsibility for this mission, knowing how foolish this group was. As each attacking member prepared to unleash their ultimate move, several rock walls rapidly rose from the ground. They resembled blooming rock flowers, systematically enveloping each rebel, with crimson nectar flowing from their cores. Yen Guang shed tears as he listened to the sound of flesh and blood shattering around him, tears of sorrow for his teammates' deaths and tears of fear for his own impending demise. He felt immense regret for his desire to resist, especially since the other party had communicated their intention to spare them. Arrogantly, they believed they had a chance to successfully resist. Ji Chuan, don't! The sounds of battle in the courtyard caught Wu Qian's attention. Dragging his weakened body, he made his way to the battlefield, followed closely by Zhang Yun, who was worried that something might happen to him in his frail state. Leader, I couldn't stop Wu Gu, Zhang Yun said apologetically. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, the flyer realized that Zhang Yun was Ji Chuan's subordinate. It was Wu Qian's voice. Cui Zixuan struggled to lift her head and look into the distance, and she actually saw Wu Qian's figure. How could this be? Wu Qian was someone she had personally buried together with Sun Tao. Captain, you're alive! Cui Zixuan burst into tears, not expecting to have the chance to see Wu Qian again. Don't! Ji Chuan glanced back at Wu Qian. I intended to let them go, but they kept attacking. Don't blame me. The flyer seized the moment when Ji Chuan turned his head, swiftly flying toward Zhang Yun and grabbing her by the neck. Let us go, or I'll kill her. Xiao Yun. Wu Qian was very conflicted. Over the past few days, Zhang Yun's meticulous care had made him feel the warmth of family. In front of him were the members of the base. Ji Chuan chuckled softly. Before the flyer could react, a rock spike had already emerged from his mouth. The flyer instantly lost all vitality, collapsing like a pile of rags. Only Yen Guan, Cui Zixuan, and Du Ling remained on the field. Ji Chuan, don't! Let them go! Wu Qian earnestly pleaded with Ji Chuan. After all, Cui Zixuan was his former teammate, and he had to save her no matter what. She saved my enemy. Do you think I should let her go? Wu Qian knew the enemy referred to Su Wanwan. He had already experienced Su Wanwan's terrifying nature and understood Ji Chuan's hatred toward her. Perhaps they truly had been in the wrong. From the beginning, Ji Chuan had never actively attacked them. He was merely resolving his own grievances. If you can spare Zixuan, I am willing to join the stronghold. Cui Zixuan cried even more sorrowfully on the ground, feeling that Wu Qian had sacrificed himself for her. Zixuan, it was Ji Ji Chuan who saved me. He also saved many others. Wu Qian recalled Zhang Yun's account of her experiences. The others in the stronghold also trusted Ji Chuan deeply. Their feelings could not be faked. If he could save Cui Zishuan, he could accept such a choice, and his reputation at the base was probably already ruined. Cui Zishuan's eyes widened upon hearing Wu Qian's words. Was a zombie saving people? But the captain was indeed standing alive right in front of her. Ji Chuan thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Cui Zishuan suddenly felt the gravity on her body disappear and stood up. Without paying attention to Ji Chuan in front of her, she ran straight to Wu Qian and hugged him. Captain, I never thought I'd see you again. She wanted to take this opportunity to activate her powers and bring Wu Qian back with her. But Wu Qian resisted Cui Zishuan's supernatural power. Cui Zishuan couldn't believe Wu Qian's choice, but Wu Qian just shook his head. Zishuan, go back. Life here is good. Cui Zishuan nodded. She still had a chance. Stop bothering me, just leave. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Cui Zishuan reluctantly glanced at Wu Qian. Take him with you, Captain. Ji Chuan pointed at Du Ling. Du Ling hadn't made a move against Ji Chuan earlier and had even helped him. This way, we're even. Du Ling stared blankly at Ji Chuan, surprised that a zombie could have human emotions. Watch your words and actions, or you'll die. Ji Chuan placed his hand on Yen Guang's head and released the memory wipe at maximum intensity. Yen Guang stood up with a blank expression. Who am I? Where am I? Cui Zishuan and Du Ling were shocked, not expecting Ji Chuan to be capable of this, but he hadn't used it on them. Breaking my door and being the first to think of attacking me, he will stay behind to atone. Cui Zishuan hesitated no longer, grabbed Du Ling, and activated her ability to transfer back to a spot not far from the base. The 10-person squad was down to just the two of them, so they had to think carefully about what to say and how to hide Ji Chuan's information. They had no doubt that saying the wrong thing could really get them killed or turn them into a memoryless walking corpse. Go upstairs and rest. Sister Yun asked Su Shin to meet Wu Qian to handle the members' admission. Zhang Yun nodded and helped Wu Qian upstairs. When Ji Chuan happily reached the walnut cracking stage, he said, "Don't blame me, you were the ones who attacked first, I was just defending myself." High-grade crystal cores scattered all over the ground, almost like takeout. Yen Guan looked on in horror as Ji Chuan split open the brains of the corpses on the ground, then directly swallowed whatever he was searching for. Now, he was just an ordinary person, completely unaccustomed to such horrifying scenes. This golden crystal core called Xiaoguang is actually Dark Arcana. Such an advanced ability, yet he uses it so ordinarily. But after consuming all the crystal cores scattered on the ground, Ji Chuan realized that his consciousness was about to fall into slumber again. Black energy was continuously enveloping him. Seeing Ji Chuan's transformation, Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu, already experienced in this, quickly called everyone to bring Ji Chuan into the room. Li Jingru smoked a cigarette, his expression heavy. Out of a 10-person elite team, only 2 remained, including a key combatant and even a senior member of the base. Cui Zishuan just kept her head down, looking troubled. When our group discovered that the steel whip zombie was no longer at its previous location, we checked the surrounding surveillance. We followed the direction the steel whip zombie had left in to search, but encountered a powerful zombie that could kill them in an instant. I used my ability to bring Du Ling back, but I had no chance to save the others. Li Jingru gave a glance to the person beside him, who subtly nodded without a word. Cui Zishuan knew that the leader had an interrogator by his side, and it was said that his ability allowed him to sense whether someone was lying. So she communicated with Du Ling, only sharing some unimportant truthful information to avoid suspicion. Du Ling, did you tell your captain that you know who took the steel whip zombie and that this time you voluntarily led them to search for it? Li Jingru's gaze was extremely terrifying, as if he were looking at a traitor. Yes, although I wasn't 100% sure, I seem to have seen the off-road vehicle that appeared in the surveillance, so I led everyone in the direction of the off-road vehicle. I just didn't expect to encounter such a powerful zombie. The team members launched an attack on the zombie, but they were taken down in an instant. My ability itself doesn't have much offensive power, so my position was always relatively far back. Zishuan brought me back. Du Ling carefully deliberated, ensuring that the information he provided was true. Powerful zombies, what are their characteristics? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. Why were powerful zombies appearing again? Recent events had been giving him a headache. They can unleash rock-based abilities, quickly encasing and compressing people with multiple rock slabs. Rock spikes can precisely pierce vital points. Where did you meet? Du Ling looked at Cui Zishuan for help, as revealing Ji Chuan's exact location would undoubtedly displease him. It's the direction where the off-road vehicle drove away in the surveillance footage. It should be Xinghe district. Du Ling let out a sigh of relief, noticing the interrogator's subtle nod, seemingly indicating approval of their response. What exactly happened? Li Jingru waved his hand to dismiss them. He needed a new plan to quickly resolve the current predicament. Ji Chuan's head felt heavy. This was the most uncomfortable he had ever been. The previous transformations could only be considered nightmares, but now he felt as though he was living in reality. He was still the same homebody, yet standing before him was a terrifying zombie. Ji Chuan stared blankly blankly at the decayed face, too afraid to step forward. Ji Chuan was slowly retreating, the ferocious zombie making him feel immense unease. You use my power, I use your body. Are you the zombie king? What is your goal? The country that creates zombies exterminates all humanity. The eerie zombie, despite having no skin left on its face, Ji Chuan could still tell it was smiling. After speaking, it began walking toward Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan ran in the opposite direction, shouting, "Don't come near me." It is the instinct of humans when faced with terror. But after running for a long time and turning his head, the zombie still remained very close to him. Ji Chuan gasped heavily. It's useless, you can't escape. As the eerie voice finished speaking, the zombie suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Ji Chuan, blocking his path. I am inside you. Don't reject me. You and I are one. I'm not a monster like you. Ji Chuan tried to activate his superpower to attack, but there was no response. At this moment, he was nothing more than an ordinary person, facing the same despair as when Lu Hao threw him out of the villa. Eyeballs frantically darted across the blood-stained face, as if excited by the sight of prey. You're afraid of me. Decayed muscle fibers curled into a sinister arc, and the 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth in its massive mouth gleamed. It lowered its head, carefully observing Ji Chuan with intense interest. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Ji Chuan retreated, desperate to escape the monster before him. Who are you? A cold touch came from behind, accompanied by a low growl, like that of a beast. At some point, the surroundings had become filled with zombies, completely blocking Ji Chuan's path. You can't escape. We will meet again. That's right. Ji Chuan felt the stench emanating from the giant mouth as it extended its withered, sharp claws, reaching toward his head. This is the fear of facing death, and Ji Chuan has no doubt that this claw could tear him apart directly. No, don't. Ji Chuan frantically dodged backward, but the zombie behind him grabbed his arm, torso, and legs. His whole body was immobilized. The claw touched Ji Chuan's head. Ji Chuan suddenly woke up, gasping for air. In front of him were Gu Yunqi, looking worried, and Zhang Yun, covered in sweat. You finally woke up. This time it took so long. How long has it been? 3 days. Ji Chuan couldn't believe he had been unconscious for 3 days. Seeing the 2 exhausted companions, Ji Chuan felt a warmth in his heart. So this is what it feels like to have comrades. It seemed he had a long nightmare, and there was something very important in the dream. But upon waking, Ji Chuan couldn't remember anything. Ji Chuan, your forehead. Gu Yunqi noticed a deep crevice on Ji Chuan's forehead, resembling a closed eye. Ji Chuan raised his hand to touch his face, and he too felt the abnormality on his forehead. However, there was no sensation, nor any connection to it, as if it were merely a scar on his body. But Ji Chuan felt it wouldn't be that simple. This time, he swallowed as many as 7 high-grade crystal cores, and he felt a tremendous change in his body, even able to directly sense the life forms within the entire administrative region. He could even, if he wanted, share the vision of the zombies in each area. He knew that Xiao Mei was in the courtyard, kneeling on one knee in his direction. Through the zombies' vision, the surrounding humans can be observed. He tried to further strengthen the connection with the zombies in the area. While sharing the vision, he began to control the corresponding zombie's body. Ji Chuan felt a surge of excitement deep in his heart. He could now control the zombies in the area to act from a first-person perspective. Attempting to activate the supernatural ability but failing, he realized that the crystal core was what enabled the ability, and zombies without crystal cores outside naturally couldn't activate the corresponding ability. Ji Chuan wondered whether he should leave some zombies with crystal cores for possession and movement, instead of using them all to crack walnuts for food. I'm fine now, you all go rest. You've worked hard. Ji Chuan smiled at Gu Yunqi and Zhang Yun. Gu Yunqi nodded. She and Lin Lulu had each stayed up for an entire day, while Sister Yun had been here for 3 days, sleeping very little. She had always felt that her abilities were not very useful and hoped to minimize Ji Chuan's pain during his coma. Ji Chuan went downstairs to call Zhu Zhu. It was time to go out and replenish supplies. With his current abilities, Ji Chuan could easily locate supermarkets that hadn't been looted yet. In order not to attract attention from others, Ji Chuan didn't drive this time. He directly flew to the destination with Zhu Zhu at night, saving a lot of time. Along the way, Zhu Zhu was unusually excited and seemed very happy. Entering the supermarket, Ji Chuan easily lifted the shelf and poured its contents into Zhu Zhu's mouth. He discovered that this transformation had greatly enhanced his abilities. He even thought about visiting the base for superpowered individuals right away. Ji Chuan sent Zhu Zhu back and discovered that Xiao Mei could now speak normally, with her speech speed much faster than before. Her strength had also become significantly greater, and a purple crystal nucleus had even appeared within her body. Could Xiao Mei's birth be related to my transformation? After this transformation, he indeed felt that Xiao Mei had been noticeably strengthened. It is very likely that the stronger one becomes, the stronger Xiao Mei also becomes. Leader, during your slumber, as I didn't know how to handle him, I took the liberty of imposing a loyalty state on Yan Guang. I hope you can forgive me. Su Shen respectfully said from the side, but Ji Chuan felt a hint of eagerness in Su Shen's eyes. He succeeded. You did well. He has already lost his memory, so let him contribute to the base. Thank you, Chief. Receiving Ji Chuan's approval, Sushin revealed a satisfied expression, making Ji Chuan feel slightly awkward. He coughed lightly a few times and then went downstairs. He was sensing the types of zombie abilities with crystal cores within the area. Area protection, visual shielding. These two are good. Come over and keep them for cracking walnuts. Let people over 50 call you dad. Hiss, what's the point of that? Just let it be. Solidifying feces into stone. Even without solidifying, the damage is already significant, okay? I don't even want to possess it. Mimicry, transform into the selected target, lasts for 3 hours. This is it. Ji Chuan finally found the ability he wanted. Instead of risking himself, it would be better to possess a zombie and take a look inside. And there is a very good mimicry target, Yan Guang. Yan Guang had his memory erased by himself, which Du Ling and Cui Zishuan were aware of, so infiltrating through his identity was the most suitable option. With this in mind, Ji Chuan directly controlled the mimic zombie to move toward the base of the ability users. When transforming into Yan Guang, he deliberately made his face and clothes dirty to create the appearance of someone fleeing. It's Captain Yen. The guard couldn't believe his eyes. It was said that Yan Guang had died during the mission, but the person in front of him, though looking a bit disheveled, was indeed Yan Guang. Quick, go report. Captain Yen is back. Li Jingru was extremely shocked upon receiving the news. After confirming with Du Ling and Cui Zishuan, who said the zombies had indeed caused Yan Guang to lose his memory but hadn't killed him on the spot, Li Jingru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afraid that Yan Guang might already be a dead zombie, after confirmation, they only thought Yan Guang was lucky to escape due to his good skills. Cui Zishuan and Du Ling exchanged glances. They didn't understand Ji Chuan's thoughts. Perhaps erasing memories and letting go was also a possibility. Old Yen, what happened? I am Old Yen. I don't remember. I just vaguely felt that I needed to return here, but I don't remember anything else. Ji Chuan clumsily acted as if he had a headache and was going crazy, wondering if the amnesiac lunatics in TV dramas were all like this. How did you escape? I just kept running. There were so many zombies. It was terrifying. They were all chasing me. Ah, stay away from me. Ji Chuan, stop asking. If I keep pretending, I might burst out laughing. Li Jingru sighed as he watched Yan Guang's crazed behavior and asked Emoli to take him to the infirmary to rest. Ji Chuan diligently examined the structure of the base, but unfortunately, being possessed meant he couldn't use his own abilities, so he had no idea how many people were in the base or what their abilities were. He only looked at the passing ability users, hoping to see Song Huai's face. I'm fine. Don't touch me. Seeing that Emoli was about to draw his blood for testing, Ji Chuan struggled desperately as he was unsure whether the mimicry could simulate all aspects of a living organism. His time was limited, and he didn't want to waste it. Emoli simply thought he was experiencing intense stress after being injured. After all, he was a high-ranking officer, so she didn't enforce a mandatory examination. Instead, she prescribed some calming medication to soothe his emotions and prepared to let him leave. Captain Yen, don't be nervous. The base is safe, and no one will harm you. Have you not eaten in a while? Let me take you to get something to eat. Emoli tried to keep her tone gentle and only relaxed when she saw Yan Guang nod. Ji Chuan needed to walk around more to understand the structure of the ability user base and didn't want to waste time staying in the treatment room. I don't remember anything. What areas does the base include, and how many members are there? This is the largest survivor base in the city. Its predecessor was an air raid shelter, and the facilities are very comprehensive. It mainly consists of 11 underground levels, including areas for security and defense, offices, living quarters, recreation, material storage, energy supply, medical and quarantine, planting, breeding, and research. This is basically a small city, but the virus outbreak happened so suddenly that the supplies in the base couldn't accommodate all the city's residents. Initially, we could only select capable ability users to continuously gather resources, eliminate nearby zombies, and then accept a large number of survivors once supplies became sufficient. Currently, the base has around 2,000 people. Survivors join every day, but some also sacrifice their lives, so the number is not fixed. Hearing Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan felt a bit emotional. In a city with a population of tens of millions, only 2,000 people had received the organization's protection. In the apocalypse, most people would end up as wandering zombies. Every day now, many people who have exhausted their supplies venture out to explore, but through life perception, it is clear that the number of zombies with crystal cores is increasing. As the elevator descended, it stopped on the third basement level. Captain Yen has gone to the cafeteria. This floor mainly consists of the cafeteria, logistics, leisure, and sports areas. Take a look and see if anything feels familiar or if you can recall anything. Following Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan began to explore each room. He hadn't expected the ability user base to be so vast. Why would the authorities build such a large air raid shelter? Moreover, no related information had ever been released. It seemed that this ability user base had been operational since the very beginning of the apocalypse. This is the logistics department, where many survivors with life-related abilities will work. It is an important guarantee for the base base's living supplies. Ji Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted because he saw the person he hated immensely, Su Wanwan. She was happily chatting and laughing with the people around her. When she noticed Yen Guang's gaze at the door, she felt a bit puzzled. That terrifying look seemed to harbor deep hatred toward her. After that person left with Emily, Su Wanwan curiously asked the people around her, "Who is that person?" "You don't know? That's Captain Yen. A while ago, he went on a mission, and it said that out of a 10-person elite team, only 3 returned. He made it back but lost his memory. To survive under such powerful zombies, Captain Yen must be quite skilled." Su Wanwan recalled the look in that person's eyes just now and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Encountering powerful zombies? Could it be Ji Chuan? The base wouldn't let zombies sneak in, right? Is it safe? Su Wanwan felt uneasy, always thinking that the look in his eyes was very similar to Ji Chuan's. Why would a stranger look at her with such hatred? Haha, Wanwan, you're really good at joking. Zombies are so obvious, how could they possibly get in? Even if one did sneak in, with old Wang at the base, he would sense it. Su Wanwan forced a smile and nodded. She was probably overthinking it. Captain Yen, why aren't you eating? Ji Chuan looked at the food in front of him without the slightest appetite, only interested in crystal cores. And being attached to a zombie's body, he was only interested in flesh and blood. I'm not hungry. I think I might have thought of something. I need to walk around a bit more. You go ahead, I'll wander on my own. Seeing Captain Yan's tone become calmer, Emily also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe walking around more would help her remember. After hesitating for a moment, she still nodded. Captain Yan, if you get lost or encounter any trouble, remember to call me. Ji Chuan stood up straight, preparing to check other floors. His primary goal was to find Song Hui. It's impossible for a mimetic zombie without other abilities to kill Su Wanwan. The base must have healing type abilities, and Su Wanwan's water controlling ability could easily deal with her current self. Ji Chuan arrived at the 4th basement level and saw densely packed rooms, which must be the living quarters. He excitedly began searching. If Song Hui lived here, he would surely have his own room. However, the rooms in front of him only had door numbers. How was he supposed to find it? In one of the rooms, old Wang had just returned from a mission with Team 7 and was resting. Although he was the temporary captain of Team 2, due to a shortage of personnel, most of the team had been dispersed and borrowed by other squads. The higher-ups had also approved this arrangement. Without Wu Qian, the main force of Team 2, acting independently would be highly dangerous. Wang Lao had sensed the presence of zombies not long ago, but considering he was in the base, it seemed impossible. Moreover, he had just completed a mission and overused his abilities, leaving him relatively weak. The current sensation was likely due to the lingering remnants of zombies he encountered during the mission. However, as he rested and his strength recovered, the zombie presence became increasingly intense. This was not just his imagination. How is that possible? How could zombies enter the base without any alarms going off? Old Wang swallowed hard, sat up, and fully activated his ability. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The zombie was moving on this very floor. Without a moment's hesitation, old Wang pressed the alarm button in the room. I can sense the zombie's intrusion. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm echoed through the base, and everyone was extremely surprised. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Is this a drill? Several people from the logistics department looked around in confusion. Wasn't there any notification? Su Wanyan felt very flustered. Recalling Yen Guang's gaze just now, she couldn't shake off a sense of unease. There has been a zombie invasion in the base. Please quickly find shelter and securely lock the doors of your rooms. As the broadcast sounded, the surroundings finally began to stir. In a place like the logistics department, most ability users lacked the means to protect themselves. After finally escaping to the base, could they still encounter zombies? The people nearby quickly locked the door and only relaxed after checking the room several times to ensure there was nothing suspicious. With so many experts in the base, the zombies should be dealt with soon. Alright, the combat troops received the message, instructing them to quickly reach the negative 4th floor and secure its entrances and exits. Ji Chuan was quite surprised upon hearing the broadcast. Had he already been discovered? How did they manage to do it? In the blink of an eye, a large number of armed forces were guarding all the exits. Ji Chuan originally intended to blend into the crowd and leave, but an old man pointed at him. It's him. I can't sense any human aura from him. He's a mutated zombie. The troops were somewhat skeptical, as the person before them was none other than their former leader, Yen Guang. What are you talking about? I just lost my memory. Why are you saying I'm a zombie? Ji Chuan still wanted to keep up the act. The information gathered during this infiltration was too limited, and he wanted to collect more before logging off. Besides, the mimicry ability was very useful. It would be a pity to leave now. Definitely a zombie. Attack! Old Wang was very confident in his ability. At such a close distance, there was no way he could sense it wrong. And the threat level of this zombie is not high. It doesn't seem to possess strong abilities. Mr. Wang, are you sure? He's Captain Yen. The troops didn't dare to act. If they accidentally hurt Captain Yen, who would dare to take responsibility for it? Besides, Captain Yen in front of them could still talk, zombies can talk? What kind of joke is this? Perhaps Mr. Wang misjudged due to handling too many missions. But if Captain Yen were accidentally injured, who could shoulder the responsibility for him? This time, Old Wang was utterly exasperated. He was merely an explorer-type ability user with no combat skills whatsoever, yet no one believed him. A massive zombie was right in front of everyone. But why did this zombie look like Captain Yen and could even talk? Could it be number 1? So far, he had only encountered one talking zombie, and that was number 1. Its attack methods seemed incredibly diverse, and if it could transform, it wouldn't be impossible. Quick, he might very well be number 1. Listening to Old Wang's trembling voice, the others dared not delay. Number 1 was rumored to be incredibly powerful, possessing human intelligence and capable of communication. If Captain Yen, who could speak, was indeed number 1, then this possibility made sense. The controller-type ability user launched the first attack. Ji Chuan instantly felt himself bound by light ropes, unable to move. Such minor tricks were of no concern to him. Unfortunately, his current body could do nothing except mimic faint. After a loud shout, Ji Chuan felt himself lose consciousness and collapse. When he came to, he found himself in the courtyard, with Xiaomei guarding him nearby. Is it over just like that? He only briefly looked at the first floor, the third basement, and the fourth basement. The other areas remained unclear. Su Wanwan is on the third basement level. That guy called Wang Lao can sense zombies, and if he isn't dealt with, the next infiltration will definitely be discovered again. Since possessing an ordinary zombie makes it impossible to determine whether others pose a threat to oneself, no information about Song Hui has been obtained. But overall, there is a preliminary understanding of the ability user's base. It is very large inside, and because it is built underground, its concealment and safety index are much higher than that of Orijar. It's like a base specifically designed for the apocalypse. Ji Chuan vaguely felt that there must be some hidden secret within, otherwise, what city would build such a luxurious air raid shelter? Next time, he needs to explore on his own. Though possessing someone is safe, the information he can gather is too limited. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the fallen Yen Guan unexpectedly turned into a zombie. This time, no one hesitated and immediately launched an attack, shattering the head of the mimetic zombie in an instant. Several people in protective suits disinfected the corpse, while an isolation-type ability user moved the treated corpse toward the ground. Thanks to you, Old Wang. The team leader lowered his head in embarrassment. If not for Old Wang's insistence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Be quicker in the next operation. I won't misjudge. Old Wang was somewhat angry about the performance of the combat troops just now, as it almost caused a major disaster. He then returned to his room to continue resting. Old Wang held a high status and was invited by many teams due to the uniqueness of his abilities. However, after today, Li Jingru planned to set up a separate room for Old Wang on the negative first floor. This would ensure that any zombie invasion could be detected immediately, otherwise, the city's safest fortress would directly turn into a zombie cafeteria. Devouring the carefully selected crystal cores nearby, Ji Chuan used area protection and visual shielding for the stronghold. From above, the interior of Orijar can no longer be seen, only an expanse of darkness. After this exploration is exposed, the base of the superhumans will definitely be on alert and might launch an attack here. However, Ji Chuan still reminisces about the elite squad from last time, never having collected high-grade crystal cores so quickly. Even if they come again, they will just become his takeout. Ji Chuan felt that it was impossible for the ability user base to focus all its combat power on him, as the number of zombies with crystal cores was continuously increasing, and deploying large-scale combat forces posed significant risks to the base. Moreover, by leaving Du Ling and Cui Zixuan alive, he had already conveyed his intention not to actively attack humans. This was also the reason why he didn't erase their memories. With further protection in place, Ji Chuan decided to explore other areas. Thanks to the base's flyers, he gained the ability to travel quickly. Ji Chuan's supernatural energy seems endless. After absorbing the corresponding ability, he can unleash its maximum power without feeling exhausted like humans do after frequent use. This time, Ji Chuan decided to head to the eastern Haichang district, a place he had never explored before. Surely, a considerable number of crystal cores must have accumulated there. The city now resembled an apocalyptic scene. People without supplies ventured out to explore, even though they knew zombies would swarm around. But there were still people trying to drive through the horde of corpses, as driving offered a greater chance of survival than running on foot. Many places on the ground were ablaze with flames and thick smoke. The city's roads had become extraordinarily congested, abandoned vehicles were recklessly colliding, and no one could be certain which route was passable. Everyone faced the fear of death, except Tang Yu. At this moment, Tang Yu was comfortably enjoying hot pot in a safe house in the eastern suburbs. Mom, bring out more dishes, don't waste those that don't keep well. She took a selfie with the table full of food and sent the photo to her dad. Yeah, why aren't you and your mom at home? Why is the house completely empty? Yeah, where are you? Yan Yang and your Aunt Yan are starving. Can you let dad take them over? Yeah, your birthday is coming coming soon. Dad has always remembered. How about letting Dad celebrate with you this year? Yeah, it's too dangerous for you and your mom alone. Let Dad come over to protect you both. Tang Yu didn't reply to the message but instead stared at the surveillance footage on her phone. Sun Yan was angrily scolding Tang Hongxiang for being useless, while Tang Yang was crying and shouting that he was hungry. Tang Yu simply smiled as she watched the chaos on the screen, as if she were watching an entertaining TV drama. In her previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, Tang Hongxiang had also found his way to the family home in the city center for similar reasons. Although he brought along his remarried mistress Sun Yan and their child Tang Yang, her kind-hearted mother still accepted them. After all, there were over 20 years of shared feelings. But unexpectedly, in order to save food, Sun Yan conspired with Tang Hongxiang to throw her mother off the building, killing her instantly. When she was shocked and heartbroken, Tang Yang actually stabbed herself with a knife. Mom, is Yang Yang amazing? Yang Yang killed the bastard. Yang Yang did great. Yang Yang is the best. Sun Yan praised Tang Yang with a gratified expression, as if Tang Yang had done something remarkable. Tang Hongxiang didn't care about his own pain at all. Afraid of staining the house with his blood, he also threw himself off the building. When she opened her eyes again, Tang Yu had returned to the time before the apocalypse. I've been reborn. Tang Yu looked in surprise at the street below, free of zombies, and saw her mother busy in the kitchen. She cried as she hugged her mother tightly. Yeah, what's wrong? Tang Yu cried as she told her mother everything, thinking her mom wouldn't believe her. But unexpectedly, her mother also cried while stroking her head. It's all Mom's fault. Mom heard yeah. Being pierced by a knife must have been very painful. Her yeah is the one she knows best. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been very sensible and would never tell such a lie. So Tang Yu directly sold the house at a low price and installed cameras inside. She knew Tang Hongxiang had the ability to unlock doors, so even if the house was sold, he would definitely find his way here. If the new tenants moved in, they would certainly take action against Tang Hongxiang's family. If they didn't move in, the cameras would be used to monitor Tang Hongxiang's family. Rented a villa with a basement in the eastern suburbs, reinforced the villa, and purchased many freezers and a large amount of supplies, while installing solar power facilities. Before the apocalypse, she made thorough preparations. Her mother possessed water-based abilities, so water resources were not lacking. Overnight, zombies appeared as expected. Upon seeing the news, Tang Yu's mother also felt a wave of fear. She was also very grateful that in this lifetime, there was still a chance to change their fate. Tang Yu watched Tang Hongxiang's family enter a house with not a single grain of rice, and sneered. In this life, you can just be trapped there. Just as she was leisurely eating hot pot, Tang Yu felt the house trembling. It was like a mild earthquake, but in her previous life, there had been no earthquake at this time. The massive zombie was now nearly 4 meters tall, even larger than when Feng discovered it. Bone spurs extended from its back to its shoulders, making it look exceptionally terrifying. With his keen sense of smell, he detected the strong scent of human food in the distance. Driven by instinct, he followed the scent and discovered this suburban villa. Most of the surrounding humans had fallen at his hands, and after his recent enhancement, he could now detect scents from even farther away. In his territory, he caught the scent of new prey. Ignoring the villa's high walls, the massive zombie effortlessly leaped from afar to the front gate. The entire villa experienced a massive tremor. Tang Yu had already seen a green monster outside the window, but its enormous size made it impossible to see its upper half. How could this happen? In my previous life, I never saw zombies like this. Tang's mother shielded Tang Yu, her legs trembling, as the giant zombie had already smashed through a wall with one punch. The zombie actually leaned its head against the shattered spot, looking inside the room. It was a bloodshot, murky eyeball. The massive zombie resembled a beast that had spotted its prey, its eyes filled with madness and excitement. Tang Yu felt despair. Why, despite all the thorough preparations in this life, did she still have to die before Tang Hongxiang? She hadn't yet witnessed her scumbag father's death with her own eyes. Watching the zombie's enormous hand reach inside, she was powerless in the face of such terror. Tang's mother desperately used water to attack the zombie, but to the zombie, it was nothing more than a child splashing. Just as the mother and daughter were feeling hopeless, the massive zombie suddenly ran quickly into the distance, as if it had discovered something. Tang Yu's heart was racing, and she was so frightened by the shattered villa that she couldn't move. Ji Chuan was flying straight in this direction because he sensed a red crystal core in the eastern suburbs. This was his first opportunity to encounter a red crystal core, and although it belonged to a human, he couldn't resist his curiosity and wanted to take a look. What is this? From a distance, Ji Chuan noticed a gigantic creature charging toward him, moving like a gorilla using both its hands and feet. Even though he was high in the air, he could still clearly see its movement trajectory. The nearly 4-meter-tall zombie stopped at his feet, then suddenly leaped toward him with full force. Just as Ji Chuan was about to counterattack directly, he realized that this leaping zombie did not emit any malice. Master, I've finally waited for you. He pounced toward Ji Chuan's leg, hopping like a puppy. Ji Chuan figured it out. This was a subordinate scattered like Xiao Mei. What's going on? Every time I undergo transformation and become stronger, there might be zombies that gain corresponding intelligence to evolve. Although this zombie appears simple-minded, the power unleashed by its massive body is absolutely monstrous, undoubtedly a formidable combat force. Ji Chuan nodded. Do you have a name? I don't have a name. Please grant me a name, master. You can be called Dezhuang. Alright, I am Dezhuang now. Ji Chuan flew toward the red crystal core, with Dezhuang closely following behind. Tang Yu had just felt the joy of surviving a disaster, but then noticed the ground starting to shake again. Clearly, that monster was coming back. Such a monster, even if it hides underground, would be turned into minced meat with a single punch. I wonder how many times I can be reborn. Tang Yu resigned herself to fate. In her next life, she would avoid the eastern suburbs. She hugged her mother, tears streaming down as she felt the warmth of this embrace. Hello! The massive footsteps had already stopped in front of the villa, and Tang Yu knew the monster was right at the door. But why did such an abrupt hello sound? Tang Yu opened her eyes and saw a handsome face staring at her. The person before her was floating in midair, pale-faced, with eyes as crimson as blood, resembling the handsome vampires from American TV shows. Tang Yu looked at Ji Chuan in horror, her eyes full of confusion. When she looked toward the door, that monster was actually standing there motionless. Looking at the monster still made her cry out in fear. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you anymore. Dezhuang, sit down, good, turn around, good, lie down. Under the shocked gaze of the mother and daughter, the monster from earlier was now lying motionless on the ground, like an obedient dog. Realizing the monster truly had no intention of attacking, Tang Yu finally mustered up the courage. I am Ji Chuan, leader of the Avengers base in the Galaxy District. This was a name Ji Chuan came up with on the spot, as he felt Avengers suited him well. That base transformed from the Alajar Hotel? Tang Yu had already seen it online, but in her previous life she hadn't paid attention to it. In this life, she came across it. Ji Chuan nodded. My subordinate damaged your house, and I apologize for that. He ran out before, and I just found him. This kind of situation won't happen again in the future. Your villa is not very safe right now. As an apology, would you like to come live at our base? Our base is very secure, and we have plenty of supplies. Tang Yu was a bit stunned upon hearing Ji Chuan's words. She had thought she would have to start over again, but she didn't expect such an opportunity. The name Avengers Base was something she quite liked. She hadn't yet seen Tang Hongxian's tragic death, so she didn't want to start over again. She turned to look at her mother and then nodded. Then hold on to me tightly. Ji Chuan held Tang Yu in one arm and her mother in the other. Don't be afraid, I'll try to fly a bit slower. Although Ji Chuan's body was very cold, the contact gave a strong sense of security. Dezhuang was carrying two freezers on the ground, following along. Can you tell me what your superpower is? Ji Chuan was somewhat curious, but since Dezhuang didn't resist at all, it was probably not a combat-type superpower. Then what kind of superpower could be read? Tang Yu took a deep breath and felt that it wouldn't matter to tell. If real danger arose, restarting would be fine. My superpower is rebirth. Ji Chuan's body swayed and almost fell. You're so amazing? You even have this kind of special ability? Hearing Ji Chuan's praise, Tang Yu nodded. She told him about the events of her previous life, not expecting to encounter the sudden situation with Dezhuang in this life. Ji Chuan felt that his decision was correct. The ability to reincarnate made this person an extremely terrifying existence, capable of infinitely influencing the course of the future. His friendly negotiation was wise. Even if he wanted to seize the crystal core, the moment he broke her brain and caused her death, the future might already have changed. We're here. This is the place, and your ability is very precious. Keep it a secret from others. Tang Yu nodded. Although the ground below appeared to be a haze of black mist as Ji Chuan descended, Tang Yu realized it was actually a luxurious hotel. The entire courtyard was very clean, showing no signs of the chaos of the apocalypse. Who are you? In the courtyard, there was a zombie holding a steel whip, kneeling on one knee. It seemed, like Dezhuang, to be obeying Ji Chuan's orders. The door opened, and Dezhuang walked in carrying two freezers, while Xiaomei stared at him fiercely. With me by the king's side, there's no need for any pests. A steel whip lashed towards Dezhuang, striking him with a loud crack. Master, save me. This shrew is so fierce. Dezhuang, surprisingly aggrieved like a 1,200-pound child, ran to Ji Chuan seeking comfort. What's going on here? Do they know each other? Why are they so hostile? Ji Chuan couldn't understand the situation in front of him. Xiaomei, this is Dezhuang. From now on, you'll both be guardians of the courtyard. Get along well. Yes, my king. Despite her fierce expression, Xiaomei still knelt on one knee to show her agreement. Su Xin, this is the new member of our base. Arrange a room for them. Xu Zhu, come with me to get some supplies. Understood, leader. Xu Zhu loves going on supply missions with Ji Chuan the most. Last time, Ji Chuan carried her all the way, and she was so happy she couldn't sleep all night. Xiao Yu, this is Su Xin. If there's anything you're unsure about, you can ask him. Xu Zhu and I will go to your house to retrieve the remaining supplies. You can use those freely, and the supplies at the base are also abundant. Take whatever you need directly. Tang Yu was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Ji Chuan's base to be so free. agree, undoubtedly better than the ability user base. Even though she could reincarnate, being no different from an ordinary person, she likely wouldn't pass the ability user base's screening. This floor is the base's gym and swimming pool. Upstairs is the restaurant, and the storage room is underground. Sushin took Tang Yu and her daughter to tour the Alajar Hotel, unexpectedly finding that the people at this location live no differently from ordinary times despite the apocalypse. Meals are prepared by the hotel's chef, whose ability allows food to restore physical condition, and the taste is excellent. My sister Su Chi has a cleaning ability. If you don't want to waste time showering, you can ask her for help. This is your room. See if you're satisfied with it. Tang Yu listened to Sushin patiently introducing the base and felt deeply moved. This was a place with a sense of humanity. She hadn't expected to spend the apocalypse with so many people, making it much less lonely. Looking at the luxurious suite, Tang Yu nodded. The accommodation conditions were excellent, comparable to being on vacation. Miss Tang, are you and your mother willing to officially become members of the base? If you agree, I will grant both of you a state of loyalty, and the base will ensure your safety. Alright, we are willing. Tang Yu knew that although her supernatural ability was powerful, achieving the ideal result was extremely difficult. Relying on a stronger ability user was a better choice. In this lifetime, Ji Chuan might die at De Zhuang's hands. In the next lifetime, even if the location changes, there could still be unknown dangers. She didn't know whether she could trigger rebirth infinitely, or whether she would go insane after multiple rebirths. The stronghold before her seemed to offer a chance for her tense self to relax for a while. As the two beams of light merged into their minds, Tang Yu didn't feel any different. It was just that she felt a stronger sense of trust, respect, and dependence toward Ji Chuan. What is this? The incineration room at the base for superhumans is currently handling the corpse of a zombie that broke in. It is said that this zombie disguised itself as Yen Guang to infiltrate. This is also the first time a zombie has entered the base. Fearing the spread of the virus, the superhumans immediately sent the corpse to the incineration room for disposal. After incinerating it using fire-based abilities, the staff discovered a blue crystal nucleus left behind by the corpse. They reported this finding and quickly sent the crystal nucleus to the research center. Researchers found that this crystal nucleus could generate immense energy and might even serve as a battery for superhumans to use their abilities. Many powerful abilities consume a great deal of the user's energy, yet this crystal core can actually replenish energy. This discovery is quite surprising. During the early days of the apocalypse, the base had studied zombie corpses and found nothing similar. Why does this zombie corpse have such a crystal core? Leader, I suspect that only mutated zombies produce crystal cores. I hope to obtain more mutated zombie corpses for research. Li Jingru nodded upon hearing Dr. Zhao's suggestion. If a large number of such zombies could be obtained, the combat capabilities of the ability users would be significantly enhanced, allowing them to continuously unleash powerful abilities. Moreover, whether the energy of the crystal cores has other uses can still be researched. The plan to quickly resolve number 1 was temporarily shelved, as preparing more of these crystal cores would increase humanity's chances of victory. Li Jingru issued orders to the frontline combat team to mark the locations of the mutant zombie corpses after defeating them. The base would dispatch isolation-type ability users to recover the corpses for research purposes. Haichang District experienced a power outage, and some areas have already faced water shortages. Without human maintenance, many facilities began to collapse, intensifying the sense of crisis and urgency for humanity in the apocalypse. Without water resources, humans wouldn't survive for more than a few days. A large number of people, regardless of their strength, joined the team searching for supplies. At the same time, a large number of zombies emerged. Tang Yu felt very fortunate because the stronghold she was in did not face these difficulties. Apart from chatting with the base members and watching them train, the rest of the time was spent observing Tang Hongxiang's family. They already looked very weak. In the early days of the apocalypse, going out wasn't as dangerous, but now the streets were densely packed with zombies. Without powerful abilities, the chances of surviving while searching for supplies were very slim. After realizing there was no opportunity to go out and search for Tang Yu, Tang Hongxiang stopped pretending, transitioning from daily hypocritical concern to constant cursing. Did you deliberately bring me to this godforsaken place? You're just as vile as your mother. Don't let me catch you, you bastard. After experiencing being thrown off a building by her father in her previous life, Tang Yu thought she wouldn't feel heartache anymore, but seeing the curses from her father on the screen still made her whole body tremble. Do you need me to catch them for you? After catching them, I can hand them over to you to deal with. Ji Chuan appeared beside her at some unknown time. Tang Yu looked at Ji Chuan's handsome profile and was somewhat dazed. Tang Yu didn't know how to start. Would her hatred for the ugly faces make Ji Chuan think she was a cruel person? Tang Yu carefully recounted the story of the previous life. I can understand that what happened to you was in your previous life, while I also experienced a betrayal in this life. But my enemy has already been protected by the base of the superhumans. There are many experts there, and I am not yet confident that I can retreat unscathed faith after seeking revenge. But your enemy, I have the ability to bring them before you. Looking into Ji Chuan's red eyes, Tang Yu felt herself falling into them. Since her rebirth, she dreams every day of the scene before she and her mother died, waking up each time in convulsions with tears streaming down her face, as if the immense hatred is about to consume her. She doesn't understand why her own sensibility caused Tang Yang to take all of her father's love, nor why her kind-hearted mother ended up with her father's departure and betrayal. She had thought that watching Tang Hongxiang step by step toward death in this lifetime would be her greatest comfort, but throughout the process, she felt neither joy nor satisfaction. She has always wanted an answer. As if guided by fate, Tang Yu nodded. Ji Chuan merely smiled and flew into the sky. On the way, Ji Chuan noticed something unusual on the ground. The teams from the ability users base seemed to be going out on missions more frequently. Some teams were even loading zombie corpses into armored vehicles. Ji Chuan stopped in midair, squinting his eyes to observe their actions. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere. What were they planning to do by transporting these bodies? Hurry up, this is the Xinghe district. It's said that number 1 is active in this area. Fast enough, I have to follow the procedure to isolate all the corpses before transporting them. Otherwise, do you want to get infected? Alright, what do you think the base needs so many mutant zombie corpses for? For research. I don't know the specifics of what they're studying. I'm just a transporter. Ji Chuan listened to their conversation and understood. At first, he thought selecting zombies with crystal cores was just a coincidence, since zombies with crystal cores are everywhere now. Now it's certain that the ability user base is indeed searching for crystal cores. Ji Chuan had tested it before. Humans can't devour crystal cores like he can. So, what do they need the crystal cores for? Ji Chuan had a bad feeling, but he continued flying towards Tang Yu's former home in the city center. Sun Yan was holding Tang Yang weakly. Tang Hongxiang, marrying you has really been hard on me and my child. Are you even a man? Can you go find some food and bring it back? Tang Hongxiang also looked exhausted. He only had a lockpicking ability, and encountering zombies outside would mean certain death. In the past few days, he had tried breaking into other people's homes, but they were either empty or the occupants were highly vigilant. When he saw them holding knives pointed at him, he immediately backed down. Other floors, I don't dare to try, afraid of directly encountering zombies. Those two wretched women, Tang Yu and her daughter, really left nothing behind. Tang Hongxiang was also nearing his limit. Looking at Sun Yan, who was still cursing him incessantly, Tang Hongxiang swallowed hard. No weapons, no powerful abilities, hunger was constantly eroding his will. The only food he could find in front of him was. With this thought, Tang Hongxiang walked straight to Sun Yan's side. The world was already shattered and devoid of order, many things no longer mattered, and there was no need to keep up the act after all this time. Seeing Tang Hongxiang's expression, Sun Yan couldn't contain her anger. Why are you staring at me? Staring at me won't make our son stop being hungry. Marrying you hasn't brought me a single day of peace. Tang Hongxiang didn't have much family background or ability, but he did have good looks. He originally lived quite well with Chun Yuru, who came from a moderately well-off family. However, at work he met Sun Yan. Sun Yan was very fond of this middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, and her father was the director of his workplace. Tang Hongxiang didn't hesitate at all and chose Sun Yan, which allowed his career to soar smoothly. Do I love either Chun Yuru or Sun Yan? Tang Hongxiang did not have such feelings. As someone who crawled out of the mud, he did not need love. The frail Sun Yan was completely unprepared when Tang Hongxiang grabbed her by the neck. Ever since Ji Chuan flew out, Tang Yu had been watching the surveillance, only to witness the scene before her. Unexpectedly, Tang Hongxiang actually wanted to kill Sun Yan. Initially, it was thought that his father had fallen for someone else, but no one expected his father to be so ruthless. Sun Yan, already starving to the point of dizziness, was now too weak to struggle, her bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Tang Hongxiang. Tang Yang was also frightened and hid in the corner, crying. Sun Yan felt the world before her gradually darkening. Despite desperately clawing at Tang Hongxiang's hand, her strength was nowhere near the level of a man's. Desperate Sun Yan shed tears, never expecting that the man she chose would want to kill her. Ji Chuan entered through the window and saw the scene before him. Tang Yu's father was fiercely choking his second wife on the bed. As Ji Chuan's footsteps echoed, all three simultaneously turned to look at this unexpected visitor. Thanks to the elite team of the ability base, Ji Chuan used Roy's mind control on the three people during the confrontation. Sun Yan's purple face gradually began to turn white. The three stood motionless in place. Ji Chuan instructed Tang Hongxiang to hold Tang Yang, then carried the two adults and flew toward the stronghold. He deeply wished to avenge himself personally, but the current conditions did not allow for revenge yet. But Tang Yu's enemy was right in front of her, and it was just a small effort on her part. Gaining the favor of someone with rebirth abilities through such a simple act was simply too worthwhile. Tang Yu, who had been staring at the surveillance footage, couldn't recover for a long time. She had previously agreed to Ji Chuan's request, but now she couldn't understand what her father was thinking at all. She told her mother everything that had just happened, and Shen Yuru's expression turned complex as she stood frozen in place. Since the day I met Tang Hongxiang, more than 20 years have passed. past, yet I realize I don't truly understand this person. Even though he was penniless when he was with me, he showed deep love for me. He could ride a bicycle through 10 streets on a snowy day just to buy me a warm roasted sweet potato. He could hold my hand when I had a stomachache, tenderly massaging my stomach over and over until I fell asleep. You can hug yourself when grieving the loss of your parents, telling yourself that you are still by their side and will always help them take care of their daughter. So when the divorce was proposed without warning, Chen Yuru only felt that it was her own inadequacy that made Tang Hongxiang despise her. It might also be that he truly fell in love with another woman. Even though she felt deeply saddened, shouldn't true love for someone mean wishing them happiness? Chen Yuru had always been a timid person, believing that all hardships were caused by herself, and she had a very soft heart. So when she heard her daughter say that in the previous life she still pitied Tang Hongxiang's plight and invited their family in, she felt it was indeed something she would have done. But it ultimately led to the tragic deaths of herself and her daughter. Yet upon hearing her daughter tell her that Tang Hongxiang had just tried to strangle Sun Yan, what was that all about? Originally, Tang Hongxiang left her because of his love for Sun Yan. In the previous life he became an accomplice to live longer for his current wife and children. So now, what is the reason for wanting to kill Sun Yan? Does that considerate man with a warm smile only exist in her memories? Not long after, Ji Chuan brought the 3 people to the mother and daughter. The people have been brought here. You can handle them as you see fit. They are currently under control and can be made to do anything. Will they also answer any questions honestly? Upon hearing Chen Yuru's inquiry, Ji Chuan nodded. They won't lie while under mental control. Why did you come to me and my mom? I know Yuru has a habit of stockpiling food and is soft-hearted, so she wouldn't refuse me. Hearing Tang Hongxiang's words, Chen Yuru was stunned. Is this the person she has lived with for over 20 years? If the supplies aren't enough, would you kill me and my mom? Yes. Hearing the resolute answer, Tang Yu still shed tears, unable to believe that her father could so easily abandon her and her mother. Hong Chang, have you ever loved me? Then why did you marry me? Because you are simple-minded and come from a good family. You are my best choice. Chen Yuru's hands began to tremble. She really was too foolish. Then do you love Sun Yan? No. Her father is a director, which will help me get a better position. Then who is the most important person in your life? Do you still care about Yu? Do you care about your son? Chen Yuru was already speaking with a sobbing tone, realizing that she had devoted her youth to such a person. Countless warm memories now seemed exceptionally ironic. In my life, only I am the most important. I only care about myself. Tang Yu and Chen Yuru finally understood the answer they wanted to know. Tang Yu trembled as she raised a dagger, which Ji Chuan had told her to find after bringing the 3 people before her. Every day since her rebirth, she had fallen asleep consumed by hatred. But Chen Yuru snatched the dagger from Tang Yu's hand. Mom? Tang Yu thought her kind-hearted mother was still trying to stop her. She felt a mix of anger and sadness. Yu, in the previous life, it was all Mom's fault. Mom was weak her whole life. Let me do it. I can't let scum dirty my daughter's hands. Chen Yuru shouted as if to encourage herself. She raised the dagger and stabbed at the vital points of the 3, though tears kept falling. The 3, struck by intense pain, regained their senses and looked at the blood holes in their chests in disbelief. Sun Yan and Tang Yang, already very weak, soon collapsed. Tang Hongxiang's physical condition was slightly better. He clutched the painful wound. Although under mind control, he still remembered his response just now. Tang Hongxiang looked into Chen Yuru's eyes. Yuru, I'm sorry. After coughing up a pool of blood, he fell straight backward. Chen Yuru couldn't tell whether this apology was genuine or not. With Tang Hongxiang's death, it could no longer be verified. Chen Yuru collapsed on the ground, her face full of sorrow, tears, and bloodstains making her look extremely disheveled. Tang Yu hugged her mother and started crying as well. Mom, it's all over. Chen Yuru nodded in Tang Yu's arms, unsure whether her grief was due to Tang Hongxiang's passing or the youth they once shared. Ji Chuan wanted to give the mother and daughter some peace, so he prepared to turn and leave. Tang Yu, however, with tears streaming down her face, mouthed thank you to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan nodded and then left. The scene before him also brought back some sad memories. His parents had once doted on him in the same way. Although he graduated from a prestigious university, he disliked the scheming among colleagues after joining a company, so he resigned and became a homebody. His parents were not angry about him leaving the well-known company but were concerned about what grievances he had suffered. Although both were usually very busy, they attended every important moment in his life from childhood to adulthood and happily recorded those moments on video. It was just a car accident that took them away. High concentrations of alcohol were found in his father's body, yet his father was not someone who liked to drink, nor would he drink and then drive with his mother in the car. No, but the reality is what it is. Ji Chuan could only spend countless nights watching the videos his parents recorded of him, shedding tears as the background was filled with their joyful and proud conversations. Fortunately, during the most painful times, Song Huai and Su Wanwan were there to accompany me, which is also the reason why I am very tolerant of Su Wanwan. Ah, why? Ji Chuan suddenly thought of something. Song Huai had clearly told him that he had awakened a very powerful ability, authority, which would definitely attract the attention of the ability user base. But why was there no news after entering? Considering that he obtained Luo Yi's mind control skill, he had a guess. Song Hui is likely under mental control or imprisonment by the superhuman base. The power system and water circulation system are gradually collapsing. The superhuman base is fully eliminating zombies, and survivors can follow the superhuman base team to the base. Look, the official base is now conducting large-scale rescue operations. Shushu pointed at the screen and said to everyone. Her phone volume was turned up high, so naturally, everyone heard it. The sun must have risen from the west. They used to only accept useful ability holders, but now, after so many deaths, they're starting to indiscriminately recruit members. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes casually, stabbed a small strawberry cake on the table with force, and sent it into her mouth. Either the ability user base isn't lacking resources now, or they need a large workforce. Shenj makes a good point, but why hasn't anyone come to join our base? Only the plank support duo showed up. We came purely by chance. Mainly, there's no exact information about this base online, it's all speculation. If people knew how great this base is, a lot of them would probably come here. Xiao Xian felt lucky about her decision. She had already spent several happy days at this base, with the only work being monitoring the surveillance cameras, and even that was done in shifts. It couldn't be more comfortable. Should we take advantage of the fact that the internet is still up and publish an admission brochure? Otherwise, people might not dare to come. This was Wu Qian's first time going downstairs. Due to his severe injuries earlier, a simple healing spell had only managed to save his life. Under Zhang Yun's care for so many days, coupled with eating Chef Zhao's restorative food for several days, he had just regained his strength. If related information is posted online, it will definitely attract the attention of the authorities. There are many powerful ability users in the ability user base. Speculations from the public about Alajar won't prompt the authorities to investigate, but if exact information is released, that's a different story. There are many experts in the ability user base, while we only have the leader as our sole expert. That would be very troublesome. And now that they are recruiting new members on a large scale, there will definitely be more experts emerging. In the post-apocalyptic world, there are too many people traveling together. The authorities do not have the resources to investigate every self-organized civilian group, but if it is widely announced that there is a brand new base here recruiting members, the authorities will definitely come. Brother Wu, can the experts at the ability user base be more powerful than our leader? Our leader is simply too amazing. I'm just a squad leader of a frontline reconnaissance team. The real combat unit members are all incredibly powerful combat type ability users. Many advanced ability related details are classified, so I don't know much about them. Wu Qian thought of the young man who went with him to Lanshan Villa for the mission. It seemed he was a classified ability user, and that day he went to Lanshan Villa to find a friend. Could his friend be Ji Chuan? 175 centimeters tall, with delicate features. Wu Qian recalled Song Hui's description of his friend and shook his head. This description didn't match Ji Chuan at all. Ability user base registration office. What ability? Every time I wake up, I can know the exact time. Do you have any friends or relatives at the base? No, my family only has me and my daughter left. The staff member glanced at the little girl beside the man. What is her superpower? She can blow bubbles directly without using soap water. The base staff frowned openly. Hand over your phone and all electronic devices. Electronic signals affect the base equipment. The man did not hesitate and took out a worn-out phone, placing it on the table. Negative 9th floor. The guide nodded and then smiled at the father and daughter, saying, "Follow me." The girl held the man's hand tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. We're safe now. The ability user's base has food and water." The little girl timidly nodded and stepped into the futuristic elevator, unable to believe that such a luxurious base could exist in the midst of a ruined apocalypse. The father and daughter had struggled for several days before finally spotting a team of ability users killing zombies nearby. Without hesitation, they followed them to the base. It was filled with the joy of surviving. The elevator doors opened, revealing a scene resembling a massive laboratory. Through the room's windows, numerous sophisticated pieces of equipment could be seen, along with many researchers in white lab coats hurrying about. It seemed that everyone there was staff. They were uniformly dressed and neatly attired, with no survivors like them walking through the corridors. The guide led them to a large room, which already had many people inside. Moreover, the room's door was extremely sturdy, with no windows at all. The father and daughter entered the room and walked to the corner under everyone's gaze, where an old man was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Old man? Old man? No way. The atmosphere in the room was strange. The man thought it was just the wait before the allocation of rooms, so he wanted to ask the person beside him what was going on. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the man, but one of his eyes was extremely cloudy, seemingly blind. "When will we be assigned a room for accommodation? Do you know?" the man asked cautiously. The old man chuckled lightly. "We are all test subjects, no accommodation is needed." "What did you say?" The man couldn't believe his ears. "Old man, stop talking talking nonsense. This is an official base. We are rescued survivors, not lab rats. A blonde-haired man nearby shouted upon hearing this, but he wasn't sure either. He had already been waiting in this room for 10 hours. Every time someone knocked on the door loudly to ask questions, the guards would issue warnings, so no one dared anymore. The old man did not answer but continued to close his eyes. His special ability is hearing. After the introduction, the registration staff at the base looked disdainful. What use is better hearing if he's blind in one eye? But his hearing can ignore obstacles, locking onto all sounds within a 50-meter range. He heard the staff's conversations about the reporting of experimental data and the screens of the test subjects. The survivors assigned to this floor had only one fate: to be used for experiments. He didn't want to argue, nor did he wish to explain further. Let the people in this room hold on to hope, otherwise, they could only wait for death in despair. Seeing the old man close his eyes, the man just felt that the old man might have some mental issues. How could the authorities possibly use the public so openly for experiments? Don't be afraid, sweetie. Soon we'll have our own room, and you can have a nice, peaceful sleep. The man lovingly patted his daughter's head, and the girl nodded and leaned against the man's chest. The obedient one neither cried nor made a fuss, just looked uneasily at the strangers in the room with some apprehension. Terrified cries of the test subject echoed from the laboratory. Don't come near, stay away. Let me go, let me go. Moments later, the sound abruptly stopped. The elderly man with closed eyes showed no change in expression, but his hands were already covered in fine beads of sweat. Ji Chuan, who is now out looking for crystal cores, feels a bit troubled. The teams from the ability user base are continuously penetrating deeper into the entire city. Now, trying to openly control a group of zombies to crack open crystal cores in a specific area is difficult without being noticed. Thus, Ji Chuan can only choose a region with relatively fewer ability users and only control zombies with high-level crystal cores to come, trying to attract as little attention as possible. Hey, that guy in green, how did that kid pass the assessment shooting so off target? Io, my dear lady, we're here to collect mutants. How are we supposed to collect them when you crack them into the ground? Sorry, Captain Xia, that mutant was about to use its ability, and I got scared. Use your brains. I don't want useless people in my team. One more mistake and you're going back to the frontline reconnaissance squad. Move your feet. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Xia Yiqing looked at the newcomer in front of him, feeling a surge of anger. That kid Song Ci had once again shoved a newcomer into his hands. He had already helped Song Ci train newcomers several times, and every time it was Song Ci's turn, he would shirk responsibility. He would even cling to him and act spoiled. Why would a grown man be so good at acting spoiled? Yet Xia Yiqing was completely susceptible to this behavior. Huang Ling found the task of collecting mutant corpses quite troublesome. Her ability was Earth Fissure, comparable to a powerful earthquake in a fixed area. While its destructive power was considerable, the corpses would fall into the cracks in the earth, and once the ground closed up again, where can we still collect corpses? She now only dares to use her abilities in small increments, making those mutated zombies lose their balance. What are you doing? At some point, Xia Yiqing had already arrived beside her. With a single raise of his hand, a nearby zombie was torn into pieces. Huan Ling didn't even notice how Xia Yiqing made his move. Captain Xia, I'm afraid the zombies might fall in after the ground cracks. Then you're just here shaking things up? Giving the zombies a fascia gun massage? Why aren't you observing the battlefield around you? Every time Xia Yiqing brought along rookies, he felt like he was going to pass out from anger. Then what should I do? Huan Ling was about to cry. Everyone listen up. You need to be imaginative with your abilities. Your abilities are incredibly powerful. In actual combat, to maximize your abilities, you must imagine the most suitable method for the situation. Xia Yiqing shouted loudly, completely unconcerned about attracting a large number of zombies nearby. If you find that your ability can't be used for attack, then use it for defense, support, or control. Now imagine surrounding those mutant zombies instead of directly releasing Earth Fissure under their feet, and use Earth Fissure to encircle them. Your teammate's ability has great destructive power but lacks accuracy. Surrounding the target helps your teammate fix the target in place, doesn't it? Hearing Xia Yiqing's words, Huan Ling suddenly realized, and a square-shaped Earth Fissure directly placed the mutants in the center, forming an isolated island. Mutant zombies won't mindlessly fall into the cracks like ordinary zombies. They will only launch attacks from the current ground. The man in the green clothes saw that the zombie had lost its area of activity and aimed at that area, releasing a cloud of green gas. The gas resembled the head of a monster, and upon contact with the mutant, it directly corroded the mutant's flesh. The mutant gradually turned into a pile of white bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. A member of the transport team looked delighted. I still prefer going on missions with your team. There's hardly any need for isolation. We just pick up the crystal cores. The man in green was full of joy and exchanged a glance with Guan Ling. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Keep moving. Do you think there's only this one zombie? Others are still fighting, and you two are exchanging flirtatious glances. Upon hearing Xia Yiqing's reminder, the two quickly resumed their battle. Captain Xia was famously strict. perfect, but under his leadership, rookies showed significant improvement in their skills. Captain Xia, I sense a high-level mutant zombie approaching. Should we retreat with these rookies? Xia Yiqing's team members reminded from behind that to train the newcomers, the senior members only brought the reconnaissance team out. Old Yuan, isn't this even better? It's a perfect advanced teaching material, and it can better enhance the newcomers' abilities. Captain, this time the mutant seems to have several abilities I've never encountered before. I feel something's not quite right. Maybe it's because there's still some distance, and I sensed it wrong. It's not moving anymore. It seems to be in an abandoned factory about 3 kilometers away from here. Xia Yiqing's eyes lit up. If it doesn't come to us, we'll go to it. If it really has several abilities, wouldn't its whole body be full of crystal cores? If we find it, our team's KPI for this month will be completed. Speed up with what you're doing now. We've got a big job coming. Upon hearing Captain Xia's reminder, everyone worked even harder to deal with the zombies in front of them. Captain Xia's teaching skills had significantly improved their abilities, and their confidence was rapidly growing. Yes, everyone was eagerly anticipating the big job Captain Xia mentioned. With Captain Xia by their side, the opponent could only become a practical experience pack for them. Nobody will be able to find me here, right? Ji Chuan discovered quite a few zombies with high-grade crystal cores in this area, so he chose a nearby abandoned factory to wait and crack the cores. The abandoned factory neither has well-hidden spaces nor the necessary supplies, making it a place rarely visited by humans. Although he could sense a few strong teams in this area, he didn't think they would come here. In order not to attract those people's attention, he dispersed all the zombies near the factory. Come on, guys, hurry up. I'm still waiting to collect in the next area. Ji Chuan sensed the movement of high-level crystal core zombies nearby, but a human team in the distance was also heading toward him. What's going on? Could they be coming for me? Ji Chuan squinted his eyes to lock onto the target. 1 red crystal core and 6 golden crystal cores. This was the most luxurious team configuration he had encountered so far. He casually possessed a zombie near that group of people, but a man wearing goggles in the group suddenly turned his head sharply in his direction and stared at him. Is he looking at me? Ji Chuan was merely possessing the body of an ordinary zombie, without any special abilities of his own. He didn't think he could be discovered. Seeing Yuan Sen's expression, Xia Yiqing directly launched an attack on the zombie, which was instantly shattered into pieces. Strange. It was clearly just an ordinary zombie, so why did I sense the energy of a strong being from it? Xia Yiqing, however, had no doubts and continued walking forward, fully trusting his teammates' judgment. Ji Chuan was somewhat suspicious of Shi Shang in the abandoned factory. How was it discovered? What was it relying on? Is the detection ability of the golden crystal core's power really that exaggerated? Even possession can be detected? The attack methods of the leader holding the red crystal core are not very clear to him, but there's no doubt the destructive power is strong. The human base indeed has many experts. Luckily, he didn't act rashly. Ji Chuan hesitated a little. He had never fought against a red crystal core ability user before, so he wasn't sure what it would be like to battle one. He could feel that their direction of movement was indeed heading toward him. Their target was indeed him. Ji Chuan's lips curled into a smile. He still had abilities like flying, time freeze, area sleep, and advanced speed boost. If he couldn't win, he could just run away. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan walked out of the factory, flew to the factory's eaves, and gazed in the direction of that group of people, waiting for their arrival. Yuan Sen's sensing grew stronger. The other party made slight movements but remained in the same place. The opponent's supernatural energy was a situation he encountered for the first time, initially thinking that his inability to sense it clearly was due to the distance being too far. Other supernatural abilities, whether from zombies or humans, are very straightforward, appearing in Yuan Sen's mind as merely stars of different colors. But when sensing Ji Chuan, it was like a black fog, yet within the fog, many different colors of light shone through. This was also the reason Yuan Sen concluded that the opponent possessed multiple supernatural abilities. It's just that as they got closer and closer, the black mist did not become clearer, like an abyss, obscuring everything beneath the surface. Captain Xia, I have a bad feeling. We're almost there, but I still can't sense it clearly. Oh, old Yuan, we're in for a treat. It's a pity the other team members can't gain such valuable experience. Xia Yiqing spoke with an air of calmness, the composure of a strong individual. In the distance, the group saw a solitary figure. He was sitting on the factory roof, watching them. Even from afar, his ruby-like eyes were strikingly vivid. Under the afternoon sunlight, his pale skin gave the impression that Ji Chuan was merely a quiet and fragile youth, basking in the sunlight on the roof, possessing a unique beauty in the apocalypse. You've arrived. A deep voice that contrasted with the youthful appearance. Hey, buddy, it's dangerous up there. Don't move recklessly. Do you need help getting down? Xia Yiqing called out warmly to Ji Chuan. Captain, he's a zombie. A trace of surprise flashed in Xia Yiqing's eyes as he looked at Yuan Sen with suspicion. This was the first time he doubted Yuan Sen's judgment. Such a beautiful young man, could he really be a zombie? He felt like he was looking at a piece of art. Hey, are you a zombie? Xia Yiqing still enthusiastically called out to Ji Chuan. Yes, I am a zombie. Everyone was on high alert. A talking zombie, that must be the legendary number one. Ha! Except for Xia Yiqing. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. No zombie in the apocalypse has yet appeared that could threaten him. If you don't attack me, I won't harm you either. Ji Chuan smiled at Xia Yiqing, appearing equally relaxed. This aroused a strong sense of interest and excitement in Xia Yiqing's heart. Oh, little brother, you're quite strong. It seems hurting us is just your decision, without needing to ask for our opinion? Xia Yiqing waved his hand, and the newcomers quickly dispersed, forming a battle formation. They had a hunch that this would be the most valuable practical combat they had ever conducted, combining the teaching content. Looks like you have to hurt me, right? Ji Chuan looked into Xia Yiqing's eyes and asked. Xia Yiqing was not affected by the mental control, which surprised Ji Chuan a little. It seems that control-type skills still need further exploration, so he tried to use it on a girl nearby. This isn't normal. Can it be used? This captain is quite interesting. What a pity, buddy. You're a zombie. There's no choice. Let these kids see how the strong fight. As Xia Yiqing finished speaking, the eaves of the abandoned factory completely shattered. Ji Chuan flew into the air, looking at the eaves behind him. How did you do it so quickly? What kind of ability is this? Even though he already possessed an advanced speed-enhancing ability, he still couldn't catch Xia Yiqing's attack movements. The newcomers around him were also launching their attacks rapidly. A massive green mist grinned as it rushed toward him, like a monster, but the mist was too slow to pose any threat to Ji Chuan. Killing intent quickly gathered around him, and Ji Chuan dodged instinctively. The sound of air exploding unexpectedly reached his ears. There's clearly nothing there. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. What kind of ability does this red crystal core possess? If he hadn't sensed the killing intent nearby through his malicious perception, it would have been difficult to evade such an invisible projectile skill. Continuous killing intent emerged, and sharp blades quickly condensed around Ji Chuan, swiftly cutting and exploding toward him. The entire process was extremely fast, like a sudden explosion. Are you a wind element ability user? I didn't expect wind element abilities to have such power and speed. Xia Yiqing was momentarily stunned, but then a smile appeared on his face. Little brother, you truly are an expert. Many advanced ability users can't even see through it. Several rock spikes rose from the ground, and Yuan Sin quickly pulled the two people beside him to dodge. Energy perception allowed him to sense the energy flow throughout the area. Xia Yiqing suddenly summoned a gust of wind, blowing the other three into the air to evade the rock spike's attack. Only then did people realize his true ability attribute. Based on his usual attack methods, it was very difficult to guess his type of ability. But when several people were in the air, Huanling launched a large-scale ground fissure around them, and after landing, they were like being on an isolated island. Huanling, what are you doing? Is this how you apply what you've learned? Xia Yiqing was so angry that he wanted to curse. Captain, Huanling is under mind control. Xia Yiqing bit down on his molars. Ji Chuan didn't want them to fall into the crevice. How else could he crack walnuts? He watched Xia Yiqing with great interest. Although his moves were varied and his strikes were swift, as long as Ji Chuan could detect his attack trajectory and evade, he posed no threat to him. With consecutive explosions, Ji Chuan clearly felt the opponent's moves becoming faster. The dense attacks were hard to dodge, and although a few wounds appeared on his body, they were slowly healing under the effect of regeneration. After discovering that Ji Chuan's proud attack method could not pose a fatal threat, Xia Yiqing changed his attack strategy. Instead of targeting specific points, he unleashed a hurricane. Ji Chuan, who was flying, felt the intense airflow rapidly gathering. Wasting no time, Ji Chuan quickly utilized the dark power he had acquired recently. Unlike the small light that had only used a bit of shadow stab for an attack, Ji Chuan fully unleashed the essence of the dark power. What had been a sunny afternoon just moments ago plunged into darkness in an instant, as the area seemed to be enveloped by a black sphere of light. The newcomers panicked, losing their vision and succumbing entirely to fear. The hurricane was still raging, but Xia Yiqing had no idea which direction Ji Chuan was in. Ji Chuan stood among them as if joking. The captain is right here with us. Ah! Although Yuan Sin felt it, he could no longer make a sound as the shadow blade had already pierced through his body. Even in the darkness, he could still locate his position. Yuan Sin was his primary assassination target. This was the first time Xia Yiqing felt the threat of death. With such strength, he had never let an opponent survive for more than 3 seconds. Almost all his opponents were instantly killed by him. Although he has exceptionally rich combat experience, it is merely the experience of overwhelming strength. He also didn't believe he would encounter a zombie on par with his own strength, but today he realized how arrogant he had been in the past. You are very interesting. Ji Chuan's voice unexpectedly sounded right beside him, and in an instant, Xia Yiqing unleashed a wind blade at the location of the sound. But the scream came from his own teammate. Xia Yiqing's attack directly killed the rookie he had brought along. In that moment, a terrifying feeling rose from the soles of his feet. Even attacks with vision rarely hit Ji Chuan, let alone now when he had no vision. His own ruthless moves now very likely to become the death knell for his team. teammates. "Captain, save me." The screams of the team members rang out one after another. For the first time during his teaching, a rookie died. Xia Yiqing attacked aimlessly in confusion and helplessness, but dared not act recklessly. They were on an isolated island formed by a fissure, surrounded by their teammates, making it easy to cause accidental injuries. "Do you say hurting you involves asking for your opinion?" In the darkness, Ji Chuan's ghostly whisper shattered Xia Yiqing's psychological defenses. He remembered how naive he had been when they first met, thinking this was merely an advanced teaching material. Hearing Ji Chuan mock him with his own words, Xia Yiqing didn't dare utter a single word. Making a sound would only help Ji Chuan pinpoint his location. But what he didn't know was that even without night vision, Ji Chuan could see everything clearly within his own domain of darkness. He leisurely dealt with the people around him and placed the crystals carefully. The abundance of golden crystal cores might cause him to fall into a deep sleep, so he dared not devour them recklessly. It was the sound of flesh being torn apart. Xia Yiqing still mustered the courage to launch a wind blade in that direction. The crystal core, along with the brain, was directly blown away. Ji Chuan quickly flew up and caught it in his hand. "You're not being obedient." Xia Yiqing felt a tremendous sense of oppression in his body and struggled to resist, with veins bulging on his legs. He felt that if he didn't resist with all his might, he would be crushed by this force. In the darkness, he heard footsteps. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up before him. A tremendous fear engulfed him in an instant, his body still resisting gravity. Only his consciousness was slowly fading away. "Don't resist." Ji Chuan's eyes were like the entrance to hell, dragging Xia Yiqing's soul inside. "Yes, master." Xia Yiqing knelt on one knee, as if he were a soulless puppet. Ah, this worked. It seems that advanced ability users need to be weakened before mental control can be activated. Ji Chuan was pondering the method of using mental control. "Just as I was about to take today's red crystal core, I sensed malice from afar. Instinctively dodging, but the 4 cards ignored my evasion and flew straight toward me. What is this? 4 tens? The 4 playing cards surrounded me, the 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, and 10 of spades complete with all suits. 4 cards emitted a blue glow as they spun, making Ji Chuan feel a bit dazzled. The 4 cards unexpectedly formed a glowing cage, trapping Ji Chuan inside. A small figure ran over from afar, lightly leaping in front of Ji Chuan and carrying away the dazed Xia Yiqing. Ji Chuan saw that the other person was also a red crystal core ability user. Ji Chuan tried to break through the light shield in front of him but to no avail. Moreover, the shield severed all his connections with the outside world, as if he were in another dimension. Carrying Xia Yiqing, the figure darted away like a nimble rabbit, easily disappearing from Ji Chuan's sight. Not long after, the playing cards around him began to wrinkle, and cracks appeared in the light shield. Ji Chuan exerted his strength again and easily broke through the shield. 4 tens floated to the ground, looking just like ordinary playing cards. Song Si slapped Xia Yiqing's face one slap after another. Unlike his thin and small frame, each slap unleashed considerable force. In just a few hits, Xia Yiqing's face swelled up. His gaze gradually focused, shifting from lifelessness to immense fear. "I don't want to die." Xia Yiqing came back to his senses, only to face Song Si's delicate face. He was lying in the medical room of the base. "Big silly Qing, you're awake." Song Si spoke, but saw 2 streams of tears rolling down Xia Yiqing's face. He tenderly placed Xia Yiqing's head on his shoulder, holding him and gently patting his back. "It's okay now." Xia Yiqing, however, was engulfed in endless sorrow, feeling guilt over his decisions, fear of facing Ji Chuan, and self-reproach for his fallen teammates. The overwhelming negative emotions swept through his heart. As strong as he was, he could only silently shed tears at this moment, unwilling to say anything. Song Si didn't say anything, just let him lean against him. "Have you heard? Captain Xia took a rookie this time and faced number 1, completely wiped out." "What? Even Captain Xia couldn't beat number 1? "Yeah, I heard Captain Xia was saved by Captain Song passing by, and it cost Captain Song 4 cards. Captain Song's ability? I'm not sure. What kind of cards? I heard Captain Song's ability is just a deck of playing cards, and once they're used up, that's it." "Oh my god, 4 cards? Did that take out number 1? "Apparently not. It just trapped number 1, giving them a chance to escape." "My goodness, I'm not going to the Star River District anymore. You can't take on tasks there. I need to tell my captain." "Hey, just keep it to yourself. Don't say I told you." The incident involving Xia Yiqing and number 1 had already spread throughout the base. As one of the main forces of the combat team, Xia Yiqing's powerful attack methods and unpredictable ability outbursts were well known far and wide. Many people who had sparred with Xia Yiqing couldn't even figure out the type of ability he possessed. Many believed Xia Yiqing had explosive type abilities, and Xia Yiqing's missions have never failed, and he has trained many newcomers, truly deserving the title of King of the Battlefield. But unexpectedly, Xia Yiqing failed when facing number 1, leaving all the teams aware of the inside story in a state of panic. They used various excuses to refuse to go to the Galaxy District to complete the mission, as encountering number 1 with their strength would mean certain death. No one believes they could be as lucky as Xia Yiqing, who managed to have Song Si sacrifice his before playing cards to save him. Seeing the dispirited Xia Yiqing, Li Jingru felt quite helpless. Are you saying number 1 communicated with you? As long as you don't harm him, he won't harm you? Xia Yiqing nodded blankly. Leader, it's all my fault. I was too arrogant and made the wrong judgment. Number 1 only counterattacked after I initiated the attack and hid for a while. Indeed, they did not attack proactively, and it was us who actively sought out number 1. Thinking back to Ji Chuan's reminder and Yuan Sen's dissuasion at the time, Xia Yiqing wished he could slap himself. Yuan Sen is an extremely rare exploration-type ability user. His energy perception can capture very subtle energy fluctuations. Whether it's for ability users, zombies, or the techniques used to activate abilities, there will always be energy fluctuations. He can use energy perception to avoid such risks. It was just a teammate who had fought alongside him for so long, but due to his own foolishness, died under his decision. Thinking of this, Xia Yiqing burst into tears again, recalling every little detail about Yuan Sen from the past, like a giant bell hammer striking his heart over and over. Li Jingru sighed, originally thinking that with the crystal core and sending out some experts, they could directly take down number 1, but he hadn't expected number 1 to be so powerful. How many people should be sent? Sending too few might lead to total annihilation, but sending too many, would the base still be able to handle other matters? Since number 1 said he wouldn't harm humans if he wasn't harmed, Shui Zixuan and Du Ling also said the same. Should we really just leave him alone? Li Jingru waved his hand, signaling Xia Yiqing to leave. He felt like a few more strands of his hair had turned white. Ji Chuan hummed a tune as he flew toward the base, holding 6 golden crystal cores. Today was truly a fruitful day. He was in such a good mood that he let those low-level walnuts go. It really wasn't his fault. He had already been very restrained with them. It was just that the other side was too aggressive, forcing him to take action. If he were still human, he would actually quite admire Xia Yiqing's personality, which carried a kind of confidence befitting the strong. It's just that now they are destined to be in 2 opposing camps, and the next time they meet, he might not show any mercy. Although the attack methods of the red crystal core are very powerful, his own abilities are numerous, which can effectively compensate for his shortcomings. Before the battle, he was overly worried, but this time he realized he had gained a very powerful reconnaissance-type ability. Even when he possessed an ordinary zombie, it could be detected, which is already an incredibly strong performance. Back at the base, he told Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi that Ji Chuan might fall into slumber again this time. The two nodded, already accustomed to it, planning to call Zhang Yun over later. Every time Ji Chuan showed signs of pain during his coma, Zhang Yun's soothing ability had proven quite effective. However, after consuming 6 golden crystal cores, Ji Chuan still showed no reaction. Although he felt his body's energy growing stronger again, there were indeed no signs of transformation. This time, it seems like I won't fall into a coma. Ji Chuan looked at the 2 people by the bed awkwardly and said. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes. Let's go, Sister Yunqi. Let's play fight the landlord. Loser owes a lipstick. Gu Yunqi glanced at Ji Chuan worriedly, and after confirming that he was really fine, she was pulled away by Lin Lulu. 1 lipstick is too much. How about just a bottle of nail polish instead? Shu Zhu doesn't paint her nails. She doesn't have nail polish. The voices of the 2 grew more distant. Got it. This brat is getting more and more disrespectful. Ji Chuan made a sarcastic remark. Ji Chuan discovered that after absorbing a large number of advanced crystal cores several times, many abilities could actually be combined. Among them, speed enhancement, advanced, strength enhancement, advanced, mental power boost, advanced, and defense enhancement, advanced, could be combined into a golden crystal core. Perfect body significantly enhances various physical attributes while granting immunity to all abnormal statuses. Metal manipulation, metal scaling, metal generation, and strong magnetism combine to form a golden crystal core, essence of metal. Cooling, firepower, firewall, and fire control combine into a golden crystal core, essence of fire. Other abilities that could combine with the superpower did not have advanced levels, so Ji Chuan did not proceed. Then he checked his current superpower. Green crystal core, strong light, healing, intermediate, wind blade, intermediate, poison mist, intermediate, water gun, combat. Techniques, matter decomposition, walking on water, bloodsucking, defense enhancement, intermediate, stench, taste elimination. Blue crystal core, regeneration, advanced, gravity, advanced, range night vision, memory erasure, advanced, boomerang, malice perception, rapid growth, plant barrier, killing intent release, vision interference, sonic attack, tornado, whirlpool. Purple crystal core, body hardening, advanced, diffusion, area sleep, time freeze, mental control, flight, regional protection, visual shielding, light power, blizzard. Golden crystal core, essence of rock, essence of darkness, perfect body, essence of gold, essence of fire, corrupt poison spirit, earth fissure, energy perception, heavenly thunder, starfall, illusory realm. With his rich skill pool, he seems confident in defeating red crystal core ability users. Ji Chuan can explore the limits of all abilities, something humans cannot achieve. Although those newcomers today possess powerful golden crystal cores, their performance in using abilities is even worse than that of mutated zombies. zombies with purple crystal cores. When facing strong opponents, they are only capable of freezing in place out of fear, overly reliant on the strong individuals around them. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan began training everyone again. Lin Lulu, who had just drawn a good hand, shouted to finish the game before heading downstairs. Shu Shu quickly pulled Gu Yunqi away, claiming that the leader's words were the most important. Lin Lulu puffed up her cheeks angrily. Today, an elite squad launched an attack on me. Among them was a captain with formidable strength, but because they relied too much on the captain, they were of little help in the battle. So I easily defeated them, and you all need to have the courage to face strong opponents calmly. Although some superpowers aren't that strong, overly relying on others will never lead to personal growth. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes off stage, noticing that Ji Chuan was becoming more and more like an old bureaucrat. Lin Lulu, your opponent is Xiao Mei, while the opponents for other attack-type superpower users are De Zhuang. What? I'm fighting Xiao Mei? Ji Chuan, are you crazy? Lin Lulu suspected that Ji Chuan was deliberately punishing her for rolling her eyes. Xiao Mei looked like one whip could leave her skin torn and flesh exposed. What are you afraid of as a long-range attacker? Is Xiao Mei's whip longer than your arrows? If you hit Xiao Mei with 3 arrows, you win. Lin Lulu looked at Xiao Mei, whose muscular body in the courtyard resembled that of a bikini champion from the West. Her face was unexpectedly full of excitement, and the whip cracked against the ground with snapping sounds. Lin Lulu swallowed hard and decided not to show her dissatisfaction with Ji Chuan too obviously in the future. Others also looked helpless. Even if they gave it their all, they felt they couldn't scrape off a piece of his footskin. With such a massive body, his strength was already incredibly terrifying, and he also possessed extraordinary speed. A single punch could send a person flying. De Zhuang happily bounced in place, seemingly very excited. Everyone felt a slight earthquake in the hotel courtyard. Members without offensive abilities were quite relieved at this moment, all lying on the windowsill and watching them with interest. With Wu Qian's addition, the base gained another combat powerhouse. His ability is item duplication, allowing him to temporarily replicate lightweight items he has touched. So in the base, he was basically allowed to handle all the weapons. The courtyard was divided into 2 groups, Lin Lulu and Xiao Mei in one group, Wu Qian, Gu Yanxi, Pei Wendong, Jiang Yi, Xiao Xian, Geng Mao, and De Zhuang in another group. Xiao Xinshi and Fan Jiahao were placed among the audience by Ji Chuan, who thought their abilities were only suitable as mascots. Zhang Yun looked at Xiao Xian with some concern, but Xiao Xian showed her a reassuring expression. Xiao Mei, De Zhuang, don't hit vital areas, and go easy. Yes, Wang/Master. Lin Lulu's target is to hit Xiao Mei with 3 arrows. Other people's goal is to get a strand of De Zhuang's hair. Is everything okay? Leader, my ability can also be used for combat. I can join too. Ji Chuan looked at the somewhat timid Chen Yuru. Aunt Chen, are you sure? Chen Yuru nodded, seeing that Xiao Xian had the courage to train, yet as an adult, she stood behind. She thought she should be stronger and tougher to protect Yaya. Mom, can you do it? Tang Yu looked at Chen Yuru with a worried expression. Chen Yuru simply nodded and mustered all her energy. In order to avoid physical suffering, Lin Lulu moved early in the opposite direction of Xiao Mei, but Xiao Mei didn't care. She simply played with the steel whip in her hand, seemingly not taking Lin Lulu seriously. Meanwhile, over on De Zhuang's side, a group of people surrounded this giant figure, nervously swallowing, with Chen Yuru being especially tense. The horrifying scene of De Zhuang breaking into her villa was still vivid in their minds. When De Zhuang's eyeball pressed against the wall crack to stare at the mother and daughter, it felt as if their breathing had completely stopped in that moment. Our target is his hair. Considering his speed and agility, it seems difficult to climb to his head and grab it. Let's see if we can use our abilities to knock his hair down. No, don't hit Da Zhuang's head. Upon hearing Wu Qian explain the plan to everyone, Da Zhuang quickly covered his head with both hands, like a chubby child who had been wronged. Da Zhuang's grievance did not elicit any sympathy from the crowd. Standing like a wall before them, he exuded nothing but an overwhelming sense of oppression. Then let's begin. Ji Chuan's cold voice rang out, and the battlefield instantly became lively. Before Lin Lulu could gather her first arrow, Xiao Mei suddenly stomped hard on the ground from afar, propelling herself like a bullet toward Lin Lulu, leaving only a pit on the ground. Lin Lulu was almost scared to flee by the scene before her, but she seized the opportunity to fire light arrows, striving to use her attacks to slow Xiao Mei's approach. Just now, the aggrieved De Zhuang became extremely excited upon hearing Ji Chuan's command and swung his sturdy arm toward Wu Qian. He heard that this person had just provided a plan to the group, so he must be considered the leader of this temporary team. With his rich combat experience, he immediately dodged De Zhuang's attack. To counter De Zhuang, he quickly replicated a throwing knife into his hand. But as the light flashed, Wu Qian unexpectedly discovered that instead of just one throwing knife, 5 appeared. He almost failed to hold them, and they nearly fell to the ground. Gu Yunxi nodded at Wu Qian, who exclaimed in surprise, could she be control? Without much hesitation, at the moment De Zhuang turned and withdrew his hand, a flying knife was thrown at his hair. Geng Mao, seeing this, also launched leaf blades from a short distance away. However, the leaves deviated from their trajectory after flying a certain distance, lacking sufficient power to support long-range attacks. Gu Yunxi was a bit flustered. She hadn't had time earlier to apply enhancement status to Gung Mao. This time, she tried to expand the release range. Further, continuously compressing and enlarging the green light sphere in her mind, aiming to cover the entire field with the enhancement range. De Zhuang nimbly dodged Wu Qian's flying knives, with a joyful smile on his face. He had been a courtyard guard at the base for so long, but hadn't encountered any enemies, which was quite boring. Another guard, Xiaomei, would whip her lash every time he approached, making him feel she was very intimidating, so he didn't dare get close. But the duel in front of him was very interesting. Just as he intended to leap forward lightly and smash into Wu Qian, he realized his movements were like a phantom, leaving Wu Qian no time to react. Without any defensive moves, this strike could directly cause Wu Qian to perish on the spot. Both De Zhuang and Wu Qian were extremely shocked, but they couldn't stop themselves. The inertia had already turned De Zhuang's body into a high-speed meat projectile, hurtling toward Wu Qian's face. De Zhuang crashed into a rock wall, clutching his head in pain. It was Ji Chuan who promptly protected Wu Qian. Gu Yunxi, while boosting your teammates, you didn't forget to boost your opponents too? Upon hearing Ji Chuan's reprimand, Gu Yunxi finally realized that although she had covered the entire field with the released light spheres, De Zhuang and Xiaomei were also included, becoming the targets of enhancement. Yunxi Jia, it's you. Lin Lulu was on the other end, on the verge of tears. She was already struggling to evade Xiaomei's pursuit, and although her light arrow's range had just widened, Xiaomei's explosive power was like that of Superman. Let alone hitting Xiaomei, she couldn't even aim at her. She even felt that Xiaomei's movements were faster than her ability to switch the direction of her hands. Earlier, she had already taken a whip from Xiaomei. Although she knew Xiaomei hadn't used her full strength, that strike still hurt so much it made her grimace in pain. Gu Yunxi quickly stopped enhancing her abilities and instead focused her attention on weakening De Zhuang. But De Zhuang's strength and speed are already very high, not due to his abilities. Weakening De Zhuang's abilities had no effect. Gu Yunxi fell into deep thought. If she could only help teammates enhance their abilities while avoiding opponents, she couldn't use a wide circular coverage. She began to try changing the shape of the green light sphere, attempting to mold it into a crescent shape. By avoiding De Zhuang in the center, the crescent's other areas could cover everyone else on the field. Zhang Yi's stone bullets were completely ignored by De Zhuang, as if they were just sand hitting his body. But suddenly, the stone bullets grew to the size of a soccer ball. Caught off guard, De Zhuang felt some pain and quickly raised his arms to block in Zhang Yi's direction. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Qian replicated a grappling hook and threw it toward De Zhuang's back. He quickly climbed onto De Zhuang's back. Cover me. Feeling Wu Qian's actions, De Zhuang quickly shook his body, trying to shake off Wu Qian, and reached back with his hand to grab him. However, his arms were too thick and his back too broad, making it impossible to reach Wu Qian in the middle of his back. The others quickly intensified their attacks, making it difficult for De Zhuang to even open his eyes. Shen Yuru's water stream, enhanced by her abilities, was like a high-pressure water gun, continuously shooting at De Zhuang's head in an attempt to disrupt his vision. De Zhuang, with his immense strength, began to shake and jump violently after realizing he couldn't grab Wu Qian. Wu Qian felt as if he were on the back of a wild horse, jolting and sliding continuously, as though all his internal organs were about to be shaken out. After taking 5 lashes, Lin Lulu was covered in wounds, yet Xiaomei revealed a contemptuous smile, as if she were merely disciplining an insect. Lin Lulu had made significant progress compared to last time, increasing the number of light arrows to 3. But no matter how many there are, if they can't hit due to absolute speed and agility, it's all in vain. Quantity is useless to her. Lin Lulu dragged her injured body, darting around chaotically like a frightened fawn, just as her name suggests. I must shoot a single arrow with precision and quality. Hitting the target is what I need, but how can I hit her when she dodges so quickly? To conserve her powers, Lin Lulu abandoned the idea of shooting multiple arrows at once, as it would only exhaust her further. She was trying to deepen her perception of the light arrow. Sister Yunxi's ability could actually change its state based on her thoughts. Ji Chuan once said that his ability was on the same level as Sister Yunxi's. Will my light arrow change according to my thoughts? A whip wrapped around Lin Lulu's left leg, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. She hurriedly turned around, only to see Xiaomei walking toward her step by step, wearing a queen-like smile. She quickly shot an arrow, but Xiaomei simply tilted her head slightly without any disturbance and avoided the light arrow shot. Just as she raised her hand, ready to deliver a blow that would render Lin Lulu unconscious, the light arrow suddenly pierced straight through her abdomen from behind. Xiaomei felt a sharp pain and was somewhat incredulous. She turned her head but saw nothing unusual. Lin Lulu realized that she could actually change the direction of the light arrow. Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot another arrow. This time, Xiaomei dodged the light arrow while hurriedly turning back to watch its direction. The light arrow, which had been flying straight, suddenly began to return after missing its target, forcing Xiaomei to keep dodging. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lulu stood up. Dragging her bleeding left leg, she ran backward. Lin Lulu shot another arrow at Xiaomei, realizing that controlling the direction of 2 light arrows was already her limit. The 2 light arrows had already made her somewhat disoriented, but she knew that as long as she persisted and hit the target, she would win. Damn, Ji Chuan is serious, not even helping me a bit. Boom! Looking at the wounds all over her body, Lin Lulu was somewhat worried about scarring, but she sighed when she remembered Ji Chuan's healing ability. Xiaomei's movements are extremely agile. Despite being hit by an arrow, zombies themselves have a very low perception of pain, so her speed is almost the same as when she was uninjured. She moved like a gymnastics champion, dodging the pursuit of 2 arrows with various high-difficulty poses. However, sweat was already seeping from Lin Lulu's forehead, and she felt her consciousness becoming muddled. If she still couldn't hit the target under such high-intensity use of her abilities, she would collapse first. The speed of the light arrows was slowing down, and Xiaomei noticed this too, a smile once again appearing on her face. She dodged the light arrows methodically, waiting for Lin Lulu to exhaust her strength. Xiao Xian watched the tall De Zhuang staying on the outskirts, feeling quite scared. Everyone was protective of this child and did not let her move forward. Pei Wendong tried his best to shield Xiao Xian in front of him. With De Zhuang's thick arms, even a brief encounter could put Xiao Xian's life in danger. Xiao Xian hesitated for a long time, targeting De Zhuang's hair. She searched her mind for the shape of a doll. What kind of doll could take down De Zhuang's hair? Seeing Wu Qian being thrown off by De Zhuang, Chen Yuru used the impact of the water to cushion Wu Qian, preventing him from getting hurt. De Zhuang angrily turned around and continued chasing Wu Qian, punching the ground one blow after another, leaving deep pits behind. Wu Qian could only roll on the ground in a sorry state. A burst of golden light flashed in Xiao Xuan's hand, and the originally petite doll slowly stood up under Gu Yunqi's ability, reaching the size of a person. The doll was unmistakably modeled after Xiaomei. Though its features were crude, its eyes were buttons, and its mouth was stitched with cross threads. Xiao Xian recalled that during these days in the courtyard, Da Zhuang seemed very afraid of Xiaomei, so she created a doll resembling Xiaomei, and it actually worked. The Xiaomei doll emitted a sharper and more piercing voice than Xiaomei. "You bug, behave yourself." Hearing this voice, the furious Da Zhuang's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, as he suddenly discovered a second Xiaomei standing right in front of him. In the distance, the real Xiaomei was still dodging the light arrows, but the Xiaomei in front of him made Da Zhuang question what was happening. Just as he was staring at the doll in a daze, the doll had already swung the steel whip toward his neck. Da Zhuang had no choice but to struggle to hold the steel whip with both hands to prevent his neck from being snapped by it. The strength of the doll in front of him was almost on par with Xiaomei. Ji Chuan observed the changes in the situation on the field with great interest. Everyone's growth in actual combat was remarkably swift. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qian once again used the grappling hook to climb onto De Zhuang's body. However, this time, De Zhuang's attempts to jump and spin were completely restrained by Xiaomei's doll, leaving him unable to move. Others also tried their best to use their abilities to attack De Zhuang's body, helping Wu Qian with cover. Wu Qian stood on De Zhuang's shoulder and forcefully grabbed at De Zhuang's head, hair in hand. On the other side, Lin Lulu had already collapsed from exhaustion. Xiaomei was about to strike with a steel whip but was stopped by Ji Chuan. "It's over. Everyone did well." Ji Chuan treated everyone, and Lin Lulu gradually regained consciousness. "This time, everyone has made great progress in the drill, but we need to summarize the experiences." Xiaomei succeeded, while Da Zhuang failed. Da Zhuang and Lin Lulu both lowered their heads, feeling somewhat unhappy. "Da Zhuang, why are you only attacking Wu Qian?" Ji Chuan wanted to see just how intelligent Da Zhuang was. "Because before the battle started, he gave the orders. He's the captain, so I need to take down the core of the team first. Your idea is good, but when you find the opponent difficult to deal with, you should prioritize dealing with the others in front of you. The others are also important and can help the core members secure victory. Every member of De Zhuang's team has played to their strengths. This is the essence of teamwork. And next time when facing the enemy, don't reveal your plan to them." Ji Chuan turned his head and said to Wu Qian, who nodded in response, "Lin Lulu, why did you lose?" "I was all alone, so I lost." Lin Lulu turned her head to the side angrily and said that Ji Chuan was bullying her out of personal revenge. "You lost because you're too lazy." Ji Chuan lightly flicked her forehead. "Only train when you're told to train. Your ability is obviously so powerful, yet it's still in the development stage. If there's real danger, can you protect everyone? Your ability is the most suitable for attacking here, but all you do is snack and play cards. Don't you feel any urgency?" Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Lin Lulu lowered her head without any rebuttal. "Alright, you've made significant progress today. From now on, everyone can train with De Zhuang and Xiaomei, otherwise, you'll always remain inexperienced rookies. I don't want what happened to the team at the Esper base to happen to you as well." Clearly possessing the strength to fight, yet becoming a target at the mercy of others due to lack of experience and courage. "Everyone, look at Jiang Yi. He just finished training and is already doing planks. Great attitude. Keep it up, everyone." Dismissed. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, the audience was also fired up. Zhou Xian and Shifan Jiahao wanted to contribute as well, and unconsciously used their abilities on Jiang Yi. "Medicine ball, just wait until I get up, you two are in for it." Jiang Yi did not refute Ji Chuan's praise but instead roared inwardly with a dark expression, thinking that these two mascots only ever used their abilities on him. Gu Yunchi pulled Lin Lulu and headed toward the hall. Lulu, you were amazing just now. I saw your light arrows could actually track targets. Lin Lulu, however, did not show a happy expression. I think Ji Chuan is right. I've always relied on his protection, and honestly, every time danger comes, I haven't been much help. No, thanks to you, Lulu, you've been our main force several times before. Lin Lulu's face was full of melancholy. But my ability is indeed stronger than the other members. I clearly had the ability to do it before, but only today did I realize my ability could be used this way. Lin Lulu felt deeply guilty. She knew Ji Chuan had always been kind to everyone and had never strictly disciplined them, but she couldn't continue to be so lax. Today's experience with Ji Chuan made her understand that blindly waiting to be protected would only put herself in danger. Learning to protect oneself is the safest way, but I have always lived too easily. Everyone must be tired, right? The food is ready, and once you eat, you'll feel much better. Master Zhao warmly invited everyone to the dining hall. Making food with restorative properties was the only way he could contribute, and he cherished this base deeply. Every member was playing their part for the collective. Lin Lulu sighed and decided that from now on, she would undergo special training with Xiaomei during the day. The blonde-haired man had already been waiting in the waiting room on the 9th underground level for 12 hours, but this time the staff opening the door had come to escort him. Finally, it's my turn. Your work efficiency is way too low. I've been waiting so long I almost fell asleep. The blonde-haired man complained. Unlike the beautiful woman who had escorted him to the waiting room before, this time it was two armed guards. Hearing Huang Mao's words elicited no reaction. They simply moved toward their destination, with Huang Mao sandwiched between them. I'm tired. Where's my room? I want to sleep right now. Why does this floor look like it's all laboratories? Where's the living area? Huang Mao began to feel increasingly uneasy as he looked at the scene before him. He recalled the blind old man saying they were all test subjects and didn't need accommodations, though at the time he thought the old man was talking nonsense. But as they walked along, he realized this entire floor was filled with laboratories. Clearly, the person in that room has never come out, so how could the old man have seen these laboratories? The blonde-haired man stopped talking, a trace of nervousness rising in his heart. Although he found the old man's words utterly absurd, the scene before him didn't seem like a place meant for providing accommodation. This floor resembled a research center, yet also looked like a hospital. Feeling uneasy, he entered a room, and at the center of the room was a bed. Rather than a bed, it looked more like a multifunctional chair used at the dentist's office, surrounded by some connected equipment. More accurately, the entire room resembled an operating room. Several people in white coats were already standing inside, looking at him. Did we come to the wrong place? The blonde-haired man broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the scene. He instinctively reached for the door behind him, only to find that the guards blocked his movement. Come over and lie down. Let's do a physical examination. The person in the white coat spoke kindly, as if talking to a child afraid of the dentist. It seemed normal to have a physical examination at the base. After all, with the zombie virus outbreak outside the base, it wouldn't be possible to let people live here directly. Thinking this way, the blonde-haired man cheered himself up, believing those scary thoughts were just his imagination running wild. What's more, these two guards don't seem like they would allow him to go out. The blonde-haired man had no choice but to lie down on the bed. However, after lying down, his hands and feet were unexpectedly secured by steel locks on the bed. What are you trying to do? Huang Mao finally panicked. What kind of physical examination would restrict his personal freedom like this? The man in the white coat picked up a mask, said nothing, and placed it over Huang Mao's struggling face. In just a moment, Huang Mao was sleeping like a child. Blue crystal core implantation into living subject. Experiment number 53. Subject, 23-year-old male. Core type, electric. Subject's ability type, enhancement. Target implantation site, heart. Experiment begins. After a simple disinfection, the scalpel cut open Huang Mao's chest. Earlier, when Huang Mao left, he shouted that it was finally his turn, claiming he was the most formidable in the room. Zhou didn't mind, as long as he and his daughter were safe. Waiting was fine. He understood that the base was receiving many survivors, and arranging rooms one by one was perfectly normal. Being rescued was already something he was deeply grateful for, so waiting a little longer was no big deal. Moreover, people in this room are constantly being called out, and others are continuously entering. Just wait. The door was opened again, Zhuojia in pain. The elderly man beside Zhou trembled slightly, without the impatience of others. He slowly stood up, looked at the daughter in Zhou's arms, and sighed. The old man leaned close to his ear and said, "There's a freight elevator 30 meters to the southeast. The code should be 1218. If you have the ability, take the child and escape." Zhou felt a bit baffled. Why escape? What was this old man talking about? And how did he know the location and code of the elevator? Thinking about the old man's earlier words, Zhou frowned slightly, recalling the entire process. It's normal to inquire about abilities, but after the staff learned about his and his daughter's abilities, they indeed showed a look of disdain, and handed over the phone. But on the way back to the base with the frontline team, Weren't those squad members all using phones to communicate? Could it be that phones are only allowed when going out to take on tasks? Why does this waiting room not even have windows? Compared to a lounge, this place feels more like a detention room, with the door being a thick metal one. Jomi felt a bit uneasy. Looking at his daughter's sleeping face, he was very worried. If he goes out, he must carefully observe the surrounding environment. If something truly seems wrong, he must save his daughter even at the cost of his life. The door was opened again. Jomi, Jo Yuan. The man no longer showed the joy he had when he first entered the base. He picked up his daughter and walked out heavily. Two guards led the way, one in front and one behind, while Jomi carefully observed the surrounding environment. Indeed, it was all laboratories and equipment. His unease grew stronger, and he began recalling the old man's words. There was a freight elevator in the southeast. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. I've been waiting for too long and can't hold it anymore. The two guards exchanged glances. Then, hurry up. They changed their direction and headed toward the restroom with the man. Sure enough, they saw the elevator in the southeast position, but the restroom was at the very back, and the elevator was about to be missed. Jomi had no chance to enter the elevator, and even if he did, he would be immediately subdued by the two guards. He held his daughter tightly, his steps heavy. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! The guard had already become alert to Jomi's behavior. Jomi had no choice but to pick up the trash can in the corridor and hurl it at the guard with all his might, then rush toward the freight elevator holding his daughter at his fastest speed. In just a moment, he was easily subdued by the guard. Quite clever. Jomi, who was already holding his daughter, threw a trash can to no avail. A guard with confinement-type abilities had already bound his hands, and his daughter was snatched away by another guard. Nan Nan! The sudden action made Jo Yuan cry, but the guards gave them no chance to catch their breath and directly took him to the operating room. Let go of me. Give me back my daughter. Jomi was completely powerless to resist as the guards took Jo Yuan to another room. Jomi had already seen the operating table in front of her. How did you find out? The white coat in the room looked at Jomi's registration information, waking up knowing the current time, a useless ability, but still a rare time-based ability. This sample is quite good. Jomi now completely believed the old man's words, but it was already too late. Jomi did not respond to the white coat's words but struggled intensely, as everything before him meant his daughter was also experiencing this. His daughter would also be used for experiments. Thinking of this, Jomi's eyes turned red. The family he had fought to protect in the apocalypse was now reduced to just his daughter, and yet he had personally placed her in danger. The power of ordinary people is hardly worth mentioning. The guards easily restrained Jomi on the operating table. The person in the white coat placed a mask over Jomi's face, and Jomi fell asleep. The reason Jomi believed his ability was waking up and knowing the time was because whenever he fell asleep, a time panel appeared before his eyes, constantly moving. It was as if a digital watch screen kept repeating in his dreams. No matter what scene he dreamed of, that digital screen displaying the time was always there, and woke up several times to check, and the time was the same as usual. The suffering Jomi shed tears in his dream, knowing that both he and his daughter would become experimental subjects, most likely facing death. If only I could go back to before getting on the car. If given another chance, he would never place his hope in heading to the base of the superhumans. No matter how difficult it is, he will strive to live on with his little girl. The time panel in the dream began to tremble violently, and Jomi actually saw the time on the screen continuously moving backward. The time froze at noon today, which was exactly when he and his daughter encountered the ability user base squad. A strong light flashed in the dream, and Jomi slowly opened his eyes. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. After dealing with the nearby zombies, the members of the ability user squad stared at the man in front of them, feeling a bit puzzled. Just a second ago, he was expressing gratitude to them and telling his daughter they were finally saved, but now he was standing there in a daze. What are you doing? Are you coming or not? Jomi looked at the surrounding scene, unable to recover for a long time. Feeling the warmth from his daughter's hand, Jomi realized he had truly returned to the moment before getting on the vehicle. He burst into tears instantly, ignored the urging of the team members, picked up his daughter, and quickly ran into the distance. Captain, what's wrong with that guy? He actually ran off instead of getting on the vehicle. Should we chase him? Let him be. There are still many survivors waiting for us to rescue. If he doesn't want to go, then let him stay. Hearing the car door close behind him and drive off into the distance, Jomi's tense nerves finally relaxed. He had escaped that man-eating hellhole, but where should he take his daughter now? Jichuan felt a bit dazed just now. What's going on? What was I supposed to do? Oh, by the way, we're out here looking for crystal cores. There are just too many ability user squads in action right now, so we need to avoid them. Jichuan flew through the air, sensing the crystal cores in the entire area. There are quite a few high-level crystal cores nearby, but where should I crack the walnuts? Jichuan set his sights on an abandoned factory and drove away all the nearby zombies, ensuring it wouldn't attract the attention of the ability user squads. Jichuan waited idly for the walnuts to move toward him, while noticing a well-equipped team approaching him. He had a hunch that this team was coming for him. He wasn't sure why he was so certain, but he directly flew to the factory's roof and quietly waited for them. Should I possess someone to observe? I haven't fought with the red crystal core yet. But when this idea came up, Ji Chuan immediately dismissed it. Today is really strange. Ji Chuan felt his mind was in chaos, yet he had the confidence to make the right decisions about everything in front of him. A group of people was already standing at his feet. Hey, buddy, it's dangerous up there. Don't move around. Do you need me to help you down? We need again. Ji Chuan's deep voice sounded, but he was suddenly startled. Why did he say again? The leading man was also a bit puzzled. Have they met before? Captain, he's a zombie. Upon hearing Yuan Sen's reminder, Xia Yiqing frowned. The handsome young man before him, like a piece of art in the apocalypse, turned out to be a zombie? This time, you still have a chance to escape. Before you make a move, I won't harm you. Will you cherish it? Ji Chuan's voice was even more languid and confident than Xia Yiqing's. Young man, it seems you're quite strong. Are you so confident you can defeat us? Xia Yiqing waved his hand, and everyone assumed their battle formation. Ji Chuan effortlessly leaped into the air as the eaves behind him shattered. Xia Yiqing launched a series of rapid attacks, only to find that Ji Chuan evaded them all, as if he had the ability to foresee the future, completely grasping the trajectory of his strikes. Is this possible? A trace of unease rose in Xia Yiqing's heart, but he dared not stop his actions. The newcomers around him had also heard of number one's existence and were all frozen in place. Even if the newcomers attacked, it would be nothing more than scratching the air. If he couldn't deal with Ji Chuan, everyone would die. However, before his hurricane could be unleashed, Ji Chuan had already made a move. The entire sky darkened, and in an instant, the surroundings became pitch black, completely engulfed in darkness. Captain Xia is over there. Before Yuan Sen could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Hearing Yuan Sen scream, the rookies panicked, started screaming, and attacking chaotically, almost injuring Xia Yiqing by mistake. Stay calm. Feel the opponent's position. Xia Yiqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his entire body tense, veins bulging on his legs. He heard his teammates letting out continuous wails, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. It was as if Ji Chuan was disemboweling them, and the fear kept gnawing at Xia Yiqing's heart. He had never experienced such an uneven battle. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up before him, and Xia Yiqing almost screamed. Kneel. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing knelt down, like a soulless puppet. Ji Chuan made no further moves. He quickly dashed out of the barrier and fired a light point in the direction of his subconscious. The light point shot out like a bullet, and upon reaching its destination, that area was continuously engulfed by gray. Time stands still within the area, like an artistic space crafted from plaster. In the space, a delicate-featured, frail-looking boy is pulling out 4 playing cards, preparing to throw them forward. At this moment, however, he remains motionless within the area. Ji Chuan slowly walked in, cupping the boy's cheeks with both hands, his crimson eyes gazing into the boy's eyes. Put down your cards. Ji Chuan's ghostly murmur echoed, and the boy within the area gradually regained his color. Quietly kneeling before Ji Chuan, the two seemed like the protagonists of this gray-white domain. Yes, master. Ji Chuan tilted his head, hoisted Song Si onto his shoulder, and then carried Xia Yiqing on the other side. He flew back to the base. Ji Chuan only felt as though today had passed in a blur, but he wasn't sure what had happened. It was like a dream, recalling all the scenes from the dream. Only this time, he made up for all the regrets in the dream. Leader, these two are. Su Shen looked at Ji Chuan, who had brought back 2 people, feeling a bit puzzled. This time, the 2 had been brought back after falling under mental control, which was unusual since Ji Chuan generally wouldn't force anyone into the base. The captain of the combat team from the ability user base, and the other one shouldn't be weak either. They wanted to kill me, but I counter-controlled them. Ji Chuan spoke casually. Grant loyalty. Su Shen nodded. The 2 individuals under control showed no resistance and accepted the state of loyalty. Xia Yiqing gasped heavily, still shaken by the fear of facing death. However, upon seeing Ji Chuan before him, he no longer felt fear but instead a deep sense of respect and trust from the bottom of his heart. Leader. Xia Yiqing lowered his head. Ji Chuan nodded. Leader. Song Si also lowered his head. Xia Yiqing was shocked when he heard the voice and hurriedly turned around. Xiao Si, why are you here too? Thanks to you. Song Si rolled his eyes. This big fool had really caused him trouble. I was discovered by the leader while trying to save you, and was captured as well. Our leader is very strong. You actually managed to get caught. Xia Yiqing swallowed hard, feeling speechless about his own arrogance. Song Si sighed. The bad news was that he had been captured. The good news is that Xia Yiqing is also here, and it seems that I quite like this new leader. I don't have deep feelings for the base of the ability users, having important people by my side is enough. Clang. It's the sound of a bowl falling to the ground. Wu Qian was eating the medicinal porridge Zhang Yun had given him while gazing into the distance by the window. He saw 2 people in the courtyard. They turned out to be the 2 main captains of the combat team. Wu Qian felt an impulse to slap himself. These 2 individuals possessed classified level powers, and they had actually defected? This time, Ji Chuan still chose to combine those crystal cores that could be upgraded. He called everyone down to prepare for training. smiling, hoping they could grow quickly. Old Wu, you're not dead? Xia Yiqing and Song Si were marveling at Wu Qian. Everyone says you're a flirtatious ghost, but I didn't expect you'd cling to the leader's thigh. Wu Qian was utterly speechless, not knowing how to explain. That's not true. I was framed by Su Wanwan. I was about to die, but the leader saved me. I just knew Uncle Wu looked so upright. How could he do such a thing? Song Si revealed a sunny smile, looking just like an innocent child. However, after hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing felt deeply guilty. So many people around him were saved by Ji Chuan, and Ji Chuan even gave them a chance to leave. Yet he acted willfully, not only wanting to kill Ji Chuan, who had saved so many people, but also causing the deaths of his team members. Guilt, coupled with the impact of loyalty, left Xia Yiqing in an unusually low state. Fortunately, Song Si was still by his side, and living in this stronghold didn't seem like such a bad thing. What about you two? How did you get in? Song Si pointed at Xia Yiqing. Big fool Chung overestimated himself and tried to kill the leader. I overestimated myself and tried to save him from the leader. When we woke up, we had both become members of the stronghold. Xia Yiqing lowered her head in embarrassment. That's enough reminiscing. Let's start training. Ji Chuan used Xia Yiqing and her group as an example, advising everyone to keep improving, and still organized 2 group matches. Xia Yiqing and Song Si were singled out, as Ji Chuan felt this type of training held little significance for them. Leader, I can take responsibility for training the members in the future, Xia Yiqing said, and Song Si nodded. Leader, big fool. Brother Yiqing does indeed have a lot of experience in teaching ability users. He's a renowned instructor in the base. I always hand over the newcomers assigned to me for him to teach because I've realized he's indeed better at it than I am. The better the newcomers learn, the greater their chances of survival. Xiao Si, so this is what you were thinking. I thought you were just being lazy. Xia Yiqing excitedly grabbed Song Si's hand, surprised by Song Si's kindness. No wonder Song Si always let her teach the newcomers. It turned out to be for their benefit. Song Si awkwardly smiled and nodded. In truth, the main reason was that she was lazy, lacked patience, and had a bad temper. Ji Chuan nodded. He initially planned to give the reminder himself, but after hearing Song Si's suggestion, he decided to let Xia Yiqing try instead. Then Xia Yiqing will be responsible for guiding De Zhuang's team. Ah, Song Si, why don't you try guiding Lin Lulu? The two nodded. Group combat training was Xia Yiqing's forte. Although Song Si's guidance experience wasn't as extensive as Xia Yiqing's, it was more than sufficient for a beginner like Lin Lulu. Alright, let the training begin. Without a word, Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot an arrow. Big sis, you just shot it out like that? Lin Lulu was a bit speechless facing this newcomer to the base. This young man didn't seem to speak very nicely. Can't you aim? I did aim. Xiaomei's steel whip had already struck. While talking to Song Si and facing Xiaomei, Lin Lulu was struggling to keep up, her arm already injured. I feel like you've barely developed your abilities. What? Listening to Song Si's words, Lin Lulu became furious and decided to show him what she was capable of, instantly firing 3 light arrows. Is that it? Is that all? What's the use of having more? Can you hit the target? Lin Lulu now just wanted to make Song Si her attack target. How can she hit so fast? Lin Lulu got hit on the leg again, grimacing in pain. Big sister, who can be faster than an arrow? Since you can't aim at fast-moving targets, why not try letting the arrow chase them itself? What? Let the arrow chase them itself? Lin Lulu was dumbfounded. Did they think her arrow was a dog that obeyed commands? Chase on its own? Could she even communicate with the arrow? Lin Lulu tried to sense the connection between herself and the arrow. Her pupils suddenly widened in shock. She truly felt her thoughts influencing the arrow. She tried to change the arrow's direction, and it really flew toward the direction she imagined. Following Song Si's instructions, she attempted to connect her thoughts and issued commands to her arrow. The arrow actually started pursuing Xiaomei on its own. The first arrow pierced through Xiaomei's abdomen from behind, and then the next 2 arrows simultaneously chased after Xiaomei. Big sister, you're quite smart. If you still didn't understand, I wouldn't want to bother with you anymore. Lin Lulu finally understood why Song Si rarely taught newcomers his mouth was foul, and he had no patience. The key points he mentioned were vague and unclear. Being able to figure it out herself was simply because she was exceptionally intelligent. She continuously fired light arrows, and Xiaomei, who was already struggling to dodge 2 light arrows, found it even harder. When the light arrows increased to 5, she quickly succumbed. Ji Chuan was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Lulu's performance. It really takes someone experienced to guide growth is so much faster. Hey, little girl, why aren't you moving? What's your ability? Xiao Xian had already experienced Xia Yiqing's strictness, as if she were back in school facing the head teacher. My ability is creating dolls with powers. I'm thinking about what kind of doll I should make to turn the tide of the battle. Dolls with supernatural powers? Xia Yiqing pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Puppeteer, it's easy to win here. La Wu, stop trying to climb the neck, switch to offense. Everyone, increase firepower. Wu Qian knew Xia Yiqing was experienced and followed his instructions completely. Little girl, the puppeteer is a very powerful ability. You can even create strong puppets through imagination. Think about it, what is the strongest puppet you've ever seen? Xia Yiqing was patiently guiding Xiao Xian. Xiaomei, De Zhuang is very afraid of Xiaomei. Xiao Xian is like a child eager to answer questions in class. She had noticed that every time De Zhuang approached Xiaomei, Xiaomei would whip him far away. Think again, is there someone even stronger than Xiaomei? Originally thinking she had the correct answer, Xiao Xian fell into deep thought again. I've seen someone stronger than Xiaomei. Is it Superman? The Powerpuff Girls? Sailor Moon? Xiao Xian scratched her head, watching how difficult everyone's attacks were on the field, while De Zhuang waved his arms fiercely and menacingly. He was completely different from the usually well-behaved De Zhuang. Ah, I got it. Light emanated from Xiao Xian's hand, and with Gu Yunqi's ability enhancement, a figure slowly emerged. It was unexpectedly a simplified version of Ji Chuan. Xiao Xian remembered that De Zhuang was the most obedient when facing Ji Chuan, and Ji Chuan was the strongest person he had ever seen. The doll's entire face was round, its eyes were two red buttons, and it lacked Ji Chuan's muscular and sleek lines, instead resembling a segmented Michelin man. But the overall features still made it instantly recognizable as Ji Chuan. The Ji Chuan doll slowly floated onto De Zhuang's head, and for a moment, time stood still. De Zhuang turned gray. After Ji Chuan's puppet yanked out De Zhuang's hair, De Zhuang turned green again, and the battle ended. Xiao Xian, you're amazing. Lin Lulu ran straight to Ji Chuan's puppet and started touching it all over, while Ji Chuan's face turned ashen. Ah, Ji Chuan, your puppet is actually quite cute. Xiao Xian, how long can this doll last? Can you give it to me? Ha ha ha. Who else? Lin Lulu was injured much less severely than last time and now looked unusually cheerful. Such a big doll will disappear very quickly. Xiao Xian had this premonition, and sure enough, in just a moment, Ji Chuan's doll collapsed like a pile of cotton. Where's the small doll? The small doll without abilities should always exist. Xiao Xian, make me a leader doll. Xu Zhu had unknowingly walked up to Xiao Xian, her cheeks flushed. And me too. Gu Yunqi also raised her hand, blushing. Ji Chuan looked speechless. Do you all think I don't exist? Everyone fell silent. Lin Lulu, however, whispered in Xiao Xian's ear to make it for them in private and give Xiao Xian some candy. Xiao Xian happily nodded. Ji Chuan pretended not to hear. Su Shen also planned to ask Xiao Xian to customize a Ji Chuan doll. After today, Xiao Xian became a highly sought-after figure at the base. After the training session, Ji Chuan continued to talk about the importance of growth, emphasizing that everyone should rely more on themselves rather than others. Xia Yiqing took the initiative to assume the role of the training instructor, and he was very strict. Ji Chuan nodded. He was very satisfied with Xia Yiqing's training. Lin Lulu lowered her head. She knew that Ji Chuan had always been very lenient, and as the main combat force of the base, she needed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting it and couldn't rely solely on Ji Chuan. She decided to train more with Xiaomei and have Song Ci guide her. Although he had a sharp tongue, his insight was sharp and he could see her potential. Ji Chuan was about to further inquire with Xia Yiqing and Song Ci, hoping to learn about Song Huai's whereabouts within the base. As leaders of the combat team, they might know something. But he suddenly sensed two lifeforms with golden crystal cores approaching the area. Surrounding them was a large number of zombies. Ji Chuan sighed. He had initially planned to let them fend for themselves and gain 2 more crystal cores. However, after possessing one of them, he saw a father desperately protecting his daughter with a disheveled face, and his heart softened. Ji Chuan flew over. Zhou Yuan curled up in her father's arms. The zombies had already surrounded them, and although her father was swinging a scavenged machete with all his might, it still posed little threat to such a large number of zombies. She felt that both she and her father would die here. She didn't understand why her dad hadn't gotten on the base's vehicle, but all of her dad's decisions had their reasons. Being with her dad was the most reassuring. Zhoumi's eyes were bloodshot. Although his legs were trembling, he still raised the knife and frantically hacked at the zombie in front of him. Why is this happening? He had clearly started over once, so why couldn't he escape the fate of death? He wanted to activate his power again, but in his current state, unable to sleep, he couldn't locate the screen with the time. Zhoumi felt despair. Dying on the operating table or in the mouth of a zombie given the current situation, the former seemed like the better choice. Nan, I'm sorry, it was Dad who made the wrong choice. Seeing the zombies rushing in, Zhoumi held his daughter tightly, shielding her in his arms. Zhoumi was trembling all over, but the imagined pain of being torn apart did not come. All the surrounding zombies stopped their movements, silently retreating to welcome their king. Ji Chuan slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of the father and daughter. Zhoumi noticed the unusual surroundings and slowly looked up, meeting Ji Chuan's pair of scarlet eyes. Zhoumi couldn't comprehend the situation before him. He glanced around, noticing that the zombies, who had been ferocious and frenzied just moments ago, were now eerily quiet. You are safe now. Ji Chuan's deep voice was, at this moment, the most beautiful sound Zhoumi had ever heard. In his understanding, zombies were not supposed to speak. So although Ji Chuan appears somewhat gloomy, he should just be a human with powerful abilities. Thank you. Do you know how to get to the Alajar Hotel? I heard there's a base there, and I want to try taking my daughter to see if we we can join. After giving up on heading to the ability user's base, Jomi began considering where to go. With the abilities of her and her daughter, survival was absolutely impossible. She could only pin her hopes on a collective, and the internet mentioned there was a new base in Xinghe district. Since she was very close to Xinghe district, she could only try her luck there. In a city full of zombies, he didn't have enough time to think. He could only keep moving forward with faint hope. I am the leader of the stronghold. I can take you there. Jomi burst into tears. It seemed she hadn't wasted this opportunity. With energy perception, Jichuan used it more thoroughly than Yuan. Senator Yuansen could only sense the type of abilities, but now Jichuan could directly perceive specific abilities. When he met Jomi and his daughter, he immediately wanted them to join the base, not expecting that they were already looking for their own stronghold, because he discovered that Jomi's ability was actually time-based, sleep rewind. Although Tang Yu's rebirth ability was more domineering, Jomi's ability held greater strategic value. Even though the activation conditions were somewhat stringent and might not be usable in emergencies, this ability was undoubtedly very powerful. Jichuan suddenly found the answer to the strange feeling he had experienced throughout the day. That feeling of having seemingly experienced everything once, that strange sensation of foreseeing many events in advance. When he saw Jomi, he understood apparently, Jomi had already activated his ability once. It's just that no one else seems to have this feeling, so why does it leave an impression on him? Jichuan couldn't figure it out. But Jichuan couldn't understand Zhou Yuan's special ability. It was a healing type ability, but it was called mermaid. What connection could a mermaid have with healing type abilities? Zhou Yuan, who was experiencing flying, gradually relaxed. She curiously looked down at her feet. She was really flying. Daddy, we're flying, Zhou Yuan said excitedly. Although this big brother's body felt a bit cold, he could actually fly. He was Superman. Sweetie, don't move around. Jomi felt a bit airsick. Already somewhat afraid of heights, he had never ridden in such an open airplane before. Despite his efforts to control himself, his face turned pale. Fortunately, the entire journey was short, and he saw himself entering the black mist above the hotel. Upon landing, he was surprised to find the entire hotel unexpectedly tidy amidst the apocalypse. Ugh, Jomi still couldn't hold it in. At the moment of landing, he threw up, though with an empty stomach he only brought up some stomach acid. He apologized to Jichuan repeatedly, feeling embarrassed. Jichuan raised his hand, and Jomi closed his eyes in fear, thinking Jichuan was going to hit him, but instead, a wave of warmth spread through his entire body. A green light emanated from Jichuan's hand, and the dizziness he had felt moments ago was replaced by a sense of clarity and refreshment. Jichuan was healing him. Thank you, Chief. It's mealtime now. You and your daughter should go to the restaurant to eat. Alright, thank you, Chief. No ability registration, no phone submission. Although looking around, I saw two ferocious zombies in the courtyard, but they didn't seem to show any hostility toward me. Thinking back to how all the zombies stopped attacking earlier, it must be that the chief possesses a powerful ability against zombies. Sushin quickly came out to greet the newcomers, and the restaurant was filled with laughter and joy, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, Jomi still hadn't relaxed her tense nerves. After Jichuan handed the newcomers over to Sushin, he left, as he didn't need to eat. Although Jomi was very hungry, she didn't dare take much food and instructed her daughter to take less as well, fearing it might leave a bad impression. Your daughter is still growing. How can she manage with so little to eat? Sushin Jian saw Jomi feeling a bit embarrassed, so he directly helped them. Father and daughter, take a lot of food. The supplies at the base are sufficient, don't worry. Eat well. After the meal, I'll take you around. Jomi nodded gratefully. He found a corner and started eating with his daughter. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a hearty meal. His hands were trembling slightly as he ate. Xiao Xian noticed them from afar and ran over excitedly. This is for you. Xiao Xian took out a very cute doll, and Zhou Yuan looked at Jomi expectantly, waiting for his response. Seeing the expectant looks of Xiao Xian and his daughter, Jomi nodded. Quickly thank your sister. Zhou Yuyan instantly burst into laughter. She really liked this doll. This was the first time Xiao Xian encountered someone her age at the base, and she was overjoyed. Children's friendships are also very pure. They were already planning to play together after dinner. Xiao Xian, let your sister eat properly and don't disturb her. Zhang Yan walked over and smiled apologetically at Jomi. Xiao Xian gets a bit excited when she meets peers her age. Sorry for the trouble. No, it's fine. And hasn't played with peers her age in a long time either. After speaking, Jomi felt the fresh food filling his taste buds, leaving him somewhat dazed. His own daughter should have been happily playing with peers her age, enjoying the care of her parents. Yet he was so useless, unable to save his own wife, leaving in and without a mother. The plain scene before him turned out to be a happiness he hadn't experienced for a long time in the apocalypse. Whether it was the joy of surviving a disaster or the guilt towards his daughter, Jomi's tears kept falling. The entire rookie team led by Xia Yiqing perished? Captain Xia and Captain Song are missing? Yes, Chief. Captain Song was very close to Captain Xia before he went missing, and I'm afraid he might have met a similar fate. There are traces of a fight at the scene, but it wasn't intense. The opponent struck with extreme ruthlessness ruthlessness, and the team members were almost instantly killed. Captain Xia and Captain Song are likely in grave danger. Li Jingru nearly lost his balance and collapsed. Xia Yiqing is not only the main combat force of the base, but his abilities are incredibly powerful, making him one of the highest level ability users detected so far. Moreover, he is an instructor at the base. For newcomers with strong combat-related abilities, Xia Yiqing is usually assigned to train them, as he is excellent at uncovering their potential. Such a powerful expert actually met with misfortune? The entire team perished instantly? Song Ci is even the secret weapon of the base, with an ability level equal to Xia Yiqing. However, he possesses consumable items corresponding to his abilities. Some of the card's functions are overly powerful, even considered humanity's hope. Met with misfortune just like that? Is it the Xinghe district? Li Jingru's eyes were hollow. He had a suspicion. Upon hearing his subordinate's response, Li Jingru understood. The one capable of this must be number one. Li Jingru picked up his phone and then put it down, his face full of hesitation. Yes, clearly, Du Ling and Chui Zixuan had said that number one wouldn't actively attack humans. Could it be that Xia Yiqing and the others made the first move this time? But Su Wanwan also said that it was a killing monster. Send the nearby teams to investigate again, check if there are any surveillance cameras nearby, and find out what exactly happened at the scene. Captain Xia and Captain Song have sacrificed themselves. What did you say? This is not a joke you can make. Yes, I'm not joking. It said that Captain Xia led the team to collect mutant corpses in the Xinghe district today, and they encountered number one. The entire team was wiped out. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't listen to him. No one saw Captain Xia or Captain Song's bodies at the scene. For now, we can only conclude they're missing. Captain Xia and Captain Song are so strong. How could they possibly die? I don't believe it. I was trained by Captain Xia, and he's so powerful there's no way zombies could defeat him. Just missing, that's all. If you ask me, maybe Captain Xia and Captain Song eloped. Have you ever seen Captain Song acting coy with Captain Xia? Captain Xia's face turns red all the way to his ears. What are you talking about? Captain Xia is mine. Enough, enough, you guys are really carefree. I won't go to Xinghe district anymore. Although Captain Xia and Captain Song are still missing, the others are completely dead. Luckily, I'm not in charge of Xinghe district. I'll tell my captain right away not to take any tasks from Xinghe district. The cafeteria was noisy. Su Wanwan scooped the food in front of her spoon by spoon, her movements very slow. Her attention was entirely focused on the conversation of the people around her. She heard news about Ji Chuan. Hearing these people say that Ji Chuan could now wipe out a team led by a high-level ability captain, she felt deeply uneasy. The last time, the zombie disguised as Yen Guan had looked at her with an extremely venomous gaze. Although that zombie was already dead, it was just an ordinary mutated type. But Su Wanjuan felt that it was Ji Chuan. She wouldn't mistake that gaze, and now Ji Chuan's strength seems to have improved again. Fortunately, I was assigned to the logistics department and basically don't have to leave the base, otherwise, I would constantly worry about Ji Chuan finding me. But what if Ji Chuan keeps improving? What if he becomes stronger than everyone in this base? That day, Ji Chuan sat on a chair made of stacked zombies, and the terrifying sense of oppression nearly suffocated me. Every time I dream of that scene, I wake up in shock. She also often dreams of her parents begging her not to act before they died, dreams of Lu Hao saying it was all her fault, dreams of Wu Qian pressing a dagger against her neck. Wanwan? Wanwan? Su Wanwan was startled, and the spoon fell onto the table. Chui Zhan noticed Su Wanwan's pale face and wanted to show some concern, but unexpectedly ended up startling her. Su Wanwan didn't care much about Chui Zhan. Many people at the base liked her, but she hadn't found a suitable target yet. Chui Zhan is just a member of a reconnaissance squad, not even a captain. It's just a sprint ability, running a bit faster. What kind of future could that bring? She would never agree to be with him, but Chui Zhan is very useful. Thanks to him being on the scene, Wu Qian was able to die so smoothly, otherwise, her solo act would have easily given her away. It's nothing, Brother Zhan. I was just thinking about something earlier. Wanwan, you need to eat well. You're so thin because you don't eat properly. Chui Zhan wanted to affectionately pat Su Wanwan's head, but she subtly avoided it. She didn't want people to misunderstand the relationship between Chui Zhan and herself. At this moment, she needed to find a strong individual as her support, and clearly, Chui Zhan was not suitable for that role. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhan. I understand. Then Wanwan, wait for me to finish my task this afternoon, and let's go to the entertainment center. I've been doing a lot of tasks recently and saved up quite a few points. No need, Brother Zhan. Your tasks are dangerous, and it's not easy to save up those points. I have something to do tonight, so I won't trouble you. Before Chui Zhan could persuade her to stay, Su Wanwan stood up, picked up her tray, and left with a gentle smile. Wanwan is truly a good girl, not casual at all. Chui Zhan looked at Su Wanwan's back and secretly sighed. Her slender waist made his heart itch. Have you heard of Song Hui in the base? Xia Yiqing and Song Ci shook their heads. They had always been fighting on the front lines and hadn't paid attention to the newcomers at the base. Ha, Song Hui? Did he really really go to Lanchan Villa to find you that day? Wu Qian looked surprised. Isn't this the young man who sent their team on the mission? Ji Chuan didn't expect that the person who knew the inside story had been right beside him all along, but since he hadn't asked Wu Qian, he couldn't really lose his temper. He was in the car that day? Yeah, it was just old Wang and him left in the car. Actually, when I was investigating earlier, I had a suspicion that he went to find you, but he said his friend 175 had a delicate face, so it couldn't possibly be you. I didn't think in that direction after that. Ji Chuan understood clearly that in Song Huai's impression, he still looked like he did when he was human, a simple and honest homebody. But now, he estimated his height to be around 184 centimeters, with a solid build and sharply defined facial features. No one would associate the delicate appearance of 175 centimeters with him anymore. How is he? This was what Ji Chuan wanted to know the most. After we escaped that day, he still wanted to come looking for you, but the base thought it was too dangerous. Seeing his agitated emotions, they used mental control on him. Wu Qian tried to speak as calmly as possible, worried about provoking a war between the two bases. Although he was already part of the new base, he didn't want to see innocent people die in a war. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, Song Huai had been controlled. If it had been him and old Wang in the car that day. Old Wang, he had seen before, but he was just someone with an exploration type ability, not enough to be a red crystal core. Then the red crystal core can only belong to Song Huai. What is Song Huai's ability? I'm not sure, the base didn't let me ask. It seems to be a classified ability. As expected, it seems Song Huai's ability is very valuable to the ability user base. I wonder what his current condition is. Ji Chuan clenched his fists, further solidifying his determination to personally go to the base of the superhumans to rescue Song Huai. After adapting to the base for a few days, Zhou realized how fortunate he was to be able to come here. Luxurious living conditions, abundant supplies, and the protection of many powerful individuals. He didn't dare to reveal his specific ability, only vaguely saying that his ability was waking up and knowing the exact time, and generously demonstrated her bubble-blowing ability to others, and no one thought her ability was useless. Some even praised Anan for blowing beautiful bubbles. Zhou discovered that there were ability users in the base who could make people turn around and do planks, and such ability users were also living well in this base. This base is a warm community. At the same time, these past few days have been the happiest for Xiaoxian and Anan. The two quickly became close friends. Are you getting used to life at the base? Zhang Yun asked gently. Zhang Yun always spoke gently because she was a gentle person. When the two children played together, their parents watched from the side. Zhou gradually became familiar with Zhang Yun. I still feel like I'm dreaming. I never thought I could live like this in the apocalypse. Yes, we are all lucky. Zhang Yun recalled the day Ji Chuan saved her. Facing that group of workers with tools, she and Xiao Xian had almost died at their hands. It was Ji Chuan who pulled her and her daughter out of hell. These two kids have been having so much fun these past 2 days. Zhou's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. He felt like he hadn't smiled in a long time. Yes, thanks to Anan coming over, Xiao Xian couldn't really play with these adults before and was quite lonely. Meeting Xiao Xian is Anan's good fortune. Anan is usually too introverted and not good at making friends. What is Xiao Yun talking about? Zhou wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Wu Qian deliberately stood between him and Zhang Yun. Everyone was kind to him, except Wu Qian. It couldn't be said that Wu Qian was unkind, but there seemed to be a hint of hostility in his eyes. Just talking about the kids. Seeing the two of them play happily makes me, as a mom, happy too. Zhang Yun's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Xian. Although she often played with Xiao Xian herself, Xiao Xian was much happier playing with peers. The children are very safe in the base. There's no need for you to keep watching them all the time. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Go, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Cough, cough. Maybe my body hasn't fully recovered yet. I feel a bit weak. My head is a little dizzy. Xiao Yun, could you help me back to my room? Wu Qian's expression instantly appeared extremely fatigued. Ah, okay. Zhou, can you help me look after Xiao Xian? I'll help Wu Gu upstairs first. Did Zhou actually catch a hint of smugness in Wu Qian's eyes? Zhang Yun is just too simple and kind. Dizzy because he's coughing? What kind of coughing is that? It's clearly an act. Since he was new here, Zhou didn't say anything. He just wanted to live a good life and spend quality time with his daughter. Chief, there's only one surveillance camera far away at the entrance of a convenience store nearby. The video is somewhat blurry and has no sound. Li Jingru took the tablet computer. In the video, Ji Chuan seemed to sense something and flew out of the factory, sitting on the roof eaves. After some time, Xia Yiqing's team walked from afar to Ji Chuan's feet. It's unclear what they said to each other, but Xia Yiqing launched an attack. Li Jingru could already see the shattered roof and the continuous explosions around Ji Chuan. Afterward, Ji Chuan made a move, and the entire area unexpectedly went dark. Not long after, Ji Chuan rushed out of the surveillance range, and when he returned, he was carrying 2 people and flew away. Even with the blurry footage, Li Jingru could still tell that the people Ji Chuan was carrying were Xia Yiqing and Song Xia. Si, but the distance is too far to see their condition clearly. Is it possible that they are still alive? What is number 1 taking them away for? The methods used by number 1 in the video were not reported before. Previously, witnesses only mentioned that he mainly used rock-type attacks, but the video clearly shows dark element abilities. Isn't Chi Guang from Yen Guang's team a dark element ability user? Dark element abilities are very rare. Could this be a coincidence? Li Jingru suddenly felt a chill. He suspected that Ji Chuan's secret to growth was eating people. But why did the other members at the scene only rip open chests and pierce through heads, leaving the corpses behind, yet take those 2 captains away? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he can't immediately digest special grade abilities? Or that he currently can't consume special grade abilities? Li Jingru's eyes lit up. In that case, Xia Yiqing and Song Si might still be alive. The Zhenghua City ability user base still has a chance to turn the tide. Notify the 7th squad to go with Cui Zishuan to the Xinghe district to investigate the whereabouts of number 1. Xia Yiqing and Song Si are likely imprisoned by number 1. The 2 are not dead. Upon receiving the mission, Cui Zishuan felt like the sky was falling. She had already avoided all the missions in the Star River district, fearing she might accidentally run into Ji Chuan, and worried that Ji Chuan might think she still had some strange ideas about their base. This mission unexpectedly required her to take the entire team to visit Ji Chuan's home. Du Ling, who didn't smoke, started smoking. He arranged to meet Cui Zishuan in the small woods outside the base. Yes, because of the fear of encountering Wu Qian's ghost, very few people came here anymore. However, both Cui Zishuan and Du Ling had seen the still-living Wu Qian, so they were not afraid. Since the last time he returned, Du Ling has transformed from a spirited young man into a scruffy-looking uncle. How would I know what to do? You ask me every time. Can't you think of a solution too? Deliberately lead the wrong way? As long as the 2 of us show up near Orijar in the Galaxy District, do you think he won't sense it? Do we even have a chance to explain? 1 rock spike in your backside will be blown to bits. What should we do? Du Ling clutched his head in pain. He already had the image in his mind. Then what else can we do? The team won't listen to the 2 of us. They won't just explore the outskirts of the area. Even if they split up to explore, once any team member enters Orijar, Ji Chuan will definitely have a way to sense the connection between them. It's said that zombies have very keen noses. They might even be able to directly smell their own scent on them. Now they are just avoiding the Star River district for missions, but if Ji Chuan discovers that someone in their team has disturbed him, it might become a problem for future missions. The 2 of them believe that no matter which district they are in, Ji Chuan has the means to locate them and silence them. In their imagination, Ji Chuan is like an omnipotent demon who could suddenly appear in their dreams and kill them. Why don't you just be honest and try to persuade your captain? Cui Zishuan couldn't think of any solution. If only Du Ling were the captain of Team 7. How do we tell the truth? Say the 2 of us deliberately withheld information? That we knew all the details of that day but didn't speak up, knew where the enemy's base was but didn't reveal it, and were even personally interrogated by the leader. How is that any different from being traitors? Du Ling, you really are a genius. What do you mean? You said, why don't we just defect? Anyway, my captain is already there. Cui Zishuan, are you crazy? Su Wanzhuan set up a chess game in the chess room and was actually playing against herself with great determination. This was already her 8th game tonight. Miss, you have quite the refined interest, playing chess by yourself. Hearing a man's voice, Su Wanzhuan felt a surge of excitement inside, but outwardly she pretended to be startled and appeared somewhat flustered. I'm sorry, miss, did I scare you? It's nothing. I was so engrossed in the game that I didn't even notice someone approaching. Why are you playing chess alone? The man looked puzzled. When I was a child, my dad taught me how to play chess, and as I grew up, I would always play against him. My dad told me that life is like a game of chess, and many sacrifices are made for better gains. But I can never see him again. Today, I miss him. Su Wanwan looked somewhat sorrowful, as she was wholeheartedly playing the role of a daughter reminiscing about her kind father. The man was deeply moved and silently sat across from Su Wanwan. Miss, would you care to accompany me for a game? Su Wanwan's expression shifted from sorrow to joy. Really? Then I shall seek your guidance, sir. Su Wanwan's recent topic of casual conversation in the logistics department has been the senior management of the base. Since she is a newcomer, her curiosity about the personnel structure of the base is not unusual. From the senior management, she carefully selected a target. Su Huaiji, the direct manager of the base's combat team, 45 years old, lost his family to zombies. He once had a beloved daughter, and it can be said that he spared no effort in nurturing her, ensuring she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Whenever he misses his daughter, he would go to the base's chess room late at night to play chess alone, even muttering his thoughts about her. Once, a guard stumbled upon him and was startled. So, for several consecutive days, Su Wanwan played chess over and over again in the chess room, where almost no one else entered at night. Finally, today she saw Su Huaiji. This chess game was also meticulously arranged for Su Huaiji. Although Su Wanwan didn't have a deep understanding of chess skills, she understood men. Thank you, sir, for playing chess mess with me and easing my longing for my father. Always calling me sir, don't you know me? Su Wanwan shook her head innocently. Some time ago, my parents were killed by zombies. Fortunately, the people at the base saved me, so I could survive. I've been working in the logistics department and don't know the people in the base. Su Huaiji was even more moved. The experiences of the girl before him were so similar to his own. My surname is Su. Alright, Mr. Su, it's already late today. The logistics department still has work to do tomorrow, so I should go back and rest. While the two were tidying up the chessboard, Su Wanjuan seized the opportunity to accidentally let her hand brush against Su Huaiji's. Mr. Su's hand is very warm. My father's hand was also as warm as yours. Su Wanjuan showed a resilient smile, tidied up the last chess piece, and walked out with a look of melancholy. Su Huaiji stared at Su Wanwan's back, somewhat lost in thought. Early the next morning, Chi Feng set out for Xinghe District with Team 7 and Chui Zishuan. Although Chi Feng had also heard about the situation with Xinghe District Number 1, he did not have the authority to refuse. In the reconnaissance squad, Team 7 has strong self-preservation abilities but relatively weak combat capabilities. The leader likely considered this and assigned them the task of exploring Number 1, while also pairing them with Chui Zishuan, who possesses teleportation abilities, so there's not even a reason to refuse. Chi Feng set out with a heavy heart. Considering the danger of Number 1, this time we can't act separately. If danger is detected, Zishuan will immediately use transfer on everyone. Remember to hold hands or stay in contact with each other. If you're not connected, I'll have to run on my own. Number 1 is too terrifying, I've had close contact with it. Chui Zishuan's head was practically tied to her waistband today. The words she said earlier weren't just for show. If there was real danger, she wouldn't care about them after all. They weren't part of her own team, and she had no emotional attachment to them. But why are you carrying a cage full of pigeons? Do you think feeding pigeons to zombies will make them stop eating us? Chui Zishuan curiously asked Su Kuan from Team 7. My ability is Pigeon Whisperer. I can communicate with pigeons. Pigeons have a strong sense of direction and can help us explore. I also know today's mission is very dangerous, so this cage of pigeons is everything I have. Great, let's stop moving forward and let the pigeons handle everything. Chui Zishuan was very excited. What's going on with Du Ling? How could he not tell her there was such talent in the team? The pigeons have limited recognition abilities. They don't know exactly what our target looks like and can only roughly scan suspicious areas. If they find a suspicious area, they can't determine whether Number 1 is inside or whether Captain Xia or Captain Song is there. We still have to rely on ourselves. Chui Zishuan became gloomy again. Alajar was shrouded in black mist. Surely even a pigeon could tell something was off there. At that time, it will still be up to them to explore on their own. If another squad gets wiped out this time, how will the two of them explain it when they return? Chui Zishuan's mind was filled with thoughts of betrayal, and she was terrified that she wouldn't even get a chance to approach Ji Chuan and speak before meeting her end. Twice in front of Ji Chuan, she was forcibly interrupted by him before she could use her abilities, and remained kneeling on the ground. Now, Chui Zishuan is almost conditioned to react. Thinking of Ji Chuan makes her want to kneel. A cage full of pigeons has already flown out. Chui Zishuan and Du Ling are enjoying the last moment of peace before the storm. They silently pray that this group of silly pigeons doesn't discover anything. Although the Galaxy District is not small, it can be quickly explored under the patrol of a cage full of flying pigeons. The pigeons will report unusual situations to Su Kuan, such as where there is a large gathering of zombies or where there are many people stationed. However, very subtle situations are beyond the pigeons' observation range, as they cannot comprehend the anomalies. Unless it's a more advanced bird control ability that allows sharing the bird's vision, but such a level of ability has only been seen online. The base once tried to contact that person but received no response, so whether this person is still alive or whether this ability exists cannot be verified. The moment the 7th team stepped into the Star River District, Ji Chuan could sense them. Ji Chuan knew that the ability user's base was constantly collecting mutant corpses, so he didn't take them seriously. Recently, fewer and fewer teams have been coming to the Star River District, which made Ji Chuan quite happy, as it meant fewer walnuts would be taken away. But why did this team bring along a group of life forms without crystal cores? And these life forms are moving so fast? Unable to resist his curiosity, Ji Chuan flew up into the air and looked in the direction of the life forms. Is this a bird? Ah, it's a pigeon. Through possession, Ji Chuan saw the members of the team and was surprised to see Chui Zishuan and Du Ling among them. Ji Chuan sneered coldly and pierced the pigeon's heart with a subtle force of shadow. The pigeon, after landing, slowly took flight again, but its eyes were blood red and its body covered in blood. Ji Chuan gently pointed forward, and the pigeon flew back in the direction it had come from. Gradually, pigeons began to fly back, and Su Kuan was chatting with the returning pigeons. One pigeon seemed very flustered, flapping its wings as it flew toward Su Kuan. What are you doing? Ouch. Su Kuan felt a bit helpless and puzzled by the flustered pigeon, signaling it to speak more slowly. Goo 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 goo. What? There's a zombie of the same kind behind? What are you talking about? Goo goo goo. Coming coming over right away? Sukoan looked in the direction indicated by the pigeon and indeed saw a pigeon flying toward them. However, the pigeon seemed to be seriously injured, its feathers stained red with blood. Moreover, its flying movements appeared somewhat stiff. What is that? The zombie pigeon kept approaching, and as it entered everyone's view, Cui Zixuan's goosebumps almost fell to the ground. The pigeon had a noticeable bloody hole in its chest, surrounded by dense fleshy tumors. Its eyes were blood red, and its movements were mechanical. Run! Run! Cui Zixuan had a very bad feeling about this thing, even suspecting it was Ji Chuan's warning to her. Zixuan, it's just a pigeon, no need to overreact. Shifeng, seeing that it wasn't some kind of mutated zombie, let out a sigh of relief, raised his pistol, and fired 2 shots, causing the zombie pigeon to fall to the ground. Seeing the pigeon motionless, Cui Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she noticed a zombie in the distance staring at them. Although it was at a relatively far location, that zombie was distinctly different from the others. It was staring intently at itself. Although it didn't look like Ji Chuan, the zombie's gaze made it feel eerily unsettling. That zombie is watching us. Let's go. Let's tell the leader to switch to another team for exploration. We haven't discovered anything today, okay? Zixuan, what's wrong with you today? Has Captain Wu's passing affected you that much? The missions of Team 2 are usually far more dangerous than this. Look at that zombie. It's observing us, and it's even smiling. Everyone looked in the direction Cui Zixuan was pointing, and indeed, there was a zombie facing them, but it just stood there without any reaction. Ji Chuan was indeed laughing. He hadn't expected Cui Zixuan to be so timid. He had merely bent down to see if Cui Zixuan and Du Ling were being reckless and seeking death, only to witness the scene before him. It seemed they were forced into it. Cui Zixuan had been trying to persuade them to leave and hadn't mentioned any information about the location of the stronghold. While everyone sighed helplessly and waited for other pigeons, Ji Chuan waved at Cui Zixuan. Ah, it waved at me. Cui Zixuan screamed in fright. But when the others looked at Ji Chuan, he pretended to be an ordinary zombie, mimicking the aimless wandering of the zombies around him, appearing no different from the others. Shifeng lightly furrowed his brows and exchanged glances with his team members. Du Ling was also very scared. His hand kept trembling below. After Cui Zixuan reminded him, Du Ling kept watching the zombie out of the corner of his eye. When he waved, he saw it himself. Du Ling believed that it was Ji Chuan. His hand trembled so much that he put it into his pocket, still pretending to be nonchalant on the surface. Seeing that everyone was no longer looking at him, Ji Chuan made a throat-slitting gesture toward Cui Zixuan, accompanied by a sinister smile. Ah, whoa, it's not me. I didn't want to come. Don't blame me. I was forced into this. I didn't say anything. Cui Zixuan felt her legs go weak, collapsed, and started crying directly. Shifeng even thought Cui Zixuan had gone mad and planned to report it to the base as soon as the mission was over. As the only person who could understand Cui Zixuan, Du Ling also felt his vision darken at this moment. He also saw the throat-slitting gesture. Although he didn't know what method Ji Chuan used, ordinary zombies would never have such rich body language. I didn't want this either. The base assigned our squad this mission. It's not my choice. We have no say in this. Du Ling suddenly shouted out. Shifeng widened his eyes, feeling that the 2 people in front of him were simply incomprehensible. Ji Chuan almost burst out laughing. Teasing them was so amusing. But from their account, Ji Chuan didn't want to get rid of them. It seemed the 2 were truly forced into a corner. As it turns out, when faced with life and death, that bit of pride really doesn't matter. Captain, the pigeons have all returned. No abnormalities were found. The only pigeon that turned into a zombie explored the southeast direction at about 1 o'clock. Based on the pigeon's round trip time, it's approximately 7 kilometers away. Sukoan checked the electronic map, zooming in repeatedly on that location. That area should be the Alajar Hotel. Ah, it's not there. Cui Zixuan cried even more sorrowfully. Ji Chuan couldn't laugh this time. This pigeon keeper was truly a talent, and it seemed his peaceful life was about to be disrupted again. Ji Chuan angrily kept pointing at Cui Zixuan. Cui Zixuan broke down. Let me go home. I want to go home. Whoa, you've got the wrong place. It can't be the Alajar Hotel. Don't report it. Everyone thought Cui Zixuan had gone crazy, and no one paid attention to her. Captain, someone filmed that hotel being turned into a stronghold during the early days of the apocalypse. There might really be something wrong. Yeah, I heard that last time Captain Yen went on a mission. The off-road vehicle headed in that direction too. Du Ling, what do you think? You were there last time, right? Shifeng ignored Cui Zixuan. Du Ling was also on the verge of breaking down. How come the usually unreliable teammates were all suddenly so sharp today? Every time he couldn't think of a reason, he would turn to Cui Zixuan for help. But now Cui Zixuan was already at her wit's end. What should he do? What should he say this time? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the zombie, only to see it standing there with its arms crossed, staring at him. Du Ling was 100% certain that was definitely Ji Chuan. Stay calm, and protect your rear. Du Ling even felt that if he said a single wrong word, the rock spike would pierce through his rear and emerge from his mouth. His chest heaved violently, his vision started to blur, and he even felt a bit lightheaded, as if experiencing experiencing low blood sugar. I think it's not that direction. That day, we actually encountered it in the northwest direction. Dueling, you little rascal, did you secretly drink alcohol? If Dueling hadn't been right in front of him ever since returning from the mission, Shifeng would have thought Dueling had just downed a bottle of baijiu, as his whole demeanor was completely off. Captain, please don't report it like that. It could really be dangerous. Dueling originally wanted to give up, but his feelings for the team wouldn't allow him to do so. Cui Zishuan looked up at the zombie, only to find that it had already walked into the group of zombies, its movements showing no abnormalities. Cui Zishuan let out a sigh of relief, took several deep breaths, and slowly stood up. Just as she steadied herself, she heard that familiar voice. Did I hear you were looking for me? Ji Chuan stood in the air watching them, tilting his head and giving Cui Zishuan and Dueling a smile. Cui Zishuan sat back down abruptly, feeling as if her heartbeat was about to stop. There was no doubt that the talking monster before them was number one. The immense sense of oppression almost instantly rendered everyone unable to think. Zishuan, hurry. As predetermined, everyone held hands, but Cui Zishuan naturally knew it was useless. Before Chi Feng could finish speaking, everyone followed Cui Zishuan's lead and knelt on the ground one after another. What are you holding hands for? To play ring around the rosy like children? Ji Chuan slowly descended from the sky, looking at Chi Feng with great interest. At the scene, there were at most purple crystal cores, which Ji Chuan wasn't very interested in. He just wanted to toy with them. At this moment, Chi Feng understood Cui Zishuan. Only when truly facing number one could the sense of fear be tangibly felt. What's more, Cui Zishuan had experienced it twice. There will always be warriors who attempt to resist before fully understanding the opponent's strength. This is the admirable quality of courage for which humans are praised. Zhang Ji, the only member of Team 7 with an offensive type ability, was just such a person. At this moment, he believed that only he had the chance to defeat the monster before him. Although there were many legends about number one at the base, upon meeting, the opponent's appearance was actually quite similar to a human, lacking a strong visual impact. Although he was kneeling on the ground, struggling even to lift his head, a purple light emanated from his body. A woman holding a sword was standing behind him, but she had no physical form and looked like a ghost. Ji Chuan had actually noticed his movements long ago, but he was curious about seeing necromancy-based abilities for the first time and wanted to see what kind of effect Summon Spirit would have. Allowing the sword spirit to launch an attack on him, the sword struck Ji Chuan's body with a clang sound, but it couldn't even break through Ji Chuan's hardened body. Ji Chuan clicked his tongue and delivered a hand chop toward the sword spirit, but it was as if he had struck air. Ji Chuan raised his eyebrows, finding this somewhat interesting. In just an instant, Zhang Ji, who had activated the sword spirit, fell to the ground. No one knew what had happened. Cui Zishuan was already trembling all over, behaving very obediently. She had accumulated the most extensive experience in dealing with Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan merely used the power of shadows to condense into a thin shadow needle, piercing through the man's head from the chin upward. The sword spirit instantly dissipated. Only endless fear remained on the field. Although Team 7 had strong self-preservation abilities, under the immense gravitational pressure, even moving a finger was extremely difficult. It was the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. Although they could only observe with their peripheral vision, they knew Ji Chuan was disemboweling the fallen corpse. The chill reached straight to their pores. Forgot to tell you, I like those who are obedient and don't actively attack humans. But for those who attack me first, it's an exception. If you can't deal with me, the one who made the move will definitely die. Noticing the key information in Ji Chuan's words, Chi Feng immediately responded. We will never make the same mistake again. We were just following orders from our superiors. Please forgive us. We will not set foot in the Star River district again. I can give you this chance, but there won't be a next time. With that, Ji Chuan disappeared. He merely used the essence of darkness to hide in the shadows, without the immediate effect of long-distance teleportation. This sudden disappearance made Ji Chuan seem very mysterious, and he felt it was quite impressive. After the gravity effect was lifted, everyone slowly stood up, and Du Ling tremblingly took out a cigarette. But his hands were shaking so much that it took several attempts to light it. Chi Feng looked at the corpse on the ground and finally completely understood Cui Zishuan. Her behavior was definitely not madness. It was a normal human reaction. Think about how to explain this to the base. Cui Zishuan, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. In the past, her experiences were only shared with Du Ling, her one teammate. Now the entire investigation Team 7 is joining in, so there's no need to come up with far-fetched reasons on your own. Let's go somewhere else. Cui Zishuan nodded, used teleportation, and everyone left the Xinghe district. Report truthfully. Cui Zishuan couldn't believe her ears. Chi Feng was bold enough. Chi Feng nodded. There are interrogators beside the leader. I can't possibly lie. You could just say some irrelevant true information. Cui Zishuan and Du Ling went through it like this, but they didn't expect Chi Feng to be so clueless. Chi Feng shook his head. It's meaningless. Even if we know the inside story and don't come to the Galaxy District, other teams will still come. Sacrifices will continue to occur. Why not tell the leader the truth and see if he decides to stop sending people to the Galaxy District or dispatch experts for the next move. Chui Zixuan was stunned. Sending others instead, sacrificing fellow travelers to save oneself? Shifeng, you old rascal, you don't want to use your brain at all. You're safe yourself, but you leave the thinking to the leader and let the other experts at the base handle the danger. Since he wants to say it like that, let him say it. He's the captain of Team 7, and his authority is higher than hers anyway. Besides, she didn't say it herself, so even if Ji Chuan gets angry, it shouldn't be directed at her. Are you sure? After everyone had already left, Ji Chuan finally emerged from the darkness and flew toward the stronghold. If he were discovered at this moment, it would be quite embarrassing, and his prestige would plummet. However, Ji Chuan wasn't worried, as he possessed two powerful detection abilities, life perception and energy perception. There was no way anyone could discover him on his journey. Without hesitation, he ate the newly obtained purple crystal core. One aspect of this ability that attracted him was that ordinary physical attacks seemed ineffective against spiritual entities. Wouldn't that mean the main body remains unharmed while the spiritual entity can keep attacking? Ji Chuan, who had many defensive measures, felt that this ability could be exceptionally valuable in his hands. After all, ordinary people couldn't possess multiple abilities, and others summoning heroic spirits wouldn't have any means to protect their main body. Back at the base, Ji Chuan wanted to activate this newly acquired ability to see what form the sword-wielding woman would take under his summoning. Black energy seeped out of Ji Chuan's body, slowly gathering into a spiritual entity. Ji Chuan eagerly turned to observe, only to see the spiritual entity gradually take shape, turning into a kobold. What's going on? The spirit I summoned is a dog? In front of Ji Chuan stood a beastman about the same height as him, with a dog-like head but human-like features, covered in fur, standing upright on two legs. I am not a dog. I am a great werewolf. Bow before my rule, insignificant human, for I am the greatest king of the werewolf clan. Red light flickered in Ji Chuan's eyes as he raised his hand and delivered one slap after another to the werewolf before him. The wolf king was beaten like a dog. What is going on? Why can the person in front of him suppress him? He carefully sensed the aura of the person before him. The wolf king's pupils trembled. He wasn't human, he was undead? Suddenly, he remembered that he had been dead for a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten the appearance of his kin. The surrounding environment and unfamiliar atmosphere made him feel that this was no longer the world he once knew. Stop fighting, stop fighting. The wolf king wanted to resist, but he realized that the person in front of him had a natural oppressive force over him. Each punch made his handsome wolf face feel swollen. Wow, Anan, look. Brother Ji Chuan brought back such a big Akita dog. Xiao Xian was unusually excited and led Anan to go up and touch it. The wolf king was devastated, his swollen face very round. He didn't understand what an Akita was, but he did understand what a dog was. He bared his teeth at Xiao Xian, but just as he opened his mouth, Ji Chuan's slap landed. The wolf king had no choice but to squint his eyes ingratiatingly, hooking his two wolf claws in front of his chest. Lying on the ground, exposing its belly, letting two little girls touch it all over. Don't touch there. The wolf king screamed internally, but now, facing Ji Chuan's cold gaze, it dared not make a sound. Tears slid from its squinted eyes. Was this hell? That's how it is, chief. Our squad can't go to the Galaxy District anymore. If we go again, we'll all die. Shifeng sincerely expressed his suggestion, though he wasn't sure what Li Jingru would decide. But regardless of the decision, he didn't want to be involved. He only wanted to protect his team members. You encountered number 1, and he let you go? Zhang Ji died because he attacked number 1? Shifeng nodded, planning to simply tell the truth about everything. Li Jingru fell into hesitation once again. It seemed that as long as one did not actively attack number 1, they wouldn't die. All those who had died before must have tried to attack number 1. But Xia Yiqing and Song Ci were in number 1's hands. If it really dragged on until the day number 1 could absorb advanced abilities, not just Jianghua City, but the entire world might face destruction. Li Jingru trusted his intuition deeply. He believed that Ji Chuan took Xia Yiqing and Song Ci away in order to absorb their crystal cores. There are certain limitations to on-site absorption. After Qi Feng left, the interrogator gave a 100% affirmation to Qi Feng's responses. Li Jingru felt that it could not be delayed any longer. He finally picked up his phone and dialed the number marked as beyond. An unknown level of mutated zombie has been discovered in Jianghua City, suspected to possess devouring abilities that enable continuous growth. Requesting support. Ji Chuan looked at the Wolf King in front of him with some curiosity. Clearly, when facing Zhang Ji's heroic spirit, it appeared like a soul entity, and simple attacks lacked a tactile sensation. But this Wolf King has a physical form, yet at the same time, I can still retract it. For some reason, this ability seems so different on oneself. He didn't feel the Wolf King's drain on himself, so he left him at the base to better understand him. Xiao Xian and Anan really like this big dog. Children are always very interested in furry animals. Every time the Wolf King bared his teeth, he would glance at Ji Chuan out of the corner of his eye, who was staring at him. Then, his gaze would become clear, allowing the children to roughhouse with him. After all, I am the leader of the werewolf clan. Can you show me some respect? correct? The Wolf King smiled as he approached Ji Chuan, wagging his tail in a fawning manner. Tisk, Master, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. My belly feels great to the touch, you should try it. The Wolf King was about to break into a cold sweat, terrified that Ji Chuan might reward him with a few more hard slaps. How strong are you? Ji Chuan was somewhat curious about the level of the spirit he had summoned. Among the werewolf clan, I am the strongest. But compared to you, my master, I am nothing more than a mayfly, a blade of wild grass. Alright, do you see that green zombie? That's Dezhuang. Go and compare yourself with him. Ji Chuan promptly interrupted the Wolf King's flattery. He wanted to directly gauge the Wolf King's level of strength. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Dezhuang was unusually delighted. Like a gorilla, he came to the center of the courtyard, staring at the Wolf King with excitement in his eyes. Big doggy, Dezhuang shouted excitedly. The Wolf King, however, revealed a fierce glare after turning his head. I hate it the most when people call me a dog. Unlike the tame appearance in front of Ji Chuan, the Wolf King bared his fangs and suddenly launched an attack on Dezhuang. Didn't care at all about the size difference between the two. Dezhuang moved quickly, his oven-sized fist swiftly swinging toward the Wolf King. However, when it made contact with the Wolf King's body, there was no sensation of a hit. The Wolf King's sharp claws had directly sliced through Dezhuang's entire arm, exposing the bone inside. This greatly surprised Ji Chuan. Fortunately, Dezhuang felt no pain. He quickly reinforced his other arm, the green skin turning as hard as steel, and once again swung it with full force toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King blocked with its claws, its legs heavily stomping on the ground, pressing out two pits. Dezhuang's enhanced strength was immense, and the flesh of his other arm was also healing rapidly. Not giving Dezhuang the chance to fully heal, the Wolf King shed the pressure from Dezhuang, swiftly dodging in the opposite direction, its body flexibly rotating midair as it extended its sharp claws toward Dezhuang's head, but it was blocked by a rock wall. The two stopped their attacking moves, both kneeling on one knee facing Ji Chuan. Unexpectedly, this Wolf King is quite formidable. Even the tough-skinned and muscular Dezhuang can be easily cut. Ji Chuan gained a preliminary understanding of the Wolf King's strength. Brother Ji Chuan, we want to play with the big doggy. Xiao Xian and came to Ji Chuan's side. The Wolf King looked resistant, his eyes full of pleading as he glanced at Ji Chuan. Go play, but don't let the kids get hurt. If they get hurt, I'll pluck all your fur off. The Wolf King's body began to tremble. What kind of sin had it committed to be summoned into this world only to have a living demon as its master? Big doggy, lie down. Let's play horse riding. Anan was growing more and more fond of this place. Not only were there companions to play with, but also such gentle little animals. Ding! Anan carefully climbed onto the back of the Wolf King, while Xiao Xian in front was holding onto the Wolf King's mane. Anan, hold onto his fur like me, so you won't fall off. Anan imitated her, grabbing a handful of fur on the Wolf King's back with both hands, eagerly waiting for the Wolf King to move. Giddy up! Big doggy, run fast! Xiao Xian shouted loudly. The Wolf King, like a cow or horse that had lost the will to live, had all the light drained from his eyes. He lowered his head and crawled slowly in the courtyard. The once mighty Wolf King had unexpectedly become a childcare tool, and Ji Chuan even gave him the name Little Grey. It seemed the glorious Fenrir lineage was about to come to an end. Ji Chuan noticed that recently no teams had entered the Star River district. It seemed that what he said to them last time had finally sunk in, but it was clear that the life force of the entire city was diminishing. Many other strongholds were also forming in the area, as people in the apocalypse huddled together for warmth. Ji Chuan had no intention of interfering. Thanks to energy perception, Ji Chuan was now very selective when cracking walnuts. He had no interest in consuming abilities that were useless to him and started to become picky. He is now searching throughout the city for abilities related to concealed auras to prevent himself from being discovered again when infiltrating the base. Xia Yiqing stared blankly at Yan Guang, who was picking vegetables in the kitchen. Xiao Xi, did we mistake him for someone else? Hey, old Yan. Song Xi also called out to Yan Guang. Yan Guang raised his head and looked at Xia Yiqing and Song Xi in confusion, pointing at himself, calling me? Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Seeing Yan Guang's confused expression, Song Xi felt a bit strange. Why does this person look so much like Yan Guang? Wu Qian pulled the two away. No mistake, that's old Yan. Some time ago, he broke into the base, smashed open the gate, and was the first to attack the leader. The leader erased his memory and left him behind. He's been helping Chef Zhao prepare ingredients in the kitchen ever since. Now he's called Potato Dot. Hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing felt a bit scared. It was incredibly lucky to survive while retaining consciousness. Otherwise, he might have ended up picking vegetables alongside Yan Guang, and Ji Chuanqi's name was hardly praiseworthy. I think we'll still run into familiar faces at the base in the future. Song Xi took a big bite of the burger. He had to admit, the food here was much tastier than at the ability user base. Why? Does your card enhancement program also include foresight? Don't you know the people in the base yet? They're all just like you, thinking they're invincible as soon as they have some ability, and none of them are very cautious. Xia Yiqing was rendered speechless by Song Xi's words. Arrogance is a natural trait of the strong until they encounter someone stronger. 1-1, why are you crying? Su Huaiji was somewhat stunned. Over the past few days of interacting with Su Wanwan, he felt she was a simple and kind-hearted child. But the Su Wanwan in front of him now seemed extremely sad, with tears slowly streaming down her fair cheeks, making his heart ache deeply. I'm fine, Mr. Su. It's just that I miss my father so much. Thinking about how helpless I was when my father faced the zombies, unable to do anything to help, and how he was killed by them, I feel very guilty. And when I interacted with Mr. Su, I found that the feeling you give me is very similar to the feeling my father gave me. Unconsciously, I started thinking about my father again. Mr. Su, although it might be a bit presumptuous, would you allow me to call you Dad? Seeing Su Wanjuan's frail and sorrowful appearance, Su Huaiji swallowed hard. It had been a long time since he felt this way. After losing his family, his heart was filled with hatred for the zombies, and he used his powerful abilities to eliminate a large number of them. It feels as if I no longer have emotions, just a machine that only knows how to kill. But no amount of killing can fill the void in my heart, as the longing for my family torments me every day. Especially when I think of my sensible daughter, recalling the way she admired and praised me while playing chess, and the way she pouted and got angry. These memories bring me unbearable pain. Until that night when I met Su Wanjuan, she was so pure, so kind. Missing their loved ones just like themselves, after that day, they would always unintentionally think of Su Wanjuan's face, but it did not overlap with the image of their own daughter. That feeling was somewhat difficult for them to articulate. Facing the crying girl in front of him, Su Huaiji's heart was moved. He agreed, as if not agreeing would shatter the heart of this pure and kind girl. He didn't want to see the girl looking sad. Dad! Su Wanwan threw herself into Su Huaiji's arms, her cheek pressed against Su Huaiji's firm chest. The fragrance from her hair filled Su Huaiji's nostrils, and he slowly raised his arms, embraced the slender waist of the person in his arms. Her body was unexpectedly soft, and unconsciously Su Huai's hands tightened, holding Su Wanwan even more firmly. However, Su Wanwan in his arms was not crying but lowered her head, revealing a meaningful smile. Have you confirmed the candidate? You mean someone will be sent to provide support? Alright, understood. The Jianghua City ability base will definitely cooperate fully. Li Jingru finally received the anticipated response. He had been very anxious these past few days. He worked hard to integrate all the information related to number 1 and submitted it, ensuring it was a sample unlike any other seen in other cities during the apocalypse. At first, his superior did not believe that zombies could possess such abilities, but after seeing several blurry video clips, they hesitated. The first video was filmed by Du Ling at Ziyu Bay, showing an attack on the backpack zombie using fire-based abilities and metal manipulation abilities. The second video shows someone driving away with the steel whip zombie. According to the report, a 10-person elite team encountered number 1 while searching for the steel whip zombie, resulting in 7 deaths on the spot. Number 1 was using advanced rock-type abilities. Alright, there is a high probability that number 1 picked up the steel whip zombie and already possesses the strength to eliminate the entire elite team. The third video is surveillance footage from a convenience store near an abandoned factory. In the video, number 1 is seen not only flying but also using dark attribute abilities. Considering the state of the 2 special ability team captains at the time, it is suspected that he also has mental control abilities. The Jianghua City ability base would not dare to fabricate such evidence, but if such a zombie truly exists, it is likely the most dangerous mutant species detected in the world so far. The higher-ups continued to use number 1 as a codename for Jichuan. Such rapid growth in such a short period of time is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb for humanity. Although the report mentioned that number 1 can communicate and has promised not to actively harm humans, promises from zombies cannot be trusted. It might even be a delaying tactic by the other party. Just as Li Jingru speculated, the other party is waiting for an opportunity to fully absorb the special grade abilities. If they truly succeed, humanity could face complete annihilation. Therefore, strong reinforcements must be sent to Jianghua City to destroy number 1. Only then will humanity's future remain unchanged. The captain of the Jianghua City's combat team is way too weak. Ha ha ha, isn't that true? Look at the video. 2 top-level superhumans were carried off on someone's shoulders. Ha ha ha. The bun-haired girl lay on the ground, pounding it forcefully, as if she'd seen something incredibly funny. The combat meeting room at the base for superhumans in Jinglian City was bustling with activity, gathering the top 10 strongest teams. Everyone looked at the video footage and analysis report from Jianghua City number 1 with great disdain, even feeling that Jianghua City was making a fuss over nothing. Quiet. If their analysis report is accurate, then number 1's strength is not only continuously increasing, but his types of superpowers could also reach 5 to 6. The crowd looked at the commander without speaking, but the contemptuous smiles remained on their faces. A large number of top-tier superpowered individuals awakened in Jinglian City, achieving the lowest casualties nationwide. The city even managed to maintain order, which is truly remarkable. Having more superpowers doesn't necessarily necessarily mean being stronger. Even 100 low-level superpowers can't compare to one high-level superpower. Exactly, and Jianghua City even speculated that number 1 can drive? Isn't that ridiculous? Being able to talk is already absurd, and now they say it can drive? Ha 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 ha. I think it's just that Jianghua City has a powerful superpowered individual who refuses to obey the base's orders. From the video, it looks like a person anyway. What does it have to do with zombies? This is also the judgment of most people. The blurry video shows that Ji Chuan does not exhibit any characteristics of a zombie. Moreover, no other cities have reported cases of zombies growing, speaking, or driving. They all suspect that the mental state of the person writing the analysis report in Jianghua City might be problematic. Quiet. The leadership has already decided to provide reinforcements to Jianghua City. If the report is true, number 1 will be a very unstable factor. The most correct course of action is to investigate and eliminate it promptly. Who will go? I'll go. If the other party is indeed a zombie, then I am the best choice to handle it. A middle-aged man in a hood spoke, his expression not looking like that of a healthy person, with sunken cheeks. The commander nodded. Who else besides Wang Lin? The bun-haired girl raised her hand eagerly. Me. She was so excited. The zombies in Jinglian City posed no real challenge, and it was said that most other cities were in dire straits. As someone who naturally loved seeking thrills, she couldn't miss this opportunity. What's more, she wanted to meet this group of fools in Jianghua City. They were simply too hilarious. She almost laughed herself to tears just now. She was already looking forward to coming back after resolving number 1 and sharing jokes with everyone. Is everyone here? Su Wanwan, what are you doing here? Li Jingru looked at Su Wanwan entering the meeting room with some displeasure. Leader, I think Su Wanwan is actually very capable, and she has very direct experience dealing with number 1. So, I've already transferred Su Wanwan from the logistics department to be my assistant. Su Huaiji felt a great sense of accomplishment when he met Su Wanwan's grateful and admiring gaze. He knew that Li Jingru would not interfere with his personnel decisions. Let's move on to today's main topic. Number 1's activities in this city have been reported to Jinglian City. Considering that this city has already lost 2 top-level ability team captains, Jinglian City has agreed to send combat support. Today, firstly, we are here to arrange the combat teams assisting the main forces of Jinglian City and to finalize our battle plan. Secondly, we request the logistics department to make reception and accommodation arrangements for the combat forces of Jinglian City. The head of the logistics department, Zhang Jilan, glanced at Su Wanjuan. Su Huaiji had suddenly taken Su Wanjuan away from her. Although losing one person in the logistics department wasn't a big deal, Su Wanjuan hadn't said a single word to her beforehand. Leader, there's no issue with accommodation and reception, but what should we do if the main forces want to take a bath? The logistics department needs to conserve water resources, especially since the number of new members in the base keeps increasing. Zhang Jilan did it on purpose. Even if an entire team wanted to bathe, it wouldn't be a problem. But Zhang Jilan was not very happy. The logistics department personnel could leave whenever the combat unit wanted, and Su Huaiji could actually talk to her like this for Su Wanjuan. Have the HR department check the newcomers. With so many people registering every day, how can we not find a water-type ability user? Su Huaiji felt uncomfortable under Zhang Jilan's gaze and answered first before the leader could make things difficult. Li Jingru nodded. The captains from Jinglian City have taken great risks to come here. Try to meet all the conditions they propose as much as possible. Water-type ability users will be prioritized for transfer to the logistics department, so you don't need to worry about that. Zhang Jilan nodded, and Su Wanyan felt that this woman glanced at her again. Then the most important thing is to decide on the candidates to assist in the battle. Does anyone have any suggestions? In fact, Li Jingru was very conflicted. He felt that number 1 was extremely dangerous and was always unsure about how many people to send to ensure victory. If the few people from Jinglian City had the strength to defeat number 1, it wouldn't matter how he assigned his own people. What if they don't have this capability? Sending out such people would undoubtedly be sending them to their deaths. Jianghua City cannot afford to lose its main combat forces anymore. He felt that the zombies in Jianghua City were very unusual, and borrowing people from other bases might become the norm as zombies continue to evolve. He didn't want to make decisions on his own. He needed to hear others' opinions, so even if the final outcome was less than ideal, it would be something everyone faced together. For matters lacking confidence, involving more people to share the consequences can make oneself feel more at ease. This time, with Jinglian City's combat power as the main focus, I think we shouldn't send out people with too strong personalities, but rather those who are mild-mannered and willing to follow orders. This way, if anything unexpected happens, we can provide an explanation when Jinglian City investigates. Su Huaiji knows his team captains very well. Most of them are quite self-assured, and as long as there isn't a significant difference in strength, peers of the same level rarely submit to one another. It's fine if we win, but what if we lose? If Jinglian City investigates and finds out we didn't put in much effort, leaving all the fighting to them, how would we explain any casualties? I think we still need to send the main force. Jiang Jilan wanted to refute Su Huaiji, but what he said made sense. Failing to send the main force means letting people from other bases die for them. It will be much harder to ask for help or borrow manpower in the future. Our goal is to cooperate with the main force of Jinglian City to win the battle. What good would it do to send out all our main forces? If they act on their own, they won't be able to coordinate and it might even backfire. That just shows Minister Su isn't skilled at managing people. His subordinates don't listen to him. Well, it's no surprise Minister Su focuses all his attention on the newcomers, so he doesn't have the energy to understand his old subordinates. Jiang Jilan's face carried a smile, tinged with a hint of mockery. Su Huaiji was very angry, but he didn't want to say anything too harsh. There was a story between him and Jiang Jilan, and he felt guilty towards her. Enough, Huaiji. Can you talk to those main team captains and ask them to follow the command of the Jinglian troops? Li Jingru thought Jiang Jilan made a valid point. If they failed and their main team wasn't involved, it would mean letting people from other cities die for them. How would they report that? No matter what, the personnel sent from here had to be justifiable. Leader, let them come in. I want to ask for their own opinions. Alright, Dr. Shao, how are the results of your research coming along? Currently, the crystal core can stably provide energy to the ability users. So far, there is only one successful sample among the test subjects, but their emotions are highly unstable and still under observation, so it cannot be put into use yet. Wang Lin, can you make Xiao Lian and Lan Xing stay away from me? The two of them are already unbearable to me. The plane from the ability user base in Jinglian City is flying toward Jianghua City, carrying the aid team dispatched by Jinglian City. The girl with the bun hairstyle fanned her hand near her nose, showing a disgusted expression. The hooded man said nothing, but the two people behind Shen Mengting silently stood up and walked toward the back of the cabin. Shen Mengting let out a breath. Although there was still a smell, it was much lighter than before. Luckily, she and Wang Lin weren't on the same team, otherwise, they would be fighting all the time. We should arrive by the afternoon. After resting for a night, let's take action early tomorrow morning. On the other side, a man resting with his eyes closed spoke. Let's attack directly in the afternoon. Who knows what conditions the Jianghua City base has? The bed there definitely won't be as comfortable as mine. Shen Mengting was somewhat disdainful. She just wanted a quick battle and to finish up so she could share the fun of Jianghua City with her teammates. Jianghua City will send people to assist us. In the afternoon, we need to discuss tactics with them and meet face to face with those in the know to understand the target situation. You, discuss tactics? Hui, are you still counting on those useless people from Jianghua City to help us? If too many of them go out, they might end up being carried away by zombies on their shoulders, and then we'll have to figure out how to save them. Thinking of that scene in the video, Shen Mengting couldn't help but laugh. She was very skilled at attacking, but rescuing people was not her concern. Sending out some useless individuals would only drag them down. Shouting, don't rush. We still need to communicate with the people from Jianghua City. What if they really turn out to be a bunch of idiots who don't follow orders? That would cause us trouble. A college-aged boy turned from the front row to Shen Mengting, squinting and smiling. His face always carried this expression, as if no one had ever seen him fully open his eyes. Alright, just let them follow orders. Hopefully, they won't send out some idiots. I really can't stand stupidity. By the way, the minister is taking this operation way too seriously, sending the four of us. I think 2 people would have been enough. If the creature in the video really is a zombie, the minister's decision isn't over the top. Jinglian City has never encountered such a mutated species before. If it can grow, our goal is to nip it in the bud. Okay then, big brothers, make sure to let me have some fun. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we arrive. Shen Mengting put on her eye mask and reclined her seat. Others looked out the window and stopped talking, as if they were all lost in thought. Efforts paid off, and Ji Chuan finally found the special ability he had been searching for after carefully selecting walnuts for a long time. Breath concealment. While holding one's breath, it is possible to hide one's aura from detection. He doesn't need to breathe and can keep holding his breath. Next, he can use the power of darkness to hide in the shadows of the base and sneak in, avoiding detection by the ability users through breath holding, and slowly search for Song Hui inside. To prevent any accidents during his infiltration of the base, Ji Chuan instructed the people at the stronghold to strengthen their defenses during his absence. But there shouldn't be any major issues. This time, his goal is merely to make a preliminary assessment of the ability user's base strength and to search for Song Hui's whereabouts. However, he doesn't have any means to bring Song Hui out. Master, take me with you. Little Gray was desperately waving his hand below, while Xiao Xian and Anan were still tugging at 2 tufts of his leg hair beside him. He didn't want to take care of kids at the base anymore. He felt like he'd lost a lot of wolf fur over the past 2 days. Ji Chuan nodded. As his own spirit, Little Gray could be recalled into his body, and as long as Ji Chuan remained alive, Little Gray could be reborn infinitely. He was the most suitable companion for going out, and his strength was decent. Little Gray was especially delighted. He did a somersault and entered Ji Chuan's body. Master, I love staying inside your body the most. Is that so? Then don't come out anymore. anymore. No, that's not what I mean. As long as it doesn't involve taking care of the child, I'm still willing to come out. What's the use of you if you're not taking care of the child? You eat so much, I should try skinning you to see if your fur disappears. It looks pretty warm. Master, please don't. I'll eat less. If the spirit dies, the fur will disappear along with it, and it will also harm your energy. Please don't try it. Little Gray had to admit that there were many delicious foods in this world. He had never tasted such a variety of dishes. Although he, as a heroic spirit, did not need to eat, the aroma of various foods in the restaurant still made him lose control. Your energy has no effect on me. Just take good care of Xiao Xianananan. Ji Chuan was flying toward the base of the superhumans. Through energy perception, he discovered that the base had moved Elder Wang's room to the negative first floor, likely to prevent the possibility of zombies disguising themselves and sneaking in. Thus, Ji Chuan held his breath from a distance, blending his entire body into the shadows and gradually moving into the base through them. This time, he entered the base of the superhumans in person. Although possession carries no risk, it is impossible to obtain useful information without the help of his own abilities. Entering personally is entirely different. Approximately 5,000 life forms, quite an increase during this period. 12 red crystal cores, that's quite a lot. Ji Chuan felt the energy of the red crystal cores. Although he had previously come into contact with Song Huai's red crystal core, he lacked energy perception at the time in Lanshan Villa and did not know the specifics of Song Huai's abilities. The simplest way is to find all 12 crystal cores and see if one belongs to Song Huai. Moreover, based on the deduction, Song Huai's ability is not combat related, so some of these 12 crystal cores can be excluded. Then the remaining ones: Forest Spirit Source, Star Vision, God of Space, Queen Ant. Ji Chuan felt that these seemed unrelated to combat. Prioritize searching for the first three. Queen Ant sounds like it should be a female ability. This was Ji Chuan's first time feeling such a dense concentration of crystal cores, even to the point of having a murderous impulse deep down, though fortunately, he could suppress it. He didn't have the energy to sense each crystal core individually and was moving toward the first red target. The holder of the Forest Spirit Source was a woman, currently confirming work with her subordinates. The helipad has been cleared, and the team from Jinglian City is expected to arrive in 1 hour. The woman nodded. Welcome them with the highest standards, reserve the 4 most luxurious rooms. After all, they are facing life-threatening danger coming to Jianhua City. Ji Chuan realized he had overheard some information. There were actually people from other cities coming to provide support. Was there any threat in Jianhua City, apart from himself, that required external assistance? Ji Chuan shook his head. It was very likely those people were coming because of him. Understood. 1 hour? Then let's spend more time wandering around here. Ji Chuan made a decision and saw the woman simply checking the information in her hand before looking for the next target. The second target actually lived on the negative 6th floor. Ji Chuan remembered that the negative 4th floor was the living area for most people last time, so the person in front of him was clearly special in some way. It was a man who looked very ordinary, exuding the same otaku vibe Ji Chuan had during his lifetime. From the classification and names of abilities, Ji Chuan couldn't figure out what stellar vision was supposed to do. That person was just playing games in the room. There were even plenty of snacks on the desk. His treatment was far better than that of most people in the base. After observing for 20 minutes without discovering anything special, Ji Chuan lost patience. He began searching for the third target, which turned out to be deep in the negative 10th level. Ji Chuan had been observing the structure of the base all along. During the last infiltration, he had learned about the general divisions of the base, but coming here in person this time, he could truly feel the vastness of the ability user's base. In front of him, there were many guards on the negative 10th floor, and squads were constantly transporting supplies here. Captain, the task points for collecting supplies are getting harder and harder to earn. It's too dangerous to explore further away. Can we apply for a few newcomers with combat abilities to join us? Wouldn't having more people just reduce the points we get? While the zombies near the base have been cleared out, let's hurry and earn points nearby. If there really aren't any supplies left nearby, then we can apply to explore further away. The captain is right. Besides, we can carefully select people when the time comes. Our city has a number 1, and now newcomers with combat type abilities all prefer to go into resource collection or logistics. Even 2 special grade ability captains couldn't win, so the newcomers are even less willing to go and die. Exactly. By then, we might even be able to pick some newcomers with advanced abilities. It all depends on you, Captain. Take a look. Old Zhang, go ahead and tally it up. This is the result of Resource Collection Team 11. Yes, it seems that this floor is the warehouse where the base stores supplies. Ji Chuan no longer observes the people at the entrance and continues to sneak deeper inside. Members of the transport team are constantly sorting the supplies collected by the squads and moving them to the corresponding rooms. Those supplies that are prone to damage or spoilage are being moved further inside, coincidentally heading in the same direction as Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan blends into the shadows of the transport workers as they head toward the third red crystal core holder. Emperor, god of space. 3 security doors were unexpectedly set up along this stretch, all made of extremely sturdy materials. Fortunately, since they were all metal, Ji Chuan didn't take them seriously. The entrance to the final room was even guarded by 2 ability users. 2 golden crystal cores, one was Fainting Scream, and the other was Swamp of Sludge. They both appeared to be ability users specializing in restriction. As the porter confirmed through iris recognition, the final door finally opened. He used his abilities to place the supplies into the room, and the person inside made Ji Chuan's chest heave violently. He even wanted to reveal himself right now and pull the other person into his arms. Standing before him was none other than Song Hui. Ji Chuan merged his figure into Song Hui's shadow. Song Hui mechanically stored the delivered supplies. It seemed he possessed top-level spatial abilities. Seeing the types of supplies brought by the base staff, Ji Chuan speculated that Song Hui's space wouldn't cause the supplies to deteriorate. He felt an impulse to show himself directly and lead people out to fight, but reason still held him back. Song Hui is currently under mental control. Based on Ji Chuan's experience, to break this control, either harm must be inflicted on Song Hui, or the ability user controlling him must be found and dealt with. His healing ability is quite limited, and he doesn't want Song Hui to bleed. While it would be easy for him to leave on his own, taking Song Hui out and protecting him would be extremely difficult. Moreover, it seems that support from Jinglian City is arriving soon, but Ji Chuan is unsure of their strength. Ah Hui, hold on. I promise I'll get you out of here. Ji Chuan noted the location and left this floor. Among the densely packed personnel in the base, he searched for individuals with psychic control abilities, as the best way to get Song Hui to cooperate in escaping was to deal with the person controlling him. Otherwise, using violent methods might result in the base members discovering him before he even had time to heal Song Hui's wounds after revealing himself. However, with over 5,000 samples, it was extremely difficult for Ji Chuan to find the right one. Moreover, he had already sensed 6 red crystal cores rapidly approaching. 4 life forms, 2 zombies? This was Ji Chuan's first time discovering zombies peacefully coexisting with humans at close range. Unexpectedly, one of the red crystal cores belonged to a necromancer. The plane from Jinglian City landed on the helipad behind the base, and 6 people disembarked from the aircraft. But take a closer look at the last 2 people in the team. Their bodies are covered with dark green veins, resembling zombies. Li Jingru, Jiang Jilan, and Su Huizhi had brought people to wait here early. Seeing the last 2 people in the team, Su Huizhi's gaze tightened. They used to be 2 captains of our base. They died on a mission, but I can control them. I am Necromancer Wang Lin. The hooded man looked grim, and upon hearing Wang Lin's words, everyone was startled. Unexpectedly, there are such masters in Jinglian City. In this case, even if the ability users keep dying, they will still become a force for humanity. In an instant, Li Jingru's confidence in the future battle greatly increased. Even if it meant paying a huge price, number 1 must be dealt with. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Welcome, everyone, from afar. I am Li Jingru, the head of the Jianghua City ability user base. Rooms have already been prepared for you. Please follow me, and after resting, we can discuss the battle plan. There's no plan to discuss, the plan is to follow our lead. Shen Mengting stretched lazily. Discussing battle plans with this group of fools? She wouldn't waste her time. If it weren't for Hui Go and Tuto holding her back, she would have already gone to deal with the target directly. Xiaoting is a bit impatient. Don't take it to heart. Of course, she's also very capable. We'll assess the situation later, so no need to worry. The young man squinted his eyes with a smile on his face, seeming to be a very kind person. The last man had a cold and aloof expression and did not speak. Li Jingru awkwardly smiled and then led the group into the base. Ji Chuan's mischievous streak surfaced again. He possessed the body of that male zombie and followed the group inside. Old Wang suddenly sensed zombies entering the base. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, he noticed Li Jingru, Jiang Jilan, Su Huizhi, and even a few unfamiliar strong individuals around the zombies, so he quickly came out to investigate. Old Wang, there's no need to panic. These 2 zombies were brought by Captain Wang Lin from Jinglian City and are under his abilities control. Old Wang stared at the 2 zombies, feeling a lingering sense of fear, especially toward the male one. He felt that the male corpse's eyes had a glimmer, unlike an ordinary mindless zombie. But since there were top-level ability users all around, as a detection-type ability user, he thought it best not to say anything. He nodded slightly and returned to his room. Tisk. Shen Mengting entered the room prepared for her and unconsciously clicked her tongue. This was much more basic than the rooms in Jinglian City, and the area was smaller, further deepening the desire to complete the task quickly and leave. This was already the most luxurious room in Jianghua City, and Li Jingru's room wasn't much better. Seeing Shen Mengting's reaction, Jiang Jilan felt a bit annoyed but only sighed lightly. No need to rest, let's start the meeting right away. Without considering the thoughts of the other 3, Shen Mengting directly made the decision. The others had no objections, as they weren't very tired to begin with. They arrived at the meeting room, confirming that the team members sent out were already waiting there. Su Huizhi spent a long time working on their mindset, fearing that conflicts conflicts among them would be difficult to resolve. Shen Mengting walked directly to the front of the stage. Contrary to her petite and delicate figure, she exuded an imposing aura on stage. We'll save time. This meeting will focus on clarifying 3 things. The first is information about number 1. Are you certain that number 1 is a zombie, and are you certain he possesses the 5 to 6 abilities mentioned in the report? Confirmed. The base has had reconnaissance ability users encounter number 1 at close range and indeed detected that the opponent is a zombie. However, very few members survived after engaging with number 1. According to video footage and survivor accounts, number 1 indeed possesses 5 to 6 types of abilities. Shen Mengting nodded. Ji Chuan listened with great interest from behind. 5 to 6 types? It's almost 50 to 60 types. I haven't held back on cracking walnuts myself. It's just that many abilities are unused and haven't been displayed. The second matter, what are your abilities? The team member below straightened up. I am the strongest wood type ability user in Jianghua City, mastering the special ability, God of Wood, which allows me to use plants for offense and defense. I am the holder of the special ability, Spring, capable of using area healing abilities and partial wood type and rock type damage abilities. Special ability, Melody of Illness and Void, after playing, applies 3 random powerful negative statuses to the target. Special ability, Fire God's Giant Hammer. Hammer type strikes come with fire type damage and can hit targets from a distance. After listening to the introduction, Shen Mengting just let out a light hum. She initially thought about telling them not to participate, but considering Wang Lin's abilities, she felt it might be good for them to join. In Jinglian City, it's rare to encounter situations where a super-level ability user dies, so Wang Lin only has 2 subordinates. Perhaps this time, he could gather a few more in Jianghua City. The third thing, on the battlefield, you just need to follow our commands and don't cause trouble for us. What did you say? The burly man wielding the Fire God's Giant Hammer immediately became furious upon hearing this. In his opinion, they could handle it themselves, and he hadn't expected the leader to call for reinforcements. Moreover, they were instructed to follow orders, yet the reinforcements before them had a bad attitude from the start, even thinking they would be a hindrance. They were top-tier superhumans, a rarity even in a city of 10 million people. Did you not understand what I said? Shen Mengting finished speaking, and the burly man unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had encountered a troublesome opponent this time. Captain Shen, please show mercy. Su Huaiji saw that the other captains were about to make a move and preemptively released his pressure. The powerful aura made people feel as if killing intent was brushing against their faces. Shen Mengting showed no trace of fear on her face. She simply smiled lightly and continued to stare at the crowd. The burly man clutched his chest as he stood up from the ground, his eyes carrying a mix of anger and fear. Just moments ago, he suddenly felt excruciating pain all over his body and his blood surging, as if his entire chest cavity was about to burst open. Despite being a special grade ability user himself, he couldn't even figure out Shen Mengting's method of attack. Ji Chuan was sensing everyone's abilities and strength. Although he was currently in a possessed state, his true body was hidden in the shadows of the room. This room contained almost 2/3 of the base's red crystal cores. He had considered launching a direct attack, but many abilities could not be judged solely by their names or types. If he acted now, it would only be him and Xiao Wei, making a total of 4 including the 2 zombies. Meanwhile, there were 11 humans in the room with red crystal cores, all of whom had significant combat experience. Clearly, taking action now would not be wise. Although he had won against Xia Yiqing, it was partly because Xia Yiqing had underestimated him, and also because he had experienced it once before. Now the other party has a more detailed grasp of his information. Facing 11 red crystal core experts in the room at the same time, Ji Chuan feels that the success rate of defeating them is almost 0. What he didn't expect was that the one possessing the Queen Ant ability turned out to be Li Jingru, the leader of this base. He wasn't clear about what effect the Queen Ant could have, or why a man would have the Queen Ant ability. I didn't really intend to make a move, Minister Su. If I truly acted, he would die instantly, so ease up on your pressure. Just now, I merely wanted to make you understand that following orders is a command, not a negotiation. The expression on Shen Mengting's face carried a maturity beyond her age. I'm extremely intolerant of stupidity. If uncontrollable factors arise during a battle, I won't provide assistance and may even eliminate the trouble in advance. I hope you all understand. After saying this, Shen Mengting's hair seemed to defy gravity, rising into the air, and her bun unraveled, making her look like a girl in the midst of a storm. The overwhelming pressure that swept over them made everyone tremble, and Su Huaiji realized that her aura was no weaker than his own. The group from Jinglian City was unfazed, merely watching quietly. Shen Mengting was considered a very assertive team leader, and anyone who underestimated her as a little girl would regret it. The girl's hair fell down, and a very relaxed smile unexpectedly appeared on her face. That's it for today. We'll set off tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Any earlier and I won't be able to get up. I feel like I've been stinking all the way, so I'm going to take a shower. Next time, I'm definitely not going on a mission with Brother Lin. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue at Wang Lin, looking more like a girl in her natural state. Li Jingru turned to look at Su Huaiji and sighed, but still maintained a smile on his face. Everyone please rest well at the base. Today, if you have any questions, you can reach out to our logistics department head, Zhang Jilan. I won't disturb you further. Li Jingru didn't wait for everyone's reaction and went straight back to his room. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a furrowed brow. There is no doubt that these people are very strong, but will they succeed tomorrow? He wasn't sure. The 4 special grade ability users here were carefully selected, with attack, defense, recovery, and weakening forming a complete team. The report written would look great, and even if any unexpected situation arose, the main combat force of the base had already been dispatched, leaving no room for criticism. Normally, with 8 special grade ability users taking action, failure shouldn't be an option. Yet, deep down, an unsettling pheromone lingered, a unique instinct belonging to insects. Ji Chuan sensed the abilities of the 4 people from Jinglian City. The one named Wang Lin posed no threat to him at all. He had already discovered that his control over zombies took precedence over Wang Lin's. It seemed that his crystal core level must surpass the red crystal core. What gave Ji Chuan a headache was the ability of the squinty-eyed man, Rainbow Guardian. This was the most powerful comprehensive ability Ji Chuan had encountered so far. He could sense the energy of attack, defense, reconnaissance, and recovery abilities within it, as if he were looking at a miniature version of himself. The base had arranged several reconnaissance ability users to guard the area near the room. Even without their protection, Ji Chuan felt that his presence would still be detected by the squinty-eyed man. Originally, Ji Chuan had planned to launch a sneak attack at night, but he felt it was too risky to take the chance. The most powerful energy currently comes from Shin Mengteng. The energy surging through this young girl is immense, indicating a deep understanding of her own abilities. As for that silent man, his ability also puzzled Ji Chuan. Soul reshaping, what kind of ability is that? Tomorrow, it's decided that the main focus will be on prioritizing Shin Mengteng. Afterward, Ji Chuan returned to the base. All capable members of the Alajar courtyard stood ready, and after Ji Chuan's instructions in the afternoon, no one dared to relax. Everyone was a bit tense since Ji Chuan hadn't returned for so long. Why hasn't brother Ji Chuan come back yet? Xiao Xian felt very worried. Ji Chuan can't be in trouble, right? Lin Lulu was growing impatient, even considering rushing over to check the situation. The master is fine, the master is approaching. De Zhuang reminded from the side that both he and Xiao Mei could sense Ji Chuan's position from a distance. Ji Chuan was clearly about to return soon. Ji Chuan landed, and everyone finally felt relieved. But his expression was very grave. There's a tough battle tomorrow. Ji Chuan informed everyone of what he had seen in the afternoon, and both Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai understood the seriousness of the situation. The main teams led by those 4 captains were quite familiar to the 2 of them, and their strength was not to be underestimated. As for Jinglian City, it is said that due to the strength of the ability users, the entire city still maintains order, with zombies kept within controllable limits. Supporters coming from such a place are likely to be stronger than themselves. So tomorrow, we will face at least 8 special grade ability users. On this side, there are only Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai as special grade ability users. Ji Chuan feels that Wang Lin poses no threat and cannot be considered combat power. The 2 red crystal nucleus zombies are under his control, so tomorrow there will be at least 4 red crystal nucleus ability users helping him. Little Gray, due to its ability to continuously resurrect, can barely be considered a special grade ability. So the other side has 7 red crystal cores, while this side has 5 red crystal cores. Adding himself, they probably have enough strength to fight. Moreover, during this period, Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi have shown significant progress in training, so the chances of winning might be quite high. Afterward, Ji Chuan explained tomorrow's plan to everyone. While discussing the plan, Ji Chuan heard a voice. I know you can hear me. The base assigned me to handle the transport early tomorrow morning. It's not like I wanted to come. Once it's delivered, I'll leave immediately. Please, don't make things difficult for me. Captain Shin, sorry to interrupt. Zhang Jilan held several pieces of precision equipment in her hands. No sound came from inside the room, but the door opened. Shin Mengting was brushing her hair with her back to the door. Captain Shin, this is the latest research achievement from Jianghua City. We've discovered that the crystal cores of mutated species can provide energy to ability users and alleviate the fatigue caused by excessive use of abilities. I don't need it. I haven't reached the point of energy depletion yet. Give mine to Zhuang Tu instead. His ability consumption is high. Zhang Jilan sighed lightly. Alright, hopefully, this Shin Mengting is really as capable as she claims to be. Everyone had been waiting in the hall for a while, and Shin Mengting made her entrance at the last moment. She didn't forget to tie the last hairband on her bun, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. Everyone's here, so let's head out. Several captains from Jianghua City looked at Shin Mengting with some speechlessness but said nothing. Su Huaiji told them to completely follow the instructions of the few people from Jinglian. However, they should protect themselves at critical moments, as Jianghua City can no longer afford the sacrifice of more top-level ability users. Several captains felt that Su Huaiji was being overly alarmist. Even without reinforcements from Jinglian City, with the four of them acting together, they would definitely be able to deal with number 1. Zixuan, take your team and set off. Cui Zixuan nodded, praying that Ji Chuan had heard her warning yesterday. She used the energy device developed by the base to transfer everyone. With prior explanation, she felt her risk should not be too great. In just an instant, everyone arrived in front of the Orijar gate. Before anyone could ask anything, Cui Zixuan had already disappeared. Scared like this? The ability users in Jianghua City are quite timid. Everyone could already ignore Shen Mengting's sarcasm. The most important thing now was the crusade against number 1. According to the investigation by Team 7, everyone knew that number 1 was likely located in the Alijar Hotel and had even studied online footage of the hotel. In the information, Alijar appeared to have merely used metal-based abilities to reinforce the exterior walls, while the overall structure was cloaked with vision-obscuring abilities for deception, nothing particularly sophisticated. But now they can't see where the hotel is at all. In front of them, there is only a large area surrounded by 5 colored semicircles, like a giant energy shield covering the ground. Zhuang Tu first launched an attack on the strange area in front of him. Several red beams gradually turned into ultra-high temperature flames to scorch the area, and the heat could be felt even from a great distance. However, the entire area remained completely unchanged. Zhuang Tu unleashed a blue light, and a blizzard accompanied by ice spikes relentlessly struck the entire area, as if sinking into the ocean without causing any ripples. It's a domain. 5 types of domains. Zhuang Tu was extremely surprised. He had never seen a mutant release a domain before, only powerful ability users had done so. But he had never imagined that multiple domains could be connected together. Seeing the black area, Shen Mengting understood. It was just like in the video, presumably a dark attribute domain. But what about the other domains? Does number 1 have companions? Don't panic, it seems that to enter their stronghold, we must enter a domain. To maintain such a huge and complex domain, they won't have much energy left for combat, Shen Mengting confidently reminded. But the current situation was indeed something she had never experienced before. It seems that only one domain can truly lead to the stronghold. Shouting, let's split up. Entering the same domain is too risky. Entering an overly powerful domain is difficult to escape without the permission of its master. The domain before us is likely a massive trap. Shen Mengting nodded. I'll take the transparent area, others can choose freely. After speaking, she quickly moved toward the transparent area opposite her, as she had already sensed that it was not a domain. It was very likely the only breakthrough point where she would encounter number 1. If she could deal with number 1, the other domains would naturally collapse. Zhuang Tu also sensed the difference in the transparent area and, understanding Shen Mengting's preference for swift action, let her proceed. In the video, number 1 used the domain of darkness. The black area is also very dangerous. I'll go to the black area, Zhuang Tu said to everyone. Then I'll go with you. What is this? Wang Lin knew that Zhuang Tu's abilities were versatile but not strong in offense. As long as he encountered number 1, he could immediately control him. Moreover, Zhuang Tu's abilities could provide good cover for him, making the two complement each other. Su Hui said nothing and directly entered the nearest brown area. The 4 people from Jianghua City exchanged glances. They hadn't wanted to be commanded, and now they were given the chance. Only the red area and silver area remained. They paired up and walked in. That brat chickened out at the last moment? Picked a transparent area, which is obviously the safest place. Yin Lai complained, but only dared to do so where she couldn't see him. The pain Shen Mengting had inflicted on him was still fresh in his memory, and he had no idea what technique she had used. We just need to cooperate. Unfortunately, the probability of encountering number 1 in each area is only 1/5, so we might not even get to witness number 1's methods. Accompanying Yin Lai was Ning Chua, the holder of Spring. She believed that number 1 would inevitably meet their end this time. The two entered the red domain, as Yin Lai had already sensed the fiery energy of the red domain. It truly is a domain of fire, with a high surrounding temperature, and upon entering the domain, one finds raging flames burning all around. However, Yin Lai was extremely excited, as his fire god giant hammer would become even more powerful under the blessing of the fire domain. But Ning Chua felt somewhat uncomfortable, creating a vegetation coat on her body and around her mouth to isolate herself from the surrounding temperature. The domain is much larger than imagined. As long as the domain's master has the ability, they can even create a domain the size of an entire city. The two continued to advance deeper. The journey was very quiet, with no enemies in sight. They quickened their pace, intending to directly traverse the area and investigate the stronghold. However, the two had already heard footsteps in the distance. Ning Chua did not sense the death energy emanating from zombies. These footsteps belonged to a human. Yin Lai had already raised his hand, ready to launch an attack at any moment. But upon seeing the figure of that person, the two were stunned and opened their mouths in surprise. Xia Yiqing, you're still alive. Brother Xia. Ning Chua was very happy. Among Among the captains of the combat team, Xia Yiqing was considered quite handsome, and she had a good impression of him. However, before Ning Chua could run up to Xia Yiqing, an explosion occurred beside her leg. Xia Gu, what are you doing? Almost injuring Ning Chua, Yin Lai was also quite puzzled. Don't come any closer. Go back now, and I can let you leave out of old-time sake. Xia Yiqing, have you betrayed us? Actually, the leader has never actively harmed humans. On the contrary, he has saved many people, and staying here is no different. Loyalty made Xia Yiqing act entirely from Ji Chuan's perspective. Leader, are you referring to number 1? Ning Chua shook her head, unable to believe Xia Yiqing's words. A glowing drop of dew fell on Xia Yiqing's head, and he felt a refreshing sensation throughout his body. Xia Gu, wake up! Ning Chua believed that Xia Yiqing was under mind control, and the ability she had just used was precisely a technique to break mind control. But the imagined reunion between the two did not happen. She was only met with Xia Yiqing's even colder gaze. How could this be? Not under mind control. That's betrayal. Yin Lai no longer hesitated. As his fist struck down, a massive hammer materialized above Xia Yiqing's head, surrounded by blazing flames. Under the enhancement of the fire domain, the entire hammer glowed red-hot. If struck by this hammer, there would be no doubt that one would instantly become a charred meat patty. In just an instant, it was as if someone had pushed Xia Yiqing from beside him, sending him flying far away, with the surrounding flames leaping in that direction. Few people know the specific category of Xia Yiqing's ability, and the dodging in front of him surprised Yin Lai. The hammer struck the ground, leaving only a black circular mark within the domain. But after the explosion, Yin Lai found that his hands were already a bloody mess. Xia Yiqing, are you serious? Yin Lai winced in pain, but he could already feel the explosions continuing to erupt around him. Ning Chua released a green orb of light, enveloping Yin Lai's hands and quickly treating his wounds. More and more wounds appeared on Yin Lai's body, but he couldn't even find the chance to land a second strike. Yin Lai had no idea how Xia Yiqing was attacking. Brother Xia, don't go too far. Ning Chua saw that the speed of healing couldn't keep up with Xia Yiqing's attacks. With a raise of her hand, the rocks behind her flew towards Xia Yiqing. Due to the influence of the fire domain, all the stones were covered in flames, greatly enhancing their power. But before they could reach Xia Yiqing, all the stones exploded in mid-air, and the shattered fragments seemed to have eyes, flying entirely in the opposite direction of Xia Yiqing. Without the support of advanced speed enhancement and malicious perception, it is difficult for anyone to evade Xia Yiqing's attacks. If he hadn't encountered Ji Chuan, Xia Yiqing indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The current 2-on-1 situation didn't put Xia Yiqing at a disadvantage. Retreat, I don't want to kill you. It was Xia Yiqing's inherent kindness. With his abilities, if he had targeted their vital points from the start, both of them would have died. But Xia Yiqing only wanted them to retreat in the face of difficulty. It's fortunate they encountered him. If it had been the leader, the two of them would have been instantly killed. Seeing the two still hesitating, a gust of fierce wind blew toward them, causing the surrounding flames to leap violently. The wind carried waves of heat, making Ning Chua feel it was extremely difficult to breathe, her whole body unbearably hot. Let's go, Yin Lai. We're no match for them. She felt as if her hair was about to catch fire at any moment. Although Yin Lai has resistance to fire, he has absolutely no chance of winning such a battle. Alright, let's go. Stop fighting. Hearing Yin Lai's words, Xia Yiqing stopped his actions. Don't come back again. The leader is a good person. He won't take action unless provoked. If you offend again, you'll die. Yin Lai couldn't bother with the questions in his heart. His entire body was covered in cuts, and after being scorched by the heatwave just now, he felt like he could smell roasted meat. Ning Chua quickly pulled Yin Lai and ran in the opposite direction, unexpectedly running into Xia Yiqing instead of number 1. Why would Xia Yiqing help the zombies? But fortunately, it was him they encountered. It was obvious he had held back. If number 1 could subdue Xia Yiqing, it would mean number 1 was even stronger than Xia Yiqing. If they had run into number 1, they might already be dead. Who will encounter number 1? Ning Chua began to pray, hoping it wouldn't be Xiao Su or Hua Ranqiu. Su Hui entered the nearest brown area because he didn't want to choose. Any area was the same to him. His soul reshaping is extremely powerful. If the target is a zombie, he will help the zombie gain a human soul, allowing the zombie to once again experience the despair and fear of its previous life. Most souls will not accept becoming a monster and may even voluntarily give up their lives. Occasionally, when encountering souls with a strong will to survive, they might still die at the hands of someone experienced in combat due to the suddenness of the situation. Most people cannot immediately comprehend why they have become zombies. If the opponent is human, it is even easier to deal with. A person with strong abilities becomes equivalent to someone with amnesia after their soul is reshaped, unable to use their powers, and no different from an ordinary person. As long as the creature once possessed a soul, it can be easily dealt with. The area before him resembled a desert, filled entirely with sand and rocks. Su Hui recalled from the report that number 1 would use rock-based abilities. He had a gut feeling that he might be the one to encounter number 1. A surge of excitement unexpectedly rose within him. Transforming the soul and altering the personality of a powerful target was quite intriguing. One moment they were calm and composed, and the next they were panicked, kneeling, and begging for mercy. He had witnessed many such scenarios, but every time it feels very fresh. Several rock spikes exploded underfoot. Su-hui quickly dodged, but several rock slabs followed like fly swatters. Su-hui had already spotted that pale figure in the distance. Sure enough, he encountered number one. Su-hui remained very calm, a confident smile appeared on his face, and after locking onto the target, he reshaped his soul. But there was no response. Huge rock flowers rose underfoot, trying to engulf him. He struggled to dodge but was already running out of strength. He had clearly unleashed his powers just now, but there was no reaction. How could this be? Su-hui once again unleashed his powers toward the target. As he dodged and attacked, he got closer and closer to the opponent. When Su-hui finally saw clearly, he felt despair. That was neither a human nor a zombie. It was a puppet. The puppet was staring at him with its button eyes, and as its round arm lifted, another rock spike rose up, piercing his right leg while he stood there in shocked disbelief. Su-hui cried out in pain and fell to the ground. As he was in despair, the puppet suddenly went limp and collapsed, its entire body beginning to disintegrate, like a pile of rotten cotton merging into the sand and stones. Su-hui was overjoyed beyond expectation. He had survived. But how could there be such a thing? He had never encountered a puppeteer capable of creating such a powerful doll. Just as he was about to get up, his vision darkened. As he slowly raised his head, Su-hui was met with a giant dog head. Where did this dog come from? Su-hui dared not delay and immediately unleashed his ability without hesitation. His ability could even affect animals. However, the dog-headed figure before him showed no change, and its expression became even more ferocious. I hate it the most when people call me a dog. Claws flashed, and Su-hui felt his body lighten as his head was directly severed by Little Gray. He didn't understand what Little Gray was, or why this talking kobold was also unaffected by his skills. He probably would never have thought that Ji Chuan owned the rights to Little Gray's soul, making it immune to status effects. This was Su-hui's first defeat. He just felt so tired and closed his eyes. A burst of white light rose from Su-hui's head and flew into the sky, but neither Little Gray, who had turned around, nor Xiao Xian outside the domain noticed. Shen Mengting did not hesitate and directly entered the transparent area, believing it to be the most likely entrance to the stronghold. It was also the area most likely to encounter number one. Sure enough, after entering, she discovered the hotel's main entrance, and the tightly closed door unexpectedly opened as soon as she stepped in. From a distance, she could see the center of the courtyard, where a pale-skinned person was standing. Shen Mengting's face lit up with a smile. Her judgment was indeed correct. Her judgment had never been wrong. She walked in confidently and used her ability on number one before he could make any move. She never gave her prey any chance to resist, and she despised those fools who, despite having opportunities, insisted on exposing flaws. Her special ability is reorganization, and as long as she wishes, she can freely destroy the opponent's body. She can reorganize blood into nails, reorganize the brain into tofu, reorganize internal organs into poison, and reorganize the body into sand. She can even reorganize cells into new cells. Her understanding and mastery of her ability are extremely thorough, and in her eyes, no one can defeat her. The same goes for number one in front of her. A bomb had replaced number one's brain, and with a loud explosion, number one fell to the ground. Shen Mengting saw the surrounding domain turn completely transparent and then vanish entirely. Tutu and Weiguo ran toward her, smiling and praising her. Shouting, "It has to be you. So young and beautiful, and so strong too." Yeah, the domain of number one almost tortured us to the point of no escape. Shen Mengting brushed her hair and said to several team captains from Jianghua City in a more proud tone, "Go back and report, number one has already been dealt with by me. These stupid pigs, sending us here for such a weak target, what a joke. Now she just wants to return to Jinglian City. She doesn't want to stay in this lousy place any longer. She can't wait to go back and share her heroic deeds with her teammates." All around was endless darkness, even the sense of direction was lost. Zhuang Tu released a light orb and placed it in front of himself, cautiously observing the surroundings. This place was like a void, devoid of any creatures or objects. Behind him, Wang Lin followed with the zombie Xiaolian and Lan Xing, both of them continuously heading deeper. Zhuang Tu felt that his direction was correct. Following this path should lead to the center of the domain, which should be the closest place to the hotel. Initially full of confidence, he now felt a bit fearful. They were undoubtedly very powerful in Jinglian City. They had encountered extremely troublesome mutants before, even losing 2 captains. The mutants' ruthless and wide-ranging attack methods made them difficult to counter, and getting close was nearly impossible. It was Xiaolian who promptly released her domain, pulling the mutant inside in time. The deadly abilities of the mutant were completely blocked by the domain, giving everyone a moment to catch their breath. Now, only the sound of footsteps remained, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Zhuang Tu recalled the powerful mutants he had faced in the past but couldn't think of any mutant like number one that could create such a domain. He heightened his perception of the surrounding situation, benefiting from the research achievements of the the Jianghua city base, which allowed him to freely use his abilities without worrying about energy depletion. Although his attacks aren't very powerful, his abilities are extremely versatile, and combined with endless energy, he will be a top-tier force in the team. He's here. Zhuang Tu suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Wang Lin also focused his gaze ahead. Despite the surrounding darkness, where even the light of the glowing orb seemed to be swallowed and appeared faint, they could already see a pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness ahead. The other party's footsteps were steady and powerful, without any pause due to the two stopping. Unhesitatingly, they slowly walked toward them. It's number one. It was the death energy unique to zombies. Zhuang Tu had already felt this sense of oppression. He quickly launched an attack toward number one, red light streaking into the distance, but the anticipated towering flames and scorching heat did not materialize. Is it the effect of the domain? Zhuang Tu already felt the situation was somewhat tricky. It's not just powerful abilities that can create domains. Very few ability users can master domains. Xia Lian quickly used the ice seal domain. As Wang Lin gave the order, the zombies behind her let out a roar. From beneath her feet, the pitch-black ground froze with ice, rapidly enveloping the area from bottom to top. The entire world lit up again, revealing a surface entirely covered in mirror-like ice crystals. A pale-faced young man stood in the distance, watching them with a smile. It worked. As expected, Xia Lian's domain is stronger than his, directly breaking through his field. Wang Lin was overjoyed internally. The opponent had created so many domains, which must have consumed a tremendous amount of energy. However, the opponent was not clever, as the simultaneous existence of multiple domains meant each domain was weakened. Moreover, Xia Lian's ice-sealing domain not only enhanced her own abilities but also strengthened Zhuang Tu's ice-based powers. Zhuang Tu did not hesitate in the slightest. Although he was curious about number one mentioned in the analysis report, the powerful energy emanating from the opponent before him undoubtedly required him to stake his life. A transparent protective shield with a five-colored sheen lit up around the two of them. This was Zhuang Tu's most powerful defensive measure, capable of significantly resisting five-element techniques while also greatly reducing other types of damage. Due to being in the frozen domain, Zhuang Tu unleashed the blue light to its fullest extent. Countless ice spikes surged toward Jichuan like a snowstorm. However, before the ice spikes reached Jichuan, they were completely absorbed. Zhuang Tu's eyes widened involuntarily. Such a phenomenon seemed to indicate protection from the domain. But the domain was released by their side. How could it possibly protect number one? Zhuang Tu unconsciously turned his head, only to see Lan Xing had already restrained Wang Lin and was gripping his throat. Wang Lin was completely controlled in Lan Xing's arms. Lan Xing possessed the most advanced physical ability, and despite having his protective shield to help block, Wang Lin, who was already thin and frail, had no strength to fight back. With the force of Lan Xing's fingertips, Wang Lin's neck snapped directly. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock and terror. He couldn't understand why Lan Xing would attack him. The whole person just collapsed like that. As Xia Lian's thoughts moved, the ice monument swallowed Zhuang Tu and turned him into an ice sculpture. But in just an instant, flames soared into the sky, and Zhuang Tu broke out of the ice. Zhuang Tu noticed that Jichuan hadn't taken any action from start to finish, while Xia Lian and Lan Xing had already surrounded him. Wang Lin's body was also slowly standing up, his eyes filled with anger. Didn't expect me to control myself even after death, did you? Unlike ordinary zombies, Wang Lin's speech was exceptionally clear, just like when he was alive. If it weren't for the strange twisted angle of his neck, it would be hard to tell he was a corpse. Wang Lin raised his hand, intending to release several waves of darkness toward Jichuan, but he found that he couldn't lift his hand. He hadn't yet figured out why Blue Star, which was under his control, was attacking him, but now he discovered that he himself was out of control. You can actually control yourself? Can you really? Jichuan responded to Wang Lin with a rhetorical question. This was the first time he spoke after encountering number one, and Zhuang Tu couldn't help but be surprised that he could actually talk. Under Zhuang Tu's astonished gaze, Wang Lin suddenly started tap dancing on the spot, making the ice surface echo with loud slapping sounds. Was it you who did this? Was it you? Wang Lin looked at Jichuan in horror, his tone angry. He had never learned to dance, yet his current self appeared so ridiculous. Hearing what Wang Lin said, Zhuang Tu confirmed that he was not under mental control. Moreover, his dependents were supposed to obey his command, but now they were helping number one. Your ability is plunder? Zhuang Tu thought number one had plundered Wang Lin's ability, but the number one in front of him burst into laughter. You also need to obediently help me exert some effort later. Zhuang Tu already understood Jichuan's intention. His eyes suddenly widened as he struggled to resist, but the two former captains in front of him were already making it hard for him to cope. Behind him, Wang Lin was also launching dark attribute attacks toward him. Meanwhile, number one had not made a move from start to finish, like a beast waiting for its prey to struggle. Blue Star kept trying to capture him, while Xia Lian continuously launched long-range attacks against him. Xia Lian herself was an exceptionally powerful special-grade ice-type offensive ability user, making it extremely difficult to get close to her under the cover of Blue Star and Wang Lin. Various colors of light radiated emanated from Zhuang-Tu's body, but most of the time, it was green light healing his injuries. Stop struggling, or your corpse won't look good later. Listening to number one's taunts from not far away, Zhuang-Tu felt a deep sense of despair. I'll come back to take you away later. My members need my help now. Seeing number one disappear, Zhuang-Tu did not feel relieved. Facing three equally powerful ability users, even surviving would require his utmost effort. He just mentioned his members? Zombies actually have companions? Zhuang-Tu was deeply shocked. If he hadn't truly sensed the unique death energy of zombies from him, he would have seemed more like a human. Such dangerous information must be conveyed. This zombie not only possesses extremely powerful abilities but also fights in groups. But can I accomplish it in my current state? Xiao Xi, if you don't surrender now, you'll die. Hua Ranqiu looked anxious, unable to understand why Song Xi would betray them. However, if this dragged on any longer, the paralysis would render him completely immobile, and the deadly poison could easily take his life. I must protect the stronghold. I won't let you get close. Cough. A mouthful of blood spilled from Song Xi's lips. With such a frail body, that amount of blood loss seemed enough to make him pass out. Song Xi, the ability user base is your stronghold. Snap out of it. Xiao Su released the vine again, which would definitely hit his vital points, but the two were still trying to persuade Song Xi to change his mind. Three light arrows shot straight toward Xiao Su's face, but were easily blocked by the plant's vine wall. The leaves, like rapidly spinning locusts, rushed toward Lin Lulu, but Song Xi jumped up with effort and stood in front of Lin Lulu. Song Xi. Lin Lulu couldn't believe that the sharp-tongued Song Xi could protect her so fiercely, his frail body already soaked in blood. Song Xi's legs had turned a purplish blue, and the deadly poison was spreading relentlessly toward his heart. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi were also covered in injuries. When they encountered these two captains in the domain, they only listened to one of them play a tune. All three of them experienced intense discomfort. Gu Yunqi was blind and felt her limbs were cold as if frozen. Even though she knew Lin Lulu and Song Xi were constantly being beaten, she couldn't do anything to help at the moment, merely waiting in place as a target to be protected. Lin Lulu had the mildest symptoms among the three, only feeling dizzy. Fortunately, after shooting her arrow, she commanded the light arrow to track the target automatically without needing to aim, thanks to Song Xi's guidance. Song Xi, on the other hand, was afflicted by severe poison, his entire body numb while continuously suffering from the corrosive effects of the venom. Song Xi knew this was caused by Hua Ranqiu's ability. After she played with her hands in mid-air, random negative statuses would be inflicted on targets within range. One negative status was enough to turn the tide, and she could impose 3 different negative statuses on a person. Although his cards are very powerful, they are consumables, and he doesn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. Many cards are enhancement cards that can permanently improve his abilities. Without the support of other consumable cards, he is merely someone with physical fitness and perception far beyond ordinary people, but compared to other ability users of the same level, he has no advantage in actual combat. His role is essentially a secret weapon. The day he exhausts all his trump cards will be the day he loses his value. Their leader is very strong, and although he is covered in wounds, it is still not the time to use his cards. You did well, have a good rest. It was the leader's voice. Song Xi wanted to try hard to open her eyes, but she didn't even have the strength to do so. Her whole body had lost sensation, but due to the numbness, the wounds from earlier didn't hurt as much. Ji Chuan carried out simple treatment as if no one else was around. It's number 1. The flowers died in autumn, dare not delay, her delicate jade-like hands quickly plucking in front of her chest. Although no instrument was visible, the sound of the zither echoed within the domain. Several streaks of dark gray light merged into Ji Chuan's body along with the melody, yet Ji Chuan showed no signs of discomfort. Powerful negative effects are often accompanied by immense pain, but Hua Ranqiu felt that Ji Chuan was completely unaffected by her abilities. Did the ability fail to take effect? Hua Ranqiu continued to play, but in an instant, several sharp metal blades had severed her fingers. In this silver metallic domain, a few thin pieces of metal were extremely concealed, and she hadn't noticed when they appeared and approached her. Do not disturb me while I'm treating. Ji Chuan continued to treat Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi, temporarily preserving the lives of the three. Xiao Su was already drenched in cold sweat. He had long heard of number one's deeds and was now torn between attacking or fleeing. Beside him, Hua Ranqiu was in so much pain that she was about to faint. Looking at the fingers on the ground, she knelt down, enduring the intense pain as she tried to pick them up with her palm, believing that Ning Chua would surely have a way to heal her. Number 1, let go of Song Xi. Let him come with us. After confirming that the three were not in mortal danger, Ji Chuan slowly stood up. The immense pressure made Xiao Su involuntarily take a few steps back. The one who treated him and protected him was me. The ones who almost killed him were you. Why should he go with you? Ah! Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Xiao Su froze in place, seemingly not expecting number 1 to say such a thing. Because you're a zombie, you're a monster. Humans are destined to destroy you. Ji Chuan was stunned. Yes, he was no longer human. Why was he trying to coexist peacefully with humans? Clearly, I was only resisting resisting. Clearly, I had already been very merciful, so why won't humans give up on trying to destroy me? Xiao Su noticed that number one's expression was extremely grim, and he was already prepared to unleash his powers.
But it said that even Xia Yiqing couldn't defeat him. Can I really do it?
A towering tree rose from the ground, seemingly intent on trapping Ji Chuan within it to become the tree's nourishment. The deadly venom soaked Ji Chuan's entire body, but under the effect of perfect body's immunity to abnormal states, whether it was
Huaranqiu's melancholic melody or the current poisonous divine tree, everything that struck Ji Chuan vanished without a trace.
Before the tree could fully flourish, several streaks of cold light had already sliced through its trunk. Ji Chuan emerged unscathed, forcing Xiao Su to retreat step by step.
You were the ones who wanted to hurt me first. I was just resisting. Why call me a monster? I think you are the real monsters. Countless steel knives suddenly appeared around Xiao Su, continuously rotating around him.
As long as Xiao Su moved, his body would be pierced.
Don't! Let us go. We won't come back again. Huaranqiu could only beg for mercy.
Although she was the pinnacle of weakening type abilities, her powers were ineffective against number one. In front of number one, she was nothing more than an ordinary woman.
Unfortunately, it's too late. Since you were so determined to destroy me, isn't it only fair that you're the one who gets wiped out?
The steel blades plunged deep into Xiao Su's body. Even though he tried to summon trees with his ability to defend himself with such dense and close-range attacks, no plant could shield him. Blood poured out, pooling on the ground, more than what Song Xiai had lost.
You made my team suffer so much. You should stay and atone for their pain.
A low and indifferent voice. Huaranqiu's mind went blank. Her entire face had turned pale due to blood loss, and her whole body was trembling violently. She saw steel blades identical to those beside Xiao Su forming before her eyes. They gleamed brightly, the most exquisite mementos in this silver metallic domain. No miracle occurred. The steel blades pierced through her entire body. As Ji Chuan departed, Xiao Su and Huaranqiu's corpses slowly stood up, but due to being covered in blood, their entire bodies appeared terrifyingly abnormal. Ji Chuan told the three to go back and rest. Only the final target remained.
He sensed the situation in another domain. The fighting had already ceased.
Zhuang Tu was already standing beside three other corpses, waiting for his instructions. Ji Chuan's lips curved into a smile. It was time to witness the formidable Captain Shen. Shen Mengting stepped out of the hotel, only to find that the people from the Jianghua city base seemed to have already heard the news and were all standing at the entrance to welcome her. Everyone was shouting, "Beautiful girl Shen Mengting!
Shen Mengting, the great hero!"
Shen Mengting raised her head high. She wouldn't be smug just because of the praise from these fools.
It seems her reputation is about to spread throughout Jianghua city.
Maybe other bases will rush to contact the minister to borrow her once they find out.
Sigh, who can understand the pain of the strong?
Although the people here are weak, they do have a good eye for things.
Shen Mengting actually saw their plane parked not far away.
She really wanted to go back now. The beds here were very uncomfortable. The analysis report from Jianghua City. She wants to go back and preserve it well. Its level of humor rivals a collection of jokes. On the plane, Zhuang Tu sat beside her with a slightly flushed face. Nowadays, college students really wear everything on their faces. Unexpectedly, someone who usually has the same expression no matter what he does would actually feel shy because of her. Indeed, the only ones who can gain special privileges in this world are beautiful girls.
Xiaoting, I think you are the most beautiful and powerful person in the base. Could you give me a chance? Tutu, are you serious? Ha, Zhuang Tu can actually be this proactive, but he's not really my type.
Still, let's keep him hooked. Maybe trying this type could be interesting.
Xiaoting, I'm serious. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Shen Mengting's eyes narrowed into slits, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud on the plane.
It feels as if, due to one's good mood, even the tedious voyage passed in an instant, and now they've arrived at Jinglian City. Indeed, the world revolves around oneself. The leader and the minister were already waiting outside the plane, with all the base's captains standing behind them. They carefully studied the report from Jianghua City and discovered that number one is currently the most powerful zombie.
If it were someone else, they might not have returned alive.
It was just unexpected that the powerful number one could die at the hands of their own people, and it was oneself who achieved such remarkable feats. Everyone looked at her with eyes full of admiration, and Shen Mengting even felt that she should be the leader of the base.
Mengting, you've worked hard on the journey. It's all thanks to you that humanity's greatest enemy was defeated.
I want to appoint you as the deputy leader of the base.
Mengting, the logistics department has prepared a grand celebration feast for you today. Hurry up and go in to eat.
I want to go back to my room and freshen up first.
Traveling all the way with Brother Lin, I feel like I stink.
Shen Mengting suddenly remembered. Was it smelly along the way?
It seemed she hadn't smelled any unpleasant odor.
She turned around and looked behind her. Wang Lin, along with Xiaolian and Lan Xing, were still standing there, but she found it strange that the two zombies no longer had any smell.
Could it be that my rhinitis is acting up?
Shen Mengting quickly returned to her room, which was much more luxurious than the one in Jianghua City. Even though she hadn't smelled any odor, she would soon be attending her celebration banquet.
A beautiful girl must be be fragrant all over to truly shine. Shin Mengting hummed a tune while taking a bath, never expecting that the leader would appoint her as the deputy leader. All her efforts along the way had been worth it. She dried the water off her body with a soft towel, then admired herself in the mirror completely bare. It was the unique firmness and softness of a young girl, and thanks to this apocalypse, she had gained such powerful abilities. She chose the most formal dress and walked toward the restaurant. Along the way, the members of the base marveled at her beauty, their eyes filled with admiration and enthusiasm. At the moment she arrived at the restaurant, everyone's gaze followed her as she slowly made her way to the center stage. There stood a pyramid of wine glasses, and the leader was smiling warmly at her, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The leader raised his hand and smiled as he announced to everyone, Shin Mengting is the most powerful person in the base. This time, she went to Jianghua City and resolved, the most dangerous mutant species. Her deeds are now known to all the bases. I hereby announce Shin Mengting as the deputy leader of the Jinglian City ability user base. Applause erupted from the audience, and Shin Mengting smiled as she accepted everyone's praise. She noticed that several handsome men from the base had all squeezed into the front row, just to catch a glimpse of her beauty today. Their eyes were filled with admiration, longing, confusion, and fear. What's going on? Why have their expressions turned to fear? Not only the handsome guys in the front row, but everyone in the audience was looking at her with the same gaze. The applause stopped, and only Shin Mengting stood on stage, puzzled. The leader beside her also showed a look of shock, as if he were staring at a monster. Shin Mengting looked around. She didn't understand what had happened. The pyramid of wine glasses beside her reflected her image, a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion. Shin Mengting was startled and hurriedly looked at her own hands, no longer the soft, fair hands of a young girl. Her joints were covered with wrinkles caused by looseness, and even faint spots could be seen on the back of her hands. As if remembering something, Shin Mengting frantically ran off the stage. The high heels on her feet were completely unnecessary at this moment. She threw them off, revealing a pair of feet thick with calluses, and quickly ran toward her room. Stepping into the bathroom, she closed her eyes and faced the mirror, praying repeatedly, hoping that when she opened her eyes, the face in the mirror wouldn't be the one she was familiar with. She opened her eyes full of anticipation, only to see a middle-aged woman with a haggard face, sporting a hairstyle that didn't match her age and wearing a coquettish dress, looking utterly ridiculous in the mirror. Ah! Shin Mengting grabbed the toner beside her and hurled it forcefully at the mirror. Although the mirror shattered, countless fragments still reflected the disheveled image of a middle-aged woman. How could this happen? Why did it come back? Shin Mengting tried to use her ability on herself, which she discovered to be the most valuable application of her power. When she acquired Reorganization, she experimented with many different ways to use it. As she became more proficient in its application, she could instantly eliminate opponents, and due to the unique nature of each reorganization, no one could discern what she had actually done. In the apocalypse, she encountered a colleague from her unit, a young woman who had graduated just 3 years ago. Graduated from a prestigious university, with high emotional intelligence and outstanding work abilities, yet the company actually gave the deputy general manager position to that girl. I worked day and night overtime for this promotion. Shin Suerong still stormed into the leader's office. She couldn't understand why she had devoted almost all her time to the company, only to have that young person take her place in the end. Unexpectedly, the leader simply said that the girl was very exceptional, and since the deputy general manager often has to deal with client engagements, the company wanted to choose a girl with a better image. Shin Suerong understood now men always prefer young and beautiful women, and her efforts were all meaningless. In the apocalypse, she used her supernatural power on that girl. I want you to be fat. I want you to age. I want you to die ugly. It seemed to be an outpouring of her inner resentment. In the apocalypse, Shin Mengting finally did what she had always wanted to do. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. The girl before her, disheveled yet still exuding elegance, began to swell under her supernatural power. Her face was filled with terror, and the wrinkles and dark spots made her no longer evoke pity. Her hair turned from jet black to withered white, like that of an elderly person nearing the end of life. Hunched over, her murky eyes were full of despair as she collapsed in a corner of the city, unnoticed and uncared for. Shin Shui-ron was extremely excited. Her supernatural ability could even reorganize cells. Since she could make people age, could she make herself younger? With an excited heart, Shin Shui-ron reorganized herself while looking in the mirror. She imagined youthful cells filling her entire body, envisioned a slender waist, and pictured a delicate, charming face. She is younger, slimmer, and more beautiful than the girl who replaced her. This world naturally favors young girls, and at this moment, she has the ability to live as one. Seeing the image of a young girl in the mirror, she knew that the weary and haggard Shin Suerong was already dead, but a beautiful and charming young girl, Shin Mengting, had survived. She admired her firm cheeks and slender waist, smiling contentedly at herself in the mirror. She began deliberately imitating the mannerisms of a young girl, intentionally adopting their gestures and tone of voice. Even though she herself felt it was quite unnatural, no one would criticize a beautiful young girl. The world is just so unfair, but now she happens to be the one receiving preferential
preferential treatment. Despite the apocalypse, she actually felt the world had never been more beautiful. With her immense strength, she easily became the captain of the Beijing United City's ability user combat team. Everyone praised her for her powerful aura and maturity beyond her years. Laughing to death, she's just pretending to be young, maturity is her true self. But now Shin Mengting can't laugh as she looks at the shattered pieces on the ground. Shin Mengting seems to have disappeared, and Shin Suerong has returned. That ugly, failed, jealous middle-aged woman, she clings to herself like a nightmare. Shin Suerong tries to continue using her powers to make herself young again. She wants to bring Shin Mengting back and tell everyone that today was just a joke she played on them. After all, who would blame a young girl for an excessive joke? It's just that, for some reason, her supernatural ability failed. No. Shin Suerong knelt on the ground, screaming her heart out. She couldn't understand why her supernatural ability had failed. Her reflection in the mirror was so hideous. Sagging cheeks, dark spots at the corners of her eyes, withered hair. Her reflection slowly overlapped with the appearance of that woman before her death. Shin Suerong screamed and ran into the room, not daring to approach the bathroom mirror again. The woman in the mirror stared at her with venomous eyes, mouthing the words, "Pay with your life." Each time she said "pay with your life," the corners of her mouth lifted higher, revealing a mouthful of yellowish-brown sharp teeth. "Shin Suerong, why did you kill me? What did I do wrong? Does it feel good to kill me? I can see you're really enjoying it." The voice in her memory turned vicious and eerie, and Shin Suerong felt as though it was getting closer to her. A massive fear was devouring her heart, and she had already seen a bloated, corpse-spotted hand reaching out from the bathroom. "I can save you, make you young again, and restore your supernatural powers." Like the whisper of a demon. "Who are you? Please save me." Shin Suerong curled up in the corner, trembling incessantly. "The price for helping you is to give up your soul. Your soul will be under my command." Shin Suerong was stunned. Without a soul, could one still be considered alive? Was the other party a demon? Gray-white hair was covered in bloodstains and dust. Beneath it was that swollen face. The woman had already crawled out of the bathroom. She looked at Shin Suerong with her murky eyes and revealed a smile. "You're here, you're here, you're here." The ghost in front of her was getting closer and closer. Shin Suerong screamed, I'm willing to do anything." As Shin Suerong's shouting ceased, the evil spirit gradually dissipated, her face full of anger and unwillingness. The surrounding scene also kept disappearing, the entire world turning white, so white that she couldn't open her eyes. Shin Suerong shielded her eyes with her hands, and as she felt the white light fade, she slowly lowered her slender arms. Shin Mengting opened her eyes, and the man before her had pale skin, sharp facial features, and a pair of crimson eyes that carried a hint of a smile. Shin Mengting recalled the devilish whisper from earlier. Could he really be the devil? Her chaotic thoughts gradually became clear. Number 1? Shin Mengting was on high alert, immediately wanting to launch an attack on Ji Chuan, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. "In the realm of illusion, we have already formed a contract. Hurting the master will result in backlash." Ji Chuan hadn't expected the newcomer in Xia Yiqing's team to have such a useful ability, capable of peering into the secrets of someone's heart, creating an illusion, and luring the person into signing a soul contract. Illusionary realm, contract. Shin Mengting's pupils suddenly contracted. So it had all been an illusion just now, but the contract within the illusion was real. She had fallen into the opponent's illusion the moment she entered this area. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, but this time it was Shin Mengting who had angered herself. Did he see all the secrets in the illusion? "I know everything you're thinking. I can completely control your soul. I hope you'll work harder for the base, and I can make you immortal." Shin Suerong. Shin Mengting froze in place, her entire brain seemingly unable to function. She had thought she could easily deal with number 1 here, but why did it turn out like this? What about the others? "Only I fell into the illusion. The others still have a chance, right? Are you talking about them?" Zhuang Tu walked over expressionlessly from behind. Wang Lin had a reluctant look on his face, but his body was out of his control. Xia Lian and Lan Xing followed closely. There were also 2 captains from Jianghua City, but Shin Mengting hadn't remembered their names. Brother Hui wasn't inside. Brother Hui is still alive. That person, their head is gone, useless. Shin Mengting was in despair, which meant the Jinglian team was completely wiped out, leaving only 2 captains from Jianghua City alive. Under Shin Mengting's shocked gaze, Ji Chuan started cracking walnuts. "No, don't!" Wang Lin screamed miserably. Although he was already dead, he still retained his consciousness. No matter how loudly he screamed, his body uncontrollably knelt down. He gently lowered his head, positioning himself at the most convenient angle for Ji Chuan to reach out his hand. After his skull shattered, Wang Lin's screams ceased. The whole body was as lifeless as the corpses around it. Shin Mengting cried and trembled like a sieve, realizing that without Ji Chuan's command, she couldn't even kneel down. She had laughed to the point of pounding the ground while reading the report, thinking at the time how could zombies possibly talk, drive, or possess multiple abilities. She believed she could easily deal with them with a wave of her hand, but unexpectedly, she was facing such a monster. He truly was a devil. "If you keep thinking of me as a monster, I'll dig out your crystal core too." "No,
No, no, no. Master, don't take out my crystal core.
It's not that Ji Chuan doesn't want to take it out, but this time he's become wealthy again. 6 red crystal cores at once.
The crystal core of the
person killed by Little Grey hasn't been retrieved yet, adding up to 7 red crystal cores. This time, he will inevitably fall into slumber. The last slumber lasted for 3 days, and he's unsure how long it will last this time. Therefore, he needs a powerful guardian.
And Shen Mengting is very suitable. Her ability is almost the strongest he has ever seen.
With a soul contract, he can rest assured that she will protect him. After waking up, he would then consider whether to consume her crystal core, as Ji Chuan felt somewhat disgusted after seeing her secret.
What did you say? Xia Yiqing is still alive but has betrayed us? Li Jingru couldn't believe his ears. Xia Yiqing was actually in cahoots with number 1?
Yes, Chief. I tried to release him from mind control, but there was no response.
It seems to be self-initiated. Li Jingru didn't understand why Xia Yiqing would betray them. What about Song Si?
If Song Si were conscious, he could easily escape with his own cards.
But why is there still no news? Could he still be unconscious? Already dead?
Or perhaps just like Xia Yiqing?
Li Jingru dared not entertain this possibility.
Leader, the two of us are no match for Captain Xia. He warned us that if we go again, he will kill us, so our team can no longer take on tasks in the Xinghe district. Yinlai felt a bit discouraged. Although they were all classified as super-level abilities, the differences in the abilities themselves and the degree of development created a clear disparity in strength even among super levels.
Obviously, Xia Yiqing was superior to him. What about the others? Ji Chuan nodded.
What? Li Jingru thought. Fortunately, there were still 4 experts from Jinglian City, and his own people hadn't encountered any life-threatening danger. He decided to pin his hopes on them.
We are not sure. Alajar is surrounded by 5 domains.
To reduce the risk and find the correct entrance, we divided into 5 groups to explore separately.
Shortly after we entered, we encountered Xia Yiqing in the domain. Unable to win the fight, we returned. Unexpectedly, number 1 can use 5 types of domains?
Combined with Xia Yiqing's betrayal, Li Jingru believes number 1 has other accomplices, and the domains are likely created by different individuals. After all, the possibility of a zombie simultaneously using 5 types of domains is extremely low.
Although he felt deeply uneasy, he knew the 4 people in Jinglian City were very powerful and shouldn't make any mistakes.
After confirming that Yinlai and Ning Chua had no further information, they were sent to rest.
Now, all that could be done was to wait.
The surrounding domain gradually disappeared, and Alajar returned to its original form. Ji Chuan approached the last corpse, which was the trophy he had yet to claim. The members of the stronghold finally relaxed and came out to check on the injured. They can live so peacefully in the apocalypse entirely thanks to Ji Chuan's protection, and no one wants this tranquility to be disrupted.
Strange.
From a distance, Ji Chuan noticed that the red crystal nucleus in Su Hui's corpse appeared dim, a situation he had never encountered before. In the sky, there was a white light sphere blending seamlessly with the clear morning sky, unnoticed by anyone. The light sphere seemed to have a life of its own, sweeping over the people below one by one, as if carefully selecting something. The light sphere locked onto its target and, like a meteor, swiftly flew downward. Tang Yu, standing in the courtyard, felt her head swell, and her vision began to blur. She even felt as if she were dreaming. In the dream, she recklessly attacked the companions at the stronghold. The people being attacked behaved strangely, as if they hadn't been hurt at all, only becoming dazed. Their expressions were like those of someone who had lost their memory.
Enan, what's wrong with you?
Jomi looked at her daughter's expression, finding it very odd.
Get lost, old man. Who are you?
Zhou Yuan's tone was fierce, completely unlike a little girl. Her gaze at Jomi was filled with disgust. Jomi felt a pang in his heart and wanted to check on Enan's condition, but the hand he had just placed on her shoulder was immediately flung off by his daughter. The people in the stronghold who had been attacked by Tang Yu all seemed dazed, looking at their surroundings with confusion, unable to comprehend where they were. Tang Yu's eyes were filled with madness. Just as she raised her hand, preparing to unleash her ability on Jomi, Ji Chuan had already used gravity to restrain her. Ji Chuan saw that there were actually 2 red crystal cores inside Tang Yu's body at this moment, while the crystal core in Su Hui's corpse was already gone.
Number 1, you didn't expect this, did you? My ability can also seize control. I know this body belongs to a special level ability user. Several of your companions have
already had their souls reshaped by me, and these souls will all experience the pain I have bestowed upon them. If you come any closer, I will shatter their souls. A smug smile appeared on Tang Yu's face. She hadn't expected this zombie to have companions, otherwise, she truly wouldn't have known whose body to seize. After death, one's consciousness exists for only a short time, and number 1's surroundings were emitting a dense black mist. Subconsciously, she believed that seizing control of number 1 was too risky. Failure would mean wasting this one and only chance. So Su Hui chose Tang Yu, seeing that this girl was also a super-level ability user, radiating an abundance of energy, yet her entire body was full of flaws, leaving no possibility of resistance. After seizing control, Su Hui manipulated Tang Yu's body to quickly reconstruct instruct the souls of the base members in the courtyard, ensuring he had bargaining chips in his hands. Although Ji Chuan used gravity to restrain Tangyu, Tangyu's face showed a smug smile. Even if her hands were controlled, she could still activate her abilities with her consciousness. It just required a brief adaptation to this body.
Let me leave, so I can guarantee they won't die.
Several confused people in the courtyard seemed to feel intense pain. They clutched their heads and knelt on the ground in agony. Ji Chuan frowned as he watched their reactions.
Tangyu let out a cold snort. Sure enough, threatening him with these people could expose a flaw.
Tangyu activated her thoughts and used soul reshaping on number 1, who was right in front of her. The safest method, of course, was to eliminate him. Tangyu was certain that her supernatural ability had taken effect, but Ji Chuan in front of her seemed completely unresponsive. The gap in the middle of his forehead seemed to have split open just now, and inside the opening, there appeared to be an eyeball. It wasn't a gap or a scar, it was an eye. Under Tangyu's shocked gaze, Ji Chuan actually reached toward his own brain, preparing to directly split it open.
Are you crazy? You don't care about them? Only I can keep them alive. Ah!
Under Tangyu's terrified gaze, Ji Chuan ended her. The crystal core in Tangyu's brain flickered briefly before disappearing. Taking advantage of this moment, Ji Chuan decided to conduct an experiment to see whether Tangyu's death would leave behind a crystal core.
But evidently, the experiment showed it wouldn't.
All he held in his hand was a soul restructuring crystal core. Jomi held the lifeless in his arms, feeling immense pain, but he knew he still had a chance.
Looking at the handful of crystal cores, Ji Chuan sighed.
He said to Jomi, "Activate your ability."
"Leader, you know about my ability?"
It turns out their leader knows everything. "Leader, my ability can only be used after I fall asleep. I will now." Ji Chuan raised his hand, and a cloud of purple mist enveloped Jomi. Ji Chuan used his ranged sleep ability to put Jomi to sleep. The familiar time panel appeared before him again.
Jomi was unaware of how the earlier crisis had occurred, but as long as he returns to before the battle begins, it will be fine.
No, he needs to buy more time for the leader. He has memories, and he needs to explain everything to Ji Chuan. Otherwise, Anan will die, and many people at the base will die. This base is the only haven for him and his daughter in the apocalypse. He cannot let anyone destroy it. The time panel quickly rewound, and he used all his strength to turn time back to one day earlier.
Dad, you're having a nosebleed."
Anan was beside him, reminding him, while Jomi's chest heaved violently and the whole world spun around. A ringing sound, like an electronic signal, echoed in his ears, making him lose his balance and collapse, with the tray falling to the ground along with him.
Anan's dad, what's wrong with you?"
In the cafeteria, seeing Jomi fall, Zhang Yan quickly ran over. Jomi's face was pale, and he was bleeding heavily from his nose.
"Quick, go find the leader. Hurry!"
Zhang Yun was frightened. This kind of condition seemed to be a very serious illness. There were no doctors in the base, only Ji Chuan possessed healing abilities. Jomi knew this was due to the activation of his supernatural ability. Last time, he only went back a few hours and merely felt a bit dazed. This time, he went back a whole day, unexpectedly causing such a heavy burden on his body. But compared to his daughter's life, nothing else mattered. He would even trade his own life to save hers. Anan started crying beside him, but as a young child, there was nothing she could do.
Jomi urgently needed to see Ji Chuan at the moment.
He had to inform him of all the current information and let others call the leader. However, Ji Chuan was still on his way back to the base, having just swallowed the long-sought breath concealment.
After a brief moment of daze, Ji Chuan remembered.
It was even clearer than the first experience of sleep regression. He could recall every detail that had occurred within this day.
It seems completely unaffected by the regression.
If it weren't for the breath-concealing crystal core in his hand, he would feel like he hadn't returned to the past. But why didn't it affect him this time? After Su Hui possessed Tangyu, he indeed used soul reshaping on himself. Could it be that he wasn't affected because he's a zombie? Ji Chuan divided the 5 domains precisely to target them and eliminate them one by one. For Su Hui's soul reshaping, Ji Chuan was not confident at the time, so to be safe, he let Xiao Shen's puppet and the endlessly regenerating Xiao Hui deal with him. Even if Xiao Hui is affected, at worst, he can be killed and reborn. If Su Hui's ability has no effect on him, then this time he won't need to trouble others.
Ji Chuan clenched his teeth tightly.
If it weren't for Su Hui, he would have already consumed 7 crystal cores and prepared to sleep, but now he has to go through it all again. Back at the base, seeing everyone anxiously searching for him, Ji Chuan knowingly went to Jomi's room.
The person on the bed looked pale and weak.
Upon seeing Ji Chuan arrive, Jomi quickly sat up.
"Leader, I need to tell you." "It's okay, I already know."
Ji Chuan slowly raised his hand to treat Jomi.
"You know, tomorrow will bring a crisis." "Yes, I remember. This time, there won't be any problems."
Hearing Ji Chuan say he remembered, Jomi finally felt relieved. He had been worried that the leader wouldn't believe his words, but upon remembering that Ji Chuan knew about his ability, he felt relieved, only to find his body very heavy. Fortunately, Ji Chuan's treatment made him feel a bit better.
"Next time, you can't trace back so far.
It seems to cause significant harm to your body." As expected, the leader knows everything.
Jomi nodded. nodded, finally feeling completely at ease. Since the leader remembered, it was fine. He believed Ji Chuan could resolve all the current crises. Chief, come quickly and look at Yu Yu. She has been unconscious for some reason and won't wake up no matter what. Chen Yuru anxiously waited at Zhoumi's door. Tang Yu hadn't gotten up all day, and at first, she thought her daughter was just sleeping in. But when mealtime came and there was still no sign of her daughter, Chen Yuru hurried to Tang Yu's bedside, only to find that she couldn't wake her up. Tang Yu had fallen into a coma, resembling a vegetative state. Seeing Ji Chuan come out of Zhoumi's room, Chen Yuru quickly grabbed him to check on her daughter's condition. How could this happen? Before entering the room, Ji Chuan had already noticed something was wrong. There was a life form in the room, but it had no crystal core. After pushing open the door, Tang Yu was lying on the bed, and her crystal core had actually disappeared. Why didn't the time reversal change Tang Yu's condition? Ji Chuan recalled the process before the time reversal. Su Hui took over Tang Yu's body and killed Tang Yu himself. At that time, he discovered that Tang Yu's crystal core had disappeared, which should have already triggered the rebirth. Then Zhoumi activated the time reversal, but the current Tang Yu appeared as if she were in the state of death. Why is this? Could it be that Tang Yu's rebirth takes precedence over the sleep reversal? After all, both are time-related abilities, and Tang Yu's crystal core level is higher than Zhoumi's. But where will Tang Yu be after her rebirth, and why is her body still here with vital signs? What exactly is going on? Ji Chuan couldn't figure it out. He had already discovered that the healing ability had no effect on the current Tang Yu. Ji Chuan helplessly shook his head at Chen Yuru. Chen Yuru's eyes instantly reddened. What's wrong with Ye? She can't be in trouble, right? I'm not sure either, but her vital signs are normal, and there is currently no danger to her life. Ji Chuan found it difficult to explain the current situation to Chen Yuru. Tang Yu's coma seemed to be something that could only be studied later. Chen Yuru held Tang Yu and cried. This was her only relative in the world, yet without any warning, she had become a vegetative person. Ji Chuan still briefed everyone about tomorrow's operation. Only this time, it was more advanced. He no longer needed to infiltrate the base of the superhumans, as all the necessary information had already been obtained. Tomorrow, Jinglian City will send 4 combat team captains to Jianghua City for support, and the superhuman base will also dispatch 4 captains. They intend to eliminate me directly. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci looked grave. Others might not have a clear idea, but the two of them knew the level of these captains. As for those few people from Jinglian City, their strength must be even more unfathomable. Although they knew Ji Chuan was very strong, facing 8 special level ability users would likely leave him with little chance of victory. The captains under the leader are all very strong. If others step in, it could be life-threatening. Let me help out tomorrow. Ji Chuan, we can do it too. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were also very proactive. Their strength had improved rapidly during this period of special training. Ji Chuan just shook his head. Tomorrow, I can handle it myself. You all stay in the room, there's no need to go out. Leader, Xia Yiqing wanted to persuade further, but those were 8 top-level ability users. But seeing Ji Chuan's resolute expression, he no longer tried to persuade him. Tomorrow, he could observe the situation near the battlefield, and if the leader encountered any danger, he could step in to help temporarily. As if seeing through Xia Yiqing's thoughts, Ji Chuan spoke to everyone. Tomorrow, without my orders, no one is allowed to leave. Seeing Ji Chuan so serious, everyone agreed. Ji Chuan didn't understand the conditions for Su Hui's soul possession, and he didn't want to give Su Hui any more chances until everything was completely safe. Zhoumi's use of his abilities brought a huge burden on himself, and he wasn't sure how many more times Zhoumi could activate them. If Su Hui attempted soul possession again after dealing with everyone this time, it would be troublesome. Keeping them indoors was the safest option. With this thought, Ji Chuan came up with a countermeasure to prevent soul possession. My head hurts so much. Why do I feel like I just had a very long dream? Surging memories flooded into her mind, as if they were her own memories. The girl was momentarily dazed. Her own memories were clear, and there were no memories of others, yet it felt as though she was living someone else's life. Moreover, it seemed as if a deeply buried regret had taken root in her heart. Lazy girl, hurry up and get out of bed, or you'll be late for dance class. I know, Mom, I'm getting up right away, but my head hurts a little. You're just a little kid. What do you know about headaches? I think you're just being lazy. The woman noticed that her daughter's tone seemed a bit different from before, but she assumed the girl was pretending to be sick. She raised her hand as if to scare the girl. The girl quickly got up, dressed, and washed up. For breakfast, she only had a simple bowl of milk. Her mother was very strict about her diet, not allowing her to gain even a little weight. On the way to the training school, the girl fell into deep thought. Was there regret in her heart? Why would a child this young have regrets? She tried hard to think. A child's thoughts are always wild and unrestrained, and even she felt that this strange feeling was nothing more than her own imagination. A feeling deep in her heart told her that for the rest of her life, she should no longer be overly understanding or blindly tolerant. She must strive for everything and live for herself. What? How could I have such a feeling? Could it be that I'm the protagonist of a cartoon, possessing some kind of special ability? The girl felt she was truly unique, and perhaps following
knowing this feeling in her heart was the right thing to do. Cui Zixuan was assigned to lead everyone to relocate to Alajar early tomorrow morning. She felt she had to inform Ji Chuan in advance, otherwise, she feared being indiscriminately killed by him upon landing tomorrow. She truly didn't want to have any entanglements with him. So after the task arrangements were completed, Cui Zixuan left the base and used her abilities to arrive near Alajar. I know you can hear me. It was just as she shouted out that she realized Ji Chuan was standing right in front of her. Frightened, Cui Zixuan retreated and sat down on the ground. Don't kill me. I'm just here to tell you that tomorrow I've been assigned to bring people over. It's not that I want to come. I'll leave right after bringing them. Cui Zixuan was about to cry. She hadn't even finished speaking before running into Ji Chuan. Would he believe what she said? Would he think she came here today with some bad intentions? Cui Zixuan froze upon hearing Ji Chuan's words. Did he just say he knew? He believed what she said? Great, no need to die. Number one seems to be quite reasonable after all. Tomorrow, I can choose not to kill you. Cui Zixuan swallowed hard. Her life was spared, but it was clear that he hadn't finished his sentence. She would have to pay some kind of price. Could it be that he wanted her to offer her body? Looking at number one's strong physique and handsome face, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Number one was completely within her aesthetic preferences. Whether due to excessive fear or some other reason, Cui Zixuan's thoughts began to stray, her mind clearly running at an overclock speed. She swallowed hard again. Ji Chuan felt that Cui Zixuan's gaze was somewhat strange, but he only thought it was due to excessive fear. As long as you transfer them in 2 batches tomorrow, I won't kill you. That's simple? Cui Zixuan realized she had overthought it. Transferring them in 2 batches was doable. She just needed to tell them after the first transfer that she forgot to bring the crystal core energy. Her own energy couldn't support transferring 8 people at once anyway. That's it? Cui Zixuan thought person number 1 was quite good. Yes, separate the transmission between your base and the people from Jinglian City. He actually knows everything. Cui Zixuan's fear of Ji Chuan deepened even further, especially since the base had just finished a meeting and completed the task arrangements. He even used the transferred ability himself, and he actually knows everything. SSS. Is it the same transfer ability? Or is his perception naturally able to cover such a distance? If it's the latter, number 1 is truly terrifying. Will they be in trouble? Ji Chuan's arrangement made Cui Zixuan extremely fearful, vaguely feeling that her actions were very detrimental to the captains. I ask you, what is their purpose for coming here? Is it to check in for tourism? Cui Zixuan lowered her head. The purpose was, of course, to kill you. Cui Zixuan dared not say it, but it seemed number 1 knew everything. Do as I say. You have no choice. Ji Chuan disappeared, and Cui Zixuan felt like she was making a deal with the devil, trapped in inner turmoil. But she didn't have much affection for those few people anyway. The reconnaissance team mostly operated independently. Better them than me. Cui Zixuan sighed and returned to the base. Actually, even without Cui Zixuan's help, Ji Chuan was confident he could take them down. Her assistance just made things more efficient. From his recent interactions with Cui Zixuan, Ji Chuan knew she was timid and highly valued her own life. If he directly used mental control on her, that squinty-eyed Zhuang Tu could sense it, and Ning Chua also had techniques to counteract mental control. To prevent Cui Zixuan from leaking anything that might affect his plans, after disappearing, Ji Chuan hid in Cui Zixuan's shadow. This time, he doesn't want to let anyone go, nor does he want anyone to interfere with his plan. Last time, he assigned Xia Yiqing to take charge of one domain, but Xia Yiqing, out of old sentiments, let 2 people go. Ji Chuan didn't want to blame him. After all, he was still human. But after experiencing Ning Chua's moves in the domain, this time Ji Chuan wants to obtain them. With Spring, he can break Song Huai's mental control, making it more convenient to take him away. It will be very useful for future actions, and since there is plenty of time now, it's not a bad idea to visit the psychic base again. Cui Zixuan, who returned to the base, was very conflicted but didn't dare say a word. She locked herself in her room and didn't go anywhere. All the afternoon arrangements were carried out within the base. After receiving a task, she quickly went out again, but Ji Chuan knew everything. Thus, the base was also under his surveillance. Cui Zixuan didn't want to use her own life as a gamble. She was not someone who would sacrifice herself for the greater good of humanity, especially since she was already supposed to take those people over there. I know. It was just a matter of splitting into 2 groups to go over, nothing different. Cui Zixuan comforted herself this way, and besides, those 8 people's goal was to kill Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan resisting seemed perfectly reasonable, right? Going on the mission might lead to her death, but as long as she slightly changed the method of transfer, she could survive. Accepting this arrangement for the sake of her own life was also perfectly reasonable, right? I just cherish my life. I'm not a traitor. After observing Cui Zixuan preparing to take a bath and sleep, Ji Chuan quietly left the room when she started to take off her outerwear. Since he didn't need to sleep at night, he planned to wander around the base. Originally intending to go directly to the -10th floor to visit Song Huai, Ji Chuan's curiosity was piqued by the movement of a red crystal core. In the dead of night, people in the base rarely moved, and the already scarce red crystal crystal cores were particularly conspicuous. Ji Chuan clearly sensed one red crystal core approaching another specifically. The recluse he had observed was moving closer to Li Jingru. Ji Chuan knew that Li Jingru's ability was related to the queen ant, but he was unclear about its specific function. The otaku's ability, observed for 20 minutes, is called star vision, and Ji Chuan is equally unclear about its function. During the 20 minutes of observation in the daytime, the otaku was constantly playing games.
It seems the base doesn't require him to complete any tasks.
The room was also stocked with abundant food and drinks, which made Ji Chuan curious about the role the otaku plays. Sensing that the otaku was very close to Li Jingru, seemingly already inside Li Jingru's room, Ji Chuan followed him.
What are you doing bringing an otaku to your room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?
Ji Chuan hid in the shadows of Li Jingru's room. Leader, the success rate of eradicating zombies is 0.0002%, the success rate of eliminating number 1 is 0.03%, and the success rate of obtaining 2 tons of beef is 35%.
How should we make the wish?
Li Jingru sighed, surprised at how low the success rates of the first 2 options were.
Beef then. The homebody left the room and arrived at the hall on the 6th basement level.
Despite it being late at night, several guards were stationed at various entrances. Nearby, a transport team was standing by. On the wall of the hall, there was an electronic clock displaying the time, 23:58.
Midnight was approaching.
The homebody stared at the time panel on the wall, keeping an eye on the time. When the screen displayed midnight, he lowered his head and clasped his hands in front of his chest.
He seemed to be making a wish.
Unexpectedly, dazzling starlight slowly appeared above the hall. After the starlight flashed, shadows of items gradually emerged in the air, becoming increasingly clear.
With a thud, a mountain-like pile of beef suddenly appeared in the hall.
The guard nearby didn't seem surprised at all.
Wish granted, the transport team can proceed.
The transport team standing by began their work, methodically moving the beef from the hall to Song Huai's room. The homebody seemed to have finished his task and directly turned around to head to his own room. Ji Chuan felt a bit of a headache. He roughly understood what this star vision ability was.
It was extremely tricky and needed to be dealt with.
Ji Chuan speculated that this ability could calculate the success rate of 3 wishes each day. At midnight, wishes could be made, and their success depended on the calculated rate, meaning they could either succeed or fail. The ability user's base had already made eliminating him their wish. Fortunately, the current success rate was only 0.03%. But what if they made this wish every day? Wouldn't there be a day when he suddenly died unexpectedly? But the most important thing right now is to get those red crystal cores tomorrow. Once absorbed, he would have the confidence to directly wipe out the ability user base, and then deal with this shut-in later.
For now, it's better to act low-key, otherwise, it might backfire.
After visiting Song Hui, Ji Chuan left the ability user base. He began preparing to set up the battlefield for the morning. Shen Mengting yawned and was the last to appear, while everyone else had already been waiting in the hall.
However, Shen Mengting showed no urgency and continued tying her hair. Let's head out once everyone is here.
Cui Zixuan was a bit nervous. She grabbed Ning Chua and the others by the hand, instantly leading them to the front of the hotel. Then, pretending to be surprised, say you forgot to bring the crystal core energy and will go back to pick up the others. The captains from Jianghua City didn't take it seriously. They found the Alajar Hotel in front of them somewhat peculiar.
It looked slightly different from the images online.
Online, the hotel was merely shrouded in a layer of black mist, but now it was enveloped in a silver area, resembling a dome cover on a Western-style dinner plate, enclosing the hotel within. Before Yin Lai could finish observing, the silver area suddenly expanded, like an explosion, instantly swallowing the 4 of them. Sorry, I forgot to bring the crystal core energy.
My ability can't take so many people at once. I'll take a few of you over right now. Cui Zixuan bowed to the people from Jinglian City.
Shen Mengting looked disgusted, but Zhuang Tu stared at her with a serious expression.
You've been nervous from the very beginning. What are you so nervous about? Cui Zixuan gasped, not expecting the people from Jinglian City to be this perceptive.
I've always been in a lower-level reconnaissance team and haven't seen many such powerful captains. I really admire everyone in the combat team, so I'm a bit nervous. It's also because of the nervousness that I forgot to bring the crystal core energy.
Cui Zixuan looked at Zhuang Tu with an apologetic expression, bowing slightly. Tu, forget it. What high standards can you expect from the useless reconnaissance team? Shen Mengting interrupted, not wanting to waste time. The sooner they set off, the sooner it would be over.
The rooms in Jianghua City were nowhere near as comfortable as her own.
Zhuang Tu nodded and said nothing more as Cui Zixuan led the group to the hotel entrance. After escorting them, Cui Zixuan disappeared in an instant. With that little courage, you still want to join the combat team? You run faster than anyone else.
Shen Mengting said disdainfully.
This hotel is his base? A zombie has managed to keep it quite clean.
You guys just follow behind, and soon it'll be up to us from Jinglian City to take action. Shen Mengting spoke to the captains from Jianghua City behind her.
Yes.
The group nodded to her very respectfully, and Shen Mengting was very satisfied. In just just an instant, the hotel's front door fell to the ground and turned into sand. Shen Mengting and her group swaggered inside. The hotel's courtyard was spacious and empty, seemingly devoid of anything. Zhuang Tu also heightened his perception of the surroundings but similarly found nothing.
Could number one have known we were coming and fled? Shen Mengting frowned.
She was skilled in combat, but playing cat and mouse was not her forte.
Hui Ji, I'll go search the west wing.
I'll search the hotel backyard.
I'm guarding the main gate.
Su Hui was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected these people to divide tasks so quickly today.
That left only the main building, but it suited him perfectly.
He walked straight toward the most conspicuous main building, believing the chance of encountering number one there was the highest. His supernatural ability was so powerful that he did not believe there was any possibility of failure. Moreover, he made the worst-case plan. Even if he lost, the opponent would never expect that he would have another chance to seize a body after death. However, Su Hui did not think he would need to use that opportunity. Su Hui entered the hotel lobby, and to his surprise, in the apocalypse, a base reportedly established by zombies had a lobby that was spotless, even cleaner and tidier than when the hotel was operating normally. He leisurely inspected this floor but found no useful clues, so he decided to go upstairs to continue his search. Su Hui did not know that, from each person's perspective, others were also presenting various reasons for separation, all engaging in their own individual exploration. It is a sleek and icy world, with an exceptionally hard ground. Due to its metallic texture, walking on it produces a muffled thud-thud sound.
Metallic crystals stand tall all around, showcasing the natural form of metal.
They vary in size and color, but all emit a metallic sheen, appearing like works of art.
Just now, Yin Lai and his group were still observing the exterior of the hotel,
but now they are inside, yet not even a shadow of the hotel can be seen within the area.
It's a domain.
Xiao Su's face darkened. Being able to simultaneously pull 4 top-level superhumans into a domain, and with the boundaries of the domain currently invisible, all of this indicates that the domain's owner is incredibly powerful.
A zombie can use a domain? Or does he actually have accomplices? Yin Lai couldn't believe Xiao Su's judgment. He was more inclined to think that the domain before them was the work of a human traitor playing tricks. Don't panic.
Even if it's a domain, it is powerless in the face of absolute strength.
Ning Chua was very confident.
Facing 4 special-grade ability users at once, whether the opponent was human or zombie, she didn't think they stood any chance of winning.
Let's move forward.
Domains always have boundaries, and with the 4 of us giving it our all, we should be able to break through quickly.
Hua Ranqiu had already moved forward,
but suddenly her brows furrowed. It was a warning of a life-threatening danger. Instinctively, she placed her hands in front of her chest, ready to unleash her abilities at any moment.
What is this? Thump, thump. Footsteps of the 5th person echoed in the metallic domain, steady and leisurely, as if merely a tourist in the realm.
Behind the metallic crystal, the 4 saw the figure of a pale young man emerge. If not for his crimson eyes, he would look just like an ordinary human. The tips of Hua Ranqiu's fingers moved swiftly, producing a piercingly harsh gray-black melody that flew toward Ji Chuan's body in a flash of lightning, accompanied by a howling sound reminiscent of a graveyard within the silent domain. Without any pause, Ji Chuan continued to walk forward at a leisurely pace, completely ignoring Hua Ranqiu's attack. Yin Lai's arm bulged with veins as he made a striking motion, and a massive burning hammer appeared above Ji Chuan's head. The metallic crystals reflected a blazing light, and although the domain was vast, everyone could feel the temperature suddenly rising. However, what Yin Lai did not expect was that the flames of the giant hammer were rapidly disappearing, causing the hammer itself to shrink continuously until it was as
small as a nail.
Ji Chuan caught it with his hand, gently tossed it to the ground, and the once massive hammer turned into a mere fragment within the metallic domain. Several purple vines tightly trapped Ji Chuan's calves. The vines, like living creatures, had thorny branches that kept tightening, resembling a giant python trying to strangle its prey. But before the vines could climb up to Ji Chuan's knees, they turned to ashes in an instant under the blazing flames. From the ground of the metallic domain, a towering tree suddenly sprang up, as if completing millennia of growth in mere moments.
The tree enveloped Ji Chuan, releasing neurotoxins to turn him into nourishment for the giant tree.
Seeing the giant tree stop growing and the scene fall into silence, Xiao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once someone merges into the giant tree, the venom will instantly render the target unconscious, leaving them completely powerless to resist.
Captain Xiao succeeded. It had to be you.
Hua Ranqiu was very happy, but after seeing that her ability had no effect on Ji Chuan, the sense of crisis in her heart left her deeply frightened.
Isn't it a bit early to celebrate now? A deep voice sounded behind Xiao Su.
Before he could turn around to check, Xiao Su already felt a sharp pain in his chest and back. He lowered his head to examine the source of the pain, only to see dense metal spikes piercing through his chest, as if a metallic sea urchin had grown inside his ribcage. Such an injury had also pierced his heart. Even though Ning Chua had unleashed her healing abilities at the fastest speed possible, it was already too late to save him.
At this moment, Xiao Su could only accept resurrection, as healing abilities were of no use.
Ning Chua quickly condensed sharp stones and bombarded Ji Chuan continuously. continuously. However, when the sharp stones made contact with Ji Chuan's body, they emitted a clang-clang sound, as if striking a metal wall. A cloud of dust rose around Ji Chuan, and the sharp stones crumbled like loose dirt. The only effect they had was the dust they stirred up, which obscured the target's vision. "Your attack is so dirty." It was Ji Chuan's disdainful voice. In Ning Chua's shocked gaze, she saw the sharp stones in the air completely dissipate, even though she hadn't stopped her attack. She discovered the reason for the attack's dissipation. Her upper arm experienced intense pain, and her brain, in an effort to protect her, did not immediately transmit such overwhelming sensations. With two muffled sounds, Ning Chua saw her arm fall to the ground, and blood had already begun to spread beneath her feet. Her eyeballs were twitching violently. She had never tried releasing her powers without using both hands. She wanted to scream, but the intense pain made her voice hoarse and trembling. Snot and saliva flowed out, as the current agony had surpassed all her previous experiences of pain. Just as she was thinking about how to retrieve her arms, she felt her perspective begin to shift, swaying and dangling from above. It turned out that her head had been swiftly severed by a metallic blade that appeared in the air. The entire world went dark. "Stop resisting. I'll give you a quick end, otherwise it will be very painful." Ji Chuan looked at the two people in front of him. Huaranqiu was already so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, even though he himself was a holder of a top-tier ability, the captain of the combat team at the ability user base, a position envied by countless people. But he had only awakened a top-tier weakening ability, which could only be considered a high-intensity support skill. Most of the kills still relied on his teammates. Yin Lai's attacks were easily neutralized by the zombie in front of them, and his own weakening seemed to have no effect at all. What is going on? The despair that dyed Huaransautum kept magnifying. She did not want to die. Before the apocalypse, she was just a clerk at a music store. After awakening her abilities during the apocalypse, she decided to try her luck at the ability user base, only to discover her abilities were of a high level, making her the captain of the combat team. She merely used her abilities casually each time, and the enemies were left defenseless, easily eliminated by her teammates. Many people praised her, envied her, and admired her, and only then did she realize how exceptional she truly was. Why is it like this now? Shouldn't every battle end with the enemy writhing in pain after the sound of the zither, then collapsing to the ground? If she had another chance, she wouldn't go to the Esper base to be some kind of captain. What use are others' praise and admiration? Even if she were just an ordinary team member, she wouldn't be facing such danger today. She just wants to survive. The shadow needle pierced through her brain, and Huaranqiu closed her eyes as her body fell to the ground. Yin Lai's burly figure trembled slightly. Looking into Ji Chuan's eyes, he knew there was no chance of survival for him. "Die, monster!" But before he could finish shouting, the light of life vanished from his eyes. "Freak! Freak! Ha ha ha! Where is this?" Wang Lin looked around. Oh, it turned out to be the school, a place he had dreamed of countless times. "I might be too exhausted, so I had another dream about school." "Freak! Where's your hair?" A sharp pain struck the back of my head as a boy's palm landed on it. Wang Lin cried out in pain, extremely surprised. Why did it hurt so much? Wasn't this supposed to be a dream? Wang Lin looked around in terror, carefully observing his surroundings. It was break time. Although he was in the corner of the classroom, it didn't stop those jerks from making fun of him. They formed a circle, and even though they had known him for a long time, every time they acted as if they had never seen him before, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Born naturally thin and hairless, I have had countless nicknames since I started school. Freak, Baldy, Voldemort, Boiled Egg. They seemed to pour all their imagination onto me, as if mocking me was the spice of their lives. But why have I returned to this hell again? Even though I graduated over a decade ago and have dreamed countless times of those school scenes, they were just dreams, weren't they? At the moment, they're slapping, shoving, and the incredibly familiar yet repulsive sounds. These are things that can't be done in a dream. The class bell rang, and Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Looking forward to class wasn't because he liked studying, but simply because he disliked being surrounded by people during breaks. After every class, he would usually run to the restroom, lock himself in a stall, and stay there for the entire break before returning. This was the best way to avoid bullying. If only I were a normal child, or if my family were wealthy. Even if I still had no hair, as long as my family had some power, I wouldn't be treated this way by these devils disguised as humans. Wang Lin hated everyone equally. During his adolescence, he never felt fondness for anyone. The boys would bully him, and the girls would scream at him, making him stand out to highlight their own fragility and timidity, evoking pity. I just want to be an ordinary person, yet I have always been an outlier. His only way to relieve stress was to lure stray cats with food, then capture them and torture them to death in various ways. It turns out that bullying weaker lives can be so pleasurable. No wonder those bastards are so obsessed with bullying me. This feeling can actually be addictive. And when those vibrant lives lost their vitality and lay motionless in his hands, he found himself strangely fascinated by their lifeless bodies. Despite having good grades and a decent university background, no organization would hire her because of her appearance. She usually likes wearing hooded clothes, as this allows her to cover her head as much as possible.
possible. However, no organization would permit her to wear a hood during interviews. Wang Lin applied for a position at a hospital, working in the morgue, where her only responsibilities were guarding the morgue and registering entries and exits. Ordinary people wouldn't do it, but he himself was very delighted. Without any regret for wasting a prestigious university degree, Wang Lin felt this was his most ideal destination. A person is only most captivating after death. One day, a female corpse was brought into the morgue. It was said that the girl had a congenital heart condition and died shortly after an episode. Unlike other corpses that are aged and bloody, the girl's expression was very calm, as if she were merely asleep. In the night, Wang Lin felt the girl was calling out to him. She was saying it was so stuffy, and she wanted to come out for some fresh air. Wang Lin opened the cabinet door where the girl was, and she sat up, gently looking at him, then brushed her hand against his cheek. These were nothing more than Wang Lin's own imagination, but he found that the fluttering feelings absent during puberty were now growing increasingly intense. The corpse before him was unexpectedly captivating. She was so quiet, neither showing disdain nor hurling insults because of his appearance, and certainly not resorting to physical violence against him. She simply waited for him silently, as if she existed solely for him. Wang Lin's hand reached out to touch her, feeling no trace of coldness. On the contrary, he believed he had just experienced the most wonderful night of his life. But their encounter was destined to be brief. The next day, the girl's family cremated her body. Wang Lin felt an unusual sense of desolation. In the days that followed, he explored many corpses, but none gave him the same intense feeling as that girl. But now that he had returned to school, could this vivid sensation be his own rebirth? This time, he was determined to cherish his encounter with the girl and would use every possible means to keep her. During the break, he unhesitatingly hid in the bathroom stall. Standing on the toilet seat, he waited for the class bell to ring, so he could avoid those jerks. He's here. He didn't go to the bathroom. Wang Lin looked up in terror, only to meet a pair of amused eyes. The boy was actually leaning over the stall wall, looking down at him. As the boy shouted, Wang Lin was horrified to find the restroom becoming lively. The boys excitedly rushed in, kicking the stall doors forcefully again and again. As the doors slammed against the walls with loud bangs, Wang Lin's face showed fear. Those boys were like demons, with wicked smiles on their faces. Let you hide. You've got guts now, knowing how to hide. You freak. Blow after blow, their fists and kicks landed on Wang Lin's body, as if he had committed some grave mistake, and they were the embodiment of justice passing judgment on him. Wang Lin felt a bit dizzy, but as the class bell rang, he was finally freed. The teacher saw him limping into the classroom without a hint of concern. His face still bore wounds, yet she made him stand at the door as punishment for being late. Wang Lin looked at the blackboard in front of him. Only 3 days left until the college entrance exam. Fortunately, only 3 days remain before this nightmare ends. Although he could still feel the astonished gazes of others in college, at least no one would resort to physical violence against him. Just endure it a little longer, and it will be over. By noon, Wang Lin felt dizzy, while the group of bastards below the stage happily watched him. Wang Lin tried hard to remember their faces, knowing that he would become strong in the apocalypse and would make sure these people wished they were dead. At noon, they placed the trays upside down on their heads, and everyone in the cafeteria gave them looks of disdain and mocking smiles. Enduring until school was over and returning home, their mother showed no concern for them at all, only complaining that she was already working hard enough, questioning why they got so dirty and when they would finally grow up. Wang Lin had become numb. He wanted to escape this city, and it would only take 3 more days. The next day, he felt that the pain from his injuries was not as intense. Even though he arrived at the school gate very early, he lingered outside until just before class started. He loathed this place and everything about it. Just seeing the blackboard during class, why is it still yesterday's lesson? And it says, only 3 days left until the college entrance exam. Why is it still 3 days? It should clearly be 2 days. Wang Lin stood up amidst everyone's surprised gazes and shouted out loud. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and the teacher glanced at Wang Lin with disdain, called out class dismissed, and then walked out. Freak! Freak! Ha ha ha! Everyone gathered around, and a slap landed on the back of his head. Why is this happening? Can someone save me? Su Hui calmly walked upstairs, still very quiet. However, the luxurious decoration style of the lobby was not continued. This floor seemed to have started to become somewhat outdated. What kind of bizarre hotel is this? Did they spend the entire renovation budget on the lobby? Su Hui opened the door to every room, not even seeing a cockroach, and gradually began to grow irritable. He noticed that this hotel was quite tall. Searching floor by floor like this, how long would it take to find him? Where could number 1 be hiding? To be this cowardly. Su Hui let out a soft hum and continued upstairs. The stairwell was somewhat mottled, with fragments of wall plaster scattered on the ground. He frowned slightly, feeling that some items seemed vaguely familiar. He pushed open a door, which made a creaking sound creak even though the door didn't appear to be that old. But when Su Hui looked more closely at the door, he realized it was a wooden door from his memories. The paint has peeled off significantly, and in the center of the door is a somewhat childish-looking children's drawing. Why does his gaze focus on the center of the door? Su Hui was surprised to find that
he had shrunk. He raised his hand, and it was still somewhat immature. He hadn't just shrunk, he had become smaller. This wooden door was unmistakably the room from his orphanage. "Brother, where have you been? The dean is looking for you." A delicate-looking girl was staring at him, her big eyes shining like brilliant stars. "Xiao Tong." Su Hui didn't have time to wonder. He rushed into the room and held the girl tightly in his arms, his eyes red. The child who grew up with him in the orphanage was like his younger sister, the person he cherished the most. It's just that he hadn't seen her for a long time. "Brother?" Xiao Tong felt a bit puzzled but still smiled as she responded to Su Hui's embrace, gently patting his back. "It's okay, bro, everything will be fine." The voice of Xiao Tong in his arms was still gentle, and Su Hui greedily indulged in the warmth before him. "If only this were real." "Bro, what are you talking about? Isn't this real right now?" Xiao Tong curiously looked at Su Hui, her tender hand wiping the tears from the corner of his eye. "Brother, what's wrong with you today? You're acting so strange." Xiao Tong placed her hand on Su Hui's forehead, then revealed a bright smile. "Brother, you don't have a fever either. Are you teasing me again?" After speaking, she pouted her cherry-like lips. Su Hui affectionately patted her head. "No, I just missed you too much." "You still say you weren't teasing me, just one afternoon without seeing me and you already miss me." Xiao Tong turned her back angrily. Su Hui apologized and started coaxing, but Xiao Tong grabbed his hand. "Brother, you forgot the main thing. The dean is looking for you." Walking through the simple corridor, Su Hui felt a bit dazed. Could a dream be this real? The Xiao Tong before him was exactly the same as in his memories. Even the milky scent on her was identical. "Su Hui, you finally came." It was Director Zhang, a kind-hearted elderly woman, who was squinting her eyes and smiling as she looked at her. "Xiao Tong is here too." "Perfect, I have some good news to share with you." "What good news, Director?" Xiao Tong blinked curiously. Su Hui felt a trace of fear in his heart as familiar memories kept surfacing. "Didn't you two always want to be adopted together? The director has finally found a family willing to adopt both of you." "Really? That's great. Thank you, Director Zhang." "Brother, did you hear that? We're going to be adopted by the same family." Xiao Tong danced with joy, as happy as a little rabbit. Su Hui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, the most terrifying woman in his memory. He had once been as happy as Xiao Tong upon hearing this news, but after being adopted by that woman, he realized it was hell. Mrs. Huo appeared mature, elegant, wealthy, and generous, but in reality, she was a devil. At first, after she adopted her and Xiao Tong, she was very kind, but not long after, her true nature was revealed, and she would beat and scold the siblings for even the slightest mistake. Although she always wore a smile on her face, it made them feel that the smile was unusually cold and sinister. Less than 2 months after adopting them, Xiao Tong disappeared. Su Hui searched frantically everywhere, but Mrs. Huo showed no reaction. Su Hui went to the police station to report the case, but Mrs. Huo said it was just children's mischief and that her daughter was not missing. After being criticized and educated, she returned home with Mrs. Hua. "Xiao Hui, your sister is just playful, don't make a fuss." "Impossible, Xiao Tong wouldn't be so playful as to stay out all night." "Where did you hide Xiao Tong?" Su Hui questioned frantically. "Shall we be good and go take a bath? After you finish, Mom will tell you." He quickly took a bath with hope in his heart. Mrs. Hoff's room door was open, and he walked in. The door was closed by Mrs. Hoff, her plump face still wearing a smile, but this time the smile carried a beast-like glint in her eyes. "Xiao Hui has grown up too." Mrs. Hoff unexpectedly grabbed his hand and threw him onto the bed. "What are you doing? Let go of me." "Ugh." Madame Hua's strength was immense, far beyond what his small frame could resist. Madame Hua's greasy lips pressed down on him, the foul stench overwhelming his nostrils. He bit down hard on Madame Hua's lips. A bear-like slap landed on him, and he felt his head spinning. "Xiao Hui, let Mom love you properly, or else I might hurt you." His gaze was hollow, and Mrs. Hua's sweat made him feel nauseous, but he had no strength to resist. "Nights like this always happen." "Brother? Brother, why aren't you happy?" Xiao Tong looked at Su Hui, who was standing still in a daze, feeling a bit puzzled. "I think your brother is just too excited. The parents will be here soon, you two just wait here for a while." Suddenly snapping out of it, Su Hui pulled Xiao Tong, intending to return to the room. "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Hui's strength was much greater than Xiao Tong's, and Xiao Tong felt a bit of pain. Very few families are willing to adopt 2 children, and the 2 of them are no longer very young. Opportunities like this might be gone if missed. Xiao Tong started crying, and Su Hui quickly stopped what he was doing. "Xiao Tong, I'm sorry, this time can we not be adopted?" "Su Hui, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no such opportunity anymore. Aren't you thinking about Xiao Tong?" The director was about to step forward to reprimand Su Hui but noticed the adoptive parent had already entered. "Mrs. Hua, you're here. These are Xiao Hui and Xiao Tong. They have a great bond and are both very smart." That familiar smile appeared on Mrs. Hua's face, and Su Hui couldn't forget it no matter what. That overwhelming sense of oppression made him feel terrified, even to the point of wanting to throw up. Xiao Tong immediately stepped forward to greet, and Mrs. Hua smiled and nodded. "Director Zhang, I really like these 2 children. Let's proceed with the paperwork." No. Su Hui wanted to shout, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't make any sound. He sat in Mrs. Was car like a puppet, just as he had in the past. Even though he wanted to change and stop it, everything was still happening. He was like a ghost floating in the air, watching a story that had already played out once before. Xiaotong was sold to the mountainous region by Mrs. Huo and could never see her again. Mrs. Huo pulled apart her clothes and used her thick hands to grope repeatedly. Su Hui felt like he couldn't breathe. Why was it happening again? Who can save me? Shen Mengting lowered her slender arms, and the blinding light disappeared. She unexpectedly found herself still in the hotel courtyard. No award ceremony, no cocktail party, no evil spirit in the bathroom. In front of her stood only a handsome young man, gazing at her with his scarlet eyes. Behind him were Wang Lin, Su Hui, and Zhuang Tu, covered in blood. Her chaotic thoughts gradually became clear. She knew the person before her was number one. Shen Mengting attacked Ji Chuan without hesitation, but ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood herself. The soul contract in the realm of illusions is real. Attacking the master will result in backlash. Ji Chuan originally planned to resolve all four people within the realm of illusions, but unexpectedly, Zhuang Tu woke up halfway through. Thanks to his strong perception, he discovered that this was a meticulously crafted illusion. Thus, Ji Chuan had no choice but to turn him into a zombie, a process that wasn't very troublesome. As long as Shen Mengting doesn't wake up, the remaining three are no match for him. This realm of illusions is primarily prepared for Shen Mengting, but this time, he wanted to control Su Hui because he knew that directly killing Su Hui would trigger a soul takeover. But after the soul contract, that wouldn't happen. All of the other parties' actions would require his consent. Under Shen Mengting's terrified gaze, he took out the crystal cores of the three people beside him one by one. Even though the two kept pleading for mercy, saying the soul contract would prevent them from betraying him, he still thrust his hand into their brains. Shen Mengting's entire body was trembling uncontrollably, and tears kept falling. "Master, please don't kill me. I will obey and never betray you." Shen Mengting realized that she couldn't even kneel now. Ji Chuan had absolute control over her, a despair she had never experienced before. Unexpectedly, Ji Chuan nodded. "Protect the stronghold while I sleep." The feeling of restraint disappeared, and Shen Mengting collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, but she dared not slow down at all. "Understood, Master. I will definitely guard the stronghold and not let anyone in." She steadied herself and adjusted from sitting to kneeling. Looking at the corpses of her three former comrades in front of her, she still felt lingering fear. Ji Chuan rushed into the hotel and went straight to Tang Yu's room to check on her condition. The future had already changed. Could there be a possibility for Tang Yu to wake up? But Tang Yu still lay there peacefully, her body devoid of any crystal core, looking just like a sleeping girl. Chen Yuru, with swollen eyes, kept watch by the bedside. Ji Chuan sighed and returned to his own room. "I hardly enter this room since I don't need to sleep, but Su Qi still keeps it very tidy." Ji Chuan explained to Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi that he would likely be in deep sleep this time, asking them to inform others to guard the base well. Shen Mengting is already part of the base. She will take action if danger arises. Seeing the domain outside the window dissipate without any incidents, Zhoumi breathed a sigh of relief. He excitedly picked up Anan. Their leader had done it. This time, everyone was saved, except for Tang Yu. Although there was some regret, his Anan was saved, and that was enough. Ji Chuan had a total of 9 red crystal cores in front of him. The child had never had such a luxurious meal before, and his hands were trembling slightly. Ji Chuan was afraid of falling asleep after consuming the first one. To absorb all 9 red crystal cores at once, he held all 9 in his hands, preparing to swallow them in one go. This was the only thing Ji Chuan had a primal desire for after turning into a zombie. All his craving for slaughter stemmed from wanting to taste these delicious crystal cores. Without hesitating for too long, Ji Chuan swallowed the crystal cores. In just a moment, he felt his entire body burning up. His cold body was now unusually scorching, and visible black energy quickly seeped out of him. The black mist spread rapidly throughout the room, taking on ghostly shapes. Li Jingru anxiously awaited news from the battlefield at the base. A whole morning has passed, yet no news has emerged. They even sent the reconnaissance team to the rooftops of skyscrapers around the Xinghe district to observe using military binoculars. But the only news was that the hotel was still shrouded in black mist, resembling the early days of the apocalypse, with Alajar being no different from before. Not even traces of a fight were found, as if no one had ever been there. Why is this happening? Even if their strength is lacking, they should have turned that hotel upside down. Not to mention the people of Jinglian City, who deliberately keep their abilities secret. Justine Lai alone, with one strike, could cause a huge hole in the building. So why is there no commotion at all? Li Jingru dared not rashly send people to Xinghe district. That is number one's territory, and before eliminating him, anyone sent there might die. Could it be that these few people chased number one to another place? Li Jingru thought this was the most likely scenario. Number one saw 8 people approaching, so he abandoned the stronghold and ran. The 8 people chased number one to another location, so Alajar remained unchanged compared to before. The phone rang. "Jingru, how's the battle going? Has the matter been resolved?"
He is the leader of Jinglian City. Li Jingru has already reported to him that the group would set off at 9 o'clock. Now it's already 12 o'clock, and he still hasn't received any news from Jianghua City's captain. Meng Haonian also hasn't received any news from Jinglian City's captain. The few of them are completely out of contact, which is very unusual. He is well aware of Shen Mengting's strength. No zombie has ever survived under her hand, nor has any human. There is still no news from them. The reconnaissance team observed the entire hotel from a distance, and it appeared very calm, with no signs of fighting. Therefore, I deduced that number 1 may have escaped, and the others are in pursuit. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. Hearing Li Jingru's words, Meng Haonian was somewhat surprised. Could there really be zombies capable of escaping right in front of those people? If it wasn't as Li Jingru speculated, could they all have died? Meng Haonian shook his head. The possibility of those 4 dying without resistance was even lower than the possibility of a successful escape right in front of them. Moreover, Jianghua City had also dispatched 4 special grade ability users, each with their own strengths, capable of effectively compensating for battlefield disadvantages. Such a lineup configuration is probably the most luxurious expedition in history. Let me know as soon as there's news. Li Jingru hung up the phone, feeling an intense unease in his heart, with no appetite for eating. Leader, the reconnaissance team has new information to report. The reconnaissance team discovered a bizarre black column rising from Orijar, shooting straight into the sky from the hotel, and the nearby sky was gathering a large number of dark clouds. The black column is so tall that it can be seen from the base. Li Jingru quickly left the room, hurriedly entered the elevator, and arrived on the first floor. As soon as he left the base, he saw the anomaly in the distance. The reason the anomaly could be seen from so far away was because the black column shot straight into the sky, with no end in sight. The dark clouds in the sky were continuously gathering. If it weren't for their obstruction, Li Jingru would have suspected that the black column reached all the way to outer space. This unusual situation made Li Jingru feel that the battle had truly begun. Since he didn't know the abilities of those people from Jinglian City, such a scene didn't seem too surprising to him. Lin Lulu, Gu Yunxi, and Zhang Yin struggled to hold onto the doorframe and heavy objects on the ground. The others, sensing the anomaly, rushed to the rooftop to check, but were loudly stopped by the 3 of them. Ji Chuan's entire body unexpectedly emitted such immense energy. The black energy was no longer as quiet as before, nor as gentle as it used to be. Previously, when Ji Chuan was asleep, the black energy surrounding him was like water mist, and Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi felt nothing when they touched it. But the current energy, accompanied by flashes of electricity, resembled a magnetic storm, shattering the room's glass and continuously erupting outward from various exits, blowing all kinds of objects into the air. Shen Mengting received orders to guard the courtyard, but the anomaly behind her caught her attention. The rich black energy unexpectedly shattered the hotel's windows. The energy shot straight into the sky, accompanied by dense dark clouds forming above. Shen Mengting was completely stunned. Powerful espers can release energy to create an aura of oppression or killing intent, allowing those nearby to feel the corresponding sense of pressure. She had never seen anyone with more abundant energy than herself. When she released her oppressive aura, her energy could generate airflow, something impossible to achieve without sufficient energy. The greater the energy, the stronger the airflow it generates. During meetings, her sense of oppression is even greater than Su Huaiji's. But what is this surging energy upstairs? Her own sense of oppression is nothing more than a gentle breeze compared to this. Facing this energy head-on could result in being directly sliced to death by the energy airflow, like a hurricane tornado. She actually traveled thousands of miles to this monster's lair, deluding herself into thinking she could defeat Ji Chuan. This was the most foolish decision she had ever made in her life. Shen Mengting had no idea what caused Ji Chuan to react this way. She even thought it was just someone who had carelessly angered Ji Chuan. Logically, such a torrent of energy should only last for a moment, but Shen Mengting had been watching for about 10 minutes, and the energy showed no signs of weakening. Now she actually felt quite lucky to have a soul contract with Ji Chuan. If Ji Chuan were to become an enemy of humanity, no one could survive against this level of power. Unsure whether her surrender was too late, Shen Mengting resolved to perform well in the future. Although she didn't know how a charming young girl should behave, being a competent workhorse was second nature to her. Perhaps she could even aim for the position of deputy chief at this base. Haonian, there's a new development. A black energy beam has risen from Orijar, approximately 12 meters high, shooting straight into the sky. Dark clouds are gathering, and it seems the latest battle has begun. I've sent you the video footage. Meng Haonian stared at the screen in front of him, witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon he'd never seen before. This display didn't seem to be caused by the few people in Jinglian City. Could it be the work of someone from Jianghua City? If it's a move from Jianghua City, is Li Jingru showing off to him, letting him know that Jianghua City's strength is not weak? Meng Haonian shook his head. If they had that kind of strength, they wouldn't be borrowing people from him. Li Jingru isn't that kind of person. Was this phenomenon caused by your people? Wasn't it caused by people from Jinglian City? Li Jingru was completely flustered. If this kind of energy outpouring wasn't from either either of them, then the only one causing this phenomenon must be number 1. I need to hold an emergency meeting. Gather all the collected data and today's latest information for me. Li Jingru, after putting down the phone, began to panic.
He also needed to hold an emergency meeting, but it would be limited to the top executives only. If this energy comes from number 1, it's likely that no Esper can be his match. So if survival is the goal right now, the only option is to leave Jianghua City. However, the current base has nearly 6,000 people, and a complete evacuation is impossible.
If a transfer must be made, then only the key figures can be taken.
Li Jingru quickly gathered all the senior members of the base. He even used isolation abilities to seal off the entire conference room. Currently, 4 hours have passed since the number 1 Crusade unit set out, but we haven't received any news from them.
Everyone should have seen that black energy beam.
I've already communicated with Jinglian City, and that black energy beam was not caused by their people.
Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts.
Clearly, that beam was not caused by the captains from Jianghua City either. So, with a high probability, the energy outpouring that could cause celestial phenomena comes from number 1.
Share your thoughts.
Li Jingru frowned deeply, hoping to hear an analysis that could bring hope to people.
Everyone remained silent, as they were also contemplating other possibilities. All right, our time is running out. If the other side continues to fight, this time we might completely anger number 1. If he possesses such energy, there might not be anyone who can match him. I know, that's why I gathered you all here for a meeting. Is there a possibility that this energy doesn't come from number 1? Speak.
Li Jingru was on the verge of collapse. Why did Jianghua City have to encounter such a situation?
In another city, he might not even qualify as a second-in-command. Oliger might have some secret.
This energy could possibly come from some kind of treasure. People are awakening superpowers, nothing is impossible. Or it could just be a natural phenomenon like a blood moon, coincidentally occurring in Oliger.
Zhang Jilan comforted. There are only these 2 other possibilities. Hopefully, that's the case. But if this energy comes from number 1, we might only have 2 options. The first option is to secretly transfer key personnel.
There are currently 2 small planes at the base, which can only transfer up to about 30 people.
The second option is to shut down the base starting today and fully reinforce it with supernatural powers.
I will apply to the higher-ups for a nuclear strike. However, this would mean living underground for the next few decades and ensuring that the holders of the Star Vision and the God of Space remain alive. But no matter which choice is made, it will result in a large number of sacrifices. The first option leaves the city's survivors and the people in the ability user base to fend for themselves. The second option preserves the people in the base, but all other survivors in Jianghua City will perish.
Damn it, can't we fight one more time? This time I'll lead the team and take him on. Su Huaiji slammed the table in anger. He couldn't just sit back and act like a coward.
None of the top-tier ability users at the base are stronger than Shin Mengting.
If she couldn't do it, how can you?
Li Jingru was also very unwilling, but the current situation was already pushing him to make a decision.
Didn't the reconnaissance team say earlier that number 1 could communicate? They said he wouldn't kill humans if he wasn't provoked. Why do you keep pushing him? Is there a third option, like we quickly pull back the team and find someone to negotiate with him, so we can stay out of each other's way? Zhang Jilan was truly furious.
She was just the head of the logistics department and didn't involve herself in matters of offense, but the current tricky situation was closely tied to the decision-makers. Minister Jiang, you were present at the meeting that day when the decision was made to borrow personnel from Jinglian City to attack number 1. At that time, none of the attendees opposed it.
Li Jingru almost wanted to curse, but Zhang Jilan's latter statement was quite reasonable.
Sending someone to communicate could also be worth a try. Letting others make mistakes wouldn't cause any loss.
However, your later suggestion is good. Sending someone over to give it a try is indeed the last hope. But who should be sent? Cui Zixuan sneezed in her room.
These past few days, she had mostly locked herself in her room since it was simply too dangerous outside.
Cui Zixuan, the leader wants you to attend an emergency meeting. Cui Zixuan felt like crying but had no tears.
She already had a bad feeling when she was informed to enter the meeting room, and after hearing Li Jingru's words, it felt like falling into an icy abyss. You have survived multiple encounters with number 1, accumulated the most extensive experience in communicating with number 1, and mastered the ability to transfer. The base believes you are the most suitable person to negotiate, and this matter is extremely urgent.
Go quickly. At that time, Cui Zixuan was almost laughing out of anger. People told you not to provoke him, but you didn't listen. Now that you've completely enraged that monster and realized you can't beat him, you suddenly think of peaceful coexistence?
The leader, the higher-ups, and the team captains all refused to negotiate, leaving it to a small fry like her.
So you all know this trip is extremely dangerous, but think I don't? Every step Cui Zixuan took after leaving the meeting room was slow and deliberate.
She had already seen the towering black column over there.
Alajar might have turned into a living hell by now. If she went over, would she instantly be caught in the battlefield and meet her end? Even if number 1 could hear her speak, could the 8 captains hear her?
Especially Shin Mengting, who called her useless right to her face.
The idea that she would listen to her? What a joke. Cui Zixuan even thought about running away directly, but there was nowhere to go.
She even started to feel that her awakened ability was utterly tragic. It would have been better to awaken a very ordinary ability and just wait for relief at the base. After taking several deep breaths, she moved to a place farther away from the hotel.
Honorable handsome leader, can you hear me? I mean no harm. The base plans to withdraw troops, could you give us a chance? Cui Zixuan mustered her courage and continued to approach.
She decided that if she found no one listening to her, given the chaos of the battlefield, she would simply retreat and report that no one had heard her. The Alajar before her was extremely calm, showing no signs of battle. Only black energy surged skyward, and observing it at such close range felt incredibly awe-inspiring.
Handsome guy, can you hear me? Cui Zixuan didn't dare to shout too loudly, otherwise, attracting zombies would mean she could just head back directly.
Alright, but before she could finish shouting, she heard the sound of footsteps. That person moved quickly and effortlessly jumped down from the gate. It turned out to be Shin Mengting.
She still has time to come out and meet him. Could it be that the ability user base has the upper hand in the battle? Captain Shen, don't come any closer. I'm responsible for guarding the stronghold.
Anyone who approaches will die.
Guarding the stronghold? What kind of stronghold is she guarding? Isn't this Alajar right in front of her? Cui Zixuan was a bit confused.
Captain Shen, I was entrusted by the leader to come and negotiate with number 1.
The leader wants a truce with number 1. How are things on your side? Everyone can retreat now. Shen Mengting was extremely furious. Wasn't there something wrong with this Jianhua City ability user base?
They even borrowed people from the Jinglian, and now everyone was dead except for her.
And now they think of negotiating? No need. The great leader has already won.
Everyone else is dead except for me.
Cui Zixuan became even more puzzled. Everyone else was dead, and the great leader had won? Shin Mengting's arrogant personality actually referred to Li Jingru as the great leader? If it wasn't referring to Li Jingru, then who? Captain Shin, are you referring to number 1 as the leader? Cui Zixuan swallowed hard.
She decided to clarify the situation before heading back, but she already felt that things were beyond her expectations.
Shen Mengting nodded. From now on, I will only follow the leader's orders. As for whether to cease fire or not, I will wait for the leader's instructions, and cannot confirm.
However, during this period, I will kill anyone who tries to step into the stronghold without hesitation.
Alright, Captain Shin, I'm just here to deliver a message. I'll head back right away. Cui Zixuan quickly returned to the base.
Fortunately, her clever decision to approach Alajar slowly from a distance paid off. If she had teleported directly to the entrance, she might have already been killed by Shin Mengting.
But how did number 1 manage to do it? Even Shin Mengting's terrible personality could be subdued? But none of this is her concern anymore.
Li Jingru and his group were anxiously waiting for the results in the meeting room. Letting Cui Zixuan go also allowed for a closer observation of the battlefield situation.
Leader, Cui Zixuan is back.
So fast, Li Jingru was somewhat looking forward to it. A safe return would most likely be good news. If number 1 truly flies into a rage, anyone who goes would likely never return.
Quick, let her in. Cui Zixuan lowered her head, thinking about how to convey the result before her. I went near a Eligiera to prepare for communication and encountered Captain Shen.
Captain Shen told me that everyone except her was dead, and she had already joined base number 1. I proposed withdrawing troops and a ceasefire, but Captain Shen said it depended on number 1's opinion.
She is currently only responsible for guarding the base and will kill anyone who approaches without hesitation. What did you say? Everyone in the conference room couldn't believe what they had just heard. 8 top-level espers, and 7 are dead? The strongest one even defected?
Defecting is worse than dying. Hearing Li Jingru's roar, Cui Zixuan involuntarily stepped back in fear.
Are you sure Shin Mengting said that?
I'm sure, but I can't sense Captain Shen's mental state.
Knock, knock, knock. Who? The third option seems unfeasible. Everyone wore a sorrowful expression.
There was mourning for the deceased and concern for the current predicament. The strength of number 1 is indeed unfathomable. Even Shin Mengting directly chose to defect. Now, there should be no one left in the base capable of launching an attack. Even if number 1 doesn't take action, a single Shin Mengting is enough to deal with them.
Could Shin Mengting have fallen under mental control?
There are no powerful ability users left in the base to counteract it. Ning Chua is already dead.
Is the only option to leave Jianhua City or apply for the use of nuclear weapons? No, there's still one more choice. Li Jingru's eyes suddenly lit up. Leave now. Cui Zixuan finally heard what she wanted to hear and quickly left the room. There is still an opportunity at hand. I hope everyone can discuss the best feasibility. Everyone turned to Li Jingru, and the gloomy atmosphere reignited with hope.
Gu Yanxi, Lin Lulu, and Zhang Yun left the top floor with the help of others. Although Ji Chuan's coma this time was unusual, the 3 of them were powerless.
Even approaching became dangerous, as the overwhelming energy could even scratch their skin. Is everyone okay?
Su Shen carefully examined the varying degrees of scratches on the three of them.
The three of us are fine, but we don't know about Ji Chuan.
Lin Lulu felt a bit guilty. Under the current circumstances, the three of them couldn't be of any help. Although the energy burst just now was fierce, Gu Yunqi was worried about Ji Chuan and kept an eye on his condition.
The last time Ji Chuan was unconscious, he seemed to be in great pain, but this time Gu Yunqi felt that Ji Chuan's expression was very calm, and even somewhat blissful. It was an expression that had never been seen on Ji Chuan's face before.